Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of how to survive at the academy right here on GMT Recap. In the noisy classroom, everyone was either chatting, dozing off, busy doing homework, or glued to their phones playing that damn game. A student from the next class commented on the main character, Hadawan, playing games again? Hadawan wondered to himself, what is this? Two other guys jumped in, still gaming in such a sacred place like school? Haha, what an idiot. Hearing that, Hadawan got annoyed. Are you kidding me? Look at your desk, it's full of power banks. Everyone's watching Hadawan play games, checking out his gaming skills. Ha ha ha. He angrily thought to himself, this is all because you assholes made me do this. Hadawan seemed like he had 10 hands, playing games on 10 phones lined up in front of him. He was a gamer, or more accurately, a student forced to game for free. Feeling frustrated, Dawan thought, I don't even want to do this. I'm 18 this year, but I'm an unwilling gamer. My days are spent furiously playing games on other people's phones, and I can't stop complaining. I hate this. Someone said, wow, you're really good at gaming. That light comment felt like an attack to Dawan. He angrily thought, who the hell said that? But in front of him stood Juaron, an 18-year-old girl, praising him, even with all my practice, I can't play that well. He exclaimed in surprise, Juaron, the school goddess? Why is she in my class? He noticed she was holding a phone, and the screen showed a game interface. It was only then that Hadawan realized the goddess also played this game. He immediately asked, oh, you're playing life game? Among the boys at his school, there wasn't a single one who didn't want to get close to Juaron. Of course, Dawan was no exception. Aaron replied, yeah, I made a bet with someone, but right now I'm at the bottom. Dawan thought to himself that she probably didn't know someone like him, who was always getting bullied. He hesitated and said, well. His hesitation made Juaron look at him a bit confused. Dawan blurted out, I can't believe someone like me is actually talking to Juaron. Seizing the moment, Dawan suggested, let me help you play. She laughed and replied, it's fine, you're busy too. He immediately blurted out, I play if I feel like it. This was Hadawan's first conversation with Juaron. Then he added, there's this saying, life is a game, which means the more you play games, the more it helps in life, right? She laughed out loud. Ha, that's not what the saying means. When Hadawan heard her laugh for the first time, he was so excited and wondered to himself, she's laughing? Did she really just laugh? I wonder if I can get closer to Juaron now. Then he spoke up, asking, what's the secret to this game? Do you know? Suddenly, a voice interrupted, saying, Aaron, what are you doing with him here? That's another girl, also a friend of Juaron, she explained. The girl asked, is this your friend? Juaron replied, no, I'm waiting for you. Her friend said, sorry about that. Everyone's already gone to eat. Let's hurry up. Hearing that, Dawan immediately thought to himself, right, what am I even to her? And I thought she might stay behind. Juaron didn't even forget to say goodbye. Well, guess that's it for me. He continued, keep dreaming, buddy. But she probably doesn't even know my name. Then, unexpectedly, Juaron stopped and said, oh, thanks, Dawan. Suddenly, when he heard her say his name for the first time, his face turned bright red. He mumbled to himself, oh, she knows my name? Now I can die happy. Just then, distracted for a moment, his phone buzzed with a notification that his game character had died, which startled him back to reality. He looked down at his phone, confused. The character in the game had been defeated. Hadawan was panicking inside, what's going on? I just stopped talking for a moment, and I'm already dead? The character in the game cried out in pain, The system announced, "You have died. Penalty, you have dropped the heavenly sword." This left him extremely frightened. Oh no, what? I dropped the heavenly sword again? He grabbed his hair and leaned in close, his face pale, unable to believe it. This sword was Chielwa's favorite weapon. If that crazy schizophrenic guy found out, he'd kill him for sure. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Chielwa appeared. Chielwa slammed Dawan's head into the table and yelled, "You shit!" He glared at him, "I told you not to take your eyes off the screen." That monster was Min Chielwa, 18 years old, pinning him to the table. Dawan could only stutter, "I am sorry, Chielwa." His mind automatically started counting down, and then Dawan looked up and said, "I'll give you mine, I'll give you my heavenly sword, so please, calm down." Hearing this, Chielwa let go of Dawan, then casually said, "Oh, really? Why didn't you say so earlier?" But soon enough, Chielwa reached behind him and flashed a terrifying smile. "You think it's over just like that?" Dawan started counting in his head again. In the blink of an eye, he swung his hand and slapped Dawan, causing the corner of his mouth to bleed. Juaron's phone also slipped from her hand and hit the ground. Dawan continued his train of thought. Every time he found himself in a situation like this, he couldn't help but think that the saying "life is like a game" seemed to apply only to people like them. They always trample on the weak to satisfy themselves, trying to climb the social ladder at school. Chielwa delivered a sudden kick to Dawan's side. The unexpected attack caught him off guard. To them, it was all about beating up and bullying Dawan to show off their power. In their eyes, Dawan was just a low-level creature to be crushed in order to level up, getting beaten up without mercy. Now, Dawan lay helpless on the floor. Tables and chairs were scattered all around him. Chielwa spoke up. "Good job. Dawan, you can't do anything other than play games. So just focus on that. I started Lost RPG again recently, but the loot's all garbage, so I can't hunt anything. Here's the deal, within a week, you have to get me the Fire King sword from Fire King." Dawan stared, stunned by his request, and stammered in anger. "Why you? Are you kidding me? Chielwa, how am I supposed to get a legendary item like that in just 1 week?" Chielwa, as if realizing something, spoke again. "You were too busy flirting with Juaron earlier to pay attention to your phone, huh? Acting all red-faced like some awkward teenager. It's disgusting." Dawan was caught off guard, embarrassed by the way that crazy guy had found his weak spot. He immediately became flustered. He smirked and said, "Looks like I need to give you some extra motivation. During this 1-week spring break, if you don't get it, I'll strip you down to your underwear and beat you half to death right in front of that bitch Juaron." He leaned in close, threatening, making Dawan shiver in fear. Then Chielwa suddenly burst out laughing, which startled Dawan. Ha ha ha. A moment later, his friends showed up, and they cheerfully invited him out. "Hey, Chielwa, spring break starts tomorrow, right? How about a few drinks tonight with some pretty girls?" One of them asked. "Are they cute?" Chielwa replied. Dawan just sat there, filled with anger. That damn dog. He looked down at his phone screen. His character had been dead for who knows how long. He cursed under his breath. Damn, this crappy game. Dawan silently vowed to himself. I hate playing games. That's just something I say when I'm getting bullied. In fact, you're a true gamer. Back in the present, Dawan was happily sitting in his gaming chair, wearing a pair of pink cat ear headphones. Spring break had arrived, so he wouldn't have to deal with the trashy crowd at school anymore. His mom was away on a business trip, which meant he could finally play games to his heart's content. He grinned widely. "But do you guys know why I'm so carefree right now?" he said. "That's because I've reached the highest level in Lost RPG. At that point, my character was ranked 100 and its name was Dark Chocolate Pie. Once I reached the highest level, hunting became way too easy, so I stopped playing. In real life, I'm the guy who always gets picked on, always shrinking away. But in the game, it's different. My character unleashes the super powerful skill Destroy Chaos. If only life could be like that, I wonder if I'd be any different? Then Ha Dawen thought to himself, stop dreaming and get the Fire King sword. There's other stuff to do. But the result was that, during a battle with Fire King Magma Rose, his character ended up face down. You died. Ha Dawen was stunned. I died? How did that happen? In an instant, a bad feeling crept up in his chest. His gut instincts had never been wrong before. In the game feature update list, the maximum character level has been raised to 200. The difficulty of the current bosses has increased significantly, and the drop rate for legendary items has noticeably decreased. This left Ha Dawen completely shocked. He broke out in a cold sweat, and after a moment, an empty energy drink can was placed on the ground. The system notification popped up, you have been logged in for more than 18 hours. His character continued using the Destroy Chaos skill. He happily thought to himself, alright, now I've got it. The Fire King Magma Rose in front of him was finally defeated, and the battlefield was filled with smoke and flames after a long night of grinding. He had finally gotten used to its attack patterns. A while later, the number of empty energy drink cans and unfinished instant noodle cups began to pile up. Another system warning appeared, you have been logged in for more than 37 hours. When the Fire King sword dropped, Ha Dawen shouted in frustration, why is it always these useless items? The sword was a rare item with a level of 100, but it still didn't meet the legendary sword requirements that Chielwu had set. Ha Dawen frantically shook his computer and said, if the difficulty is increased, the drop rate should have gone up, not down. Everything had a reason. On the recharge interface, a big banner appeared, first time recharge bonus, which included a 5-fold increase in item drop rates, extra experience points, and 10 times more gold. Ha Dawen stammered, so that's what it is. Then he screamed, bloodsuckers. Another stretch of time had passed. He had eaten 2 whole cups of instant noodles and drank a ton of energy drinks to stay awake. The system notification popped up, you have been logged in for over 64 hours. His piggy bank, which had been filled with pocket money, was now empty. He screamed, it's over. And buried his face in his hands in frustration. I've spent all my money. Why hasn't it shown up yet? Ha Dawen was going crazy in front of the screen, then slumped his head down onto the desk, sighing, I'm so tired, I'm going to die. A few days later, all the instant noodles and energy drinks he had stockpiled were gone. The system chimed in again, you have been logged in for over 144 hours. He stared wide-eyed at the screen. The problem wasn't with the drop rate, it was that it was taking him way too long to defeat the boss on his own. Since his level was too low, no one wanted to team up with him. With just 1 day left, he imagined the embarrassment he would face in front of Juaron. The thought of it was unbearable. Ha Dawen couldn't help but cry. Damn it, I should have known that bastard Min Chielwu was messing with me from the start. A new notification popped up, buff to increase drop rate will expire in 8 minutes. He thought to himself, it's almost over. I'm out of options now. In front of the Fire King, Ha Dawen's character seemed like it was waiting to die. But just when that thought crossed his mind, a high-level player appeared and came to his rescue. The player swung his sword at the boss, and with just 1 strike, he turned the situation around, leaving Ha Dawen completely stunned. The character that Ha Dawen had thought was incredibly arrogant showed up. The player's name was the creator of the end. Ha Dawen stammered, unbelievable, 1 hit and he killed Magma Rose. And he's soloing, too. The player sent a message, are you looking for a group? Ha Dawen, a little embarrassed, replied, yeah. The player responded again, just so happens, I need a slave to pull the boss. Ha Dawen found that a bit strange. Why was this guy talking so weirdly? He seemed totally off, like he had lost his mind. Damn, this guy is seriously messed up, like he's gone insane and there's no coming back. Ha Dawen replied, I am a loyal servant, and also a close friend of His Highness, hoping to stand by your side and protect you. In real life, Dawan was praying desperately. He couldn't afford to lose this person. The other player stayed silent, hesitating, making Ha Dawan anxious. Inside, he kept repeating, "Please, please, I'm begging you." The other player replied, "Friends? That sounds interesting. I'll allow you to join me." He was so excited, he immediately knelt down and thanked the prince for his grace. Dawan cheered inside his head. It worked. After playing the game for a while, the system notification popped up. "You have received the Fire King Sword of Fire King." Ha Dawan joyfully exclaimed, "It's here. The Fire King Sword of Fire King is here." Then another similar notification appeared. Dawan felt like he'd hit the jackpot. Wow, I got 2 of them. But as he looked closer, he realized, wait a minute, this wasn't the Fire King sword, it was the Fire God sword. The item details showed, Fire King Sword of Fire God, mythical weapon, item level 200. Ha Dawan shouted with excitement, "This is amazing. Now this is truly a mythical item." He quickly calculated the time in his head. A week of hard work definitely hadn't gone to waste. If he sold this, he could make a ton of money. After completing the quest, Ha Dawan came up with a new idea. I shouldn't be too greedy. Then he called out, "Hey, Your Highness." The other player turned around. Ha Dawan thought to himself, it's all thanks to this crazy kid. He then held the sword out in front of the player. "Here you go." The other player looked surprised. "You really want to give this to me?" He replied, "Yes." The other player expressed his gratitude. "I've been hunting today just for this." Dawan cheerfully said, "Look how happy he is. You were so tired staring at the computer screen, and now you can finally rest." A sense of relief washed over him, and his eyelids felt like they were about to close. Ha Dawan sluggishly got up from his chair, still in a good mood, and said, "Great, the spring break is finally over. I'll take a nap before school." But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt lightheaded and dizzy, then collapsed to the floor. Ha! Dawan broke out in a cold sweat, confused and stunned. What's going on? He suddenly remembered the news stories he had read. A 17-year-old boy died suddenly from a heart attack due to gaming addiction, playing non-stop. A boy died after 3 days of continuous gaming. A 16-year-old died from dehydration after days of gaming. A 30-year-old man took his last breath in an internet CAF due to gaming addiction. A student was paralyzed on one side of his body after playing for 20 hours straight. Basically, it's caused by lack of sleep, malnutrition, and consuming too much caffeine in 1 week. Add to that an excited mental state, and suddenly, the body just gives out. Dawan's eyes went wide as he realized everything. So that's it, playing too much will kill you. In that moment, time seemed to stop as he was overwhelmed with regret. Mom, I'm so sorry for leaving so soon. Don't be too shocked when you get home. In the end, I died from gaming for those bullies. It's really messed up. Before closing his eyes for the last time, Ha Dawan muttered, I didn't die while playing a game. I just wanted to live a life like a game. With a loud thud, his body collapsed heavily to the floor. Even though he had fallen, Ha Dawan's subconscious kept murmuring, and that bastard Chielwoo, I swear I'll curse you even if I die. If I had known this would happen, I would have left a suicide note. Suddenly, in the pitch-black darkness, a system notification popped up. Player Ha Dawan. Dawan was stunned when he saw this. The system has announced that based on your lifestyle and tendencies, we will assign you a profession. Ha Dawan wondered, what the heck is this window? A moment later, the system completed its analysis and sent the notification, you have been assigned a common profession, helpless gamer. He stared at the profession, confused. Helpless? What the heck does that even mean? Another notification appeared, activating a quest event. Do you accept? Ha Dawan looked at it in confusion and asked, accept what? What is this? What the heck is going on? Before he could make a decision, the system automatically chose for him. Confirmed. Acceptance processed in the player's mind. Quest has been accepted. Hadawan screamed internally, "Am I going crazy?" The system displayed its final message: "You have been resurrected at the time-space coordinates set by the administrator." Hadawan suddenly woke up. There were so many questions he wanted to ask, but the first thing he noticed was the classroom around him. It was the moment when he had been deep into his game. Hadawan hesitated. Wait. This place. He turned around, disbelieving. The other students were chatting just like usual, while Hadawan stood there, dazed. Isn't this my classroom? Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Well then, I'll leave it to you." Startled, he quickly turned around. It was exactly the scene where Juaron was asking him for a favor. She waved happily and said, "Hey, thanks, Dawan." He thought to himself that this was the day before the spring break. Hadawan froze, his limbs went limp. Oh my god, what's going on? This is so scary. Noticing that he didn't respond, she asked with a hint of worry, "What's wrong?" She was a little concerned he didn't seem happy. Could it be that he only agreed to help out of obligation because of her? A friend from the end of the hallway called out to Juaron, "I'm starving, let's go eat." Juaron quickly ran after her, saying, "Yeah, sorry." Dawan sat there, dumbfounded, having an inner monologue, "What is going on? Didn't I already die? Is all of this just a dream? But if that's the case, then why does this feel even more like a dream?" Suddenly, an information screen appeared in front of Dawan, leaving him confused. The system info board displayed his character details: name, Hadawan, level 1, occupation, helpless gamer. He muttered to himself, "This looks exactly like the character info window in a game. Oh my god, even in my dream, I'm a gamer, and I even get the helpless part added." In the blink of an eye, another notification popped up, making Hadawan jump in shock. The message read, "The special effect of the helpless gamer has been activated." Hadawan muttered to himself, "That scared the life out of me." The notification changed to display a new message. All accumulated experience points from all the games you've played will be transferred to the player. He paused, thinking, "Wait, does this mean all the experience points from every game I've ever played since I became a gamer?" He remembered the countless games he'd played, his eyes wide in disbelief. If all of that is added up, that's insane. The system interface began processing, calculating the experience points. Hadawan whispered to himself, "If this is a dream, then I wouldn't mind staying in it." Suddenly, from behind, Shielwa slammed his head down onto the table, cursing, "Hadawan, you idiot." He glared at him, "I told you not to take your eyes off the screen." This was a scene replayed in vivid detail. Hadawan silently muttered Min Shielwa's name. Yes, everything started from this moment. His face was pushed hard against the table, blood dripping from his nose. Hadawan gritted his teeth in a furious rage. "It's because of you that I had to go through all this." He asked again, "Hey, Hadawan, are you giving me a dirty look? The defiance in your eyes has really pissed this crazy guy off." Dawan thought to himself, "Oh, this bastard is scary even in my dreams, but he seems even angrier now." It seemed like Dawan still hadn't realized he had provoked a mad dog. Shielwo grabbed him by the collar and asked, "What did you mean by that?" He stammered, "Min Shielwo, I didn't mean it like that." Dawan thought, "Alright, fine, just hit me. It's only a dream anyway. Even if I get hit, it won't hurt. What's there to be afraid of?" Everything seemed to rewind itself, and then smacked Shielwa slapped Dawan hard across the face, making his mouth bleed. But Dawan was wrong. Oh, why does it hurt so much? Dawan was genuinely terrified. He realized this wasn't a dream. Shielwo immediately kicked him hard in the stomach, and then started hitting him repeatedly for being disrespectful. Dawan was dizzy from the blows and crashed into the table. Shielwo was still furious. He said, "The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm not stopping until I'm done with you." Hearing those dangerous words from him, Ha Dawan, his lips swollen and in excruciating pain, thought to himself, how long is this going to go on? At this rate, I'll be dead before he calms down. Suddenly, Juaron opened the classroom door and called out, "Ha Dawan, I'm here to pick up my phone." At that moment, he didn't expect anything unusual. She, too, was shocked by the scene in front of her and gasped, "Oh." He turned to look at Juaron, panic clearly showing on his face. "Why is she here?" Before he could think any further, Shielwo's fist came swinging at him. By the time Ha Dawan realized what was happening, he managed to think just one thing: why are you here? But then Shielwo's punch landed squarely on his face. The force was so strong that saliva flew from his mouth. Dawan was knocked down, crashing onto the podium. Juaron, clearly worried, called out, "Dawan?" Shielwo only seemed more excited. He grabbed Dawan by the collar and threatened, "Stop pretending to be weak. Stand up straight, you worthless dog." Dawan couldn't fight back at all. All he could do was groan in pain, "I really am a loser." Unable to hold back anymore, Juaron yelled, "Hey, Min Shielwo." But her words had no effect. Shielwo kept hitting him. At that moment, Dawan's mind went blank. It turned out that getting beaten in front of the girl you like is even worse than he imagined. He felt utterly useless. As Shielwo continued to strike him, Juaron rushed over, trying to stop him. "What are you doing? Stop it." When her pleas didn't work, she grabbed his hand and shouted, "Stop it." This caught the attention of the crazy guy. He let go of Dawan, who immediately started coughing and gasping for air. Min Shielwo turned to Juaron and asked, "Oh, are you defending her? Why are you so nosy?" He seemed to get even more enraged. Grabbing her hair, he cursed, "You bitch, you get a few guys telling you you're pretty, praising you like you're some kind of goddess, and now you think you're all that, huh?" Juaron screamed in pain. She yelled, "Let go of me. I'll call the teacher." Seeing the bully harass the girl he liked made Ha Dawan feel terrible. It was all his fault. Juaron was only in this situation because of him. He couldn't stand to watch her get hurt, he had to save her. But the fear inside him was stronger than any encouragement in his mind. He kept telling himself to act, to help her, but how could he? Hurry, he had to do something. He couldn't just stand there. Please, help her, save her, but he couldn't do it. It was terrifying. Act, do something, hurry. If I don't act now, it's all my fault. Do something, but I can't. I have to act, but I just can't. Then, Ha Dawan collapsed to his knees, trembling. Until Shielwo was about to slap Aaron, he cursed, "Don't be stupid, you bastard." Dawan immediately rushed forward from behind, raising his fist. Despite the action, deep down, he told himself he really couldn't do this. His determination flared up again, but now, he had to act. Ha Dawan landed the final punch to Shielwo's face, shouting, "Get your hands off her, you dog." This move also caught Aaron off guard. Who would have guessed that Shielwo would take Dawan's punch? He was getting ready to strike back, which terrified Dawan. He had already anticipated the outcome in his mind. Shielwo's fist slowly moved toward him, and Dawan couldn't help but think, does it even matter if I act now? But suddenly, in that brief moment, it felt like he was reborn. The system kept upgrading, calculating his experience points. Your experience points are full. You have advanced to a rare profession, prospective gamer. Your experience points are full. You have advanced to a heroic gamer. Your experience points are full. You have advanced to an elite gamer hero. The exclusive skill for his profession was unlocked, destroy chaos. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Dawan unleashed his special move, relentlessly pounding his opponent's face. Shielwo's face swelled up, with blood and spit flying everywhere. Dawan's fighting ability left Erin so stunned that she had to cover her mouth with her hand. You look at what you've just done and immediately think, wait, that skill looks really familiar. It's like the one from that game I played during spring break. Isn't it the same skill the system gave me? Wasn't that a skill from the game? You sit down on the ground, stammering, what? What's going on here? Right after you take down Shielwo, the system screen pops up with a congratulatory message from the administrator. You've surprised me, my friend. This is a gift I offer you for your kindness. You feel confused by words like I, friend, and surprised they all seem so familiar. Dawan mutters to himself, is this the tone of that arrogant little punk? Yes, the first person who comes to mind is the creator of the end. Dawan thinks about what he's done his kindness. Could it be the Fire King's sword from the fire god that he gave? Before, Dawan was the one lying unconscious on the classroom floor. Now, it's the thug Min Chielwo. The system screen shows, you've defeated the boss Min Chielwo. You've earned 200 experience points. Your current experience is 99,999,999,827 out of 99,999,999,999. Then, the number jumps up, showing that you're nearly at the next level. The system immediately notified, your experience is full, you have reached the final profession. The player has been sealed. Dawan stared at the screen, sweat pouring down his face, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell is this? Since that day, someone who wanted to live like they were in a game watched as the system notifications kept popping up, all showing level up messages. Dawan screamed, what are all these things? A bunch of system messages blocked his view, and they were all about leveling up. You have reached the maximum level. Health has reached the maximum value. Attack power has reached the maximum value. All active skills have been unlocked. Awareness has reached the maximum value. Quest completed. Defense has reached the maximum value. All passive skills have been unlocked. Agility has reached the maximum value. Mana has reached the maximum value. Dawan sat there, stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing, wondering to himself, can I use all the skills from the games I've played? Erin looked over at the person lying on the ground, confused about what had happened. Then, turning to Dawan with concern, she asked, Dawan, are you hurt anywhere? As soon as he finished speaking, he groaned in pain. She panicked, Dawan, your face is hurt. Ignoring her, Dawan suddenly looked up at the sky, then, terrified, said, what's going on? Erin immediately ran out of the classroom, telling him, wait here, I'll go get the nurse. He snapped back to reality, disappointed, and wondered, am I going crazy? Then memories started flooding back, from when Dawan had been playing games to the point of passing out, to waking up and finding himself back in class. He thought, crap, did I just go back in time? From seeing the system status screen in front of him to being able to use skills in the game, it all made sense because he had been a hardcore gamer since he was young. When he was a kid, Dawan once handed in a homework assignment for the teacher to grade. It was a book report titled The Time I Became a Level 100 Gamer. His next report was titled How I Didn't Meet the NPC Adopted by the Royal Family and Awakened a Legendary Skill. After reading it, the teacher was so furious that his face turned bright red, and he couldn't hold back his anger. The only books Dawan ever read were fantasy novels, so his instincts told him something. This situation felt exactly like the scenes in those novels. He was the protagonist with supernatural powers, capable of defeating any enemy. Dawan thought about this happy turn of events and couldn't help but laugh out loud. On the information board, it showed that Dawan had reached level 100, with his class being Sealed Gamer. He quietly said to himself, just as expected, no doubt about it, I've gained the same kind of power as all the other main characters. As he looked over his current stats, he realized he had reached the peak. His stamina was 50,000 out of 50,000, mana was 5,000 out of 5,000, attack was 1,000, defense was 1,000, agility was 1,000, and courage was 1,000. Dawan thought to himself, I'm so strong. Suddenly, another system message popped up, announcing that the abilities of the sealed gamer would now be applied. He wondered, is there more? Without warning, a red emergency alert appeared. All powers have been unlocked. All attributes have been reset to 1. Strength has been locked. Health has decreased. All offensive skills have been locked. Strength has been locked. All defensive skills have been locked. Defense has decreased. Stamina has decreased. After reading the series of notifications, Darwin was stunned as his rosy dream shattered. His attribute board now only showed one line: attributes have been sealed. This left Darwin in complete shock. Even though the information board still displayed that he was level 100, his attribute points were sealed. His stats had dropped dramatically. Health was now only 1000, mana was down to just 10, attack was 1, defense was 1, agility was 1, and courage was 1. He gasped, "What? What is going on?" Darwin, frustrated, asked the system, "You said this is the final job, so why am I still so weak? Don't tell me I have to start over with all this garbage stats. Are you messing with me?" Before he could finish his sentence, a mission notification suddenly popped up. The event mission Raging Fury is complete. You have defeated the monster Min Shielwo. Reward, Golden Key. Darwin was confused. Event mission. Another notification appeared. A new event mission is available. Do you accept it? He asked himself. What the hell is this? He muttered. Before he could respond, the system quickly scanned his sentence structure and automatically confirmed the choice. It confirmed that he had accepted the mission based on his thoughts. Mission accepted. Darwin was left bewildered. What the hell is going on? Immediately, a golden key fell from the sky. He turned around, still confused. The system displayed, mission complete, reward received, golden key. The next day was just another normal school day. But as Darwin walked down the hallway, he overheard a lot of whispering about him. Hey, what's up with Darwin's face? I heard he got beaten up by Min Shielwo. He even broke the teacher's desk. Oh, but just now I saw Min Shielwo yelling and walking off with his bag. Probably hasn't had enough of the fight. He even caused some trouble with the school nurse. Who said that? Everyone was out for lunch at the time, so there were no witnesses. It's all just speculation. If only we could have caught that on video and posted it on YouTube. Darwin walked along, staring at the key in his hand. No matter how many times he looked at it, it still seemed like just an ordinary key. But when he checked the details, he saw that it was a legendary item. This golden key was used to be inserted in turn to unlock something. He wondered if its function was really that simple. The description was vague. Well, whatever, he thought, not worth worrying about right now. After thinking for a moment, he sighed and put the key in his pocket. It wasn't the thing on his mind at the moment. What really piqued his curiosity was the ability that the administrator had given him. He thought back to the conversation between the administrator and the player, the creator of the end. There were some similarities, especially with that arrogant tone. Or rather, His Majesty's tone. As he walked, Darwin mused, what does the creator of the end even mean? So old-fashioned. But in the end, he made an effort to call the guy His Majesty. Your Majesty, can you hear me? Still no response. Guess there's no way to verify this. I'll just text him after school. Just as he finished that thought, a system notification popped up, catching him completely off guard. It was a mission alert. He quickly realized this was a quest. The mission was titled A Dangerous Invitation. Tonight, he'd receive an invitation. He needed to accept the mission and become a star. He observed and wondered to himself, tonight? I don't even know where it's happening. Suddenly, a boy ran past, and they accidentally bumped into each other. Darwin fell to the ground, clutching his rear, groaning in pain. "Oh, my back." The other boy quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. Are you okay?" Dawan looked at him and responded, "Do I look like I'm okay?" Then he added, "I'm the one who should be asking you that. Your nose is bleeding." It was only then that the boy realized his nose was bleeding. In a panic, he started running off. "Wait, let me get you some tissues," Dawan called out. The boy wiped his nose with his sleeve and answered, "No need. I'm fine." Dawan hesitated, then said, "But." The boy politely insisted, "Really, I'm fine. Thanks." Struggling to stand up, the boy looked unsteady, and Dawan, still a little worried, said before they parted ways, "Okay, take care of yourself." As Dawan watched him leave, he felt doubtful. It was just a light bump, and the guy's nose was already bleeding. He seemed even weaker than Dawan himself. When he entered the restroom, a voice called out to him, "Dawan." He turned around, surprised, and exclaimed, "Shin Jaemin?" It was the same boy who hung out with Min Chilwoo. He smirked and asked, "What a coincidence, huh? I've got something I want to talk to you about." Ha Dawan, curious, replied, "Oh, what's up, Jaemin? Did you start playing games too?" He answered, "Games? Nah, it's not that." Dawan was a bit confused. "So, what is it then?" Jaemin put his pot in his mouth and continued, "Because I've seen everything." At that moment, Dawan started to feel scared. "Seen what?" Jaemin replied, "I saw you beat up Min Chilwoo pretty badly." Dawan jumped, feeling a bit of fear because the whole thing was out in the open now. But quickly, he realized something. Even in his past life, when he got beaten up, Jaemin had been standing by the door of his classroom. Right? Could it be that Jaemin wants to get revenge for Chilwoo? He'd already been beaten up once and didn't want to go through that again. While Dawan was mumbling to himself, Jaemin walked closer, hands in his pockets, still holding the pod. A strong person hiding their power. "Interesting, really interesting," Jaemin said. Jaemin even casually placed his fist right in front of Dawan's chest, leaving him frozen in place. Everything was completely different from what Dawan had imagined. Jaemin smiled and said, "There's a drinking party with a group of girls tonight. Want to come?" Dawan was totally taken aback. "Huh? What's he talking about? Didn't he just say tonight?" Tonight was when the mission required him to be there. Was this an invitation for that? But usually, Jaemin always hangs out with Chilwoo. Why is he inviting me now? Dawan asked again, "Are you talking to me?" Jaemin answered nonchalantly, "Who else would I be talking to, a ghost?" Dawan hesitated. But no matter the reason, in most games, every initial quest usually comes with a reward. First, the player accepts the quest, follows the instructions to complete it, and finally levels up to claim their prize from the system. Of course, these rewards would definitely help make the character stronger. Maybe this was the chance to break free from the fate of grinding away by becoming as strong as the characters in the game. At that moment, a system message appeared, "Do you accept?" He hesitated for a long time, but something felt off. Wasn't joining their party basically a death wish? Or would he still have to find a way to get through this nightmare of being bullied on his own? Thinking this, he made an excuse, "Actually, I need to visit my grandfather's grave today, so I'll have to pass on this one." Dawan remembered the quest notification. The title was Dangerous Invitation, and the name alone sounded like a deadly trap. The word dangerous in the quest was so vague, it made his skin crawl. But Jaemin didn't seem bothered. He just waved it off and said goodbye. Okay. If it's not possible, then forget it. But next time, no backing out, got it? Dawan waved back, feeling a bit awkward. "Yeah, sure." Jaemin chuckled. Dawan felt uncomfortable about the promise he had just made, silently thinking to himself, only a fool would go along with this. Bang! The bathroom door slammed shut, and finally, he had a little bit of space to breathe. That was close, he almost didn't make it. Ha Dawan took a deep breath and looked up. It's probably best not to get involved with those bullies. The system screen showed, you have declined the mission. Penalty will now be applied. He observed it, a little puzzled. Oh, a penalty? The system screen immediately turned red, flashing an urgent message, the pain has begun. Dawan asked in confusion, what pain? Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, almost like a door opening. Now, he found himself standing on a grassy field full of water buffalo. One buffalo let out a typical bellow. It seemed ordinary, until it started snorting heavily through its nose, an obvious signal that the herd was about to charge. They quickly began to roar and stampede toward Ha Dawan, one after the other. Oh, no? Meanwhile, two male students entered the bathroom, chatting and laughing as they walked. This is so fun, buddy. What's so fun about it? But suddenly, a groan came from below, catching the attention of a male student. Ha! He immediately pointed in shock toward the person lying on the floor. Did he piss himself on the floor? The other student also trembled in fear, guessing, Shielwu is so cruel, even in the bathroom? At that moment, Dawan was lying on the floor in excruciating pain, his face pale as he stared at the ceiling. While the two students were talking, he let out another painful groan. The system notification appeared, saying that the pain would end in 59 minutes. He read the message in horror. Ha Dawan gritted his teeth, trembling as he cursed, 59 minutes? Shit, are you kidding me? The system popped up again, do you confirm you want to accept the task? Then, a loud scream echoed from the men's bathroom. Everyone outside heard it, looking confused as the bell rang for the end of class. On a brightly lit street, Jamin walked through the busy crowd. After a while, he noticed something ahead and gasped in surprise. Ha! He quickly recognized Dawan's figure, raising his hand in a slight wave, a little surprised. You're early. At this point, Jamin was drenched in sweat. I finally accepted that damn task. Who can stand that 60 minutes? I can't even last 60 seconds. But I was too scared of the punishment, so I had to agree to meet with him. You turned around and greeted Jamin, you're here? He slowly walked closer, confused. Didn't you say you had to go pay respects at the grave? Is it okay for you to be here? You answered confidently, yeah, it's fine. My grandpa said he was busy today and couldn't come. Jamin looked surprised at the mistake in your words. Oh, really? He asked, intrigued, did your grandpa go visit the grave by himself? Dawan still hadn't realized his slip-up. He didn't notice he had let something slip. He was still trying to comfort himself, saying, it'll be fine. But I'm so worried. I feel like I'm going to lose it. Everything will be okay. Jamin gave him a scary smile and said, get ready to enjoy yourself tonight. Dawan, feeling uneasy, wondered, what's with his face? He looks like he's planning something. I better find a way to leave before he does something to me. Quickly, Dawan pulled out his phone, put it to his ear, and pretended to talk. Oh, it's a call. Hello, Grandpa? Oh, you want to come? I have to go now. Just wait a second. Jamin's voice interrupted Dawan's fake conversation. The girls are here. A group of 3 girls arrived. The first one showed her phone to the others, happily saying, I told you he was good looking. The second girl was really surprised. Whoa, really? Who is he? Who is he? The third girl answered, he's my tutor. The girl with short hair seemed calm and uninterested. The first girl asked, who wants to get to know him? The second girl immediately volunteered, I do. The girl with short hair finally spoke up, no need. Her quiet beauty struck Dawan, leaving him completely mesmerized, to the point where he forgot his way back. Yes, literally forgot the way back. He had agreed to show up at Jaemin's private entertainment spot. Dawan told himself that he wasn't there because of this stunningly beautiful girl. He was invited. It would be rude to leave in the middle. Oh my, they had already drunk so much. Are high school students allowed to drink? The table was covered with snacks, energy drinks, and even bottles of alcohol. Jaemin was twisting the cap off a bottle, laughing and saying, "My friend's older brother works here, so I often come here to drink with him." Dawan awkwardly responded, "Oh, really?" At another table, a girl was singing loudly. Jaemin turned back to him, clearly curious, and asked, "Dawan, how well can you handle alcohol?" Dawan hesitated, "I've never drunk before, so I'm not sure." Jaemin laughed and said, "Well then, why don't you give it a try?" Even though Dawan had never had alcohol, he still handed his glass to Jaemin to pour, feeling a little nervous. "I've never drunk before, but..." Jaemin poured the wine and looked at him, saying, "Don't worry about the money. Feel free to order whatever you want. Today, it's on me." He hesitated, "Thank you." Seeing a stranger suddenly being so kind, Dawan felt a bit suspicious. Why is he suddenly so nice, paying for everything? Well, maybe he's not such a bad guy after all. Then, Jaemin turned away, sighing disappointedly, "My wallet should have arrived by now, right?" The girl who had been singing and dancing energetically continued her moves. "Coca-Cola," she sang. "Lying breaks hearts when you're in love, lying hurts when you truly believe in love." Hearing Jaemin's words, he wondered, What do you mean, my wallet?" As the girl shook her hips to the beat, the last male member finally entered the room. Jaemin said, "Oh, you showed up just in time. Jihan, is the payment all settled?" The boy, with dirt on his face, replied, "I've extended it for another 2 hours." This was the same student Dawan had bumped into earlier that morning. His name was Jihan, Jaemin's wallet. Wallet here referred to someone who gets exploited, spending money on others without getting anything in return. Dawan's eyes widened in surprise as she remembered, "Wait, that's the guy we bumped into this morning, right? He's Jaemin's wallet? Is that what he was talking about?" Jaemin leaned his hand on his knee and said, "Ha, you think we're only staying here for 2 hours? Ha, you're so dumb." His face suddenly changed, and he stared at Jihan with a look of intense anger, making Dawan, who was sitting next to him, jump. He stammered, I'm sorry." Jaemin then turned to Dawan and said, "He's so careless, right? Ha ha." By this point, Dawan had already been scared by Jaemin's earlier behavior. He nervously picked up his food, his mind racing with worry, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What was going on with him? He turned to the two of them and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Dawan answered cautiously, "We go to the same school." Jaemin introduced them, "Oh, really? This is Jihan, and this is Dawan." Then he poured a drink for you, Jihan, his tone pretending to be kind. "You should drink too, Jihan. Since Dawan's here, I'll let you off the hook." Jihan, just as confused, raised his glass. But instead of pouring the drink into the glass, Jaemin tipped it straight onto Jihan's pants, laughing as he said, sorry, my bad. Who told you to wear light-colored pants? Now they're all ruined. Ha ha. Watching Jaemin bully Jihan, Dawan couldn't help but think, sorry, my ass. This guy's doing it on purpose. Even though he knew what kind of situation he was in. But Jihan still politely grabbed a tissue to wipe himself off, not complaining at all. "Yeah, I shouldn't have worn light-colored pants," he said. Seeing how patiently Jihan was handling it, Dawan felt angry for him. That's clearly just typical bullying, he thought. Looking back, the situation was pretty strange. His face was bruised, his nose was bleeding, and he had just come out of the bathroom where Shin Jaemin was too. How did I get caught up in another bullying incident? Dawan rubbed his head in frustration, sitting across from a girl none other than the girl he secretly liked, the one with the short hair. She spoke up. "This is such a hassle.
What's with that loser over there? Another girl chimed in. Hey Jamin, sing a song. Jamin replied, Sing? I just want another drink. Alright, fine.
I'll sing a few ballads, the girl said. The other girl seemed surprised.
Wait, why ballads?
You should sing something more upbeat.
Jamin smiled and said, Oh, really? Well, let's make it more interesting. Jihan, you can dance along with me, how about it? Jihan's eyes widened in fear.
After being bullied, having alcohol spilled on his pants, now he might end up embarrassed even more.
Dawan sensed something was off. Are you kidding me? Dance for a ballad? He's trying to humiliate Jihan.
A female student spoke up, come on, don't force him to do that.
Jamin responded nonchalantly, No, he really likes dancing. Then he turned to confirm, Right, Jihan? Jihan just stared at Jamin, saying nothing.
Seeing Jihan's silence, Jamin put his arm around his shoulders and leaned in close to threaten him. You dare look at me like that?
You want to embarrass me in front of the girls?
After saying that, he returned to his spot. Dawan, who was sitting in the middle, had heard the whole thing and didn't even realize when sweat started pouring down his face.
Jihan immediately stood up. Fine, I'll dance. Jamin grinned, Huh? Looks like Jihan really is cool. The female student chimed in, This guy is interesting. Ha ha. While everyone else was excited, Dawan was thinking to himself, Oh my god, is he really going to dance? Does he have no self-respect left? But if I were threatened like that, I'd probably dance too. He's got everyone in the palm of his hand now.
Thinking that, he stood up. Jamin, I'm going to the bathroom for a bit.
Jamin nodded. Yeah, go ahead. Dawan thought to himself, I can't keep watching this. In the men's bathroom, Dawan was using the restroom while thinking.
The only reason he hadn't been targeted yet was because Jamin thought he was someone who was hiding his true strength. In reality, it was just because his strength was sealed. He had no real power or skills. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. It's just a matter of time. My strength will run out sooner or later, and when that happens, I'm finished. If it weren't for that punishment, I would've.
Suddenly, Dawan's eyes widened as he realized something. Wait, I only came to this drinking party because I was invited. So, I can just leave whenever, right?
I need to get out of here fast before I get dragged into something worse. He felt bad for his friend Wallet, but there was nothing he could do. With that thought, he grabbed the door handle. Dawan made his way toward the exit, reassuring himself.
I don't have the power to save anyone. Leaving is the best option.
But then, he remembered what had just happened, how Jamin had threatened Jihan just for daring to look him in the eye. And how Min Chielwo had gotten angry because Dawan had looked at him with hatred in his eyes.
Both situations had something in common.
Standing at the door, Dawan hesitated for a moment and started thinking, both he and I are in similar situations. A few moments later, the door swung open, and Dawan returned to where Jamin was hanging out.
Jamin grinned and said, You're back? I thought you left already. I was waiting forever for you to come back. Ha ha. Dawan stayed quiet for a second before turning to ask, Where is it? Jamin replied, The girls? They went to the bathroom to freshen up. Dawan shook his head and said, No, not that. He pointed down at Jihan's lower body and asked, Where's his pants?
Jihan also sarcastically said, Oh, I'm just showing concern for him.
Jihan just stood there, silent.
Jamin then picked up a bucket of water, inside which were Jihan's pants, and said, I feel kind of bad, since I accidentally spilled wine on his pants, so I'm washing them for him. As Jamin spoke, he smiled brightly, making Dawan shiver. In that moment, Dawan cursed silently in his mind, This damn bastard, I'm such a coward now.
I shouldn't have stayed quiet. I should have said something. No, don't be afraid. I only have one choice now.
Then, he raised his hand and gave an order with a firm stance, Give it to me. At that moment, Dawan thought, I'll pretend to be strong, hide my real strength. If I go all the way, this guy probably won't dare to do anything. Just as Dawan was trying to act tough, the door behind him suddenly swung open again. A young man walked in. I ran into some trouble on my way here, so I had to stop and take care of them first. As soon as Dawan saw him, the guy glared and asked, Who's this little punk? Dawan turned around. The guy was big, covered in tattoos, wearing a white shirt, his hair neatly styled, and his clothes stained with blood from the people he'd just dealt with. When Dawan saw him, he froze, his body shaking as sweat poured down his face. Jihan, standing behind, cheerfully introduced him. Here he is, say hi. This is my friend. I told you about him earlier, his older brother works here. Dawan's mind was trying to process the situation like scanning a QR code. Wait, this guy's a high school student? He looks like someone with 15 years of experience in the underground scene. What's with all the blood? Who did he just take out? Jihan calmly continued, asking about the thing Dawan had mentioned earlier. Oh, right, what did you want me to give you? Still shaken from the scare, Dawan turned to him, stuttering, that. His mind was racing. What do I do now? What do I do? What do I do? So, he quickly changed the topic. Can you give me the mic? I want to sing. Jihan handed him the mic with a smile. Haha, I get it now. You should have said something sooner. Seeing that Jihan wasn't upset, Dawan let out a sigh of relief. Safe. Forget hiding your skills, that was a close call. Suddenly, a system board appeared, and the new, dangerous mission was complete. The mission chain had begun. Dawan looked at Jihan in surprise. Yeah, well, in front of Jihan was another mission board. The name of the mission chain was the Judge of Injustice. Dawan, holding the mic, was reading the content when he froze. The mission required him to hit Jihan in the head with the mic. The reward was a bronze key, and the time limit was 30 minutes. The mission board appeared in front of him again, showing the linked mission titled The Judge of Injustice. It asked him to hit Jihan in the head with the mic. The reward was a bronze key, and the time limit was 30 minutes. Dawan was completely confused. Hit him with the mic? His hand holding the mic was shaking as he worried about whether he looked crazy enough to actually do it. There was no way he was going to do it. Not even if it killed him. Immediately, a warning line popped up. You will be penalized if the mission fails. Reading this, Dawan grew anxious. He broke into a sweat just thinking about the punishment. Could they really be talking about that? Dawan remembered the image of cows charging at each other madly on the peaceful prairie. One of his eyes twitched in fear. A little while later, Manchun sat down with the group of friends. Jihan smiled at him and said, Now you really look like a killer. The other girls joined in, laughing, Yeah, you look really tough. The guy holding a beer laughed in response, his face looking terrifying. Well, I probably scared those punks so much earlier that they pissed themselves, and the blood splattered on my face. But when the body moved slightly, he immediately frowned and gave an irritated look toward the person who was making a chair for him. The one making the chair was none other than Jihan. He was sweating, struggling under the weight of the large man, his body shaking uncontrollably. Manchun then said, Damn, is this a human-shaped chair or what? The store even put pants on it, but this damn guy doesn't know anything. Jihan couldn't help but laugh at the joke, laughing so hard that he couldn't even stand up. Oh shit, that's funny. Manchun added, If you let me fall, I'll punch you. Watching the intimidating bullying scene unfold, Dawan couldn't help but think, how did this happen? I thought making me hit Jihan's head was already bad enough. But what's worse is... Manchun suddenly stood up and asked, But is it true? Jihan, surprised, asked, What's true? The guy moved closer to Dawan, looked at him closely, and then turned to Jihan, asking, Did this kid really beat up Minchielwa that badly? Dawan let out a sigh of relief and continued thinking. The tattooed pig kept getting closer.
Jaemin replied cheerfully, "It's fine, Dawan's not joking around."
Manchun assessed the situation and thought, no matter how you looked at it, this guy was just trash.
At that moment, Dawan was stuck between two crazy people.
He tried his best to look unafraid, thinking to himself, if I complete the mission, these guys will definitely kill me. He remembered how much more terrifying those bulls had been. He continued thinking, if I can't finish the mission, I'll die by those things. If only I could use my skills like before, he thought. At least I'd have the courage to try. Just then, the skill menu appeared. One unlocked skill caught his attention. It was the same skill he had used to strike Min Chielwo. But when he clicked on it, a message popped up, Destroy Chaos skill costs 200 mana. It was a technique that used a series of consecutive strikes to deal damage, but it was currently sealed.
Dawan was furious.
I'll die because of this damn seal.
I'm finished.
Just as that thought crossed his mind, Dawan clutched his head in pain, which made Jaemin, who was sitting next to him drinking, notice something was off. A system message appeared, 15 minutes remaining. Jaemin turned to him and said, but Dawan, I'm kind of curious about something.
He replied, Jaemin got straight to the point. Why are you letting yourself be treated like this? You have the ability to beat Min Chielwo, don't you?
Dawan thought to himself, I can't exactly say it's because I've been playing a lot of games.
How do I answer this?
He hesitated and finally said, well, it's kind of hard to explain.
Jaemin quickly said, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. You probably have your reasons. The reason I called you here is to tell you something. Surprised, Dawan asked, you mean you want to tell me something? Dawan wondered, could this be something important? Maybe he's about to say that if I keep hanging around here, I'm going to die?
Jaemin stood up, put his hand on Dawan's shoulder, and said proudly, let's shake hands.
Dawan was completely caught off guard as he shook his hand. Is he trying to be friends? Dawan thought, looking at Jaemin with a confused expression, not understanding what was going on.
Jaemin, almost sounding a little crazy, laid out his whole plan. I need strong people like you to join my group, Dawan.
Together, we'll take over the Gwanek district. Dawan was stunned inside. Take over Gwanek? What for? Why not do it yourself, you weirdo?
Jaemin continued, of course, this isn't some offer that's going to leave you with nothing. Jaemin said, glancing around the room, his eyes scanning the food and drinks on the table as if trying to convince Dawan. There was alcohol, cigarettes, food, and beautiful women, all of it. Then, his gaze shifted to Jihan, and he said, money and power are natural things. He turned to the group of girls and added, and there are other things too.
You can have whatever you want. Dawan stared blankly at the girls in front of him, wondering to himself, do you really think I'll give in to this obvious temptation? No way. For me, just playing games is enough, he replied. But I don't really want anything special. Ha ha.
After hearing Dawan's answer, Jaemin stared at him like he was some lifeless doll. Dawan kept thinking to himself, I don't want anything to do with people like you anymore, people who enjoy bullying others.
Suddenly, Jaemin spoke again, Dawan, don't tell me you still want to be a substitute gamer for someone else?
Hearing that, Dawan felt as if someone had thrown glue at him, freezing him in place. Jaemin went on, you have to get revenge on those assholes who bullied you.
Your position and theirs will swap. Dawan was taken aback, his mind racing. Swapping places with the people who had tormented him? Does that mean if I join Shin Jaemin, I won't be treated like this anymore? Immediately, fragments of memories of Dawan as a substitute gamer in class flooded back.
Then Jaemin casually stood up and said, you don't need to answer right away, take your time. I'll go use the restroom. Dawan smiled to himself, thinking, there must be a reason for my incredible strength. This is a sign from the gods, leading me out of this life of endless, failed grinding. I can start a new life now, having fun with people who are actually well known. Just as he was dreaming of his bright future, a voice called out to him. His dream was interrupted. It was Jihan.
He took a golden key out of his pocket and asked, "Is this yours?" Dawan was so surprised he couldn't find the words. "How do you have my key?" Jihan honestly replied, "I found it this morning when I bumped into you in the hallway." Dawan remembered.
"Oh, I must have dropped it while I was distracted with my mission."
He reached out with both hands to take the key. "Thanks, Jihan."
Then Jihan added, "This might sound bad, but you really shouldn't hang out with Shin Jaemin."
At this, Dawan looked disappointed. "Why are you saying that? Are you telling me to stay a loser? Do you think I'll pass up this chance? I don't want to live a life like yours." He then asked, a bit suspicious, "Why would you say that?" Jihan thought back to when they first met and answered, "It's just that you don't seem like a bad person. Sorry if I offended you."
After hearing this, Dawan fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, the notification board popped up, breaking the tension in the air.
Only 3 minutes left.
He started to panic, nervously biting his nails.
Why is time flying by so fast? In 3 minutes, is my life over? This could be a turning point in my life.
I just need to hold on for one more hour, and I'll be able to walk into school with my head held high. But he couldn't let himself look so miserable in front of the younger girls.
With that thought in mind, Ha Dawan immediately stood up.
He gave Manchun a polite smile and excused himself.
"I'm just going to take a phone call." Ha ha.
In some distant, blissful world, on lush green meadows, where strong elephants of all sizes roam, there's a story that says when an elephant senses its own death, it willingly leaves the herd and heads to a place where no one is around to face its fate alone. Meanwhile, in a storage room, the door was shut and locked tight, with a note stuck to it that read, "No entry without permission." The elephant in the story was much like Ha Dawan right now. He was biting a piece of cloth, his hands pressed together as if praying, his eyes filled with tears of fear.
"I'm so scared of dying." The system announced, 30 seconds remaining. Dawan was kneeling on the floor, his whole body trembling in a pitiful state.
Despite this, he was still able to think. If he wanted to join Jaemin, it was probably best not to finish this task.
The system announced again, 20 seconds remaining.
He furrowed his brows. If he wanted to escape this miserable cycle of gaming failure, suddenly, the timer on the system started to count down faster.
He whispered to himself, "This is the only way."
Just as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot up from the ground. Moments later, in the entertainment room, only Manchun, Jihan, and a few girls remained.
Manchun stood up and said, "I'm getting bored now. How about singing something for me?"
"Play 1817 Winter's Not Cold."
The girls scoffed. "Ugh, that song is so outdated, Manchun. It's so old-fashioned." He laughed and replied, "How would you girls know how the blue music genre can make a man's heart beat faster?" "Hand me the mic." One of the girls bent over the table, searching, and then found it. "Wait, where did the mic go?" she asked. "Someone's messing with the door handle in the men's bathroom. It's Jaemin."
He stepped out of the restroom, clutching his stomach, and groaned, "Ugh, I think the food from school went bad or something.
My stomach hurts so much."
Just as he pulled out his phone, Dawan suddenly appeared behind him, raised the mic high, and slammed it into Jaemin's head. Ha Dawan shouted, "I won't join a bunch of scumbags like you." After being hit in the head, he was so dizzy that he couldn't control his saliva and immediately collapsed, losing consciousness. Ha Dawan was gasping for breath behind him. The system screen appeared, showing the mission Judgment of Injustice had been completed. Ha Dawan panted and said, "No matter what happens, I'd rather live as a failure than become a piece of trash like you guys." He told himself, "I swear I'm not doing this because of the punishment. I'm just glad he passed out from a single hit." He had to get Jaemin somewhere hidden before anyone noticed. As Dawan dragged Jaemin's body along, he thought about Jihan. But that damn tattooed guy was still in the room. While hauling Jaemin, Dawan noticed something on the ground. It was Jaemin's phone, which he had dropped while in the karaoke room, still turned on.
Meanwhile, Manchun was holding the mic, singing passionately.
She was the love of his life. Before the song ended, the phone in the tattooed guy's pocket rang, drawing attention.
Manchun pulled out his phone and was shocked to see Jaemin's Lenin account insulting him.
Damn pig, your singing is awful, the message said.
Manchun immediately lost it over this text.
Meanwhile, on the stairs, Dawan was sitting on Jaemin's lap, holding the phone and sending the attack messages. He thought to himself, I've already done something crazy, so I might as well consider this a bonus gift. Looking at the phone screen, it was clear Dawan was using Jaemin's account to blast Manchun without mercy. To be honest, did you swallow the whole universe or something? This is my heart speaking, because I'm drunk and you wouldn't accept it, right? Want to fight? Get everyone out of here, I'll be waiting for you. He thought, this should be enough to make him leave, right? Time for me to slip out. Before he could make his move, he felt someone behind him.
Dawan looked up and saw Manchun standing there. When did he get there? Dawan froze and gasped in shock, how is he here? He couldn't believe it and kept asking himself.
Manchun's face was red with anger, his veins standing out, and a warning message flashed on the screen, signaling an unexpected new mission. He was furious because someone had mocked him.
The fight was about to begin.
At that moment, Dawan finally let go of his pride.
That's it, we're done. Without hesitation, Manchun kicked him away from Jaemin. Dawan crashed to the ground with a painful cry. Manchun bent down, furrowing his brow as he asked, Hey, you scumbag, do you know Jaemin doesn't text people when he's drunk?
Saying that, he grabbed Dawan by the collar and yanked him up. Before Dawan could even process what was happening, Manchun landed a powerful punch. The force of the blow made Dawan feel like his soul was about to leave his body.
Manchun muttered, Jaemin's into you?
Before you even hit the ground, I've got you by the face, and he continued hitting him.
Each slap made Dawan spit blood. Manchun kept hitting him while asking, Is this how you repay someone who helped you? Manchun didn't stop.
You're nothing but trash.
Why would he want to deal with a scumbag like you? Why would he lower himself for someone like you? Manchun looked down at Jaemin's body on the ground while still holding Dawan by the collar.
He seemed surprised for a moment and then muttered, damn, I knew it.
Then, Manchun's expression shifted slightly, as if he had just realized something. The mic that was lost in the room was the one Dawan used to hit Jaemin on the head. It still had a visible dent on it. Manchun asked, You hit him with that?
You really are a piece of trash.
Dawan wasn't backing down.
He grabbed the man's wrist and said, The real piece of trash is. Then, Dawan yelled, It's you guys.
Always picking on the weak and stealing their money. You think I'd join you all?
Before he could finish, Manchun threw him straight into a pile of boxes behind him. The man shouted angrily, Shut your damn mouth. Dawan crashed into a shelf, dust flying everywhere, along with powder from the bags.
Manchun said, That feeling of weakness isn't my fault.
Just wait, you'll end up like this too. At that moment, the golden key in Dawan's pocket fell out. He was lying on the shelf, groaning in pain. The key completely slipped out of his pocket. Dawan stared at the key in front of him, stammering.
The key. It seemed like he realized something.
He picked up the key, and the information board appeared again.
Golden key, legendary item. This is a golden key.
Function, when you turn it, it will open something. He wondered, but where am I supposed to insert it? Suddenly, something surprising appeared, a message from the administrator.
Isn't a key meant to be inserted into a lock?
He asked himself, yeah, but where's the lock around here? Immediately, another system panel appeared, surprising Dawan.
This one was the active skill panel.
He didn't know when, but a lock had appeared in the empty slot.
Dawan wondered why the skill window had suddenly changed.
Wait, hold on, the shape of this.
Isn't it? Dawan took a few seconds to realize it was in the shape of a lock. He quickly inserted the key and turned it according to the instructions on the key. He began to twist it.
Suddenly, the lock emitted a blinding light, causing Dawan to widen his eyes in surprise. At that moment, Manchun was propping Jaemin up against the wall, asking him a few questions.
Hey, you okay? Still alive?
You got beaten by some trash.
That's pretty embarrassing. Out of nowhere, Dawan's voice interrupted, it hurts like hell.
This made Manchun freeze for a second.
Dawan, standing in the dust and smoke, added, it really does hurt.
If I didn't fight back, I'd have no pride left to call myself a man.
Manchun stood up, cracking his knuckles as he said, seems like you've got some self-respect, huh? Dawan confidently replied, of course.
That's the pride of a man. But beneath his tough, confident exterior, no one knew that Dawan was actually trembling in fear at the warning flashing on the system panel, refusal to fight will result in a penalty. Manchun's anger flared up, and he charged forward, shouting loudly, I like that phrase.
Die, come here, you trash.
He swung his fist, but in contrast to Manchun's lightning-fast movements, Dawan remained still, exuding an intense aura.
Inside, he thought, I've always wondered about this. Why does this game system give me such power? Why does it keep leading me into these dangerous battles? After a few minutes of thinking, Dawan began to pick up speed. Now, he understood. They wanted to see this. Dawan gathered all his strength into his fist, and the electric currents on the ground started to follow him. He charged forward with everything he had, shouting, You're dead, you damn pig. At that moment, an image flashed in Dawan's mind, a defeated person killing a bully. In a game zone, there was a boy known as the Master of Zone J. This legendary boy was extremely popular in that game zone. He was famous for his unique playstyle. People talked about him all the time, the Master of Zone J wins again. 38 straight victories, and he's never been knocked off his throne. Meanwhile, players on the opposing side grumbled, ugh, so frustrating, his main weapon is nothing but hiring others to grind for him. At that moment, he was leading another child around his age, who was Dawan at 10 years old. This hired laborer was still learning the ropes, with a dog collar hanging around his neck. He praised Dawan, saying, so exciting. Dawan, very good, very good. Dawan immediately barked like a dog. He continued praising, if you keep this up, you'll definitely reach 40 consecutive wins. He patted Dawan on the head, and Dawan barked again. The people around them started talking about the way the boy was leveling up so quickly. Why does he need to hire someone to do this for him? I don't know either. The main skill of this hired laborer was his ability to finish off any opponent. At that moment, Dawan's character was dodging and attacking the opponent continuously, and with a single kick, he struck the opponent in the head, ending the match. KO. That was the Eagle Landing, a skill Dawan had just unlocked, a move he used when he was younger, working as a hired laborer. The active skill required 120 mana, and it involved jumping and using his foot to attack the opponent. Dawan rushed toward Manchun, thinking to himself, this is all I need. Even though there was a clear size difference compared to the tattooed guy, the man swung his fist and shouted loudly, come on, kid. No matter how hard he hit, with this skill, Dawan thought, I'll definitely win. I'm going to win. Without hesitation, Dawan charged forward, using the momentum to throw a punch and shouted, die, you damn pig. But suddenly, a warning appeared, not enough mana. He was stunned and muttered, what the hell? Seizing the moment while Dawan was frozen, unable to act because of the lack of mana, Manchun immediately threw an uppercut. Damn it! Dawan cursed just before he was hit, blood splattering across his face. Manchun watched as Dawan tumbled down the stairs, then turned his head, sneering. What's up with that guy? He's like a piece of crap. Ha ha. Dawan struggled to get up, groaning in pain. He thought to himself, this is insane. Stupid system. Grinding his teeth in frustration, his eyes burning with anger, he grumbled, I only have 100 mana,
and I needed 120 to use that skill.
Fuming, Dawen gritted his teeth. That stupid golden key thing was the reward for beating Nin Xiaowu. Thinking back, he muttered, the mission reward. There was something with it. Where's that key? I didn't see it when I fought Jaemin. A quest window popped up, and from it fell the key. This time, the place where I finished the quest was in front of a bathroom door. Now I don't have any other choice, I have to head there. With that thought, he ran over and grabbed the door handle. But before he could even touch it, Dawen was suddenly yanked hard backward by Manchun. The man struck Dawen in the side and threatened him, "Where do you think you're going? Looks like you're not just some ordinary trash after all." As he spoke, he swept Dawen's legs out from under him, causing him to crash to the ground. Manchun laughed and asked, "Are you a rat or something?" Dawen struggled to get up, his whole body aching, thinking to himself, "My body is reaching its limit. Before things get worse, I have to figure out a way to escape. I have to run and find that key." With that thought, he immediately screamed and charged forward. This only amused Manchun. "Ha, look at you. Like you could possibly." Before Dawen could finish thinking, Manchuan's hand shot out, and in one swift motion, his head slammed into the elevator door. At the same time, Manchun pinned him down completely. When he let go, Dawen felt dazed, his face covered in blood, and he collapsed again. Manchun chuckled. "Just lie there and pretend you've lost, why keep getting up to get beaten? You're so stupid." Ha! Even though he was completely exhausted, Dawen still managed to let out a groan. This time, it wasn't from pain, but a distorted laugh, which made Manchun snort in surprise. Then Manchun used his foot to force Dawen's head down and asked, "Are you laughing? Did the hit to your head make you go crazy?" Dawen couldn't speak because he was being held down so tightly. He struggled to ask, "Don't you see anything strange? How could I do this without being prepared?" The guy laughed at Dawen's words, mocking him. "Haha, you really are an innocent kid." But Manchun didn't notice that the elevator had started moving. He said, "Look at it," begging for mercy. Dawen interrupted, saying, "Think what you want, but I." Suddenly, the elevator behind Manchun made a ding sound. Dawen finished his sentence, "I'm just buying time." The elevator doors opened, revealing a dim light inside. Manchun realized something was off and froze in shock. Dawen tried to scream loudly, "Everyone, attack that pig now." The guy was sweating cold, turning around in fear. What the hell is this? But when he looked back, the elevator was empty. Manchun realized he had been tricked, and tricked badly. Furious, he shouted, "You bastard, I'll kill you." Before he could finish, he turned around and saw that Dawen had used the opportunity to slip away. He sprinted down the hallway leading to the restroom, running for your life. Even though you were still gasping for breath from exhaustion, you couldn't help but think to yourself, "I didn't expect that trick to actually work." The moment Manchun had pinned you down in the elevator, you had quickly pressed the button to send it up. Feeling triumphant, you thought, "Good thing that pig's brain is just as fat as the rest of him. Where's the key?" Just as the thought crossed your mind, you suddenly tripped over your own feet and crashed painfully onto the ground. Your other leg had completely stopped responding. That's when you realized you had no strength left in your legs. Even so, you forced yourself to get up, your mind screaming at you, "Get up, now. I have to find that key fast." But before you could act, Manchun suddenly kicked the door open. The sheer shock made you collapse onto your knees. He raised a hand in a menacing gesture. "Stay right there." Panic surged through you as you turned to face him, your lips trembling as you muttered nonsense under your breath. Deep inside, you knew the truth. It's over. I have nothing left. I can't run anymore. It's all over. But then, as you turned to your side, there it was, the very thing you had been searching for. The key. You asked yourself, "Is there still hope?" He wondered to himself, "Am I not out of hope yet?" Immediately, Dawen picked it up. This is a bronze key, a rare item. It's used to unlock some sealed character stats. He was shocked. What the heck? The explanation is so clear this time, should have told me this sooner. After thinking for a moment, Dowan muttered, character stats, character info. To an outsider, it probably looked like he was chanting some kind of spell, but really, he was just calling up the system's interface. The character info screen appeared. Dowan's health was dangerously low, only 12 out of 1,000. Right now, his strength stats were sealed, but on the screen, there was a symbol that looked like a lock. Dowan noticed the keyhole there. At that moment, Manchun rushed over to where Dowan was sitting. Dowan whispered, "Hurry, hurry." Quickly, he inserted the key into the lock. As soon as he finished thinking, a burst of light flashed from the system. It was a selection questionnaire. He could choose any stat to change the character's information, and it would also permanently increase the stat. He frowned, thinking, to use that skill, I need to fill up that missing mana. He immediately shouted, mana points. And that was the stat he chose. As Manchun charged toward him, he yelled, die. It was at that moment that Dowan stood up, and the system interface appeared. The system had been unlocked, and his mana increased by 100 points. In an instant, as Manchun swung his attack, Dowan ducked and then kicked him in the thigh, leaving Manchun stunned. With that momentum, Dowan easily jumped onto his shoulder and then kicked upward. His foot, now charged with energy from the new skill unlocked with his new skill rank, was ready for a move called Eagle's Descent. Quick as lightning, Dowan's heel slammed down on Manchun's head, causing a massive shockwave. The force he had built up spread out, too. Manchun, now like a lifeless corpse, had blood pouring from his nose and mouth, his eyes wide with shock. The system announcement rang out, Monster Yuck Manchun has been defeated. In that moment, Dowan thought to himself, damn, I'm really. He dropped to his knees, then fell forward, stiffening as he hit the ground. At the same moment, Dowan landed, and the system board appeared, confirming the mission was complete. He gave himself a pat on the back, so cool. The mission reward screen popped up, you have received a silver key. Immediately, the silver key dropped from the system board. Dowan bent down to pick it up and slowly stood up. But by this point, Dowan was also exhausted. He let out a tired sigh, ha. Then he muttered to himself, I won. He thought, finally, it's over. I can go home now. Just as he started to feel relief, he heard Jaemin's voice from behind. Jaemin, holding his neck in pain, stumbled forward, grumbling, damn, that hurts so much. Then he looked up, his face red with anger, veins bulging as he snapped, hey, Dowan, what the hell is this? Dowan looked at Jaemin, stammering, Shin Jaemin. Before he could process what was happening, a third person appeared behind Dowan. The man looked at Manchun lying on the floor and asked, what the hell is this? Why is my little brother lying on the floor? Dowan turned around. The man was a big guy who worked here, and he was also Manchun's older brother. He scowled fiercely and asked, did you do this? You little bastard. The guy's name was Yuck Manwook, 19 years old, and he was the person Jaemin had mentioned earlier. He worked part-time at this bar. Dowan couldn't help but think, he just said little brother. Right, the tattooed pig brother works here, he quickly recalled Jaemin's introduction. This is trouble. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, a group of young guys peeked into the hallway, laughing and mocking, ho ho ho, holy shit, what's going on here? Ha ha. They had just stepped out of a karaoke room, chatting among themselves. I thought I heard something over there. An earthquake? But when they looked more closely, one of them was surprised, who are those people? Oh, isn't that Manchun? The other guy suddenly realized and started panicking. Damn, you're right, it's Manchun. Dowan processed the information quickly. Now he remembered. Jaemin had also mentioned that people from this area often came here to drink. Dowan looked at his health bar, which was dangerously low, and he knew he didn't have enough strength to escape. I don't have enough mana to use my skills.
He knew his end was near, and all he could do was sigh. This is really. He glumly looked around at the scene before him. Dozens of young guys who were regulars at this bar, all familiar with Manchun and his brother, were ready to beat him to a pulp. He finished his thought with a resigned tone, I'm done for. In that neighborhood, Jihan walked through the crowded streets, wondering to himself, is it okay to be walking alone like this? Thinking about the message, he mused, you must have eaten the whole universe by now, huh? A message was sent to Yuk Manchun while he was in a karaoke room at a bar. He was so angry that he slammed his phone onto the table. Shit. Damn. Who the hell is this? There's no way Shin Jaemin would send messages like this. Fuming, he stormed off, muttering, everyone just go handle your own stuff today. I need to find this bastard and beat him to a pulp. At that time, Manchun had left his phone on the table. Jihan, who was watching from a distance, noticed that in a place full of guys who were tough and rough around the edges, only one person would end up digging their own grave. He also saw the message that popped up on Manchuan's phone. The girls were asking, why are you so mad all of a sudden? Ugh, how boring. Should we just go home now? Jihan continued thinking, that person must be Dawan. He's new here, so he doesn't know anything. At that moment, the short-haired girl spoke up. All right, let me go to the bathroom real quick. She then kindly told Jihan, hurry up and come back here. He responded, okay, I will. Jihan then realized the last message was probably something Dawan had sent because of him. The message said, send everyone home and wait here alone. Thinking back, Jihan glanced up at the building of the bar and quietly thought, he'll be fine, right? He must have some way out of this. Back to the present, though, there was no way out. Jaemin, frustrated, asked, why'd you do this, Dawan? I don't want to be your enemy. Right now, he was surrounded by a crowd of people. He thought to himself, I've tried everything, but I can't figure out how to get out of this mess. He gritted his teeth and leaned in, saying, you're done for. You little bastard. Dawan was sweating nervously. He wondered, is today the day I'm going to die here? But before the tension could grow any further, an employee rushed in, panting. He shouted loudly, announcing that the police were here, and everyone was shocked. He explained, someone just called the police, so they're on the first floor now. If you're underage, leave through the emergency exit. I'll try to buy you some more time. After hearing this, they all felt discouraged and started leaving, yawning and grumbling, why now? Damn cops, I was about to beat this guy up. This is so frustrating. While Dawan remained frozen like a statue, Manhwa quickly picked up the younger guy's body. Before leaving, he added, you're lucky, you know that? Then, he and Jaemin hurriedly left. He didn't forget to lecture Dawan either, glaring straight at him as he said, we've got your face memorized, so don't think we'll let you off easy. Dawan just stood there, frozen and silent, watching them leave. He was terrified, thinking to himself, I'm still alive but I need to get out of here. Before he could think too much, Dawan felt a sharp, paralyzing sensation spread from his head down to his toes. Having just come back from the brink of death a day ago, with wounds from both Min Chielwo and Yuk Manchun piling up, plus the side effects of using a skill, his body couldn't take it anymore. In that moment, as his body released the pressure it had been holding in, Dawan passed out. He collapsed, face down, unconscious. In the dark, fading moment before he lost consciousness, Dawan thought, oh, what just happened? He slowly opened his eyes. Standing by the door was a girl. As Dawan fully opened his eyes, he was stunned. It was her, the short-haired girl he had secretly liked. She asked, you're awake now? You should have woken up earlier. When the girl finished speaking, Dawan immediately remembered her. She was one of the 3 female students who had come here. Why is she and I here? Dawan wondered. Why are you and I here? As he was speaking, the girl quickly covered his mouth. She whispered for him to keep quiet, which made him blush and feel very awkward. The girl then revealed. This is the women's restroom.
Dawan was shocked. He whispered back, following her lead. Why am I here? What's going on? What kind of situation is this? The girl calmly replied. The police are still outside, but I don't think they'll come in here. At the restroom door, an older staff member was trying to explain things to two police officers. What do you mean a minor? There's no way that's true. Dawan seemed to understand and asked. Alright, then who called the police? The girl immediately held up her phone in front of him and said. I did. I told them someone was selling alcohol to minors. He was a bit confused and said. But you drank too. Don't tell me you did it to cover for me. The girl fell silent upon hearing that. She said. I witnessed it. The moment you got into the fight, it took me back to when Dawan kicked Manchun in the head. Just as the girl was opening the door to the bathroom, she happened to see it. Her eyes went wide in surprise, and then she started telling her story. I thought you were just a loser, but it turns out you're not that bad, even though it looks like you didn't really think about the consequences afterward. At this point, Dawan started feeling a bit full of himself. Oh my god, could it be that she was already falling for his unexpected charm? He tried to play it cool, putting on his best handsome look, as if he never had trouble making any girl swoon, and thanked her. Thanks for helping me. Is there any way I can repay you? She answered quickly, don't worry about it. Then she leaned in, propped herself up against the wall, and said, I saved you once. Just give me what I want, and we'll be good. Is that okay? The girl moved so close to his face that Dawan couldn't help but blush. He stammered, sure. The next morning, at his apartment, the phone on the table kept ringing. Dawan groggily reached for it, trying to turn the phone on while still half asleep. He answered, hello? The voice on the other end immediately shouted, why haven't you answered your mom's calls? Dawan mumbled, Mom, it's just one day. I haven't contacted you for just one day. I was so tired I came home and fell right asleep. The voice on the other end responded, 1 day? It's been 3 days, you know that? He let out a surprised grunt. His mom continued, anyway, as long as I know you're alive. I'm going back to work now. Bye. Before Dawan could say anything, she hung up. He sat there in silence, wondering if he really had slept for 3 whole days. The day I went to the karaoke bar, as soon as I got home, I just collapsed and fell asleep. Dawan, after getting out of bed, mumbled, I'm so hungry. After saying that, he scrolled through his phone, wondering if he should order some fried chicken. He continued his train of thought, thinking it made sense. After all, this was the first time in his life he had gotten into a fight. And not just any fight, he had fought 3 thugs in one day, even though the second guy was a little different. But once you actually fight, it's real, right? It wasn't a big deal, just an easy win, right? At that moment, Dawan was in the bathroom, shampooing his hair while talking to himself, maybe I'm actually pretty strong. My body and mind have recovered now. He slowly turned on the machine. The first thing I should do is log into the game, find that admin, and ask about the system. Dawan then put his pink headphones back on, determined to find some proof. Suddenly, the system sent a notification, the ID that led to the ending does not exist. He was surprised, what? I knew this wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect that ID to be deleted. Dawan wondered to himself, then what did that guy need the fire god's great sword for? Dawan thought for a moment and realized, that guy doesn't want to contact me. He only sent me a one-way message through the system window. If that's the case, then. Right, that means I have to figure out the system on my own? He paused, his eyes narrowing. Today is the start of the Great Maple Leaf Burn event, after all. First, I need to know 3 things. First, the system is designed like a role-playing game, and I'm basically just a character in it. There are levels, stats, and rankings. I can even use skills. Second, the thugs are monsters in the system.
He recalled the system notifications from before. You've defeated the monster Min Chielwoo. You've defeated the monster Yuk Man Chun. And when he defeated them, Dawan remembered the keys dropping as quest rewards. After completing a quest, I get a key just like getting an item after taking down a monster. Third, using the keys will make me stronger. Then, Dawan rummaged through his pants pocket.
Now, where did I put that key?
He finally found it, the silver key, which is part of the hero's item set. This key unlocks a sealed passive skill. He said, if you count the silver key I just got, I now have 3 types of keys. Each one unlocks a specific ability.
Once an ability is unlocked, it can't be sealed again.
The bronze key unlocks character stats, the silver key unlocks passive skills, and the gold key unlocks active skills.
The first skill is the destructive kick.
At that moment, the system displayed the message, you've reached the final rank.
The account used for grinding has been sealed. The special effect of the sealed account will be triggered. And finally, the warning message, all active skills are locked due to the seal. Once unlocked through the special effect of the rank, I could only unlock it again with a key. The only other information I had was about the punishments. Dawan looked terrified just thinking about it.
His face turned pale, and he stammered, it's so scary.
But the biggest problem is that I've turned Shin Jaemin's group into enemies.
Now that things have already happened, I need to carefully think about what to do next. After thinking for a while, Dawan finally got up from his seat, tossed his headphones aside, and shouted, fried chicken. So, for the rest of the spring break, he decided to slowly consider that.
Dawan excitedly ran outside, here.
As soon as Dawan stood in front of the door, holding his card, he suddenly received a mission notification from a boy-turned-man, that girl wants you. Accept the mission and satisfy her. He was surprised. That girl. Before he could finish thinking, the door slowly opened, and he was shocked.
Oh, who is it?
Standing in front of him was the short-haired girl from the other day.
He panicked and stepped back. What are you doing in my house?
She stepped forward.
You said you'd satisfy my wish, right?
Once inside, the girl took off her coat and said, now let me tell you. She started undressing.
Hearing that, Dawan broke into a cold sweat. He blushed and awkwardly said, what? Don't tell me. Are you really making me do that with her? Dawan stammered, unable to believe what he was hearing. What did you say?
What the heck? She stood in front of him, asking if he wanted her to repeat it.
He continued to think, have I ever done this before? Dawan felt completely embarrassed, awkwardly covering his face.
She ordered, take off your pants.
A message appeared on the screen, do you accept? Dawan stared at the notification, still in disbelief, and asked, what? What did you say? Say it again.
She gave the command again, take your clothes off.
He wondered, with a sense of surprise, can I actually do this? Is this really happening?
His first-time experience. Dawan smiled nervously and started taking off his shirt, repeating, take your clothes off.
She asked again, you have other clothes in your room, right?
He was confused.
Oh, other clothes? What? He was startled and, feeling flustered, shouted, wait, why do I have to be shirtless? The girl didn't respond.
Instead, she said, it's really hot in here.
Turn off the heater.
He realized he had been staring at the window for so long that he hadn't even noticed.
Dawan quickly got dressed and followed her into the bedroom, saying, why did you come here without telling me anything? And how did you get my address? She calmly opened the wardrobe and replied, I don't have your number, so I couldn't contact you. As for the address, it's from the time you fainted and I had to drag you somewhere else. I found your apartment key behind your phone, and on the back of your phone case was the apartment number.
If you find it, please leave it in the mailbox for room 502, building 103.
While rummaging through the clothes, she added, "By the way, is this really all the clothes you have?" "They're all stuff that bookworms would wear." He answered, "My mom bought all of them." The girl laughed and said, "Just kidding. Doesn't really matter." Dawan then gulped, sweat dripping down his face.
In the end, this was
the first time in his life going shopping with a girl.
As she walked out the door, she reminded him, "Let's go buy some clothes first." The system message was definitely talking about literal satisfaction. Outside, she watched Dawan as he left the dressing room, and he stammered,
Yeah, sure." Inside, he was thinking, "This is a mess. I'm so confused. This isn't the shopping experience I expected." He kept checking himself out in the mirror, looking at his super street style outfit, and wondered, do people really dress like this? What's this hand warmer thing? She commented, "This doesn't really suit you."
She added, "You're going to be with me all day, so if you look too weak, it'll be a problem."
He replied, "I'll probably look weak no matter what I wear." "All day?" she asked. "Yeah, there's a place I want to go with you."
She handed him a jacket and said, "This is what I want, so don't try to make excuses."
"Try this on." He awkwardly agreed, "Okay." After walking around the clothing racks for a while, she finally got a response from him. "How about this?"
She looked at him, surprised, and said, not bad."
Dawan looked very much like a young, trendy guy.
He thought to himself, "This is the first time I've dressed like this. It feels so strange." Then, when he received the compliment, he felt happy.
"Really?" Just then, another notification popped up. It was an old task. The kid had leveled up to manhood and was now at level 2.
He had to invite her to eat.
He thought to himself, "Oh right, this is a task. I'm so happy I forgot all about it. Am I moving on to the next task already? Since this is just a game, it shouldn't be too hard to bring this up with her, right? This actually makes me feel more confident." With that thought, I decided to speak up. "Are you hungry? Let's go grab something to eat.
I know a really good restaurant nearby."
She immediately replied, "Sure." Now, I want to kick myself for even thinking that.
Sitting across from her while we ate, the atmosphere at the restaurant still felt pretty tense.
I thought to myself, it's been 30 minutes and we haven't said a word. Doesn't she like the food? But so many YouTubers come here. With that, I picked up my bowl and quickly finished it.
I said, "Come to think of it, I still don't know your name."
She answered, "Cian."
I smiled and said, "Oh, Cian, that's a really nice name." But in contrast to Dawan's sincerity, Cian remained quiet, just staring at him, which made him mumble to himself, I really miss my mom."
She asked, "Is there anything else?"
He jumped a little.
She asked again, "Is there anything else you want to know?" He replied, "Well, to be honest, I don't really know anything about you. What should I ask first?"
Cian stayed silent for a moment before saying, "You'll get to know more little by little. We'll be seeing each other often in the future." Then, she stood up and said, "Let's go.
We still have plenty of time."
This left him surprised.
Often? What does she mean by that?
At the movie theater, the system's message appeared. The boy's task was to become a man and move to high school, watching a movie with her. Right now, he sat next to Cian and said to himself, "This feels like a dream." Then the next task popped up. The boy's mission was to move to the next level, spending time alone with her at a CAF. He was currently spitting out his coffee and thought to himself, "This is way more fun than when I passed the entrance exam for high school." At the karaoke bar, Cian also made space for him to sit beside her. The system's message appeared again. The boy's task was to level up by singing her a sweet song.
He wondered to himself, why are these tasks popping up so quickly? The system is supposed to help me defeat the bad guys, right? Then, another task appeared, level 6. Show off your coolness at an arcade. He was holding 2 drumsticks and a drum. Cian was beside him doing the same. Dawan started sweating and thought, wait a minute, isn't this supposed to be a date?
As the game started, he immediately began hitting all the notes to keep up with the rhythm. His drumming skills stunned the other players around him. They whispered, "What the heck? What kind of rhythm is that? Oh my god, is that a pro rhythm game player?" After finishing, he was already sweating heavily, his face drenched. He wiped his sweat and said, "You've been moved. You've completely taken in the heavy breath of a passionate man. Maybe my charm will attract her, too." "Yeah, perfect." Everyone around him praised him. "Why don't you join our group? You're pretty amazing, really great." But Dawan looked over and saw Cian staring at a claw machine with fish plushies. He looked at it for a moment, then suddenly ran off, shouting loudly, "Cian, I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. You two wait here, and Cian, you just wonder what's going on." 10 minutes later, he had a handful of fish plushies. Dawan wondered, "I wonder if she'll like all these. Ha! If she suddenly gets emotional and likes me, that might be a bit tough." He chuckled as he walked, then asked, "Where did Cian go?" He spotted her leaning against the basketball hoop, scrolling through her phone, and called out, "Ah, there she is." He yelled, "Cian." Inside, he thought, "Today is the happiest day of my life." Before he could finish his thoughts, someone grabbed his hair from behind, pulling him back sharply and asking, "Who are you calling?" He picked up a fish, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Who are you to call Cian's name like that?" He yelled loudly and then groaned, "Ugh, my hair is falling out. Dawan, I feel like I'm going to die from the pain." In his mind, he thought, "What's going on suddenly? Who is this guy?" He grabbed Dawan's hair in front of the girls. They were confused, asking, "Hey, what's with this little fish plushie? Hey, who's this puppy? Does he know Cian?" He also wondered, does he know Cian? He seems kind of familiar. Then the guy turned to the girls and asked, "So, you guys say this is a fish plushie?" The girls immediately responded, "Are you really going to give this to me? You're going to give it to me, right?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Let go of him. Sohan Kong." The guy looked at her in surprise, then immediately let go of Dawan's hair, causing him to stumble and fall. "Oh, sorry. Do you know this guy?" Dawan thought to himself, "I knew things were going too smoothly, and now it ends like this." The guy looked at him and asked, "Why didn't you answer quickly? I thought this was supposed to be the moment you speak up, to fight a bully." He stood in front of Dawan and asked, "Who are you?" Cian spoke up, "He's my boyfriend," which completely shocked him. Both of them were surprised and asked at the same time, "Really?" She replied, "You must realize you're interrupting our date, so please leave us alone." "Let's go, Dawan. Forget about him. He's just a neighbor, not my friend." With that, Cian reached out to help him stand up. Dawan looked back at the pile of stuffed animals, feeling a bit regretful. "Wait, my anchovies." The young man seemed a bit confused and asked, "Is he really Cian's boyfriend?" The two girls tightly grabbed his arm, looking a bit skeptical. "Who is that girl? She's so scary." The afternoon passed quickly. Dawan, almost in a daze from happiness, kept muttering to himself, "Boyfriend, boyfriend, boyfriend." It wasn't until Cian called out, "We're here," that he snapped back to reality and accidentally shouted, "Boyfriend?" Then, his expression completely changed cold and distant as he looked around and asked, "Wait, where are we?" "Aha," he raised his hand and said, "This isn't the place I thought it was, right?" Cian replied with a soft and said, "No matter what happens, just keep following me. Didn't you promise to stay with me all day today?" The place Cian wanted to go was the karaoke bar from before. The mission screen appeared, showing the task. The boy was leveling up to become a man, reaching level 6. This was the last place she wanted to go, so they went inside. Dawan was in the elevator, staring at the button, thinking to himself, 7th floor. No doubt about it, Cian is heading to that place. The 7th floor is room 701.
Dawan spoke up.
Sian, no matter how fast we're moving, this feels a little
too much, don't you think? Maybe it's a bit early?
We should be focused on studying right now, and besides, I haven't even mentally prepared for this.
Sian calmly replied. Don't worry.
The elevator doors opened, and she stepped out first, speaking as she walked.
Just stay right there, I'll handle the rest. He stammered. Wait, really? Dawan thought to himself. I can't back down now. I have no choice but to convince her.
I should probably say something like take one step forward, then 2 steps back.
He started to speak. But, Sian, about this. She was already walking away. Dawan noticed a note on the door that said closed and wondered.
Those rooms are closed, though.
So why are we even here? Dawan asked, clearly confused.
She stepped out, and in front of her was a group of people sitting down.
He wondered, what's going on here?
He looked up at the sign, 202X, Wanak District, the annual meeting of the gangsters. In front of him were hundreds of gangsters gathered for the meeting.
Dawan was shocked. What is this scene? The host then banged the gavel, order, everyone. As mentioned earlier, this is the first item on today's agenda.
He held up a remote and pressed a button, continuing, lately, there have been dangerous individuals causing harm around the school area and the karaoke spots, resulting in some casualties for our side. On the screen, Dawan's information appeared, name, Ha Dawan, age 18, second-year student at Shernan High School, residence at Borme Building. The host went on, second-year student at Shernan High School, we need to deal with Ha Dawan. The gang members started whispering, that's him? The guy who took out a few of our guys in one day? He looks pretty normal to me. Dawan looked over at Sian, sweating nervously, and asked, Sian, what's going on? She stayed silent. The host spoke again, let's move quickly. Those in favor of eliminating him, raise your hand. Immediately, dozens of hands shot up, leaving Dawan stunned. The host declared, everyone is in agreement. At that moment, Dawan trembled with fear. The host announced, from this moment on, Ha Dawan has been designated as the target of 297 members of the Gwanak gang. The system interface suddenly appeared, and the boy's task in this branch finally transformed him into a man. A real man who loves the thrill of gambling his life, escaping from hopeless situations at the last second. Violence was a common sight in school, stemming from groups that used force to steal money or commit other crimes. It was a kind of pack mentality, always showing off and enjoying the freedom that came with no boundaries. The only reason they acted this way was because they were a group. There were many ways to rise to the top and lead a group within the Gwanak community. They had also chosen a leader. Dawan, at that moment, wondered. What the hell is this? Who are these people? He stammered, unable to believe it. Is this what it takes to become a man? His final task read, a true man is willing to risk his life and will eventually emerge from a difficult crisis on his own. The system also notified him that for consecutive tasks, rewards would be given after completing the last one. He thought to himself that the most important thing now wasn't the reward. He whispered to Sian, trembling. Sian, I thought everything was settled. Did you bring me here to sell me out? She remained silent. The host said, this issue is resolved. Let's move on to the next one. He observed the person and silently wondered, what's he doing with that hammer in his hand? Sian spoke up, wait a second. The host asked, what's going on? Sian replied, not this. Can we move straight to the final issue? That way, we can. She thought she had been helping Dawan, but it turned out she was part of Gwanak. Dawan, standing in the background, faced the wall as the thugs nearby started whispering. Who's the person next to her? Oh my gosh, Sian is the best. What's happening now? He thought, scared. Everyone's definitely looking this way. Am I going to be kicked out or punished? At that moment, she spoke again, next product. The host asked, "Are you talking about the position that's been left vacant, waiting for the election of the Borame leader?" He adjusted his glasses. Dowan trembled as he looked at the host, thinking, an election for leader? Are they planning some kind of voting session or something? These people are crazy. Just as he was about to leave, Jihan spoke again, "Is that right?" "Yes. That's right. I've finally found the right person." He moved quietly, thinking to himself, if I sneak out towards the door, I might be able to escape. Jihan didn't let him get away that easily. She grabbed Dowan's shirt and said, "I'll speak on his behalf. Who's about to lead Borame is Ha Dowan." With that, she pushed his face out in front of everyone. Dowan was stunned, completely freaked out. Since when had he been labeled as the chosen one? He took a shaky breath, trying to process what was happening. Now, Ha Dowan was the candidate for the leader of Borame. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Isn't that the guy on the screen? Does he really deserve it? That's crazy, ha. The host spoke up, if he isn't someone who will harm our side, then he's not an issue. Jihan cut in, no, he's the perfect candidate. Just the fact that he took down 3 people in one day makes him more than qualified to be the leader. One of the red-haired guys in the crowd turned and asked, "Hey, why are you so quiet?" "She's saying that guy is proving his leadership by beating people up." The guy glued to his phone responded, well. That's not wrong. That was Han Yunsong, 18 years old, and the leader of Silam. Dowan, now a bit panicked, asked, "What the hell is going on?" Jihan, "There's no way I'm getting involved with those thugs, and what's this nonsense about being a leader?" She told him, "Think it through. Where are you right now?" He recalled what the organizer had said, in second year of Shernan High, he caused us trouble. Anyone who agrees to deal with him, raise your hand. The decision will be made by the majority. All right, then. Ha Dowan will become the target of 497 people in the Gwanak area. He trembled and said, "Even so." Jihan tried to convince him, "If you become one of them, no one's going to make you take responsibility for anything. You don't have any other choice. Or you could fight all 500 of them, if you want." Sweating, he replied, "You're right in some ways, but still, I appreciate you thinking about me." She said, "I'm not doing this for you. There are a lot of idiots eyeing that spot, so I'd rather have you take it than anyone else." He was a little surprised. Idiots? The elevator dinged. The person who stepped out was the guy Dowan had run into at the amusement park. He turned around, feeling awkward and stuttering, thinking to himself, "Is this the guy I met at the amusement park?" The guy cheerfully asked, "Jihan, why didn't you tell me there was a meeting today?" She responded, surprised, "Sohan Kong, why are you here?" Sohan then said, "When you mentioned something about a boyfriend, I started getting suspicious. Are you doing this to hide something?" He laughed eerily, and it was clear that he was another member of Borame. Sohan then shifted his gaze to Dowan and asked Jihan with a grin, even if you don't want me to be the leader, do you really think this guy is suitable?" It left Dowan feeling a bit uncomfortable. Without warning, Sohan suddenly grabbed Dowan by the throat and lifted him up, choking him so he couldn't breathe or speak. Sohan continued to ask, "Do you really want someone like this to be the leader? What are you thinking, Jihan?" He started hitting Dowan's hand, but then he realized something was off. His arm felt as hard as stone. He couldn't breathe. While Dowan struggled for air, Sohan kept taunting him. "See? All he knows how to do is flail around." The leader of the group spoke up, trying to intervene. "We're in front of a lot of people, so please control yourselves. The leader of Borame is you, Ha Dowan, right?" Sohan let him go, dropping him down to the ground, and then turned to respond. I'm the leader. Got it?" Jihan snapped angrily. "Stop with your nonsense, you can't do it." The thugs watching started to feel both entertained and bored.
What are those guys even doing? But isn't that Dawan guy weak? Oh my god. Cian yelling at him still looks so charming though.
The host spoke up, so we have two candidates for the leader position.
Looks like we don't have any other choice. Let's continue. Dawan lay face down on the ground, clutching his neck and catching his breath through his mouth. He thought to himself, what's going on? Then he tried to explain, sorry, I didn't mean to become.
Suddenly, everyone started getting up, confusing Dawan even more.
What's happening? Why is everyone standing up all of a sudden? Why are they spreading out and forming a circle around me?
The host spoke again, explaining, the game will end if one side admits defeat or defeats all the opponents.
If Dawan wins, he will be recognized as the leader of Borame.
At that moment, Sohan rotated his shoulder and confidently said, oh, it's time to make my move. Meanwhile, Dawan was filled with dread.
He thought frantically, wait a minute, these crazy people, are we seriously doing this? Just 20 seconds ago, they said they wouldn't cause a scene. Leader?
Damn it, if you want it so badly, you do it yourself, he thought, sweat pouring down his face.
Don't think too much, just give up already.
Then the host added one more line.
But if you lose, you'll be dealt with by everyone here. That sentence made Dawan reconsider his earlier thoughts. Shit, damn it. Sohan chuckled and said, don't blame me, Cian.
You got caught because you weren't careful.
Dawan muttered to himself, well, looks like I've got no other choice. Sohan, feeling confident, continued, alright, just let me handle Borame, okay? Dawan muttered under his breath, it's come to this. Sohan turned to ask, what are you standing there staring at? But before he could finish, Dawan dashed behind him and launched a kick. It was an eagle strike, a powerful blow to the opponent's head. Everyone around them gasped in admiration. Wow, that wasn't bad at all. Finally got to see it in person. Truly impressive.
As the smoke cleared, it became clear that Sohan had easily blocked Dawan's kick. The crowd's opinion started to shift. It wasn't Barame's kick after all, it was Kong Sohan. The kid was strong, no doubt. Ha ha. Was that kick not strong enough? Is that what happened? Dawan, now balancing himself, looked surprised. Whoa, he laughed, you got me there. He thought to himself, he blocked it? Even Yuk Manchun went down from that move. My skills are like a one-time use thing. If I don't have another move, how can I win? A warning sign popped up, you don't have enough mana. Before Dawan could finish thinking, Sohan had appeared behind him without him noticing. Sohan grabbed Dawan by the neck and whispered in his ear, what are you thinking so hard about? Dawan muttered to himself, this is bad. Only then did he truly feel trapped by Sohan's chokehold, lifted off the ground with nothing he could do but struggle and groan. He wondered to himself, is he really squeezing me again? In front of a crowd of dozens of people, Sohan spoke up, no matter how much you struggle, I won't let you go. Dawan gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm, and then a thought hit him. Ah, I remember now. He's kind of like. I knew it. I've seen him somewhere before. I didn't recognize him because he's changed so much. By the last sentence, Dawan's eyes widened, and he groaned in despair. I remember that summer. It was so hot, and I couldn't breathe. Right now, he was being choked by a fat guy. Dawan desperately tried to break free from his grip, but it was hopeless. The guy, clearly enjoying himself, said, don't bother struggling. I won't stop until you meet the Grim Reaper. By then, Dawan had his eyes wide open, realizing that the fat guy from back then was Sohan Khan from their freshman year, looking no different from a barrel. When he finally stopped struggling, his friends began to laugh and comment. What's going on? What's wrong with him now? Oh, he passed out again. Ha ha. Back then, it was common for games to knock people out. Even while eating, that fat Sohan guy choked him and said, you won't stop until you finish eating.
Dawan almost choked but still tried to hit his hand away.
Even when he was using the bathroom, while Dawan was peeing, Sohan bothered him.
He choked him again and, enjoying it, said, "I can't leave until you're done." Wow, that's a lot of water. Dawan felt a deep pain inside.
Seriously, that guy was driving him crazy. But what really scared him wasn't passing out. After he fainted from Sohan's grip, Dawan slowly opened his eyes. He saw a bunch of students laughing at him, some even pulling out their phones to take pictures.
Now, Dawan was sitting on the floor, pants down.
The thing he feared the most was what he had to face when he woke up.
Sutton stood there laughing, giving a mocking thumbs up, saying, "Well, now that's a real man. Because of you, I've had to suffer so much humiliation.
Back then, in front of the girls in class, I had to lower my head and become a total failure." Dawan slowly came to after passing out, and Sohan, standing in front of everyone, said loudly, "Ha, this is too funny."
Inside, Dawan was filled with rage. A guy like him didn't deserve to live long.
He should just die. The result was so clear.
But, have you lost weight? You look really handsome. Do you have a girl chasing after you now?
He slowly pulled himself together in his own thoughts. He didn't want to lose to a jerk like him. What should he do?
The thugs started murmuring again. What's this? It's already over? Who do you think could possibly beat Sahan Kong? Ha ha. I can already tell you have no chance of winning. Ha ha ha. Hearing that, Dawan realized something. Chance? What are my chances of winning?
The skill he could only use once had been blocked from the start, and with his own failed move, he couldn't do anything except struggle.
There was no hope left. Sahan happily said, "Now I'm the leader of Borame. No one's gonna complain, right? Ha ha ha, looks like it's really over."
The only thought left in Dawan's mind was to stand up, surprising Sahan.
"Ha?" he asked. "Oh? You want to keep fighting? Well, this time, you're really going to be in trouble." Dawan replied seriously, "Worry about yourself first. From now on, I'm going to show you what I can do."
He got so worked up that he took off his jacket and charged forward. His smile had turned into something darker.
That was the only way he could react at that moment. On the battlefield, Dawan's jacket was thrown on the ground. Everyone around was impressed. "Wow, is that for real? I can't believe my eyes. Whoa, Dawan was landing some crazy punches. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen so many hits thrown at once.
It's unbelievable, like a cat scratching."
Ha ha. Even though Dawan was throwing punches, Sohan was still managing to block most of them.
He focused all his energy and thought to himself, just a little more.
Just a little more.
At 7 o'clock, before he pulled the key out of his pocket, he thought, "Now, where did I put that?"
The reward for defeating Yukmanchun was a silver key. Dawan held it in his hand.
It was said to unlock the passive skills that had been sealed for the character.
Dawan noticed the words passive skills. "Huh, this thing unlocks passive skills?"
Then he inserted the key into a slot on the passive skill board. Click, a flash of light appeared, causing Dawan to gasp in surprise. A system notification popped up, exclusive passive skill of rank unlocked. An information board appeared, showing a critical strike as part of the passive skill.
The mana required for it was 0.
When you attack, there's a 1% chance to land a critical strike while ignoring the target's defense stats.
He was taken aback. A critical strike? He read slowly, a critical hit plus ignoring the target's defense? And it's a passive skill that doesn't use any mana. This is exactly what I needed.
But then, considering the 1% chance, he felt a little panicked.
But isn't this a bit too harsh? That means out of 100 hits, only one will actually trigger. Dawan muttered to himself, "Last time it gave me a skill I couldn't use because of the mana cost. now it gives me a skill that's actually useful? I had stopped thinking about it because it seemed useless.
Now, I have no choice but to go for the critical strike. There's no other option.
Dawen kept throwing punches like a cat swiping its claws.
He thought to himself, I've decided to use a strategy of relentless hits, like a monkey's brain. Everyone laughed at his fighting style. That guy is hilarious, ha.
Even Xian, embarrassed, covered her face. Dawen kept throwing punches, thinking that if he just kept going, it would eventually trigger the effect. He counted each punch, 73, 74, 75.
This was the best opportunity, as his opponent was still in shock.
He said, "Too fast, huh? Too fast, huh? You only see after images, right?" His opponent asked, "What? What is this?"
Quickly, the numbers shot up, 85, 86, 87.
Toughened was sweating. "Are you messing with me?" Dawen muttered to himself, "This is really cruel." Then the numbers kept climbing, 96, 97, 98, 99. Dawen raised his hand high. Could it really be asking him to land 100 hits? Toughened stared in surprise at Dawen's punches. But in the end, Dawen just hit him in the chest normally.
The number hit 100, but nothing happened.
Toughened asked, "What are you doing?" "Ha ha."
At that moment, Dawen was scared. In the game, random algorithms were one of the factors that couldn't be replaced. The random algorithm ensured fairness for everyone and allowed equipment upgrades to form through chance. At the gaming shop, a player moved their mouse to the upgrade button and screamed, failed again. The employee, who had been cleaning dishes, jumped in surprise. Achieving satisfaction from real-life success isn't that easy.
Dawen, who was 13 at the time, was at an internet cafe trying his luck.
His friend sitting next to him laughed and asked, do your parents know you're spending all your extra money on leveling up instead of using it for English classes?
Dawen, still fuming, responded, "Why should I care? I'm using it for math lessons now." His friend burst out laughing, "Shit. Ha ha." Because of that satisfaction, everyone kept challenging their limits every day. The guy asked again, "Or maybe that random algorithm is just rigged?" Dawen replied, "Nonsense. This time, I'm gonna make it because I've failed so many times. This time, I'll get it. But still, be careful." The friend asked again, "One more time and it'll break." "Are you sure?"
Dawen, determined, answered, "I'm telling you, this time it will work." The random algorithm also gives a chance of failure. When it came to the final level up, the system's failure notification drove Dawen crazy.
Damn this stupid game. At that moment, Dawen was trying to use his abilities. He was sweating bullets, wondering, what the hell? Why isn't it activating? I've punched 100 times already.
By theory, at least one should work.
Before he could think much more, Toughened grabbed him by the collar and said, "What are you trying to do with those weak punches?" "To win a fight." He said this as he lifted Dawen up, then made a move as if he was going to slam him down onto the speaker.
With a swift motion, he threw him down hard, and the speaker shattered into pieces. He continued, "You need to land a devastating blow."
Dawen was immediately dazed, unable to close his mouth. He just lay there on the floor, staring up.
Toughened, feeling confident, brushed off his sleeves and said, "I thought he was trying to pull something with all that nonsense, but it's probably all just a scam."
Yeah, even if that guy actually had some kind of plan.
To get rid of this 130-kilogram fat body, I trained every single day until my skin was raw.
You won't be able to do anything to this body.
Compared to the fat body he had before, now it was toned and much leaner. Plus, his body was covered in tattoos. It almost seemed like Dawen had passed out on the spot. But then Dawen spoke up, "Yeah, you really are. Back in middle school, you were just a fat piece of crap." Dawen started mocking him.
Toughened was surprised, "Whoa, you know me? Who the hell is this guy?"
He replied, "Of course, you don't remember.
It's typical for scumbags like you.
The victims carry that pain with them forever, while the ones who hurt them just forget like it was nothing."
Toughened pretended to think for a moment, then said,
I feel a bit awkward."
"Ah, maybe I said too much."
Then, he slowly moved closer.
"I didn't do anything, did I? I really don't remember anything." Ha ha ha. Dawan immediately backed away, saying, "No, don't come closer, don't come any closer." He yelled in panic, then kicked at Toughened. Toughened quickly grabbed Dawan's leg, asking, "So what now?" He immediately pulled Dawan's whole body over to a pile of chairs, causing Dawan to slam his face into the floor. Toughened said, "Aren't you the same? You don't really remember all those toys you played with when you were a kid, clearly, do you?" Jihan spoke up, "Ha, Dawan."
Then the person standing next to her added, "Give it up."
This caught Jihan by surprise. "Han Yunsong? Is that you?"
He stood there, observing the fight, and said, "This is just a waste of time." One side had completely lost the will to fight.
Dawan knelt there, looking pale with fear, thinking, "I'm such a fool for believing in that 1% hope. There's no way I could beat that monster. How could I ever have a chance against him?"
He then loosened his shoulder joints and muttered, "It's been a while, so my shoulder's a little stiff." Dawan kept thinking, but if he gave up, those guys would take care of him. What should he do to get out of this situation? Around Dawan and him, there were many other gang members, all waiting for a chance to handle him.
Yunsong spoke up, "The fight is over."
At that moment, Dawan pushed himself up with his hands. "No, it's not." He slowly stood up, surprising everyone around him.
Toughened, angry, frowned and said, "Well, you're really stubborn. Aren't you tired of this same old routine?" Jihan, shocked, said, "No way, he's been beaten so badly, and he still wants to keep going?" Dawan silently stared at Toughened, both of them facing each other directly. He thought, "I need to find a way out of here. I'll try to distract him for a bit. The best thing I can do is escape without looking back." He spoke, "Now that I think about it, back in middle school, we were pretty close. Haha, I just needed to beg my mom to let me move to some far-off island to escape the whole bullying council or whatever." He adjusted his fist and said, "What's with you all of a sudden? Didn't you just call me some fat, trashy jerk?" Dawan thought to himself, "I just need to run to the emergency exit. The time is." He said, "Friends always joke around like this. You know that, right? Ha ha." Dawan immediately pushed himself to run with all his strength. The moment was now, but he realized his foot had gotten caught on his own coat. He stumbled and fell, looking down at his foot. "Oh shit. Ah, I shouldn't have taken my jacket off." In a moment of regret, Dawan crashed towards Toughened, his hand reaching out to catch him. As his hand made contact with Toughend's body, a wave of energy surged, sending Toughened flying backward. He slammed into the elevator door, his back hitting it hard, and then his face dropped forward, his body completely losing consciousness. The elevator door now had a large dent in it. The thugs nearby started talking. "Did you see that? What the hell just happened? Sahen Khan got thrown out like that." Jihan was in shock, unable to believe her eyes. The thugs began getting excited. "No way, wow, what just happened? Damn, I knew it." He gathered energy in his palm and pushed it into his enemy's body. Forbidden martial arts that destroy bones and organs at the same time. At that moment, Dawan's hand started to cool down, smoke rising from it. It was the Iron Fist in Fire Fist. He held his martial arts stance and thought to himself, "Not at all, you crazy idiot." The system notification sounded, "Fatal strike has been executed." He laughed while breathing heavily as he looked down at the announcement board. He had finally activated it. He had turned the game around. He didn't expect too much, since it was just a passive skill, but it was way stronger than he thought. Somehow, he had won the whole match. He coughed loudly, making Dawan look over in surprise. Sohan, blood dripping from his mouth, struggled to stand up and angrily asked, "You've had that power all this time and you've still been pretending to be weak?" He wondered to himself, what's up with this guy? Sohan gritted his teeth and blared, threatening, "You messing with me? I'll kill you. I'm gonna kill you now." Dawan thought, he took that hit and still got up? This is it. He's done for. At that moment, Dawan was trembling all over. The group of thugs around them laughed mockingly, "Look at him shaking. Ha ha ha. That guy's finished. Wait. He seems different now. Is he smiling?" Dawan was shaking uncontrollably, but it was because of the sly smile on his face. Despair was fair to everyone. Most players had been through this before, but they never stopped trying. When his friend saw Dawan's pale face, he reached over to check on him. "Hey, are you okay? You're not in shock, are you? Come on, let's go. If it's been this hard and you still haven't made it, maybe it's time to quit." The guy offered his advice, because. Suddenly, Dawan's dazed expression brightened. Immediately, the computer screen displayed the message, "The world F2 has successfully leveled up to level 25, Royal Saint." Then my friend said, "Oh, someone's still clinging to the random algorithm. Brah! Success does exist there, but you only get to see the gift of success once." Dawan, upon seeing the news about the world, nervously muttered to himself, "Look, that guy got it. No way. I couldn't do it, right?" Determined, he said, "I still have time to study more." And from that moment, despair turned into hope. Because of that, players around the world watched as Dawan rushed toward him. He launched a punch, shouting, "Ah!" Players around the world have put all their hopes into the random algorithm. Dawan charged toward Sohan, yelling, "Shit!" And then said, "One more to the chest." At that moment, Sohan blocked it with confidence, saying, I'm not going to fall for the same trick twice." But Dawan's punch went for his nose. Sohan let out a surprised grunt. At a maximum length of 6.1 meters, weighing 1,900 kilograms, nearly 85% of its body weight is muscle. This is the top predator of the ocean, the killer shark. If you were here, you'd see two young men playing around on the surface of the water. One was worried, considering, "Damn it, George, I think we've drifted too far from the shore." The other one casually splashed water, laughing, "Haha, no way. Are you scared, Steve? Have you ever encountered it in the ocean?" Suddenly, a huge shark came rushing up from below, its mouth wide open. Luckily, the young man unintentionally kicked the shark in the nose with his foot. Even though that creature was powerful, the nose was always its weak point. The young man didn't even realize what he had just hit and said, "Oh my god, something just touched my foot." The other guy laughed, "You're such a coward." "Ha, and the shark?" It was like it was being bullied, swimming back to the ocean, looking all confused. People are the same. No matter how much they train their bodies, they can't ever train their nose. Even a clumsy punch from a loser can hit right on it. At that moment, Dawan struck Sohan in the nose and mouth, causing his head to jerk to the side. He shouted loudly, "That's fake, you idiot." At the same time, Sohan was dazed from the blow, feeling like it was a final, crushing hit. He painfully dragged himself across the steps. Rubbing his wrist, he muttered, "Ugh, damn it, that didn't do anything." He thought to himself, "I need to land a more decisive blow. I can't afford to risk everything on that 1% chance again." Sohan's nosebleed streamed down to the floor, and he screamed in agony as his nose broke. He held his nose with one hand, while cursing with the other. "You're dead, I'll kill you. I will." Before he could finish his sentence, Dawan quickly wrapped his arm around him and locked his neck, using his other hand for something else. Dawan said, "Shut up." In an instant, he twisted Sohan's nose, making him scream in pain. "You're the one who's about to die," Dawan shot back. Sohan could only cry out in pain. Dawan, still furious, warned him, "Give up already, I'll hold on until you do."
Sohan looked like he was about to cry, blood still dripping from his nose, as he yelled. "You bastard, you!" Everyone around them was shocked.
Wow, this is insane. I've got goosebumps. Damn, that kid really knows how to fight.
Jihan, standing nearby, was equally stunned by the scene.
Sohan screamed. Arg!
She stared, wide-eyed, completely confused, thinking,
what is happening right now?
Finally, Sohan gasped out the last words.
I give up.
Immediately, Dawan released him, and Sohan collapsed to the ground. He breathed heavily, looking at the person lying in front of him, his mouth trembling.
I did it. I did it.
Behind Dawan, the machine was slowly starting to smoke. When I got to the second word, the wire shorted out.
It's over now.
He had just spoken when a flame suddenly burst from behind, making Dawan freeze in fear and turn around. Everyone was shocked by the rare and unexpected sight, as it suddenly ignited.
Damn it, that's such a messed up effect. How did it even happen?
That's real fire. You idiot, run fast. Everyone rushed toward the door.
Damn it, the elevator won't open.
Dawan stood frozen in the crowd, feeling completely helpless.
Ha! Ha! He thought to himself, what the hell is going on?
First, the police came to the karaoke bar, now there's a fire hazard? In panic, everyone started shouting orders. Take the stairs! He was swept up by the crowd, pushed along until he had no choice but to follow.
Ha, they're pulling me along. Outside, everyone anxiously waited.
Meanwhile, Dawan sat there, struggling to breathe. Please, just let me rest for a bit, he thought. He thought he was done for, but luckily, he managed to escape safely. Someone said, "Oh, I don't see Jihan anywhere." Hearing this, Dawan suddenly realized something. They were talking among themselves, could she still be up there? There's no way, right? She has to bring Suhen Kong with her. They were all from Borame. Standing behind the group was Yunsong, who was deeply puzzled by what was going on in front of him.
Dawan had disappeared at some point.
He headed straight for the stairs, running up quickly, shouting, "If there's a fire or explosion, you should be running already."
What are you doing here? Damn it. Why am I going up too?
I don't even know her, I only know her name.
Then he remembered images of Jihan, someone who wasn't really important to him, and he recalled her words, "Didn't you promise you'd spend the whole day with me?"
Dawan threw open the door, calling out anxiously, "Jihan, I'm here to help." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the host spraying the fire extinguisher, with Jihan standing there watching. He glanced at the poor machine being sprayed with foam. The host turned to him and asked, "What are you here for?"
Dawan replied, "Just to ask if I can go home now."
In the awkward atmosphere, Sohan was still lying there unconscious, while the two of them stared at Dawan.
He muttered to himself, "I just want to disappear into the dust of the universe."
That evening, remembering what the host had said while helping carry the unconscious Sohan, because of the risk of fire, the meeting is indefinitely postponed.
The next meeting will be announced later.
The new representative of Borame, Senior Ha Dawan, sighed in frustration. He had become part of the bullying council. This had to be a dream, right? Suddenly, Jihan spoke up, "I know this is pretty confusing." He turned to look at her in surprise. Jihan, who was walking with him back, added, "But I don't want to just give you a position without any thought. I've got other plans in mind, so don't worry too much. For now, just be thankful you managed to avoid being part of the bullying council's purge."
Dawan nodded. He thought to himself, "Yeah, she's right. If I hadn't become a representative, something worse would have happened. I should be happy this isn't something worse." Jihan then said, "This is my place." He replied, "Oh, okay. Take care. Oh, by the way, I bought this at the arcade because it seemed like something you'd want. It's the last one I have." He handed her a little anchovy plushie. Xian stuttered, Ha Dawan, you. Then she bluntly asked, What is this? He looked disappointed and said, Weren't you just staring at the claw machine? Xian sighed and replied, I wasn't looking at the plush toys. I was staring at the wanted poster on the wall. It was a wanted poster with the following description: the criminal wiped out the claw machine. Description: wearing a sports shirt and shorts in winter, wearing headphones and slippers, with a big nose. Reward: a statue of Rantgenium worth about 150,000 won. Please catch him. Dawan stood there, stunned. My God, Xian said again, but thanks for what you did earlier. He was puzzled. Huh, for what? Xian smiled, holding a fish in her hands. You ran back to save me. Yeah. Take care. Dawan waved back at her, saying, oh, you too, Xian. Suddenly, a system message popped up out of nowhere, announcing the mission had been completed by the boy-turned-man. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was done. He muttered to himself, a man, huh? I'm just a bully, you jerk. The system message shifted. You have completed a total of 8 chain missions. Calculating bonus points. He was a little surprised. I did a total of 8 missions? Those dates weren't too bad. I wonder what key I'll get this time. Then the system notified him, mission reward has been finalized. Dawan let out a small grunt. The scene in front of Dawan left him speechless, almost unable to believe it. Huh? This is. The next morning, there were custodians cleaning in front of the school. Dawan put on his uniform, grabbed his bag, and headed out as usual. Today was the first day of 12th grade, and he knew he'd have to get to school before everyone else. Standing in front of his beloved school, Dawan made a firm decision: I have an important mission today, and that is. He turned towards the second floor, room 3. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed. It was Dawan carrying his pile of phone racks. Of course, Dawan was a hired worker, the one who had to set everything up for others. I need to finish setting everything up in the new classroom quickly, he thought. Dawan stood by the map to double-check the room's location. Let's see. My place is over here. After a moment of careful inspection, Dawan entered the classroom. He saw someone with their head down on the desk, and couldn't help but admire them. Wow, someone's even earlier than me. Dawan set his things down on a desk. I need to set everything up so the gaming experience is optimized in here. When the noise became too loud, Dawan quickly lowered his voice and apologized to the person with their head down. Sorry. He quietly wondered to himself, is this too much? He noticed his student ID. It was Han Yunsong, from Shernan High School. Dawan was surprised. Han Yunsong? That name sounds familiar. He remembered what Xian had said. Remember this Han Yunsong, the representative from Silam, is the most dangerous of all the bullies in Gwanik district. As he recalled those words, Dawan started to sweat, his body trembling. The other person spoke up, You're here? Don't be scared. Now, you're one of the representatives of the bullying council. Dawan thought to himself, so, no matter what happens. Suddenly, the person knocked everything on his desk to the floor and stepped forward. Now that I think about it, it's probably best to deal with you right here. He grabbed Dawan by the collar and challenged him, making Dawan fear for his life. Never get in his way. In a classroom, a voice echoed, It's you? Dawan broke out in sweat, staring at the person across from him. Don't be afraid, you're one of the representatives now too. Black spiral-shaped items clattered to the floor. But then, Yunsong grabbed Dawan by the collar and lifted him up. It's better to take care of you here. At that moment, Dawan regretted everything. What is this? No, I shouldn't have gotten involved with him. Yunsong easily lifted Dawan with one hand. I'm part of the council now too, he said. We're on the same side, right? Shouldn't we be working together, not fighting? Dawan's face turned pale. On the same side? Yunsong asked in surprise, you still think the council won't take action against you? Dawan wiped the sweat dripping down his face. But I'm already the representative of Borame now.
Yunsong casually replied, council members are allowed to clash with each other, there's a rule like that.
Yunsong lifted Dawan higher, using force.
In this world, strength defines hierarchy, so I have every right to hit you.
Dawan struggled, grunting.
Yunsong raised his hand, ready to get revenge on the guy who dared to mess with Silam. Dawan squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth, bracing himself for the slap that was about to land on his face.
But in the end, Yunsong didn't hit Dawan and let him go. Honestly, I don't really care about that.
Yunsong said, slipping his hands into his pockets, sounding like himself. Dawan was dropped and fell to the ground, landing hard on his butt, groaning in pain.
Ah. Yunsong looked at Dawan. It makes sense, we're on the same side now. Dawan stared blankly as Yunsong walked out the door.
I'll tell the others, so don't worry. From now on, no one from Silam will mess with you. The classroom started filling up with students. The guy with the bowl cut asked the guy with glasses, are you in class 3 too? The guy with glasses was just as surprised.
Shit, you too? Dawan leaned back in his chair, sighing.
He thought to himself, it's only the first day of second year, and I almost shit my pants.
Dawan was sweating. Han Yunsong doesn't even go to my class. Why is he waiting for me here? Dawan glanced around in fear. It wasn't just that.
During the second break, the girls in the class were laughing and chatting with each other.
Dawan thought, why?
During the third break, the boys were joking around at the back of the class.
Dawan wondered, what's going on here?
At lunchtime, Dawan sat down at a desk filled with phone stands.
Why is no one telling me to play games? He said, standing up. This has never happened before.
He looked around the classroom. Everyone is doing their own thing, talking, sleeping, but what's strange is how quiet and peaceful the class is.
He walked down the hallway between classrooms.
Normally, when a new year starts, the troublemakers would group up and pick on the weakest. In one classroom, a thug punched a chubby student in the back.
Take that, he said.
He laughed mockingly, this pig is drawing Miku on his paper again.
The person facing him joined in, Kimochi Yam8.
The fat student curled up and shouted, oi oi, threatening the other students in the class, something like, we'll make you all look just like him anytime we want.
Dawan stopped and blinked.
Behind him, a student had been thrown out of the class and was lying motionless on the ground, covered in bruises. The guy in black laughed and scratched his belly as he walked out, saying, that was a nice flight, haha. The pink-haired guy followed behind, saying, take your eyes off, you idiot.
What are you looking at? Bunch of dogs. Dawan could only stand there, watching.
When there's competition in the class, they solve things with violence to take control. Right now, Wonsok is the king of the class, and everyone is working hard to become the ruler. In schools nowadays, it's survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. This is the wild world. In the men's restroom, Dawan glanced over and muttered, oh my, those brutal guys. Suddenly, someone called his name, Ha Dawan.
Dawan was surprised. Aha!
He looked at the blonde guy in front of him, shocked.
Shin Jaemin.
Dawan remembered how he had beaten him up the last time they crossed paths. Crazy.
He had forgotten Jaemin went to this school.
He must be looking for him because of what happened at the karaoke bar. Dawan instinctively got into a defensive stance, but all he heard was Jaemin's laughter.
Ha Dawan. Contrary to what Dawan expected, Jaemin eagerly grabbed Dawan's hand, grinning wide. Congrats, man.
I heard you've become the representative of Borame.
Dawan was confused. Oh. Jaemin happily raised Dawan's hand, then lowered it again. Hey Dawan, you're close with Yunsong, right? close like you and me? Ha ha ha. Dawan stared at his expression, bewildered. What's wrong with this crazy guy? Dawan asked suspiciously, what's up with your attitude? You weren't like this before. Jamin looked at his left hand, pretending to check the time.
Oh, man, I wasn't paying attention.
It's already self-study time. Dawan quickly called out his lie. Hey, you don't even have a watch.
Ignoring the fact that his lie had been exposed, Jamin ran out of the bathroom, leaving behind only the words, I'm leaving now.
Dawan, say hi to Yunsong for me. Dawan wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, did he hit his head or something?
Back in the classroom, he sat with his hand on his chin, feeling utterly bored.
No one was bothering him at all. Judging by Jamin's attitude, it was clear that Han Yunsong's words were true.
Having a peaceful life at school like this was something he had longed for. In a situation like this, he should be happy enough to cry. But why did he feel so restless? At first, he thought the tasks would force him to fight with some punks, but instead, they turned him into a student council officer. What was the real purpose of this system? Was it using him for something? Or was he just overthinking? Maybe it was just because his life felt so miserable that he was being tossed into all this. A voice suddenly snapped Dawan out of his thoughts, you're not playing games today? Aaron stepped forward, holding a gift box in front of him.
Do you want to eat this? Dawan thought, it's just a gift. He took the box from Aaron, blushing a little, and asked, Aaron, is there something you need?
She sat down in the chair across from him and replied, I never got the chance to thank you last time, so I've been meaning to.
It's nothing special, I just wanted to thank you. Dawan was excited, thinking to himself, am I crazy? Am I crazy? Am I really getting a gift from Aaron? This can't be real, right?
He opened the box, and inside was something with a shiny head. He stared quietly at the live octopus in the box Aaron had given him.
Dawan thought, is this really a dream? He asked, a bit unsure, is this really a gift, Aaron? She answered innocently, yeah, you were hurt really badly that day.
I heard live octopus is great for recovery, so I brought it here.
His hands trembled as he held the gift box. Oh, I see.
Wow, if you look closely, you can even see its heart still beating, Aaron said happily.
Isn't that great? Aaron eagerly said to Dawan, you should eat it now.
They say it's best when it's still alive.
He broke into a sweat and asked, oh, now? Right now?
Suddenly, someone placed a phone on Dawan's desk and called out, hey. He looked up, huh? A guy with pink hair and 2 beauty marks on his face said, play the game for me, and walked back to his seat.
Aaron watched him walk away and asked Dawan, is that your best friend? He followed the guy with his eyes and answered her, no. In the darkroom. The darkroom is a place where photos are processed and printed.
Inside the room, on the shelf, there are many different cameras and lenses displayed. A voice says, it's strange to see you shake hands with someone else.
Yunsong sits on the sofa, silently listening as the other person continues, Yunsong, I've never seen you do something like that before. Yunsong asks, are you curious?
The guy with purple hair and glasses laughs and replies, no.
Ha, you have your own thoughts, huh?
His name is Kim Kijin, a second-year student from Silam. Yunsong flips through the photos in his hands and says, I was wondering how he'd act if he were in a one-on-one dangerous situation.
But instead of attacking or defending, he just shrunk back. Kijin looks at his friend and says, well, there are 2 possibilities. 1, he's given up on his fate. 2, he's pretending to make you drop your guard. Yunsong shakes his head. Neither.
Clearly, his whole body was trembling from fear. His eyes were doing their best to focus on something, anything.
Kijin takes off his glasses. If that's true, then his level of recklessness isn't simple. Yunsong nods.
Yeah, I can feel that from the president, but with Dawan, there's something really special about him.
Kijin asks, so, is that special something why you shook hands with him? Yunsong denies it. No, that's not it. Yunsong smiles slightly. Just keep that in mind for now. Honestly, facing him directly would be more interesting than just hearing me talk about it. Back in Dawan's classroom, Aaron was surprised to see him stand up.
Dawan grabbed the phone from the guy with pink hair and 2 moles on his face and walked over to him.
He thought, this idiot's about to get what's coming to him. Dawan stood in front of the guy's desk and said, "Hey, get up." He was fuming inside, thinking, how dare you ruin my sweet moment with Aaron. In the dark room, Jihan was sitting with his legs crossed, holding a can of beer, and asked, "Wow, class 3 is quiet today, huh?" Yunsong pulled out a photo and said, "Probably because of this guy." Jihan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Ha." Then he laughed and said, that crazy guy Sonu So is in class 3 too? So he's in the same class as Dawan? Ha ha ha, looks like we've got a show to watch.
Yunsong was holding a picture of the pink-haired guy with 2 moles, his face smashed in from a beating, staring straight into the camera. Back in the classroom, Dawan handed the phone back to the guy with pink hair.
Didn't you hear Han Yunsong? I'm Dawan.
I may not be the toughest guy around, but I still want to look good in front of the girls.
I can't let Aaron see me looking like a mess.
With his usual cocky attitude, Dawan looked down at the guy, who had an octopus clinging to his head. If you want to play a game, go do it on your own, idiot.
And if you don't want to get beat up, you better stop messing around.
Dawan smirked to himself, thinking, anyway, none of those Silim punks would dare touch me.
Ha!
The guy with pink hair had 2 marks on his face, and after hearing some nonsense from Dawan, he couldn't take it anymore.
Hey, what the hell are you talking about?
His name is Sonu So, a second-year student, and a member of the Bongchan District's bullying council. Silim might be too scared to mess with Dawan, but unlucky for him, Sonu is part of the Bongchan crew.
Sonu slowly woke up.
Hey, you!
He growled, what did you just say? Dawan frowned. What, don't you have hands or eyes? Why would I play the game for you?
Feeling smug, he slapped Sonu's phone against his head.
You little brat. Maybe I should tell Yunsong. Should I go? I'll go.
Sonu narrowed his eyes slightly.
Dawan quickly pulled his hand back, stiffening.
Sonu took his phone back from Dawan's hand.
Sorry, he said. I heard I could ask you for help. I didn't know you didn't like it. Dawan looked confused. Of course I don't like it. Why would I? I'm letting you off this time, got it? Flushing, Dawan turned away. He thought, why am I even worried? Anyway, I have to look good in front of Aaron.
The true manly side of Dawan.
He saw Aaron's friend pulling her out of the classroom, still talking endlessly. Why do you keep running to other classrooms? This time, I'm getting the first spot. Dawan stared in shock as Aaron was pulled away. The announcement came over the loudspeaker, second-year students may go to lunch.
Suddenly, Dawan jumped up, thinking, wait a minute, if I go now, I might get to eat with Aaron.
We've gotten pretty close lately. If I find her.
Dawan was about to follow Aaron and her friend when a hand grabbed his arm, stopping him. He was surprised. A neatly dressed boy stood in front of Dawan.
Wait, he said.
After hearing the announcement, Sonu had stood up and headed downstairs to the cafeteria.
Dawan was taken aback.
Sonu was going to the cafeteria, where students were laughing and chatting. Sonu kept his head down as he walked. The other students moved aside to avoid him. Meanwhile, the students in line for food were happily chatting and grabbing their meals. Sonu was walking when suddenly a large figure blocked his path. The guy smirked and spoke to Sonu, hey, you're a second year, right? I'm a third year, so we should eat first. He stood in front of the entrance, took out his phone, and called someone, speaking loudly to the second-year student. I'm here, don't worry about us eating first. Hey, where are you? He kept laughing and talking on the phone, completely ignoring Song Yu's darkening expression. "I've blocked the entrance," he continued.
"Hurry up and get here. The teacher who's supposed to manage the students is eating, so we'll just cut in line." In class, Dawan asked his friend, "What are you doing?" "I mean, Jihan? What are you doing in my class?"
Jihan replied, "I'm in the same grade as you, I even sit right behind you."
Jihan continued, "Anyway, that was really dangerous.
You should be more careful from now on."
Dawan asked, "Careful about what?"
Jihan looked surprised, "About what you did in front of So Songyu."
"You really don't know anything about So Songyu?"
Dawan chuckled awkwardly and said, "I don't know much about this school." "Ha, I spent all of my freshman year playing games."
"Ha?" Dawan asked innocently, leaving Jihan speechless, "But what's wrong with him? He doesn't seem like a bad person."
Jihan began to explain more about So Songyu. So Songyu isn't like other bullies.
He doesn't bully people without reason. He doesn't care about the social hierarchy in class.
He has a very calm personality, so even when provoked, he doesn't lose his temper.
Dawan asked, confused, "Huh? Then what's the problem with him?" Jihan started to sweat, "But there's one thing.
The moment he turns around 180 degrees.
It was when someone blocked his way."
In the cafeteria, the third-year student tensed up.
"Third-year student, what the hell is that look supposed to mean? You think it's not okay for the seniors to go first? Huh, little punk." So Songyu looked up and asked, "Hey, are you faster than me?" The third-year student raised his hand and answered, "Hey, you talking like that to your senior?" Ha ha ha.
The third-year student continued, "Yeah, that's right, you little jerk.
My hands are faster than your eyes."
So Songyu landed a powerful punch to his stomach. The third-year student winced and cried out, "Ah!" The third-year student swung a punch at So Songyu's face. "You little shit, you're asking to die." But So Songyu easily dodged it. Then, within 2 seconds, So Songyu landed 3 punches. The third-year student kept trying to strike back, but not once did he land a hit.
He was collapsing, thinking, "What the hell is this? How is he so fast? Damn, I can't even land a single blow." So Songyu asked again, "I'm asking you, are you faster than me?"
So Songyu kept landing powerful punches to the third-year student's face, leaving him no chance to fight back.
Other students who witnessed the scene were terrified, including Jihan and Dawan.
The third-year student couldn't resist anymore and collapsed on the ground. So Songyu wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "You're not faster than me, but you had the nerve to stand in my way, you little shit." Songyu walked into the cafeteria, leaving the third-year student behind.
Dawan and Jihan watched him go, secretly breaking out in a cold sweat. As the sunset slowly descended, the top 3 and top 4 students walked together. "Ugh, another boring class. Want to go karaoke?" Dawan walked alone down the street, remembering when he and Jihan sat a desk away from Songyu.
He thought that by cutting in front of him, Songyu would probably be proud of his speed, but that was enough to make someone angry, right? He didn't really know much about the situation. There was a rumor about something that happened when Songyu was still in the school's track club back in middle school.
"Dawan, you'd better be careful.
He's usually very calm, but if someone cuts in front of him, he totally loses control."
That sounds kind of cool, right? In other words, as long as I don't cut in front of him, nothing bad should happen, right? This year's school year is probably going to be peaceful. I mean, I think about something and then it happens, right?
The system notification popped up, task, sprint at full speed.
Right now, run ahead and pass So Songyu. Time limit, 10 minutes.
He grumbled, "No way that's going to happen."
Damn it, it's happening.
Dawan was walking across the schoolyard when other students stared at him, thinking, this guy must have just come from a mental hospital.
Damn it, why is this happening to me again? Everything was fine between us today.
Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, passing over Songyu.
So what now? It was obvious, his next task was to fight him. No, that wasn't the important thing right now.
If he didn't want the mission to fail, he needed to find Sonu as quickly as possible. In a dark alley, away from prying eyes, a boy wearing glasses pitifully pleaded for help. Please, help me. The boy, terrified, explained, I'm sorry, I was running because I missed my tutoring session. He was so scared that he clung to Sonu's legs, explaining, I didn't know you were ahead of me.
I didn't mean to bump into you. Sonu's terrifying gaze met him. Do you think you're faster than me?
The boy with glasses received another dozen slaps. After he'd had enough, Sonu grabbed his red backpack and slowly walked out of the alley, leaving the boy curled up on the ground, his glasses scattered, blood dripping from his nose, tears streaming down his face. He looked utterly miserable. The boy began crying uncontrollably, his body shaking. A hand reached down and offered him a clean light blue handkerchief.
A man shouldn't cry over something like this.
Wipe your tears. He sat up and took the handkerchief.
Thanks, the other person said.
Hey, bro.
He replied, huh? Dowan asked, do you want revenge?
His glasses-wearing friend hesitated. I want revenge, but I don't have the strength to do it. A system message popped up, time remaining, 2 minutes.
Dowan searched through his jacket pocket. This familiar feeling. It reminds me of the past. I used to be a loser just like you.
His glasses-wearing friend was surprised.
Really? Someone like you?
Dowan spoke to him, don't worry.
Don't worry about losing.
He felt something stir inside his chest.
Right now, I feel like I can do it.
Dowan's words left his friend speechless, his eyes full of admiration. From this day on, he wouldn't act that way anymore. He grabbed the golden key, his hand sweating, but his words were still strong. I'm going to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. 6 days ago, at night, goodbye, Jihan. Take care.
Dowan, with bruises on his face, waved.
Oh, take care, Jihan.
Dowan stared in surprise at the notification from the system.
He thought to himself, well, I guess it's really over now. The system message read, the mission for the man is complete.
He gritted his teeth and muttered, a man, huh? You've turned me into a thug. Damn system.
Another message appeared, you have completed a total of 8 tasks.
Points and rewards are being calculated. Dowan was stunned.
What? What is this? Suddenly, a bundle of keys dropped from the sky.
The system announced, mission reward. You have received a bundle of keys. Dowan blinked in surprise. A bundle of keys? He grabbed the bundle and looked at it in disbelief. This is crazy. You're giving me a whole bunch of keys?
I mean, the task chain was long, but still. His eyes lit up as he picked out a golden key and 4 copper ones.
Should I start with the golden one, I wonder?
The system chimed in with a reminder, please note, when using the key bundle, you must use all 4 keys in succession. If you use the first key without using the others, the items will be destroyed. Dowan said calmly, I was already planning to use all 4 keys, even without you saying it.
If the item is good, there's no need to hold back.
He thought, hold on, using the golden key will unlock a random skill. On the system screen, a message appeared, please choose a power. There were 6 options, HP, MP, mental strength, speed, defense, and attack power. One of these abilities would be permanently enhanced. Unlike the golden key, with the bronze key, players could choose their skill. They could use it to unlock the skill they wanted. This means I can boost my abilities to match the enemy's weaknesses in the next battle.
I really want to use it so badly, Dowan thought.
He tried to stop his hand from reaching for the key. Calm down, right hand, he reminded himself.
Let me hold off a little longer, at least until the next mission comes up. Back in the present, there were only 2 minutes left to complete the mission. Dawan muttered, damn, the enemy's weakness. His friend, wearing glasses, asked, are you okay? Dawan frowned. What a shame. Outside, there were only a few people on the street. Dawan sprinted from the dark alley to the next one.
He leaned against the wall, sweating like crazy.
Ah, my heart's about to break, there's not much time left. Dawan said, open the skill menu. He thought, I need to quickly use the key while I'm in a quiet place like this.
Starting with the golden key, Dawan inserted it into the slot, silently praying, please, forgive me, give me something useful. The system screen displayed the skill, Strike the Gap, requires 20 mana, an attack technique that strikes at the opponent's gap with super speed.
Dawan was excited. Ah, this is great. It's a skill that uses very little mana.
I can avoid situations where skills can only be used once, like before.
He laughed and said, but I still don't have enough mana. Dawan inserted a copper key into the mana point lock. Using one copper key to unlock a mana point. Ding!
The system notification popped up, mana ability unlocked, increased by 100. Dawan was in a hurry, breathing heavily, come on, hurry up.
He seemed to be thinking hard to make a decision, what should I unlock with the remaining 3 keys? Think.
The guy who appeared from the track and field club was obviously fast when he fought. So, what should be done with these remaining 3 keys? Dawan made his decision, I'll go all in here.
A bus was leaving. A girl ran after it urgently, shouting, wait for me, bus.
In her hurry, she bumped into someone.
The girl turned around and said, I'm sorry.
Unlucky for her, the person she bumped into was Sonu.
Let's take a moment to feel sorry for her.
The bus doors opened, and the girl leaned against the door, panting, I made it.
She smiled happily and said, thanks, driver.
From behind, Sonu raised his hand, ready to grab the girl's hair with a terrifying look in his eyes, almost like something out of a horror movie.
But just in time, Dawan appeared and grabbed his hoodie, pulling him back.
Ding, the system announced, run at full speed.
Mission completed.
Sonu stood there, staring at the girl as she got on the bus and left safely. Dawan froze, thinking, she actually bumped into him.
Sonu's face darkened. Now, if anyone touched him, he'd snap right back. Dawan turned away, trembling, and asked, can you accept my apology? The system appeared again, switched to mission chain. Dawan muttered under his breath, holy shit.
The screen displayed the mission chain, give everything you've got to determine the outcome.
Defeat the monster, so Sonu.
Dawan thought to himself, this situation is exactly what I expected.
If this is an unavoidable battle. In a flash, Dawan used his skill to strike into the gap and stab Sonu in the stomach. Dawan raised an eyebrow and thought, this is what I call conveniently defeat the strong.
Seeing Sonu bend over in pain, Dawan felt a surge of joy and thought, nice, he took the hit.
Sonu, furious, his face full of bloodshot veins, yelled, you bastard. Dawan quickly turned and ran, fear creeping in as he thought, this is terrifying.
I need to distract him first and then use my technique to hit him from behind.
He glanced back and saw that Sonu had already caught up. He was surprised, thinking, he caught up that quickly? Sonu grabbed the strap of Dawan's bag. Dawan immediately let go of the bag and kept running.
He was stunned, thinking, he took my skill head on and still managed to move that fast?
Dawan thought, the skill I used to strike the gap uses very little mana, but maybe that's why the breaking effect is weak? Sonu, veins bulging, shouted angrily, hey, you bastard, you think.
Faster. Dawan thought to himself, ready to risk it all, if that's the case, I just need to use it more times. He used his skill to strike through the gap 3 times in a row, then quickly shifted into a defensive stance while teasing Sonu, but my punches are really fast, you know.
Dawan felt a sense of satisfaction inside, this feels amazing. It's like I've become a professional assassin. But this guy isn't as strong as I thought. If he's like this, maybe it's worth testing him out. Sonu straightened up and lowered his backpack.
The bag fell to the ground, and he gripped it tightly with both hands. This is crazy.
Dawan was confused. What on earth did that crazy guy put in his backpack?
Before Dawan had time to react, Sonu appeared right in front of him. Dawan immediately tried to strike through the gap again, but Sonu dodged it quickly. Sonu countered Dawan's move by punching him repeatedly in the face. Try this on for size.
Blood streamed from Dawan's nose. What the hell are you thinking, you crazy dog?
He attempted the strike through the gap once more, but Sonu ducked again, dodging it easily.
Dawan suddenly realized Sonu was even faster than before. So that's it, he'd been slower earlier because of the heavy backpack? That's why he was so slow?
Sonu clenched his fist. I told you to say that again, you bastard. He punched Dawan, sending him flying a meter away. Dawan gritted his teeth in pain and thought to himself, that was fast.
How many times have I used my skills already?
Sonu walked up to him. When we met at school earlier, I didn't recognize you.
Turns out, you're that damn bastard. Dawan struggled to get up, exhausted.
Shit, he muttered. Sweat drenched his face as he mentally calculated how to take down Sonu.
Before my mana runs out completely, should I use Falcon Drop? No. If it's this guy, there's a high chance he'll dodge it.
If I waste my mana like that, the game's over for sure.
How do I fight someone this fast?
I've got no experience in fighting.
Sonu's words made Dawan shiver with fear.
A vegetable for the rest of your life, or paralyzed from the waist down.
Which one do you prefer? Dawan gritted his teeth. Damn it, I hate both.
That stone-headed bastard. He shook in fear, thinking, this is getting too dangerous.
I don't know if that thing will even be useful. Right now, I've got no other choice. Dawan struck the gap 3 times in a row. Sonu smoothly dodged the attack and said, what kind of childish move was that?
I don't know what you were trying to do, but that won't work on me, idiot. Confidently, Dawan threw a straight punch, but just as it was about to hit Sonu's face, Sonu quickly shifted his hand sideways. The punch landed, causing Dawan to stumble to the side. Dawan smiled, pleased with himself for his success.
You said it wouldn't work?
That wasn't a fast strike earlier, it was just a slow swipe. His heart swelled with excitement.
All right.
In a fighting game, the most basic thing to win is.
Dawan continued.
He grinned provocatively at Sonu, thinking this was the way he knew how to fight. But then he realized it was only a method he was familiar with from video games, and he had taken a gamble by trying it out in real life. Earlier, when he activated his power, Dawan figured he probably wouldn't win in a battle of speed, so instead of choosing speed, he decided to increase his attack power. Now, his punch was a little stronger.
Yeah, nothing difficult about it. From now on, I'll treat this fight like a game. When I'm playing a game, I never lose. Sure, here's the translation. Let's say this fight is just a game. The first thing I need to do is figure out my opponent's tricks.
His defense up to now. Dawan raised his hand towards Sonu so to strike back. He deliberately aimed for his blind spot. The moment he dodged the attack from behind, he had to quickly counter with a punch.
Dawan raised his hand to cover his face, being extra careful not to get hit there. He was waiting for the right moment to strike back.
While Dawan was still lost in thought, Sonu raised his leg and kicked hard right in front of him, knocking him off balance.
Dawan fell to the ground.
Sonu walked toward him. His face was filled with killing intent. He spoke, "You can't win against me."
Dawan trembled as he looked at Sonu.
He thought to himself, yeah, he's from the track team, so his legs are definitely stronger than his punches.
Lucky I dodged the critical spot, or my face would have been done for.
After a moment, Dawan slowly got back on his feet, muttering a curse under his breath. He realized that the longer this argument dragged on, the worse it would get for him. So, he charged at Sonu, yelling as he ran, "My head's made of stone, you know that, you bastard? Let's settle this once and for all, come at me." Ha Dawan charged forward and repeatedly stabbed at So Songyu, but unfortunately, So Songyu always managed to dodge. Despite this, Ha Dawan didn't get discouraged, he kept attacking. In the end, the surrounding crowd unknowingly helped him land a blow on So Songyu. A happy smile appeared on his face, and he wasn't about to hide it. At that moment, So Songyu was staring right at him. It turned out he had missed the strike. So Songyu's hand was gripping Dawan's tightly. Before Dawan could react, So Songyu landed a punch to his chin. So Songyu angrily asked, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Ha Dawan's face was covered in blood. But that wasn't all. So Songyu swung his fist and hit him again. He continued, "Those moves are so obvious, do you seriously think they'll work?" So Songyu then kicked him hard, sending Ha Dawan flying. Through gritted teeth, he growled, "You don't have anything worth showing off, you little rat." Ha Dawan was lying helplessly on the ground, coughing weakly a few times, and then muttered some strange words. He thought to himself, "Did I get hit that hard on the chin? My body's not obeying me at all. I need to do something quickly." Ha Dawan glanced back at So Songyu, who was slowly walking toward him. He had to figure this out. Ha Dawan quickly opened his system menu, checking the status window for blind spots, skills, and his attack methods. His stamina was already running low. HP, 92/1000. HP and MP only regenerate when I sleep, so I have to find another way to win. MP, 40/300. With this amount of MP left, I can only make 2 more attacks on the blind spot. Attack the blind spot, 20 mana required. Fast technique aimed at exploiting the opponent's weaknesses. Ha Dawan suddenly realized something. Wait, hold on, what is that? What the hell? Songyu appeared and said, "A devastating kick, right?" Ha Dawan stared at him blankly as a streak of blue light appeared. Ha Dawan used his foot to kick Songyu's standing leg. Songyu quickly grabbed his leg in pain. He cursed in pain, "Damn it, son of a bitch." A bright smile appeared on Ha Dawan's face. It worked. It's not like the eagle dive. The description said to take the opponent down with your foot, so hitting this spot can totally be done with another part of the body. It turns out that this skill isn't just about using your fingers to attack. Then, Dawan continued to strike at Songyu, saying, "This time, every hit's going to land. He won't be able to dodge like he did before. I only have one more use of this skill left. This is my last chance to win, and I've figured out how. To do that, I first need to block his view and then land the final blow." With that, Dawan sat up and grabbed So Songyu's shirt. By the time Songyu realized what was happening, Dawan had already slammed him down, positioning himself for the quickest takedown. Dawan was ready to throw a punch at Songyu's face. Suddenly, Songyu caught his hand, kicking him away with his foot. Dawan rolled across the ground for a while before finally coming to a stop. Songyu laughed, "Ha, I should have just done this from the start." At that moment, Songyu was holding a piece of broken brick in his hand. "I have to be the fastest," he muttered. The loudspeaker announced, "Next is the boys' 100-meter race for the middle school." Songyu silently swore to himself that he would do whatever it took to come in first place. A man, who seemed to be the principal, handed him the trophy. The principal even congratulated him, but the truth was, Songyu hadn't actually won first place. That honor went to another boy, while Songyu ended up in second. On days when he couldn't perform like that, he would clutch that trophy tightly, his hand trembling with anger. When I got home, my dad, So Songyu, got furious and yelled, "Why did you let that kid take the #1 spot?" He shouted at me while hitting me with his cane. I had to endure him beating me all through the night. When I was younger, my dad never missed out on being in first place. He kept hitting me and yelling, "I told you, no second place, only first place. If you're not in first, it means nothing." He even smashed my trophies. My dad used to be a promising athlete. After a car accident, he suffered lasting injuries to his leg. He yelled, "You think I don't matter because of my leg, huh? If it weren't for that accident, the doctor said I would have stayed on the track team. After a moment, he continued, remember this, Songyu, you need to live out the dream I couldn't at the next competition.
Don't you dare disappoint me.
Then he walked out, and I was left trying to sit up. To meet the expectations of a father like him, I struggled every single day. After track practice, I ran all night until I felt like I was going to throw up. My bag was always full of sand, and I pushed myself to the brink of exhaustion like that. But the results were still the same, not much better. Songyu was still in second place, nothing had changed. The first place was just too far out of my reach, I decided to give up. Then, suddenly, his father's words popped into his mind, and in that moment, he figured something out. That night, the guy in first place went to Songyu and asked, Songyu, what's going on? Why did you call me out here? No matter what Songyu had to say, he didn't wait for the guy to finish. He threw something strange at him, these are the guys faster than me. Songyu was now pinning the guy down, hitting him, if it weren't for you, all the people who passed me, I just have to destroy them. First place has to be mine, you bastard. And just like that, I became the fastest. Snapping out of the memory, he continued, I once turned a bastard into a vegetable. Because of that guy, I got kicked off the track team, my dad left me. Damn life, it's all because of that damn bastard. Hadawan stared at him, wide-eyed, you're insane. Suddenly, he held up a brick. It's just a way to feel something, no big deal. So, what happens now? Come on in. One of the things you need to win the game. Out of nowhere, an item appeared above Sonyu's head, an octopus. Hadawan smiled when he saw it, lucky, it showed up at the right time. When I pulled him at the bus stop, I had placed the live octopus inside Sonyu's shirt. Since there was no reaction, I thought it had fallen off somewhere. Sonyu quickly started pulling the octopus off his head. You got angry, cursing a few words, then threw the octopus away, nothing special. Suddenly, black liquid started dripping from Sonyu's head. He quickly hugged his head. Ha! What's that? Hadawan slowly stood up at that moment and explained, you were holding the octopus like that, of course, the ink had to spill out, you idiot. Now, block his sight, just hit the blind spot left, then I'll move in on Songyu quickly. If I do it the usual way, the damage won't be enough to win, so I need to make sure. With a fierce look on his face, Hadawan rushed toward him, aiming to end it once and for all. Songyu. Angrily, Songyu yelled, I can't see a damn thing, you asshole. Hadawan came down on him with a powerful strike, but Songyu managed to dodge. For a moment, the image of Aaron appeared faintly in Hadawan's mind. Thanks, Aaron. Hadawan gritted his teeth. This victory was for you. Then, he slammed his head into Songyu's chin. Songyu couldn't stay on his feet and fell. His face was now covered in black ink. Hadawan, breathing heavily, said, I told you, my head's pretty tough. The system window appeared, and the strategic battle task was marked as complete. The reward for completing the task read, you have been awarded the boss key. Hadawan bent down excitedly to grab the key. Oh, it's the boss key again? Is this really going to be the hardest level? Will I make it to the highest rank? I'm so tired. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. He coughed a few times. Wait, is my body? My stamina running out? My HP is dropping fast. It's at 3 out of 1,000 and going down. Last time I used up all my stamina and passed out. If I pass out here and that guy wakes up, I don't know what he'll do to me. I have to figure something out. Then, Hadawan looked at the system window, as if he understood something. He grabbed a key and inserted it into the slot on the screen. Sure enough, it opened, stamina unlocked. Your HP has increased by 500. Hadawan focused on the stats displayed on the system window, HP 501 out of 1500. He couldn't believe his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Am I alive? I'm alive.
this is really a last resort. Guess I'll have to use the rest of the keys. Maybe it's for the best.
Of course, he decided to use the golden key first. Unlock specialized skill, Storm Fist active.
Requires 200 mana. The skill allows you to throw consecutive punches to deal damage to your opponent. Ha Dawen couldn't help but exclaim. This is insane. It's really happening. I've been waiting for this skill forever. Finally, I got it.
Even though it has one downside that it takes 200 mana to use this skill, the mana stat has been unlocked, so MP has increased by 100.
There's just one key left, I can use it to boost my mana, right? I guess it's really over now. Without that octopus, I would have been done for.
I can't eat this, so I'll take it home with me since it's a gift from Aaron.
Hee, I should name it. I'll call it Candy Worm, but it's gone now.
Ha Dawen searched around, and then he saw a cat with the octopus in its mouth. He stared at it in confusion. When it heard him, the cat quickly ran off, and Dawen immediately chased after it.
Hey, Candy Worm!
He shouted, tears welling up in his eyes. Back home, Ha Dawen held a picture of the octopus in his hands.
I'm sorry, Aaron. I'm sorry I couldn't protect Candy Worm. As he wiped his eyes, suddenly his phone rang.
It was his mom calling.
Hello, Mom. His mom asked, Hey, son. How was your first day of sophomore year?
He hesitated before answering, well.
I thought I was really going to die. Sob. His mom chuckled and replied, That's understandable. You've been working so hard with your studies, right? I remember going through something like that too. Hee.
Ha Dawen then asked his mother, Mom, you've been traveling for work all day.
You must be really tired, right? Where are you now?
His mom replied, Right now, I'm in the United Kingdom and Northern Iceland. Hearing that, Ha Dawen froze for a moment.
He shakily asked, In that famous country? Could it really be? The world? His mother interrupted him, laughing, What do people call it? Oh right, it's called England, haha. Anyway, make sure you eat well. Tomorrow is your dad's memorial. Do you remember? Ha Dawen responded, Yes, of course I remember.
You're so busy, so you won't be able to visit him, but I'll go on your behalf. His mother said, I know, thank you so much. Don't worry, I've got work to do, so I'll hang up now. Take care, okay? She ended the call, and Ha Dawen turned to look at the family photo on the shelf. Then his eyes shifted to the achievement board. He stared at it for a while, then suddenly stood up and said, Well, time to eat. Why do I suddenly feel like having stir-fried octopus today? Somewhere on a construction site, a voice shouted, so basically, Song, you totally lost it.
He had an argument with Representative Borame. In the end, he couldn't win, right?
The person standing next to him responded, Yes, that's right, holding a wrench in his hand. I thought I was very clear about not causing trouble there, the guy, Ji Baekchang, an 11th grader and deputy of Bonchen, suddenly shouted, That bastard Songyu. Songyu nervously looked over at him. You don't realize how much trouble it would cause if the representatives found out that Bonchen fought with Borame, do you? Ugh, I can't stand guys who just want to show off. With that, he kicked Songyu, sending the chair flying across the room. The chair hit the wall and shattered. He kept talking non-stop. I felt bad for you, being abandoned by your dad, so I took you in. And this is how you repay me? What's wrong with you, idiot? Still hung up on not being able to do track and field? Ji Baekchang kicked over the backpack, revealing sandbags inside. Or maybe you're still clinging to your dad? I can't stand that kind of obsession. Ilseok, I'll handle this myself, so you go get that Ha Dawen guy and bring him to me. The next day, at Ha Dawen's school, he looked around the classroom. Suddenly, the guy behind him spoke up. Why isn't Songyu at school today?
Ha Dawan stopped at the question. The guy sitting below him kept talking. He doesn't seem like the type to skip school. Did something happen? Ha Dawan awkwardly pretended not to know. I'm not sure. Maybe he's sick? He thought to himself, is it because we fought?
He turned to his friend and said, that crazy guy.
I wish he'd just stop going to school.
His friend forced a smile and replied, no way that's happening. Anyway, compared to Songyu, he's already passed out.
At least for now, I can enjoy a peaceful school life, right? Suddenly, another friend ran in, shouting his name, Ah!
Dawan, some strangers are causing a scene at school, and they're looking for you.
What did you do?
One of them came forward and said, found him.
This is class 113, right?
The blonde guy grabbed his friend's head and asked, not gonna answer?
Want a beating?
He slapped his friend a few times across the face.
Terrified, the friend answered, why yes, that's right.
Ilseok glanced inside the classroom.
Ha Dawan was drenched in sweat.
Who are these guys? Ilseok walked up to him and said, first time meeting you, Senior Ha Dawan.
Ha Dawan was sweating bullets.
You're not even from our school, why are you calling me senior?
Are you with the bullies or something? Shaking, Ha Dawan asked, why are they looking for me? What did I do wrong?
Ilseok spoke up, Senior, come to Bonchen with us. Hearing this, Ha Dawan thought to himself, if I go now, I'm definitely done for. Though terrified, he still tried to act tough and said, why?
I don't want to go.
My survival instincts, honed for 18 years, are screaming right now.
Ilseok coldly replied, then I'll have to drag you there. But if you resist, I'll ask you one question. There are 10 people here, do you think you can take them all on by yourself? Ha Dawan thought to himself, this is crazy. Of course, I can't fight 10 of them. That's impossible.
His friend at the table, clearly scared, stuttered his name, Dawan.
He thought to himself, is there no way out of this? Ha, who are you?
Suddenly, a strange voice interrupted.
Ilseok turned to look. What the hell are these Bonchen guys doing here? Han Yunsong, looking really cool, walked into Dawan's class.
Ilseok frowned and looked at him, Han Yunsong.
The blonde guy glared at him, what's it to you, you dog? You can tell just by looking, right? No. Yunsong, irritated, said, do you even know who you're talking to?
He then kicked the blonde guy's leg, sending him flipping through the air. Ha Dawan gasped when he saw this scene. The young man screamed in pain.
Ah, my leg, my leg. Yunsong spoke calmly.
You're not taking Ha Dawan anywhere.
But if you keep insisting, I'll ask you one thing, you think you can actually hit me?
Han Yunsong kicked the man in the blue pants hard, sending him tumbling to the ground. He curled up, holding the spot where he was kicked, sweating coldly and groaning quietly from the pain.
Ha Dawan, standing nearby, was terrified. His face turned pale, sweat dripping down his face.
He stared at the man in blue and thought to himself,
what's going on here? He just kicked him once, and he's already like that?
After the pain subsided, the man in blue quickly sprang up and charged at Han Yunsong, swinging a punch while shouting angrily, you bastard!
Yunsong remained calm, standing still.
He swung his fist and landed a punch square in the man's face, sending him flying backwards. The man's face instantly swelled up, twisted and bruised, blood spilling from his nose and mouth. Han Yunsong showed no emotion at all, his expression blank. Behind him, a fat guy appeared, holding a chair and raising it to strike him from behind. However, Yunsong noticed him immediately, just glancing at him briefly. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly, slamming the chair down onto his own body.
Go die!
But the chair didn't hit his body, it landed on the students' personal lockers instead. The fat guy could hardly believe it, letting out a noise as he stared at the scene in front of him. As for Han Yunsong, he had appeared behind the fat guy. Clenching his fist, he spun around, gathered momentum, and landed a punch. The guy was sent flying, his body sliding hard across the ground before crashing into the wall with a loud thud. Han Yunsong turned his head to look at another person standing at the front of the classroom. That person was trembling in fear, letting out a frightened sound. Han Yunsong slowly walked toward him. The guy backed away in fear and said, "Don't come closer." But then another person appeared behind him. The guy turned around, confused, and said, "I told you not to come near." In that narrow, stupid hallway, Han Yunsong found himself trapped between the two of them. Suddenly, they both charged at him, yelling, "Aren't you watching behind you?" The person behind him frowned and cursed, "You dumb dog." Just when it seemed like the two people might actually land a punch on him, he suddenly pushed his hands down onto the table, jumped up, and dodged out of their way, leaving both of them in shock. Then, with his legs, he slammed into the heads of both of them, causing their faces to crash hard into the ground. He turned his head to look at them with a terrifying gaze and said, "Ha, you guys are so annoying." Ilseok was standing close by, surrounded by his underlings who were watching him in silence. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and widened his eyes. Han Yunsong glanced at him and said, "All right, here's the deal, all of you come at me right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Ilseok's underlings charged at him without hesitation. And of course, not one of them could even touch him. Each of them was sent flying backwards, some crashed into tables and chairs, while others slammed into personal lockers. Ha Dawan watched in shock, his mouth hanging open as he saw the underlings getting knocked out. He was terrified, sweating more and more, thinking, "This is insane. He's taking on 9 people at once." The scene now was Han Yunsong standing face to face with Ilseok, with Dawan and Jihan standing nearby Ilseok. He thought to himself, "This is the most dangerous drill in this whole military training." Ilseok immediately took a fighting stance. Yunsong spoke up, "If that's the case, then it's just you from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed toward him and threw a punch, aiming from underneath his chin. But his fist didn't quite make contact, it stopped just 1 centimeter away from his chin. He stared, looking calm on the outside, but beads of sweat were already dripping down his face. He glanced down, confused, at Yunsong's fist. Yunsong then said, "Is that right? Take care of that stuff." While speaking, he nodded toward him, pulled his fist back, and turned to walk away, adding, "Make sure you clean up nicely." The guy watched him leave, frowning, and replied to his words, "Cut the crap. Do you think we're just going to let this slide quietly? I won't stay in Bonchen for long." When Yunsong heard this, he stopped and stood still, saying nothing. Then, he looked down and called his name, Ha Dawan. Ha Dawan froze for a moment when he heard his name, straightened up, and responded, "Ha? Ha? Me?" Yunsong turned around, looked at him, and said, "Just come to the canteen." And then, he and the other guy went to the cafeteria together. At that moment, he was holding a bottle of water, nervously glancing at him as he said, "Thanks for helping me earlier. I really appreciate it, Han Yunsong." The other guy stood next to him, holding a carton of milk, and replied, "No need to thank me, I just did it because it was convenient." He thought to himself, "Thank goodness, at least he's on my side." Out loud, he was shaking, his face covered in sweat, and he took a sip of water, glancing at him as he said, "Right, Ha Yunsong." The other guy then said, "Even more than that. What's the reason?" At this point, he brought his emotionless face really close to him. He flinched, squeezing the water bottle so hard that it shot water out. He thought to himself, "Damn, that startled me." Then he dropped the bottle on the ground, bent over, coughing while saying, "Cough, cough." What reason?" The other guy stood there and explained, "Something like this just falling into your lap, to the point where you'd become the representative of the Borome Association." He didn't stop there. He continued, "And then, you have to mention So Songyu from Bongchen." After hearing that, he thought to himself, "Okay, stay calm. I just need to answer somehow. It'll be fine, right?" On the outside, he was leaning on his knee with one hand and wiping water from the corner of his mouth with the other, glancing at him as he said, "So, what you're saying is
Because I'm a bunchen hunter.
He said this while lifting his head, wiping a strong streak of water across his face. His eyes suddenly became fierce. Combined with the streak of red water that looked almost like blood, he appeared really threatening. But in his mind, there was a big question mark. He didn't understand why he said or acted that way.
Oh, maybe that's not it, he thought. Then again, this guy was from Bunchen too. Could it be that he thought I was mocking him? Han Yunson, after hearing him, looked a bit gloomy.
Seeing that expression, he told himself in his head, I need to surrender right now.
But then, Han Yunson suddenly burst out laughing, which confused him. Ha? A loud ha? Echoed in his mind. Han Yunson said, Is this really that interesting? He stared at him, still unable to believe it, thinking, he's laughing? Seriously?
Then Han Yunson walked away, turned back, and said, Huh, good job.
He looked at him, still confused, and asked, What do you mean?
After talking to him, his mind wandered. He didn't know if more people from Bunchen would show up again after that day, so he was extremely tense. But as the days went by, thankfully, nothing happened.
And now, here he was, at the Hadawan Internet Cafe.
He suddenly said with excitement, Of course there's no question.
He thought, since it's the weekend, things are calm like this.
I should definitely go to the style game, for a round. Right now, he was sitting at a style machine in the cafe, playing a game, looking pretty happy. Next to him, there were two kids sitting at nearby machines. One of them, wearing a red and white jacket, said, Oh my gosh, they've been fighting for a while, and they're still using that equipment? The other kid, wearing a yellow jacket, responded, If you're going to play, you have to do it right. I used my New Year's money to top up. He heard that and was confused, glancing over at the two kids. He crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and squinted with a satisfied smile, thinking, I used to be like that. It's faster to top up money than to grind. The kids continued chatting. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious of their gear. If topping up money could get you something like that, would it be more fun? He then wiped his eyes, feeling a bit teary, and thought, Oh, why am I suddenly tearing up? At this point, the two kids got up from their seats. The kid in the red and white jacket said, Hey, I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. The kid in the yellow jacket followed and said, I'm going too. Just then, a girl holding a bowl of noodles came over to him and asked, You ordered noodles, right? Still caught up in his emotions, he let go of his hand and looked at her, responding with a soft ha. The girl then recognized him and widened her eyes, saying, Hadawan? He recognized her too and called out, Aaron. He looked at her, slightly surprised, and asked, You work here? She placed the bowl of noodles on his table and answered, Well, I don't work here full time. My dad is the manager, so I just come by sometimes to help out. Hearing that, he blushed and laughed, thinking to himself, his dad is the director here, the owner of this internet cafe. I just want to become the future son-in-law of the boss here. Out loud, he said, That's awesome, I really like it. She heard him and immediately asked, What's so great about it? Then, she suddenly froze and said, Wait, did you ask for something else? Hold on a second. Without another word, she turned and ran off. He was surprised and quickly called out after her, Huh? No, it's not like that. At that moment, a group of young guys had gathered around the computer of the kid wearing the red and white jacket from earlier. They were doing something on his computer while chatting among themselves. The guy in a suit leaned against the nearby computer and looked at the people at the kid's machine, saying, Whoa, look at this, I didn't expect there would be so many items in this topic. The guy sitting in the chair replied, Let's go teach that arrogant kid a lesson. He was confused and leaned forward to get a better look at them, letting out a small hum in disbelief. The group then started urging each other, Hurry up, come on, come on. He stared at them, eyes wide in shock, muttering to himself, Damn it. What? That place is clearly. A little while later, the group of young guys stood up and walked out just as the two kids were coming back from the bathroom. As they passed by, the two kids looked at them and smiled.
The kid still didn't know what was going on.
The kid in the red and white jacket said, "Hey, let me try that equipment once."
The kid in the yellow jacket, walking ahead, replied, "Let me take a look first."
At that moment, Erin had just come out from the counter, holding a box of snacks in her hands. She turned around to look at the group of young people leaving the shop and said, "Thanks, come back again next time." The boy in the red and white jacket, after sitting at his computer, was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat.
He muttered in disbelief, "Nothing's gone?"
When Erin approached him and saw his condition, she raised an eyebrow, puzzled.
The boy then suddenly shouted, "All my items are gone." Erin immediately asked, "What happened, kid?"
The boy in the yellow jacket, looking worried, answered, "We were just outside for a minute, but it seems like someone stole all of your friend's items."
The boy in the red and white jacket was now trembling with panic. Hearing the response, Erin furrowed her brow and said with sympathy, "Oh my, who would do something like that?" By this time, the man had walked over to her and asked, "What's going on? Did those guys do something? Could they have stolen the items?" She turned to him and asked, "Dowan, did you see anyone do this?" He replied, "Of course, I didn't see anything."
The boy in the red and white jacket then stared intently at him. The boy walked up, gently tugged at his sleeve, and said, "Please help me." He gave a confused sound, then the boy started to cry, his voice shaky as he said, "Please, help me."
Panicking, he broke into a sweat and asked, "Me? What do you mean?"
Just then, a system notification appeared.
He thought to himself, "I knew it. The task is to eliminate the thieves." After stealing all the items, the thieves ran away. Eliminate all of them. Number of thieves to eliminate, 4. Reward, silver light key. He couldn't believe it.
He looked at the words, "eliminate all," number of thieves to eliminate, more than 4.
Dowan couldn't believe it either. This time it's not just 1, but 4? I'm not Han Yunsong, how could I possibly defeat 4 people? This is impossible. At that moment, Erin looked at him with pleading eyes and said, "Dowan?"
The boy in the red and white clothes also looked at him with a pitiful gaze and called out, "Please, help me." He panicked, glancing back and forth between the two of them. Then, suddenly, another system notification appeared, revealing there was a hidden reward in this mission. As he read the notification, his mind was filled with surprise.
The scene shifts to another alley near Erin's internet CAF. The group of young people from earlier are now in that alley. After stealing the items from the boy, they're now discussing how to sell what they've taken.
One of them speaks up, saying, "We need to post these on Item Pay right away." Item Pay is the website where items are sold.
Another one in the group quickly responds, "Yeah, that sounds good.
If we sell everything here, it's not just about the booze." Just as they're talking, suddenly, one of them gets kicked in the head, causing him to fall forward and drop his phone. One of the others in the group jumps back in shock and curses, "Damn it, what the hell?" At that moment, a foot appears in front of them.
The person speaks, "Stepping on the dreams of newbies like that? As a gamer, that's something you absolutely cannot forgive."
A system notification pops up, announcing a hidden reward, a date with Juaron. It turns out the person standing there is none other than Dowan. With a flushed face full of excitement, he looks at them and, taking a fighting stance, shouts, "You thieving bastards, get over here." At Juaron's internet CAF, the boy in the red and white shirt, who had his game items stolen, desperately begs Dowan, "Please help me, brother." Juaron also calls out, "Dowan." The boy beside her chimes in, "Bro." Meanwhile, Dowan is staring at the system's screen, which reads, "Additional reward, date with Erin." After reading the notification, he pauses for a moment, staying silent. Then he placed his hand on the head of the boy, who was still holding back tears, rubbing it gently and said, "Hey, kid." Next, he grabbed his jacket from the chair and said, "Don't worry, just play a round of the game and wait here. I'll be back before the noodles are done." After saying that, he turned around, threw the jacket over his shoulders, shoved his hands in his pockets, and walked out with a confident swagger, looking pretty cool.
Meanwhile, at the alley where the group of young men were hanging out, after one of them had been knocked down by him, face first into the ground, another member of the group looked at him, stammering, What did you say, you dog? At this point, he had already put on his jacket, his face flushed with excitement. He squared up, looking at them, and said, Come on, bring it on, you thieving punks. He thought to himself, unexpected success. He added, If you guys don't charge at me, I'll. His inner thoughts echoed, but after taking down one guy, everything still felt the same. What do I do now? He stood there, ready for a fight, staring at the three remaining guys, who were all still glaring at him. The guy who he had knocked out was now rubbing his sore neck, groaning as he sat up and cursed, Damn it! He raised an eyebrow, glancing down at him. Then, he frowned, turned his head, and looked at him with wide eyes, saying, What's going on? He looked at the guy and thought to himself, Even he hasn't been taken down. The guy in the hoodie looked at him and said, Wow, this is the first time I've seen a high school student like you. The guy in the vest also spoke up, Does he even look like a high school student? They all stared at him with terrifying eyes. At that moment, he shivered and said, Oh, wait. He quickly turned around and, in fear, ran off, shouting, Time out. The guy he hit immediately shouted, Hey, catch that bastard. He just kept running, and they immediately chased after him, yelling, We can't let him escape. Then, suddenly, he turned into an alley. They saw this and one of them said, That's a dead end. Ha, what an idiot. They followed him into the alley. The guy in the vest ran ahead and said, Got him. But when they looked closely, he wasn't there. He said, unbelieving, He's not here? But this is a dead end. He tilted his head, confused, and mumbled, Huh? The others, now out of breath, finally caught up and asked, That bastard isn't here either? The guy responded, Nope, he's gone. Where did he disappear to? They all turned and looked at the trash can right in front of them. They slowly walked toward the trash can, talking to each other as they went, I really didn't see it, it was hidden so well, no trace left at all, The guy wearing a hoodie said, We gotta have duck tonight. So stupid, heh. But he had no idea that, at that moment, the guy was hiding on the balcony of a house down the alley, watching him with a strange look. Suddenly, Darwin released energy and shot it toward the guy. The man seemed to sense something, looked up, and grunted. Then, Darwin delivered a sharp eagle kick to his head, sending him flying several feet before crashing into the trash can in the alley. The other three were stunned, their mouths hanging open as they stared at their friend. After being kicked and thrown into the trash can, the guy lay unconscious on the spot. The system chimed in, Thief, 1 defeated. After taking down one of them, Darwin rested his hands on his knees, turned to look at the others, and panted, thinking to himself, Alright, this one's done. One of the guys walked over and shook the fallen man, asking, Hey, are you okay? The guy in the shirt looked at the others and stammered, What? What just happened? The last guy was sweating, looking at Darwin with fear in his eyes and said, That guy he's probably not just some regular high school student. Darwin shoved both hands into his pockets and swaggered toward the group, saying, You guys really don't have eyes, do you? Don't you even know who I am? Ugh, this is so boring. I'm so done with this. He thought to himself, These guys look really scared after that kick I landed earlier. 2 of them in the group looked pale with fear, their heads dripping with sweat as they stared at him. He continued, If you know who I am, then you're about to regret everything you said and did. I am. In his mind, he added, Alright, let's start with this. He stared them down and boldly said, Iljan Gang, representative of Borame. Darwin. In his head, he thought, Let them be scared for now. Hearing this, one of them scoffed and said, You think we're idiots? There's no such thing as Iljan Gang in this world. Darwin widened his eyes in surprise and let out a small ha. One of the guys in the group suddenly ran at him, shouting, You're dead. Darwin looked at them and thought, They're not falling for it? As the guy charged at him, Darwin swiftly raised his hand and grabbed his neck, executing a quick strike through the opening. The guy immediately clutched his throat, coughing and choking in discomfort.
Ha Dawan grinned wickedly at him and said, compared to So Songyu, you're just a turtle hiding in its shell. As Ha Dawan moved closer, the rest of the group thought to themselves, alright, we're doing great. Just keep pushing forward, one step at a time. The guy in the shirt frowned and said, don't be afraid of him, he's alone anyway. Then, the two guys in suits charged at him together, saying, both of us should go at him at once. He crossed his arms over his chest, lowered his head, and said, don't you guys know? In the game, the number of people doesn't matter most. With that, he punched both of them in the stomach with a move called piercing the gap. 2 punches in quick succession. He thought, this should be easy. I can definitely handle these middle school kids. Out loud, he muttered, you're just a bunch of dumbass, a bunch of fools. The 2 guys in suits backed off, standing on either side. The guy in the shirt was holding his stomach, groaning in pain. One of them cursed, damn it. Inside his mind, he thought, these damn idiots may be weak, but I'm no better. Without skills, one wrong move and I'm done for. If I keep going like this, just a little longer, and I've got this. As he thought this, he took slow, deliberate steps toward them. The guy in the suit on the right of the guy in the shirt looked at him, then noticed the other guy was backing up as well, and asked, hey, why are you guys backing up? The guy in the shirt replied, damn it, it's because that guy keeps coming toward us. The other one spoke up, relax, I've got an idea. On the count of 3, we'll charge and surround that guy. The other 2 nodded. He then started counting, 1, 2, 3. Looking at them, he said, do you know what the most effective method is when you're dealing with trash like this? As soon as he finished counting to 3, the man heard him and looked at him in confusion, sweat pouring down his face. Ha! He muttered. The man, now with his back against the wall, snapped, what the hell are you talking about? You crazy or something? Dawan activated a strength boost, raised his fist high, and growled, hunt. Without another word, he started punching them repeatedly with a barrage of blows. The system then displayed notifications. Thief killed, 2. Thief killed, 3. One by one, the men were punched so hard their faces were mangled, and they were thrown a distance away. Dawan stood there, watching the 3 of them crash into each other. Sweat dripped down his face as he panted heavily. He raised his hand and looked at it, thinking to himself, what? This happened when I fought So Songyu, and it happened again when I fought those guys earlier. Breathing heavily, he widened his eyes in disbelief and thought to himself, this feels just like I'm playing a game. Suddenly, he held his head and screamed inwardly, no, this is too dangerous. I can't lose my humanity like this. At that moment, HSC, still wearing a wrinkled shirt, groaned as he crawled up, letting out a yell. He, with a couple of missing teeth and tears in his eyes, looked at him and said, please help me, I swear I'll never steal again. I'll return everything I took. He looked at him and thought, I can't believe I'm hearing a plea for help. Do I really look like one of those awful guys? At that moment, he turned his back and walked toward the trash can, saying, return everything you stole from the internet cafe and apologize to that kid. The thief immediately responded, yes, of course. He grabbed his jacket, frowning as he brushed off the dust, thinking to himself, I'm not crazy, at least I haven't completely lost my humanity. Then, he paused, stopped brushing off his jacket, and added, but if I let you go? The thief looked up at him, nodding. At that moment, the system displayed a notification, number of thieves eliminated so far, 3 out of 4. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the thief, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and with a tense look, kicked him square in the face, shouting, I'm not going to get the extra reward for this mission. The young man, hit by the kick, immediately spat out blood, his eyes rolling back. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The system then showed the notification, thief eliminated 4. Mission to eliminate thieves completed. He picked up the silver key that was part of his reward and laughed, saying, just as I thought, the highest reward. Ha ha. The system showed another notification, mission reward complete. You have received the silver light key. He blushed with excitement, grinning widely, and turned his head, thinking, now there's just the bonus reward left.
He then headed back to Aaron's internet CAF.
The 4 young men, who had been knocked unconscious by him earlier, were now awake. At that moment, they were kneeling in front of the CAF, repeatedly bowing their heads and shouting loudly,
"We promise, we will never steal again."
It turned out they were apologizing to the boy in the red and white jacket.
The boy sat on a chair, arms crossed, frowning as he said, "Fine, I'll forgive you this time."
Hearing that, the group of young men took turns saying,
"Thank you for forgiving us. From now on, we will be different. We'll work hard to become better people."
He stood there, raised his fist, and shouted,
"If you ever do this again, I'll beat you to death." After apologizing to the boy, they quickly ran out of the internet CAF.
Hearing his threat, they were terrified and shouted,
"Yes, we understand."
The man in the shirt was holding his phone, looking at the screen, and letting out a small sound. It turned out that he had received a call from Minkyu. One of the people there noticed this and suddenly stopped, then spoke up.
"What's going on? Hurry up."
The man continued staring at his phone screen, letting out another small sound.
Aaron looked at him and said,
"Thank you, Dowan. If you hadn't caught those thieves today, my shop would have been shut down. I'm so glad you were here, you really scared me for a second."
He pointed to himself, grinning proudly, and replied, "Oh, really? If anything happens in the future, just call me." Aaron quickly responded, "Can you wait a minute?
The other staff just arrived.
Let me invite you to eat. Your noodles have already expanded."
Hearing that, he blushed and muttered, "Geez." He smiled happily as he looked at her, listening to her say, "Okay, I'll go change and be right back." In his head, he thought, "Wow, I really am starting to date Aaron now." Then suddenly, his eyes widened, and he thought, "Wait." She added, "But my top's a little short.
Do you think it's okay?"
She raised her hand and gently rubbed the back of her neck, showing off a bit of her charm. At that moment, he blushed so much he felt like he was steaming. He couldn't take his eyes off her.
At an elementary school, there was a little girl who seemed to have just fallen.
She was holding her sore leg and wincing in pain, making little ah noises. A chubby girl wearing a black hoodie looked at her and said, "Hey, did you tell the teacher?"
Another chubby girl stood beside the first one.
She was wearing a red hoodie. The two of them looked like twins because they resembled each other so much. The girl in the red hoodie said, "How stupid.
Still don't get why you're being ignored?" Ha Dawan thought to himself, still remembers, ha.
Suddenly, a boy walked up and stood in front of the little girl, blocking the two chubby girls.
He looked at them and said, "Stop bullying weak people.
You pigs."
The boy was Ha Dawan, a first grader at Flower Road Elementary School.
It turns out, he was recalling a memory from when he was in first grade. He thought that maybe Aaron had forgotten the first time they met, because Aaron was the first girl he had ever met. Back then, when he stood in front of her to protect her, he suddenly widened his eyes in confusion, seeing someone running quickly toward him. It was a girl in a pink shirt who ran up and punched him hard in the stomach. She said, "You're interesting." Then, she asked the same question as before, and punched him straight in the chest.
The girl, after punching him, immediately glared at him, raised her fist, and threatened, "You idiot, you want to be isolated too?"
The two twin girls stood behind her, clapping and cheering.
Sure enough, it was her.
The girl in the pink shirt who had punched him was actually Aaron, a first-year student at Flower Road Elementary. After that punch, whenever he was at school and she was around, he would quickly avoid her or try to make himself invisible. He thought to himself, "Aaron is really scary, so I always try to stay out of her sight to have a more normal school life."
After that, we didn't have any special interactions. Aaron and I didn't go to the same junior high school either. I thought I'd never see her again.
But then, 3 years later, as he was carrying a bunch of stuff and putting it away, a female student came up and called him. "Hey, you dropped this." He turned around, surprised.
The girl was none other than Juaron. She handed him the item, smiled, and said, "Is this yours?" He thought, "I met Aaron again in high school. She looked completely different from before, although I didn't remember exactly how." He took the item from her and said, "Thanks." She replied, "This looks weird." He thought to himself, "Once again, my chest." She said it looked really interesting. At that moment, her brother was so stunned by the sight that he dropped everything he was holding in his arms onto the floor. Fast forward to the present, at Aaron's internet CAF, she told him, "I'm going to change clothes, but I'll be right back. My shirt's a little short. Is that okay?" She said this as she turned to walk away. He stood there, watching her leave, thinking, the bonus reward is definitely something else. Then he sat down in a nearby chair, grinning with excitement and said, "Ha, the ultimate reward." As he sat there, he thought to himself, "Oh, wait a minute." He looked at the silver key in his hand and thought, "And there's this too. Before I go back, I have to try it out." After finishing his thought, he quickly turned the chair around and plugged the key into the system. He hoped to himself, "Please don't let it be one of those random chance skills." Then, the system displayed the message, "Unlocking specialized passive skill for the weapon master profession. Passive skill, mana cost is negative. Weapon proficiency greatly increased, only effective when facing an enemy wielding a weapon." He stared at the message in disbelief, mouth hanging open, thinking, "So now, weapons? If I hit someone with a weapon, wouldn't that be considered intentional murder? Wait, if this skill only works against enemies wielding weapons, then could that count as self-defense?" He was still questioning himself when his eyes landed on the warning text in the system, "Only effective when facing an enemy wielding a weapon." At that moment, Juaron had finished changing and stepped out. She saw him facing away, thinking he was doing something, so she called out, "Dowan, what are you doing over there?" He quickly turned around to look at her, startled, and said, I was just." But then he stopped mid-sentence, his face turning red. After a moment, he said, "Aaron, that outfit you're wearing." She nervously ran her fingers through her hair and asked, "Does it not suit me?" He immediately responded, "No, it's not that. That outfit was made for you." Hearing that, she sighed in relief and said, "Really? That's such a relief." He kept staring at her, still blushing, thinking to himself, life is really beautiful. Then, she asked Dowan, "What do you want to eat? Since I'm the one inviting, just tell me what you like." He pushed himself up with his hands and said, "Oh, I know a great restaurant. They have amazing steak there." She replied, "Well, let me decide. There's this place I go for tteokbokki. None of my friends can handle it, but I really love it." He thought to himself, "Is it really that spicy?" She then asked, "For you, it might be a bit too spicy. Is that okay?" He answered, "No problem at all." But in his head, he thought, "What's there to be afraid of? If I can handle hot chicken noodles, I can definitely handle rice cakes." Then, the two of them went to the rice cake shop she mentioned. When Dowan looked at the pot of rice cakes, he couldn't help but ask a big question. He looked at the rice cakes and asked her, "Oh, Aaron, what is this?" Before he could even finish his sentence, she quickly replied, "It's chocolate mint rice cakes. This is my specialty, but none of my friends can eat it." In his head, he thought, "Isn't Aaron standard for friends people with similar tastes? How could anyone eat this?" Just as he was thinking that, he saw her face looking so innocent and hopeful and she asked, "You probably don't like it either, right?" Hearing her ask that, he immediately grabbed a big bite and said loudly, "Huh? What are you talking about? This is so good. I can't stop eating." She was happy to see that he liked it and blushed, saying, "Really? You think so?" Then he gave her a thumbs up, signaling that he thought it was great. "Honestly, this is amazing. Seriously, it's so good. Wow, I could go to bed right now without brushing my teeth and be fine." With his mouth full of rice cakes, he closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment, thinking, this is so nice. "I'm on a date with Aaron." She noticed that he wasn't chewing and asked, "But why aren't you chewing?"
Heh, he thought to himself, now that I think about it, this is the second time I've gone on a date with a girl. In his mind, the image of the girl he had once dated appeared, along with the task description on the system's mission board: become a guy.
This girl wants to go shopping with you. Accept the mission and make this girl happy.
After that, he went with the girl to watch a movie, then to grab coffee, went karaoke singing, and finally to an amusement park with her. He thought at the time that it was all because of the mission, and he had to do it reluctantly.
But wait, why is dating being used as a reward? Is there another purpose here?
As he thought this, his eyes widened, and sweat started dripping down his face. He turned to her and asked,
Aaron, why did you bring me to such a strange place today?
She looked up at him when he asked, but didn't say anything. After a moment, she crossed her arms over her thighs and replied,
Actually, there's a place I want to go with you. He immediately wondered in his head, where is that?
The two of them then moved to another location, and she spoke again.
Dowan, that place.
He felt his body was acting strangely, sweat pouring out like molten lava. With his head down, his face flushed red and dripping with sweat, he muttered,
I'm going to pull it out.
It turns out that both of them were playing Jenga. After Dowan successfully pulled out a piece of wood, he excitedly shouted, Got it! When Aaron saw that he was able to pull the piece out, she smiled and praised him, saying, Wow, that's amazing. How did you do that? He thought to himself, he's got that competitive drive. She then said, Okay, my turn. Hearing her, he looked up at her and said, But, Aaron? She replied, You're really good at this. It turned out he wasn't looking at her, he was actually staring at the tower of wooden blocks she had stacked so high. She stretched her lips, focusing intently on the piece of wood she was trying to pull out. She said, Right? I'm not great at other games, but I'm really proud of how well I do at Jenga. That's why I wanted to play this with you. If it's about games, Dowan, you're definitely the best. But then, suddenly, the tall tower she had built collapsed, crashing down onto the table. She teared up, feeling upset, and let out a little cry. He immediately suggested, How about we try another game? Inside, he was looking at her face in that moment and silently thinking, She's so cute. Then, the two of them switched to playing a truth or lie game. She went first, and he was the one asking the questions. He asked, I think I'm very beautiful. She calmly replied, Yeah. The machine beeped a few times to check if it was true or false. And then nothing happened at all. That meant she was telling the truth. She let out a little and then came over to him. She was the one to ask, I think I'm really good looking. He immediately responded, Yes. And nothing happened to him either. She came over again, and this time he crossed his arms, looked at her seriously, and said, The question this time is. Inside, he asked himself, Dowan, what are you doing? A chance like this might never come again. Now's the time to ask the most important question. He opened his mouth and said, I actually have a boyfriend. She was silent for a moment, and he could even hear his own heart beating loudly. Thump, thump, thump. After a while, she said, Yes. The machine didn't react at all, and he immediately froze, thinking, So that's how it is. Of course, someone like Aaron could never not have a boyfriend. Damn extra reward. She then spoke up, What? Is this a joke? He stared at her blankly, and she continued, Don't just keep telling the truth like that. Try lying for once. Hearing that, he snapped back to his senses and said, Oh, I see now. That's a relief. She pulled her hand away from the machine, braced herself with both hands on the chair, and said, So you really did have your eye on this fake machine from the start. Lucky break. Inside, he couldn't help but scream again, Thank you, bonus prize. He then asked her, How about you give your trick a try this time? She answered, Sure. At the same time, at a busy intersection, someone cursed out loud, Where the hell did that bastard go? Turns out, The guy in the shirt was part of the group that stole an item from some kid at Aaron's internet cafe and got a warning beating from Dowan.
Did he have someone with him? Someone else asked. Are you sure he went this way?
The guy, his face covered in bruises, replied, Yeah, sir, I saw him with that girl who works part-time there.
I must have just looked away for a second. Hearing that, his boss laughed and said, A girl, huh? He's probably nearby. Ha, holy shit, look at you shaking. Ha ha ha.
The guy in the shirt, hearing this, muttered under his breath, Damn.
His boss responded, Don't get so angry. That bastard turned my little sister's pretty face into a mess.
Today, I'm gonna find him and smash his face in. As he spoke, he pulled up his baseball cap, revealing a face scarred with a nasty wound on one side of his neck and cheek.
He finished speaking, then reached out to pat the guy in the shirt on the head, laughing as he said, Anyway, you're pretty cute. Ha ha ha.
The guy immediately exclaimed, Hey. At that moment, Dowan and Aaron had just come out from where they had been earlier. Both of them had put on jackets because the nighttime temperature in Korea was pretty cold. Aaron walked ahead of Dowan, laughing as she said, Whoa, we were so caught up in having fun that we didn't even realize time had flown by. He tugged at his jacket, laughing as he replied, Yeah, you're right. He smiled softly, his face turning a little red as he looked at her, thinking, The atmosphere right now is really nice.
I feel like I've gotten so close to Aaron already.
She then pointed excitedly at something, walking over to it and saying, Dowan, let's try this. He turned his head to follow where she was pointing, letting out a surprised sound when he saw that she wanted to try a claw machine game to win a stuffed animal.
The shopkeeper, holding a hammer, called out, Hey, the childhood nail-hitting game. Use the hammer to hit the nail and win a big doll. There was also a sign on the table showing the rules and prizes. The game cost 3,000 won for one try, or 9,000 won for 3 tries. The prize for one win was a large doll, 2 wins got a medium doll, and 3 wins would earn a small doll. The game helps relieve stress. Give it a try, just hit the nail once. And of course, he and she went there to give it a try. But after 3 hits, the hammer never even came close to the nail. The owner saw this and said, Aha, not a single hit, huh?
Aaron, holding a hammer in her hand, pouted and said, I just wanted a doll, and it turns out those 3 hits were hers. He raised his hand, holding his hammer high, and confidently said, Leave it to me. The owner, seeing this, spoke up, It's okay, this young man looks like he has a bit more strength. He thought to himself, No problem, I've got the power for this nail-hitting game. I just need to stretch my arm straight, adjust the distance from the nail just right, and then as long as I rotate the hammer along the axis and hit the exact spot, it should be perfect. In his mind, complex calculations popped up, and he could even see the angle between his hand, the hammer, and the nail, mentally figuring out the precise way to land the perfect hit. He immediately opened his mouth wide, raised the hammer high, and thought, I'll use this doll as a gift for Aaron. This will be the highlight of our sweet date. But suddenly, something appeared in front of him, glowing with light. He gasped and opened his mouth even wider. Aaron saw him raise his hand without striking and looked at him in confusion. He thought he had used all his strength. Could it be that? It turned out a system panel had appeared in front of him. The message on the panel read, Mission, the hammer is here. Use all your strength to strike Juaron on the top of her head. Reward, dungeon map. Time limit, 5 minutes. She looked at him in confusion and asked, What's going on, Dowan? Dowan didn't respond. He stood there, still in shock, staring at the system panel and thinking, This can't be real, right? Dowan stared blankly at the message that appeared in front of him, which said, New mission, the hammer is here. Use all your strength to strike Aaron on the top of her head. Reward, dungeon map. Time limit, 5 minutes. After reading it, Dowan felt even more confused. Missions like this usually only show up when you're supposed to trap someone, right? His hand was still holding the hammer up high. Dowan's eyes were locked on Aaron, sweat pouring down his face. He thought to himself, Aaron is looking at me,
and I have to do this? Seeing his pale face, Aaron immediately asked, "What's wrong, Dawan?"
Dawan knew better than anyone how painful the punishment from this system could be, and that made him even more confused.
Am I really going to do this to Aaron? Sweat drenched him. If he didn't complete this task, he'd.
With his emotions crashing, his hand holding the hammer began to shake even more. Finally, he slammed the hammer down onto the piece of wood, as though releasing all the frustration building inside him.
He told himself, I can't do this.
Whatever the punishment is, let it happen.
Even so, his face still looked full of pain as he cried out, "Ah!"
Aaron, unaware that she had just passed through the gates of danger, cheerfully reassured him, "You still have 2 more chances." With tears welling up, Dawan spoke to the system, "All right, I give up on this task." Before he could finish, a booming voice from across the street echoed, "Hello, everyone.
We are planning to build a luxury building. The building will be constructed based on the latest model with an even more high-end royal design. We're hosting an event to celebrate this occasion.
The event this time is a plastic hammer game, so come join in quickly for a chance to win some exciting prizes."
As soon as Dawan heard that, he immediately turned around and said, "Plastic hammer? Here it is."
He quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her over.
"Aaron, let's try this game."
Juaron was confused, but she let him pull her along, repeatedly saying, "Ah, ah, ah." Seeing them walk away, the shopkeeper quickly called after them, "Hey, you still have 2 more tries."
Meanwhile, the promoters were still calling out, "Who wants to join this game?" Dawan and Aaron rushed over. He raised his hand eagerly, saying, "Me. My friend and I want to play."
Seeing them, the promoters cheered, "Oh, it's a student full of energy." The host spoke up, "Let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide the winner. The winner will use the plastic hammer to attack, and the loser will use this pot to defend."
Got it? Juaron looked at Dawan across the wooden table and cheerfully said, "Dawan, you really can't resist when you see a game, huh?" He was startled but quickly stammered, "Huh, what?" "Ah, yeah, that's right. Ha ha."
In his mind, though, there was only one thought, "I need to hurry up and do this."
The system also announced the remaining time, 0 hours, 3 minutes, 17 seconds. Dawan thought to himself, because this is a time-limited task.
Immediately, the host shouted, "Rock, paper, scissors." As soon as he finished speaking, Dawan and Juaron began playing. In this round, he chose rock and won against her scissors.
Dawan quickly grabbed the plastic hammer, thinking, "All right, sorry Aaron." He held the hammer seriously and aimed at Juaron's head, shouting, "Yah!"
However, his face was filled with disbelief.
Juaron had somehow managed to block the move. She held the pot over her head and sighed in relief, saying, "Ah." That was so nerve-wracking. Dawan was stunned. No way. The host continued shouting, "Rock, paper, scissors." Once again. Dawan chose scissors and won against Juaron's rock.
He quickly grabbed the hammer and tried to hit her head, but still couldn't match the speed with which Juaron placed the pot on her head. The more this happened, the more confused Dawan became.
What's going on?
After a while, Juaron and Dawan took turns winning, but neither could hit the other with the hammer.
Dawan secretly sighed, how is it that she?
He looked at Juaron, who always managed to get the pot over her head before his hammer could reach her. He thought to himself, she's really good at this game. The host, seeing how the two were playing, couldn't help but get excited and said, "Whoa, you both are really good at this game."
Juaron, her eyes sparkling, said, "Dawan, I think I've found another game I'm actually good at."
Hearing that, Dawan froze for a moment and muttered, "Yeah, you're really good."
Inside, though, he was screaming, "Why now of all times?" The system then announced, time left, 11 seconds, 10 seconds, 9 seconds.
Watching the clock ticking down, Dawan thought to himself, this mission is definitely going to fail.
Again.
The host shouted, "Go, pull." At the same time, Dawan quickly swung his hammer. He shouted, "Hammer."
With that, Hadawan successfully smashed the hammer onto Juaron's head, his face twisted in surprise. He thought to himself, this time she's definitely done for. The game organizers were left speechless, staring at him in disbelief. Even the middle-aged man playing the game across the street had the same reaction. Only then did Hadawan take a closer look at the twisted plastic hammer in his hand, shaking a bit, feeling completely confused. Wait, does this mean something else? Indeed, after that move, everyone around him stood frozen, staring at him. The system then announced, "Mission complete. Hammer task finished." The host snapped out of his daze and handed him a paper bag, saying, "Congratulations, young man. Here's your prize." The system also reports an additional reward, which you can claim right now. Hadawan nervously handed the hammer to the man, stuttering, This hammer is broken." The man seemed frustrated and quickly replied, "Just take that hammer and go." As they walked away, the sky gradually grew darker. Hadawan and Juaron made their way down the crowded street. He couldn't bring himself to look at her directly, only daring to glance out of the corner of his eye, sweat pouring down his face. When he saw Juaron's head lowered and her expression serious, Hadawan suddenly felt like everything was falling apart. He thought it might have been better to just quit the mission and accept the punishment. Hesitantly, he spoke up, "Aaron, I know you're really upset, but..." Before he could finish, her laughter suddenly rang out, "Ha ha ha ha." Hadawan was completely confused, his mind racing with questions. Why was she suddenly acting like this? Was something wrong with her? Seeing her laugh so hard she was almost bent over, Hadawan couldn't hold back and asked, "Aaron?" At the same time, she responded, still laughing, "Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Ha ha ha." She wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and said, "This is the first time in my life I've laughed out loud like this." Hadawan was even more confused now. He asked, "I'm sorry, but even if I hit you, shouldn't you be more upset, not like this?" She answered casually, No, it didn't hurt at all." Her phone suddenly rang, and she said, My dad's calling. I have to go back to the internet CAF. Seeing Dawan still holding the plastic hammer in his hand, she smiled brightly. "Thanks to you, I had such a fun day, Dawan." Dawan responded with gratitude, "Me too. Aaron." She cheerfully walked closer to him and whispered, "Let's hang out again next time." Then, without waiting for a reply, she dashed off, calling out, "See you at school." Dawan blushed and watched her closely. After a moment, he finally replied, Suddenly, a voice broke the moment, "What game did you two play?" Dawan froze mid-wave. An unfamiliar man appeared out of nowhere and slung his arm around Dawan's shoulder, looking very sly. Dawan quickly pulled away and asked, "What's going on?" The man casually spoke into his phone, "Oh, right, I found the idiot in the white puffer jacket." Then, he added, "Okay, everything should wrap up quickly." Dawan was confused. You're looking for me?" he asked warily. "What do you want with me?" The man spoke again, "I heard you beat up one of my underlings today, so I'm here to talk." Dawan thought to himself, "Underling? Is he talking about those thieves?" Seeing the guy's completely unappealing appearance, Dawan confidently said, "If it's revenge, wouldn't he have come to fight me?" He thought back to the fight earlier that morning, punching one guy in the head, kicking another across the room, landing a solid punch in someone's face, and even taking on two guys at once, using quick combos. He sighed to himself, thinking, back then, I was throwing out skills left and right. Now, looking at my MP bar, 0 out of 400, I just want to cry. I have no mana left. If we fight now, I'm definitely going to lose. At that moment, the man stepped closer to him and unexpectedly said, "But my eyes tell you this, I'm not looking for revenge anymore." Dawan was confused. "What do you mean?" The man turned and started to walk away, leaving behind a final remark, "I've got more important things to do." "You really are lucky." Hearing that, Dawan felt like he was bathed in sunlight and quickly bowed to say goodbye. "Yep, take care." In his mind, he thought, I'm alive. I'm really alive. Just then, the man asked, the person you were with earlier, they went to the internet cafe, right? Ha Dawan blinked, confused. Yeah, how do you know? Is something wrong? The man casually replied, what's wrong? I just want to play a game. A really intense one. With that, he flashed a twisted smile, his hand making a shady gesture. After finishing his words, the man turned away and said, if I see your damn face again, I won't let you off so easily. Ha Dawan's hand shot out, grabbing the man's shirt. He growled, you look disgusting. The man coldly turned to face Ha Dawan, his expression dark. Ha Dawan's face was full of anger as he shouted, shut your mouth and follow me, you bastard. Hearing that, the man didn't seem scared at all. He simply adjusted his hat and chuckled, wow. His face twisted with malice as he glared at Dawan. You sure don't know fear, do you? At the same time, the system issued a notification. Due to the player's provocation, Sun Minkyu was furious and immediately started the fight. The sky gradually darkened. Ha Dawan and Sun Minkyu were now fighting in a corner of the street. Ha Dawan slammed his fist hard into the man's solid body, shouting in pain. The man barely flinched, easily tossing him into the air with a dismissive tone, what's this? Ha ha. Ha Dawan groaned, clutching his side in pain. The man casually shook his arm and sneered, I heard you took down 4 people at once. I thought you were supposed to be tough. Seeing the man act so nonchalantly, Ha Dawan cursed under his breath, damn it. The man laughed mockingly as he watched Ha Dawan clutch his stomach in pain. You're nothing but a puny kid, huh? Ha ha. Ha Dawan grimaced, his resolve hardening. This time, I have to land a decisive blow to take him down. He winced, watching the man approach. Thoughts raced through his mind, without any mana left, this is the only option I've got. I'll keep trying until I get it right. With that thought, he quickly took a defensive stance, his voice firm. You absolutely can't go. He told himself he couldn't let this jerk get to Aaron's internet CAF. The guy stopped in his tracks, reached into his pocket, and said, can't touch your girlfriend? What's with that look? Ha ha. Finishing his sentence, he put on a pair of steel knuckles, his posture full of arrogance. I can't stand you anymore. Ha Dawan looked at the weapon, sweat dripping from his face. He muttered, bare knuckles? Isn't that a really dangerous weapon? Sun Minkyu hopped a few steps forward, building up momentum. Right now, I'm going to knock all your teeth out. His steps quickened as he charged at Ha Dawan like a hungry animal. Unexpectedly, Ha Dawan didn't even know how he did it, but he landed a clean blow to the guy's chin, stopping him dead in his tracks. Before Sun Minkyu could even process what had happened, Ha Dawan took advantage of the moment and landed a few more punches. Finally, he shoved the guy out of the way. Sun Minkyu staggered back, his balance still intact enough to avoid falling, but he let out a pained groan. Shit. His face twisted with rage as he cursed, son of a bitch, where did you pull that steel bar from? When he finally got a clear look at what Ha Dawan was holding, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? That? Ha Dawan's voice rang out, teasing, come on, give it a try. It turned out he had activated a different skill, weapon mastery, a passive ability. It required a certain amount of mana and had a negative cost. The skill increased his weapon usage indefinitely, but only when facing enemies armed with weapons. The phrase effective against enemies wielding weapons was what Dawan paid the most attention to. Holding a plastic hammer in his hand, he said confidently, let's see which breaks first, your teeth or your head. Sun Minkyu looked at him with a mix of disbelief and confusion. What the hell? Is something wrong with my eyes? Staring at the item in Ha Dawan's hand, Minkyu thought to himself, the thing he just used to hit me. Is that a toy hammer? Slowly, Sun Minkyu stood up, wary, and asked, damn it, what kind of trick did you pull? Ha Dawan chuckled coldly at that. What trick? He tapped the hammer lightly against his own head and grinned. It's just a little toy hammer. Ha ha.
Frustrated and irritated by the teasing, Sun Minkyu charged at him.
Damn it, what kind of nonsense is this? But Ha Dawan's movements were incredibly fast.
He swung the hammer, successfully scaring Minkyu off, making him hesitate to get any closer. Minkyu glared at the hammer in Dawan's hand, unwilling to accept the situation.
Ha Dawan pressed the attack. He murmured, "Nonsense, huh?" and activated weapon mastery once again. He swung the hammer toward Minkyu and shouted, "Well, you'll know once you take a hit." To his surprise, not only did the guy dodge the attack, but he also rushed straight at him and grabbed Ha Dawan by the waist. Sun Minkyu thought he was being clever and laughed, saying, "Ha ha ha, idiot. You're so close now, you can't dodge this, you dog." Ha Dawan's grip on his hammer remained steady. With one quick motion, he slammed the hammer's handle into Sun Minkyu's body. The arm that had been holding him just dropped away. Without giving him a chance to react, Ha Dawan raised the hammer again and said, "Take this judgment." With all his strength, Ha Dawan shouted, "You sick dog." Sun Minkyu couldn't dodge, only raising his hand to block the attack. However, the massive damage didn't come. Instead, the plastic head of the hammer flew off. Ha Dawan looked at the handle in his hand, his eyes widening in confusion. "It's plastic inside? That's why it broke so easily?" he muttered. Then, he tried to reassure himself, "It's fine. If I use my attack skill like before, it'll still be strong enough." At the same time, a red warning flashed on his system screen: "Weapon mastery cannot be activated with a broken weapon." Ha Dawan read it and went crazy. "Are you kidding me?" He looked over at Sun Minkyu, still lurking like a hungry tiger from afar. "Holy shit. How am I supposed to win without a weapon?" Ha Dawan quickly glanced around, thinking to himself, "Is there anything I can use around here? Maybe some trash?" Sun Minkyu saw the opportunity and charged at him. "You look pretty confused," he said. With no effort, he easily punched Ha Dawan away. A dangerous grin spread across his face as his wild, crazy eyes locked onto Ha Dawan. "What, can't do anything without your toys? Ha ha ha." Ha Dawan pushed himself up, holding his aching cheek. "Ha! What kind of power is this? It's completely different from the punch I took earlier." He looked toward Sun Minkyu, who was already coming at him again. The man threw punch after punch, landing each one on different parts of his body as if trying to take out all his anger. The last punch slammed into Ha Dawan's stomach, making him cough up blood. Sun Minkyu's voice dripped with contempt as he spoke. "I've got a great idea. Before I kill you, I'll ruin you first, then drag you over to that whore." Ha Dawan's body flew into a corner like a kite with its string cut. Minkyu looked down at him, grinning even wider. Sun Minkyu raised his hand, holding his weapon like he was showing it off, and taunted Ha Dawan. "Then I'll have my fun right in front of you." The alley echoed with his vile laughter. "I get to avenge my men and satisfy my own desires. What a 2-for-1 deal, huh? Ha ha." Ha Dawan struggled to get back on his feet and asked the man, "Where did you learn that? Where did you pick up those cowardly, cruel tricks?" Hearing his tone, Sun Minkyu was momentarily confused. "What?" Ha Dawan revealed his bruised face, with a long scratch running down his cheek, and angrily asked, "Why the hell are you guys doing these disgusting, low-down things? Why always choose the bad path? Why?" The man moved closer to him, saying, "What's this? Are you asking me? Haha, it's simple because living like this benefits me." As he spoke, his hand rose, ready to strike Ha Dawan again. But just then, something hit him directly in the head. Sun Minkyu winced in pain and cursed, "Damn it, what the hell? My waist?" Weapon mastery kicked in. His eyes widened as he looked at the belt Ha Dawan was holding. He mumbled, "A belt?" At that moment, Sun Minkyu didn't realize that weapon mastery had been activated again. He charged toward Ha Dawan, yelling, "Are you pulling this trick again? But Ha Dawan was already using the belt like a whip, relentlessly striking him. As he swung it, he yelled, "It benefits you? What's wrong with your brain that you think that's just the way things are?" With that, Ha Dawan swung the belt even harder, hitting the man with full force. The metal weapons on Sun Minkyu's body fell off, and he let out a painful cry. However, his hand still managed to grip the belt, and with a crazy, twisted smile, he laughed, "Ha ha 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 ha." His hand tightened around the belt, trembling, but he continued to laugh and said, "Ha ha, have you lost it again? Or should I say it again for you?" With his face covered in blood, he spat out, "Living peacefully only leads to harm, you know that as well as I do." Ha Dawan stared at him, bewildered, unsure of how to respond. He could only hear Sun Minkyu continue, "So, damn it, you bastard, stop pretending to be so righteous." As he spoke, Sun Minkyu swung his remaining hand toward him. Ha Dawan gritted his teeth, quickly using the belt to wrap around his arm, then threw him over his shoulder without holding back, catching the man completely off guard. Sun Minkyu groaned in pain, "Ah!" He was completely defeated, crying out in agony, "Ah!" The system then notified, "Mission completed successfully." Ha Dawan, his face covered in bruises and one eye swollen shut, panted heavily as he looked down at the man. In the small corner of the street, there was no more shouting or fighting, only Ha Dawan, standing tall and victorious, gazing down at the twisted Sun Minkyu. Later, as they walked along the busy street, Juaron's father gently looked at her and said, "Sweetheart, shouldn't you be studying by now? I'm sorry for interrupting you like this." Hearing this, Juaron smiled and replied, "It's okay, Dad. But in return, will you buy me some good food?" They didn't know that Ha Dawan was behind them. He stood silently, watching the warm scene, only hearing her father's voice, "Of course. What do you want to eat, my girl?" Juaron's innocent voice chimed in, "Mint chocolate fried chicken, is that okay?" Her dad teased her lightly, laughing, "Ha ha ha." Ha Dawan, still with a puffy face, muttered, "She's really close to her dad. I'm just glad nothing happened." Around midnight, Ha Dawan sat down wearily on a chair, thinking to himself, "I'm just glad I'm okay." But the movement was a bit too much, and he winced in pain, groaning, "Ha-ah." He collapsed on the sofa, muttering, "I thought today was the day I was going to meet the grandparents." Suddenly, something seemed to click in his mind, and his expression grew thoughtful. The image of his bloodied face and Sun Minkyu's words flashed in his memory, "Living like this is what makes it worth it. Being kind only brings harm, you know that well." He thought to himself, "I really don't know how to answer that question." Looking at the happy family photo on the shelf, he wondered, if it were my dad, someone who's had to deal with people like that for half his life, how would he answer? This is a tough question, one that even Ha Dawan couldn't figure out after thinking for a while. He slammed the items he won today onto the table and shouted, "Forget it, I don't know. Let's just check the rewards first." He picked up the bronze key, and the system immediately announced, "Reward for completing the mission, 5 bronze keys." At this point, he thought to himself, "I've realized something today." His expression turned serious as he continued, "There will be unexpected battles popping up out of nowhere. If I keep saving these keys, it could be really dangerous." As he inserted the key into the slot, he remembered, "I already upgraded my attack power before, so this time I need to invest in another stat." Immediately, a series of notifications rang out. Unlocked stat, speed plus 10. Unlocked stat, speed plus 10. Unlocked stat, speed plus 10. Unlocked stat, defense plus 10. Unlocked stat, defense plus 10. Looking at his character's info, he saw attack power 31/969, defense power 21/979, speed 31/969, mental strength 1/99. Ha Dawan was confused, unsure of what mental strength even did. He looked at the remaining pouch and thought, next is the special reward from playing the rock-paper-scissors game with Aaron. He remembered the system notification from earlier and wondered, dungeon map? Looking at the system screen, it was still there. The quest for the hammer god had arrived. Use all your strength to hit Juaron on the top of the head. The reward was a dungeon map, and the time limit was 5 minutes.
He thought to himself, even if I give in 100 times, the system screen still pops up like this.
Does something like a dungeon or abyss really exist outside of a game? Dawan was curious and quickly opened his bag to check.
As he fumbled through it, he muttered, one day, monsters or doors from a game might actually appear, but I doubt it'll be anything like this. When his hand touched something, his eyes widened.
Oh, no way. His gaze showed clear surprise, and he thought, is this the dungeon map?
In Dawan's house at that moment, he stared in shock.
Is this the dungeon map?
The system popped up, showing the location of the dungeon. In his hand was a flyer for a high-rise building a luxurious life, a royal castle.
He wondered, isn't this just a poster for an apartment building? How is this supposed to be a map? Dawan leaned in, flipped the ad over, and started searching inside.
Immediately, a full information board appeared, showing directions. It said he was currently at Seoul Station, and across from the royal castle mentioned on the poster, there was a mini-market. To the right of the castle, there was a public parking lot, and below, some guiding text.
Expected completion by the 20th.
Take line 2 and get off at Seoul Station, exit through gate 2, then walk for about 10 minutes.
Dawan's eyes lit up. So, this was a map for the apartment complex? And it even had an expected completion date. The building was still under construction?
He thought for a moment, the construction site being the dungeon. Quickly, another system board popped up, notice, Dungeon D5 opening soon.
For this dungeon, it's recommended to form a team of 2 or more.
Dawan muttered to himself, it opens in 5 days. Just like in a game dungeon, you have to form a team before entering.
If that's the case, this dungeon must be pretty tough.
He thought over the system's team requirement again. But then Dawan just tossed the poster aside and casually walked off, saying, forget it, I'm too scared.
Ha ha.
Immediately, a warning message popped up, if the dungeon mission is cancelled, there will be consequences. After reading the system notification, he hesitated a bit.
I guess nothing surprises me anymore. The next morning, at school, Dawan told himself, it's fine, right? If it's a squad member, there's already one person. At that moment, Yunsung firmly said no. He panicked. What? Aren't we on the same team? He pressed his phone and added, I already have plans that day.
Then he turned to him, and don't get it twisted.
I'm not some pawn you can just move around. Got it?
Hearing this, Dawan immediately crushed his hopes. This is a failure.
Want to eat?
He sighed, feeling frustrated inside as he thought, who should I ask to come with me? Jihan, sitting across from him, looked a little worried.
What's wrong, Dawan?
That made him pause.
Then he suddenly realized, right, I still have Jihan.
Without missing a beat, Dawan spoke up.
Jihan, I think I.
Thinking back to what the bullies had done and seeing how weak he was, he thought to himself, no, I can't let this happen, no matter what. Then, he spoke up.
It's nothing.
Ha, the food is really good today, huh?
He felt a bit disappointed inside and thought, guess there's nothing I can do about it. At that moment, Jihan was curious. Dawan thought to himself, I can't take Jihan to a dangerous place like that.
When school ended, everyone grabbed their bags and headed home.
Dawan sighed again, there's no one to go with me to that place.
Suddenly, Sian spoke up, asking,
where are you going?
He was startled, then turned to her, stammering.
What's going on, Sian?
This left her a bit confused.
He was sweating and couldn't believe it, saying, how did you end up here? Is your thing showing up without making a sound your special talent? Sian replied, I still don't have your number, so I came here.
He was surprised and asked,
what's going on this time? She answered, it's nothing special.
Then she said, you've been a representative for a while now, but you still haven't properly introduced yourself.
Dawan asked, introduce myself to who? she replied. Who else? The people at Borome.
As soon as he heard that, he realized. The next day, Dawan followed Xian while saying,
Xian, can't I just not go? She asked. Why not? He answered. No, I'm just the representative. I'm not really doing anything special. In Dawan's mind, he suddenly heard a voice, What are you looking at?
As Dawan stepped into the restaurant, a subordinate immediately bowed and greeted him. Sir, this is my first time here.
He confidently loosened his tie and said, What's this? We're not thugs, so don't call me that. Just call me the representative.
He sat down and began picking up noodles, saying, Everyone, eat up.
Enjoy your meal. The group immediately bowed to their representative.
In unison, they all said, We wish you well, Representative Ha Dawan. But in reality, Dawan felt his hands and feet go numb as soon as he walked into the restaurant.
He stepped forward and asked, I wonder if this spot is too stressful. Xian replied, Well, we're here now.
At least we should take a look before leaving. As he opened the door, a voice immediately said, This is my first time here, sir.
I'm just here to greet you. That made Dawan breathe a sigh of relief. Ah, I knew it, saying that made me feel embarrassed. He confidently smiled and responded, What are these guys talking about? When he opened his eyes, he was surprised. Oh, it's the representative.
Huh, there's just some guy with a beard and glasses raising his hand to greet me.
Over here, sir. Jihan is already here. Hearing that, Dawan turned around and asked, What about him? When he saw Dawan, he was puzzled. What's going on? Why is this guy here? Dawan quickly snapped to attention, Sohan Kong. Then he thought to himself, Right, this guy is from Borome, isn't he? Xian slowly walked over to the dining table and asked, What's going on? The Borome representative pointed at Dawan and said, Isn't he just a puppet? How is he even here? Dawan took off his bag and challenged, What did you say? Aren't you ashamed after I beat you up like that? Jihan responded, Coward, do you think I won't break your nose?
The two of them stared each other down.
Do you want another beating? Dawan asked.
He didn't hold back and said, Your eyes are staring at me like you want me to punch your nose again.
Xian complained from the side, Aren't you too embarrassed?
I glared at them and threatened, Shut up and sit down, which left both of them silent. After that, they obediently pulled out chairs and sat down. Dawan tried to make conversation, as expected, the aura of Xian, the oldest. He thought to himself, That was close, we almost had a problem. Xian said, At least we should gather once, so I called him to exchange phone numbers.
Let's do that. The stranger quickly responded, I also wanted to meet Sir Dawan. At that moment, Dawan wondered, Who is this uncle talking all this time? He asked, But it seems like the rest of Borome didn't come? Xian questioned, What are you talking about? This is the entire Borome team.
Hearing her say that, he froze.
The young man questioned, What? No, wasn't there a group of a few hundred people from Iljan gang at the General Assembly back then?
The stranger replied, That's right, sir, it was like that at the time.
But something's happened since then. Not long ago, the previous representative of Borome left. Jihan interrupted, Well, all right. Why bother explaining all of this to that guy? Xian added, Exactly. Today's just for introductions, let's keep it simple.
She began the introductions. This is Shin Sihi, a first-year high school student. The boy spoke up as well, I hope to receive a lot of your help in the future, sir. He thought to himself, Whoa, I can't believe this person's name and age. Xian continued, Of course, you already know this is Kong Sohan, the vice president of Borome.
Jihan immediately snapped, It's not just you, I'm a representative too. Dawan muttered under his breath, This trash. Xian said, Dawan is the Borome representative, but from now on, it's fine for you to just keep your position as it is. Xian asked, As I said, there haven't been any incidents recently, right? Dawan asked, huh? What incidents?
She immediately listed them off, ignoring my warning and getting involved with Han Yunson, causing trouble with the Iljan group.
That almost led to something serious. Sian concluded, that's basically what it's like.
Dawan replied, of course, there's nothing to worry about. He thought to himself, come on, I already know everything.
Why are you asking?
Then she pressed him again, so what about the scars on your face? Dawan broke into a sweat and answered, oh, that's just from falling.
Ha ha.
Suhan glanced over and laughed, saying, I've worried so much about a guy like him. He was shaking like a little dog.
Ha 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 ha. This made Dawan angry. What did you say? He snapped. Sian spoke up, this message is for everyone here. Borome is getting weaker, and now it has to bow down to others. On paper, Borome still exists, but they won't let Borome rest.
Sohan interrupted, I think the opposite. I could easily take out those other guys on my own.
His bold statement made Dawan laugh out loud.
He turned to him, clearly irritated, and asked, why are you laughing?
Got something to say? Dawan tried to act casual and replied, nope.
But Suhan pushed further, I saw you laughing. Dawan looked him straight in the eye and said firmly, I wasn't. They locked eyes, both still full of hatred.
Meanwhile, Sihi turned to Sian and asked, Sian, can I order the shrimp with chili sauce?
Sian immediately slumped, pressing her face down onto the table, sighing, ha. 4 days later, at the construction site, on the high-rise building, a man's voice echoed.
I've sent the money. Please confirm.
A thug sitting on the sofa smirked.
That was Baekchang.
He said, if you had sent it a little earlier, it would have been better for both of us, director. There's no need to waste any more time or manpower.
The director replied. Because of thugs like you, do you have any idea how long the project has been delayed? Do you know how many people have gone hungry because work couldn't get done? Most importantly, stop bothering the team and leave here now. Baekchang responded, just a little more.
This made the director pause.
What?
He asked. Baekchang continued, what I just mentioned was money for our boss's pocket. You need to give a little extra for those of us who've been working day and night here. You're rich, director. He stared at him, and the director immediately shot back. You have no business ethics. Baekchang mockingly replied, I really hate those preachy sayings. Then, turning to his bodyguard, he said,
Ilseok, until our director opens his wallet, give him a little massage.
Ilseok quickly rolled up his sleeves and approached the director, replying, yes, I understand, which made him flinch.
After a moment, Ilseok wiped the blood off his hands with a cloth.
Baekchang looked at his phone and said, anyway, we still have to pay, no more dragging this out, huh?
He then asked Ilseok, are the others ready? Ilseok looked up and answered, they're waiting downstairs.
Baekchang opened a cigarette pack and said, Ha Dawan, Han Yunson, those self-proclaimed representatives. Even though my guys look like they're from the streets, because of them, I now have a solid reason for revenge. First, we take Borome, starting with the weakest area, then we'll go from there. He crushed the cigarette pack after speaking.
His underlings immediately responded, got it, we're leaving now. They then informed their crew, everyone get ready, we're heading to Borome.
All of his men were now armed. Suddenly, 2 unfamiliar figures appeared outside. They were talking to each other, if I help with this, I can take the representative spot, right? The other person replied, got it, I understand. The first one responded, what? What's going on? One of them was wearing a black shirt, and the other was in a white hoodie. The person in the black hoodie warned, if you don't keep your word, you better watch your back. The person in the white shirt replied, I get it.
Crazy. How many times do I have to hear this?
The group of thugs were stunned, huh? What are those bastards doing here? The man in white said, no wonder the address in Bonchen seemed suspicious. He was holding a map in his hand.
He continued, you guys are the ones who entered the school back then, right? This time, all of you better come out.
The man in white was Dowan, and the man in black was Sohan. Just the two of them were confident enough to sweep through Bonchen. At that moment, a mission screen appeared, dungeon. They had entered the royal castle.
In a clean and tidy room, a man's startled voice rang out, what? He angrily shouted, this guy's really crazy. Why should I help you?
But then he fell silent, listening to the person on the other end of the line.
He couldn't believe it and asked again, are you serious?
The person on the other end quickly confirmed, and Kong Sohan cheerfully replied, give me the address, I'll be there right away.
At an abandoned construction site, Kong Sohan quickly arrived.
He said to Ha Dawan, you need to give up that representative position for me.
Dawan, losing his patience, replied, I told you, I know. Now just shut up and help me already. Kong Sohan, full of confidence, laughed out loud, ha, don't cling to my pants, you bastard.
At the same time, out of nowhere, someone appeared behind him, swinging a stick, ready to strike. He hit Kong Sohan hard with it and shouted, take care of yourself first, you idiot. However, what he saw was only the broken end of the stick.
Kong Sohan was completely unharmed and shot him a glance.
The chubby guy who had tried to sneak attack stared at the broken stick in his hands, muscles bulging, and asked, what the hell?
Kong Sohan let out a mocking laugh, ha, you really thought you could get me with that?
With that, he swiftly grabbed the guy by the neck with one hand. Lifting him up easily, he arrogantly said, I'm Kong Sohan, the Granite of Borame. The chubby guy struggled helplessly, gasping, ah. Right away, another person with an iron rod charged toward them, shouting, let go of him, you bastard. But before the guy could even get close, Sohan threw the chubby guy at him. Both of them went flying through the air, like kites with their strings cut.
Kong Sohan roared, get in here, all of you. You Bonchen bastards.
Over here, Ha Dawan stared at him in confusion, thinking to himself, I've always looked down on this guy, Kong Sohan, just because I beat him once.
But what does he want? He's already this strong, so what more does he need? Remembering the fight with Kong Sohan that day, Ha Dawan couldn't help but think, yeah, that's right.
He even stopped my falcon drop back then.
As he reflected on that battle, he realized, if he hadn't underestimated my defense and taken that deadly hit, I probably would have lost. Sure enough, bringing him along was the right choice.
With that thought, he excitedly grabbed his red staff and waved it around, saying, come on, kill them.
I'll just be here cheering you on. Kong Sohan seemed to be pumped up, eagerly charging ahead.
Watching him go all out for him, Ha Dawan thought, even trash has its use, huh? Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of him, leaving him confused.
What?
The system displayed a new task, newcomer event in the dungeon.
Defeat 5 low-level monsters in the dungeon. Reward, golden key. Ha Dawan was surprised. An event task?
On the other side, the two others noticed the battle was going badly and muttered angrily, damn it, we should join in too.
All right.
Unexpectedly, Ha Dawan vanished from sight, reappearing behind one of them.
He thought, even though I hate fighting, a golden key? How can I resist?
Immediately, Ha Dawan activated his weapon mastery skill. Almost instantly, the system's electronic voice echoed, you have defeated a level 1 monster. Seeing his comrades, who had been eager to fight just moments ago, now lying motionless on the floor, the remaining one stammered, cursing, you bastard. He swung the iron staff in his hand, aiming for Ha Dawan's head without mercy.
However, Ha Dawan calmly blocked the blow with his foot.
He sneered, guys with metal pipes should play by the jungle rules. Without hesitation, he swung the staff in his hand with force, sending his opponent flying backward. The guy was covered in blood and gritted his teeth, shouting, damn it. With a firm grip on the staff, Ha Dawan slammed it into his opponent's stomach, causing him to writhe in pain. The system's electronic voice sounded again, you have defeated a level 2 monster.
Ha Dawan thought to himself, weapon mastery is really overpowered. He looked at the two men he had just taken down and muttered, my skills are pretty solid, huh? Ha Dawan couldn't help but feel pleased, this is exhilarating. Meanwhile, Kang Suhan, impressed, kept praising him, oh, what the hell is that? You're actually pretty good. Is this really the bastard I know? Suddenly, another guy appeared behind him, clearly trying to sneak an attack, swinging a bat. He screamed, aw. This made Kang Suhan stop smiling. His face turned serious, and with ease, he dodged the hit. Then he turned and landed a solid punch to the guy's jaw. Another person saw an opening and successfully struck Kang Suhan with an iron bat. But it didn't faze him. He spun around and threw a punch right back at him. Watching their comrade get pummeled and scream in pain, the others started to get scared. One of them shook, hesitating to move forward, when Kang Suhan spoke up, asking, hey, I've got a question for you. The guy looked confused. Kang Suhan continued, that bastard is here too, right? Ji Baekchang, the one who represents Bunchen for you guys? As he spoke, the image of Ji Baekchang involuntarily flashed in Kang Suhan's mind. Meanwhile, Ji Baekchang was leisurely holding a glass of wine, when he casually heard the shout. Immediately, he turned his attention to the noise. He wondered aloud, what's going on? Haven't they left yet? Ilseok sat across from him, coldly making a phone call. Report, they're not answering the phone. Ji Baekchang, hearing this, lost his patience and shouted, shit, I hate people who won't pick up the phone. Seeing this, Ilseok quickly responded, I'll go check right away. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Ha Dawan shouted, done. At his feet, two guys were already knocked out. The system kept announcing, low-level monster level 3 defeated. Low-level monster level 4 defeated. Sweat was pouring down Ha Dawan's face. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, just one more to go. Looking around, he saw that everyone else had been taken down. The only one left was being held by Kang Suhan, who was tightly gripping his throat. The thug let out a painful cry, ah. Ha Dawan thought, is that the last one? He quickly shouted, hey, Suhan, stop. Suhan, still holding the thug's throat, looked confused. What? Ha Dawan said, hand him over to me. Kang Suhan smirked and replied, what did you say? I don't like that. With a mischievous grin, he added, I'll make him suffer more than you will. At that moment, the thug, unnoticed, had already pulled out a knife and raised it. When Sangsun sensed the killing intent, his expression changed, filled with panic. Meanwhile, Ha Dawan, determined to complete his mission, braced himself and put all his strength into his legs, shouting, that guy's mine. With that, the stick in his hand flew forward, aiming straight for the thug's head. Kang Suhan released him, confused. The thug struggled and collapsed to the ground, dropping the knife in his hand. A system notification echoed again, defeat low-level monster 5. Newbie event mission in dungeon completed. You have received a golden key. Ha Dawan happily looked at the golden key in his hand and said, alright. But Kang Suhan wasn't as pleased. He stood there, lost in thought, staring at the knife on the ground, then coldly said, damn it, I never asked for your help. Ha Dawan suddenly asked, what did you say? Just like that, Kang Suhan walked up the stairs, leaving Ha Dawan squatting in the corner, fumbling with his new item. Impatient, he yelled, what are you doing? Aren't you coming? Are you scared? Ha. Seeing this, Ha Dawan quickly ran after him, snapping back, dream on. The two of them climbed up the old, crumbling stairs, surrounded by nothing but darkness, as black as ink. Ha Dawan stumbled, sighing, ugh, I'm so tired. Kang Suhan walked calmly, and upon seeing Ha Dawan like this, he was surprised. Are you serious? Suddenly, a strange voice echoed, this was beyond my expectations, which startled Ha Dawan. Ilseok appeared. Oh, I didn't expect the seniors to visit us like this. Ha Dawan was taken aback. He remembered the scene at school. This guy looked like one of the people he had fought on the first floor earlier. He panicked. Isn't he one of Bonchan's people? Kang Sohan, on the other hand, was intrigued. With a smile, he said, if you're here, then maybe Ji Baekchang is around too? With that, he coldly walked past Ilseok and told Ha Dawan, I'll go ahead. Left behind, Ha Dawan was confused. But just before Kang Sohan could get too far, Ilseok suddenly grew serious and reached out, blocking the way. Where do you think you're going? But what no one expected was that Ha Dawan would act unexpectedly. He used his skill to strike a gap and successfully injured Ilseok. In his mind, Ha Dawan had been thinking the dungeon's specialty was that more monsters appeared on the upper floors. Seeing Ilseok turn around coldly, he boldly said, Your opponent is me. By now, Ha Dawan was happily thinking that the remaining tasks should be left to Kang Sohan. With an excited expression, Ha Dawan grabbed a paintbrush and shouted, Hey, grab your weapon. Let's go make this battle a fiery one. He thought to himself, I'll just sit back and enjoy watching the low-level monsters here. Upstairs, Ji Baekchang lazily sat back on the sofa. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, one he hadn't heard in a while, causing him to jump in surprise. He tilted his head back to look. Oh! When he saw who it was, his face twisted into a teasing grin. Wow, look who it is. The little punk who thought he could take the chairman's seat but ended up getting beat up instead. Kang Sohan, huh? So it's you. Kang Sohan, second year, Barami's vice representative. Sohan wasn't angry. Instead, he responded with a mocking laugh, and what about you? A guy who's always talking behind people's backs. Ji Baekchang's expression darkened, his veins bulging with frustration, but he didn't dare speak back in front of the representative. A little side note about this guy, Ji Baekchang, second year, Bonchan's vice representative, was no slouch himself. He lazily spoke up, his feet coolly propped up on the chair. Ugh, I can't stand guys who don't know their place and just run their mouths. All I could hear was Kang Sohan saying, talking nonsense or doing something else. His figure disappeared from his spot. Ji Baekchang wasn't any slower, vanishing from his seat in the blink of an eye. The two of them clashed, fighting hand to hand. Just check it yourself, you'll know. In the long, endless night, I have no idea how many rounds Ha Dawan and Ilseok had fought, but I heard him grunt, and his cane dropped to the ground. Ha Dawan's eyes widened in shock, he hadn't expected Ilseok to be so strong. Ilseok gripped his face tightly. Ha Dawan weakly tried to resist, letting out a soft grunt, He cursed under his breath, this kid. I thought he was just a low-level monster. Ilseok's deep voice echoed. I can take you down with my bare hands, senior. The system's information board popped up, displaying the bold words elite monster. Ha Dawan panicked, what's an elite monster? Ilseok used one hand to pin Ha Dawan in place, making it hard for him to move, while the other hand slowly raised. This situation was completely different from before. It's come to this, so I guess I'll just finish you off now. Just as he finished speaking, Ha Dawan took the chance to kick Ilseok in the groin. Ilseok groaned in pain, releasing his grip, giving Ha Dawan a chance to catch his breath. He gently pushed his foot down with his hand and coldly said, You think you can stop me now? Sensing the danger, Ha Dawan quickly pulled back to avoid him. He jumped back, creating some distance between them. This time, I'm not the same as before, he said. Ilseok was clearly annoyed. He casually cracked his neck, his gaze fixed on Ha Dawan like he was eyeing prey. A system notification appeared, announcing that after clearing the dungeon, Ha Dawan would receive a huge reward. He thought to himself, I've come this far, I can't back down now. I have to clear this place. With that thought, his face was filled with confidence. He pointed at Ilseok and declared, This will be your grave. In the darkness of a deserted building, Ha Dawan and Ilseok's figures were clearly visible. Ilseok sneered, So this is our tomb, huh? You didn't think you'd actually pull it off, did you? As soon as he finished speaking, Ilseok shot toward Ha Dawan at lightning speed.
At that moment, Dawan realized something through the battle so far. Rather than attacking head-on, taking advantage of openings to counterattack was much more effective.
With that in mind, he immediately activated a move to strike at Ilseok's vulnerable side.
He attacked his flank. Despite Ilseok throwing a punch at him, Dawan kept thinking, the bigger the opening, the stronger the punch.
Sure enough, before Ilseok could even land a hit, Dawan delivered a solid punch straight to his face. His expression was full of confidence as he thought, I did it. Ilseok didn't care about the wound on his face and reached for Dawan's head again.
Dawan, quick to seize the moment, saw his chance and struck again, landing a blow before Ilseok could get close enough. He kept attacking relentlessly, not giving Ilseok any room to react. He thought to himself, now, this is the real fight. But in a brief moment of distraction, Ilseok found an opening and launched a punch at him.
It landed hard, sending Dawan stumbling backward.
Dawan thought, I was really scared of him, he's a tough opponent, but to Ilseok's surprise, Dawan wasn't as shaken as he expected. It turned out that Dawan had managed to block the punch with his hand. Brimming with confidence, he said, you're pretty strong. Internally, Dawan cursed, you guys are like a bunch of garbage. You should know, Ilseok's the biggest thug in school. With that thought, he yelled out boldly, today, right here, I'm going to finish this.
Don't even think about running, you punks.
Ilseok replied coldly, his voice almost sounding like a shout. Then, suddenly, he started speaking, I've been looking into some things about you recently, and there's one detail that's really interesting. Dawan was startled by the sudden shift in his tone.
He blinked in confusion and said, huh?
Why this sudden? Before he could finish, Ilseok cut him off, the Sunshine Foundation.
Those 3 short words immediately made Dawan's face change.
Ilseok continued, a young thug, roaming the streets, helping out people commonly known as Iljin. He remembered the image of a golden eagle, wings spread wide, ready to embrace and forgive everything in the world. He added, it's a non-profit organization meant to guide young people onto the right path. Dawan's mind began to recall a forgotten image as he listened to Ilseok say, this organization was founded by none other than your father, Dawan.
Ilseok then smirked, oh, but now he's no longer around.
I guess you'd call him the late Mr. Ha. Dawan cut him off, his voice cold, hey. His expression shifted, turning fierce as he rolled up his sleeves and said, don't you dare talk about my parents.
Meanwhile, upstairs, Baekchang's sofa now sat empty and abandoned.
He and Kong Suhan had been going back and forth, testing each other's strength. Despite his hands shaking from the pressure, his face remained as arrogant as ever.
Baekchang spoke up, anyway, I was planning to take over Borame today.
Where did you catch that scent?
Sohan wasn't backing down either. He sneered and replied, oh? What nonsense are you talking? I'm just following my damn agent. His foot slowly moved as he added, oh really? So the agent from Barame's here too? That's nice.
As soon as he finished, Baekchang shifted his stance and kicked his foot up high, striking Kong Suhan directly.
Suhan didn't have time to dodge and took the full blow.
With a look of contempt, Baekchang said, the prey knows exactly where to walk into the trap. But then, he froze.
What?
It turned out Kong Suhan had already countered. He had grabbed Baekchang's leg, his expression wild with fury.
I'm the hunter, Suhan snarled.
Without another word, he threw Baekchang away from him.
Suhan taunted, I've already cleaned up all the little punks on the first floor.
The assholes I ran into in the middle were dealt with by my agent.
Of course, you're next, haha.
A figure flashed through the dust. Both Baekchang and Suhan Kong struck at the same time, punching straight into each other's faces. Suhan Kong, his face twisted but still defiant, scoffed, is that all you've got? Before he could finish speaking, Baekchang kneeled and delivered a sharp blow straight to his face.
Suhan Kong didn't expect the move.
Baekchang grabbed his hair so tightly that he couldn't dodge.
But Suhan Kong, true to his diamond-like body, still managed to keep his feet steady enough to stand upright. Now that's a little interesting, he said, wiping the dirt off his face.
Then, grabbing Ji Baekchang's grip, he added, "Damn it, using such a dirty move.
Almost hit me right in the nose. Is this some advanced technique or what? Ha ha ha."
Ji Baekchang, hands on his hips, teased, "Seems like you're misunderstanding something."
The game ended the moment you abandoned your own agent. Suhan Kong shot back, "What are you talking about? No matter how bad my agent is, he's never going to get beaten by a useless guy like you." Ji Baekchang laughed mockingly, "Haha, if you knew anything about Ilseok, you wouldn't be saying that."
He continued, "No matter how much he gets beaten. No matter how hard he was hit, no matter how long the battle dragged on, it was like his stamina was limitless. He kept getting up, just like a zombie. In truth, no matter how hard Hadawan struck, no matter how powerful his punches were, even when he used his eagle kick technique, Ilseok still managed to stand up after being knocked away." Looking at Suhan Kang's confused face, Hadawan asked, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Suhan Kang froze, mumbling, "I haven't." Baekchang quickly added, "Never seen him fall." Downstairs, Ilseok was covered in wounds, his face drenched in blood, but he still managed to stand tall. Hadawan was panting, confused. "What's going on with that bastard? I put everything into that attack. But why didn't it affect him at all?" His once confident expression was gone, replaced with wide eyes and sweat pouring down his forehead. Looking at his mana bar, which now showed only 200 out of 400, Hadawan thought, "I only have enough mana for one more fatal strike. This ends with one final blow." With that in mind, he rushed towards Ilseok. However, what Hadawan didn't expect was that Ilseok, despite still being able to stand, had enough strength left to strike him with a punch to the head, leaving him dizzy. The system also reported that his skill activation had been cancelled. Before Hadawan could react, Ilseok rushed in and teased, "You look tired." Seeing this, Hadawan had no choice but to sacrifice his MP and try to land a blow in the opening. His arm hadn't even reached Ilseok when he heard him mock, "Your speed's really slowed down." Ilseok blocked his attack and followed up with a punch to Hadawan's stomach, saying, "I bet talking about your dead dad really stirred you up, huh?" Ilseok continued, "But do you know why I suddenly brought that up?" As he spoke, Ilseok used his skills, causing Hadawan more pain. Hadawan didn't even have a chance to answer before Ilseok answered for him. "Because your dad was pitiful." Those words made Hadawan's expression change. He was beaten badly, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Ilseok didn't stop attacking his spirit, continuing, he died feeling accomplished, thinking he had successfully raised a bunch of thugs. Looking at Hadawan lying flat on the ground, while he stood confidently above, he concluded, in reality, his children belonged to the Iljan group. Hadawan reluctantly stood up, mumbling, "Stop." But the man continued speaking, and when he saw the senior call us worthless Iljan trash, acting as if he were any different from us, he probably didn't realize how much it would hurt the old man up there. Dawan tried to stand tall, but he looked incredibly small when he stopped. Despite his face being covered in bruises, Ilseok remained emotionless, yet his words were razor sharp. "Looking at this, it really seems like the senior has lived a meaningless life." With that, he raised his hand, aiming directly at him. Dawan, weak and unable to avoid it, took the punch. However, Ilseok didn't expect his punch to have no effect on Hadawan. His fist landed on one side of Dawan's face, but it didn't seem to cause any pain. He opened his mouth and said, "Hey." At that moment, Hadawan recalled the notification from the system, "Newbie side mission completed, dungeon cleared. You have received a golden key." It turned out that was when he had been crouching in the corner, letting Suhan explore the new reward. The system sends notifications about items that expand skills related to specific job functions. Back in reality, Hadawan grabbed Ilseok's shirt tightly, speaking each word with force, "I already told you." His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he glanced at Ilseok, adding, "Don't touch my parents." Hadawan recalled a warm memory from the past. "When I was very young, I used to play with an old video game console that belonged to my dad. It was called Stun Slam. You should know, this was a game all about movement and skillful control. My dad would sit next to me, excited, cheering me on. Oh, that's it, Dawan.
Just a little more, just a little more. Meanwhile, I was sitting there, holding the game console, constantly saying, oh, oh, oh.
The game itself was simple. A knight in a distant kingdom had to rescue a princess who had been captured by the undead army of an immortal demon king. The knight would use a move called Stun Smash to knock out his enemies and climb to the top of the demon king's tower. To Ha Dawan, it was quite a strange storyline. Then, he remembered when he had climbed the tower and faced the demon lord. He sighed, but now, no matter how many times I'm attacked, the demon lord still can't be defeated, and the poor knight has died so many times it's impossible to count. In fact, the system even reported that the knight has died 10 times already.
Dawan, frustrated, groaned, I died again. He impatiently turned to his father and asked, isn't this game supposed to be unbeatable, Dad? His father was caught off guard by the question and just gave an awkward laugh. In Dawan's memory, the system's notification, you have died. Continue? Was forever etched in his mind. Back in real life, it seemed like the system could read his thoughts. A notification popped up, Stun Smash, mana required, 90.
This is a powerful technique to defeat your opponent.
Feeling more confident, Ha Dawan grabbed Ilseok by the collar.
I told you earlier, don't drag my parents into this. With that, he used his special skill, flipping over Ilseok's shoulder.
Ha Dawan activated the Stun Smash, and Ilseok couldn't resist.
His massive body crashed to the ground, motionless. Ha Dawan, breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot, managed to say through gritted teeth, you should know your limits, you bastard.
However, what Ha Dawan didn't expect was that Ilseok's hand shot out and grabbed his leg tightly. Ha Dawan's body was pulled forward, and he let out a gasp. The situation had shifted. Ilseok stood up again, and this time, he slammed Ha Dawan to the ground. Ha Dawan couldn't believe it. What the hell? This bastard can still move? Ilseok's emotionless face asked him, are you done talking? Ha Dawan was stunned, wondering to himself, what do I have to do to take this guy down? Upstairs, Ji Baekchang was laughing in delight. Ha ha ha, what now? Your representative is probably getting crushed right now.
With that, he charged towards Sohan.
Sohan responded coldly, yeah, what now? This isn't the time to worry about anyone else.
His arm was like steel, stopping Ji Baekchang's speed and making him spit blood.
With a mocking expression, Sohan said, besides, whether that bastard gets tortured or not, I don't give a damn.
As Ji Baekchang flipped away from Sohan, Ha Dawan's pain scream echoed through the room.
Ah! Ah! Before Sohan could even react, Ji Baekchang twisted in midair and landed a blow to him.
I hate ungrateful bastards, he said, his voice dripping with disdain.
Anyway, he's your representative, at least pretend to care. Ha ha! Sohan yelled in pain, shit, have you ever worried about your representative even once? Ji Baekchang swung his leg again, knocking Sohan off balance, and casually replied, why bother? My representative is different from yours.
As he spoke, his body pressed down on Sohan.
Ji Baekchang unleashed a series of punches, repeatedly insisting, my representative is incredibly, unbelievably strong. Even Han Yunson from Silan can't compare. The mention of this name made his expression even more vicious. Downstairs, all that could be heard were Ha Dawan's groans, ah. Seeing Dawan struggling to fight back, Ilseok spoke up, cut out the pointless moves. Then, with one light kick, he sent Ha Dawan flying. Ha Dawan cried out in pain, ah. Ilseok looked at him and said, looks like you're out of strength. But Ha Dawan stubbornly tried to get back up. You think you're the only one who can keep standing? I can get back up as many times as I want. Ha Dawan's body was battered, but he still tried to stand strong, ready to fight. Despite that, his body could only stumble forward, ah. Ilseok, feeling frustrated, paid no attention to his movements. Ha Dawan's punches were incredibly weak, barely touching Ilseok's body with no real effect. Ilseok didn't care about the feeble strikes and coldly remarked, you remind me of my dad.
Hearing this, Dawen didn't stop, he kept attacking him. Ilseok added, both of you don't seem to realize how pointless your actions are. With that, as if to emphasize his point, he landed a punch that made Dawen stagger back. Before Dawen could regain his balance, Ilseok threw another punch. Dawen's steps were unsteady, but he fought to stay on his feet. I'm going to kill you. His face was covered in bruises, even his eyes were swollen and purple. Dawen's breathing was heavy, huff, huff, huff. At that moment, he remembered playing games with his dad, the memory still clear in his mind. He could almost hear the system's message whenever they faced the Demon King, you have failed. Do you want to continue? Yes or no? Every time, Dawen would only sigh to his dad, I can't beat the Demon King. The final stage is really hard, it feels like all this effort is for nothing. His father's face was a bit unclear, but it was still easy to see the thoughtful expression. He spoke gently to him, it's not like that. I'm sure there's a way to defeat the Demon King. Seeing Dawen pout with his arms crossed, his father asked again, are you really going to give up now? Dawen seemed to be thinking it over, muttering, But then he quickly grabbed the game controller and said, alright, I'll keep trying until I can't anymore. His father was delighted to hear this. Oh, my son is so cool. In that moment, Dawen felt the same way. He believed that as long as he didn't give up, he could win. Like a moth to a flame, he kept charging forward, saying, Seeing him like this, Ilseok casually said, it's useless. How many punches do you think you can land? Before he could finish his sentence, Dawen's punch suddenly unleashed a powerful force that sent him flying. Dawen had used a critical hit. The system confirmed that he had struck a vital point. Ilseok hadn't expected him to unleash such power. His throat tightened, and he couldn't help but grunt, spitting out saliva. Despite that, he quickly regained his composure. Dawen, his face dark, stepped forward and said, even if you don't fall, you're still human. It's not impossible to bring you down. Ilseok's face was full of confusion as he asked, did you really hold back your final move? Then he straightened up and said, but that move is useless anyway. Seeing that Dawen still wanted to grab him, Ilseok coldly remarked, even though this is just a feeling, senior, you won't be able to defeat me. With that, he delivered a sharp thrust to Dawen's stomach, causing Dawen to grunt in pain. His legs stayed steady, and he said, but in the game. When Ilseok heard him mention the game, a confused look crossed his face. Dawen quickly grabbed his face and pushed them both backward, saying, there's no such thing as an invincible demon lord. With a wild expression, Dawen screamed, Determined to defeat Ilseok with this move, he thought to himself, I remember now. This skill is the hidden secret. Ilseok's eyes grew frantic, unable to escape from his grasp. When he was younger, one day, Dawen finally managed to beat that game. He exclaimed, still a bit in disbelief, wow, I did it. On the TV screen, the Demon Lord had been defeated, fireworks exploded in the sky. The knight had finally saved the princess. Excited, he shouted, I did it. I won. His dad, sitting next to him, was surprised and asked, oh, I was only gone for a minute. How did you do that? Dawen, with a candy stick in his mouth, casually replied, this demon lord is easier than I thought. All I need to do is knock him down. In the present moment, Dawen was doing exactly that. He didn't care about his own safety, throwing himself down the stairs with Ilseok. He remembered a move from the game, and if that was the case, the way to defeat the demon lord was to execute the stun slam. Without hesitation, Dawen pressed Ilseok's head hard against the floor and triggered the stun slam. The system immediately announced, stun smash activated, mana cost, 90. This was a powerful technique to overpower an opponent. The move became the stun slam when activated while falling. Instantly, the hard tile floor trembled. Dawen forced Ilseok down into the ground, dust flying up from the impact. Ilseok struggled to escape from his grip, but it was useless.
Back to that day, Ha Dawan's father proudly praised him. Ha ha ha, my son is amazing. Then he gently added, remember today, Dawan. After trying over and over, you finally figured out how to defeat the demon lord, someone who seemed impossible to beat. As he spoke, he lovingly ruffled Ha Dawan's hair. At that time, Dawan was still young, just listening in a daze to his father's words. Later on, no matter what happens, always remember that everything has some kind of meaning. His face was still blurry like that, but Ha Dawan clearly remembered his father's last words, nothing in this world is ever useless. Back in the present, he sat on the ground, unable to believe what he was seeing. His breathing was frantic. Huff, huff, huff. Is it over? A notification from the system popped up, the monster Joe Ilsiak has been defeated. Only then did he allow himself to breathe a sigh of relief. I can't fight anymore. Outside the building, the moon still hung high in the sky as a figure approached. He stopped and mumbled, so, the kid named Ha Dawan made it here? What a fearless little brat. As he finished speaking, his face came into view under the moonlight. It was Jong Sukiaon, the representative of Bongchen. Ji Baekchang sat casually on top of Suhan and said, unlike your representative, ours is. He's extremely, extremely strong. As he spoke, he didn't hold back with his strikes. Little by little, he seemed to get more and more excited. Even Han Yunsong wouldn't be able to beat him. It looked like Kong Sohan was about to get beaten to a pulp, but in just a moment, he surprised everyone. Suddenly, Sohan stretched himself up, his strong hand gripping Ji Baekchang's neck as he yelled, "You're too noisy." The veins on Ji Baekchang's neck started to bulge, and he struggled to breathe. Sohan taunted him, representative of Bongchen, representative of Silam. Bring them all up, let's see it. Panicking, Ji Baekchang quickly shoved Sohan's hand away, you little bastard. Sohan's face twisted in anger, but he still mocked him, I'll beat every last one of them to death. Not wanting to back down, Ji Baekchang shook with rage and spat back, you're scared, huh? Stupid dog. Seeing Ji Baekchang's hand drop, Kong Sohan laughed to himself, heh, that was easy. Then he finally let him go, flopping to the ground and cursing, but before you say anything, how about dressing decently for once? Show off. Meanwhile, down the factory stairway, Ha Dawan was still dragging his battered body, desperately searching for Suhan. He panted heavily, thinking to himself, there was nobody on the way here, only that damn machine. He stepped into the room and paused, thinking, it's so quiet here, Kong Sohan must have finished the job. But what he saw was Sohan's bloodied body, slumped against the corner of the wall. Ji Baekchang's hands were also covered in blood. He quietly muttered to himself, oh, I love it when these idiots drop their guard. As he spoke, he revealed a cruel, sinister grin, watching Sohan struggle weakly. He mocked. You thought one little chokehold would be enough to take me down? This is exactly why you're about to die. With that, he raised his foot, aiming to stomp on Sohan. At that moment, Ha Dawan couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed forward, pushing him away and shouted, get the hell away. Then, he turned to Sohan, asking, hey Sohan, you still with us? You're still strong, right? Sohan seemed to be conscious, but his strength was completely gone. All he could do was groan weakly. After a long pause, Sohan finally managed to speak. That was too sudden. Ha Dawan, now filled with a sense of responsibility, looked at him and said, it's my fault. I dragged you into this. I bought time so you could get away. Ji Baekchang stood beside them, listening to the conversation, and sneered, oh, what close friendship, damn, that's disgusting. With a dangerous look on his face, he asked, you're Ha Dawan, right? Ha ha, you must be the one who defeated Ilsiak. The system also displayed a message, Monster Boss Ji Baekchang. Ha Dawan's eyes widened in panic as he thought, is he the boss? He looks completely fine. Looking at the system notification, his HP was 54 out of 1500, and his MP was 0 out of 100.
He thought to himself, compared to him, I'm completely drained of both health and mana. And with Kong Sohen defeated, forget about fighting, there's no way I can even escape. While Hadawan was lost in thought, Ji Baekchang shouted, charge in. If not, Bongchen will swallow up Borame today. With those words, he lunged forward, his fist aimed straight at Hadawan's face. But just as it was only a few centimeters away, a cold voice rang out, swallow what? Zhang Suqiang, 18 years old and the representative of Bongchen, said, I've never heard of anything like this. Ji Baekchang's expression instantly changed to one of fear. One side of his mouth twisted into a bored sneer as he asked Suqiang, hey, why didn't you give me a heads up about this? If you'd called me, I would have rushed over right away. Ha ha. Seeing his obsequious demeanor, Hadawan was confused. Who is that? Who's the guy that scared him like that? As Suqiang's footsteps approached, he thought to himself, I can't really say much about this person, but the way he looks. With wide eyes full of surprise, Hadawan muttered, so small. Ji Baekchang tried to avoid the topic, scratching his head and replying casually, it's nothing, just the Borame group suddenly invaded. Suddenly, Suqiang interrupted, Ji Baekchang. Did they say that Mei had already ordered the Borame invasion before? As he spoke, Suqiang's gaze was filled with a warning. Ji Baekchang stuttered, that. Suqiang, seeming to already know everything, cut him off, then you pocketed some money after that. Ji Baekchang was left speechless by the accusation, sweat dripping down his face. How could that be? Seeing that there was no way to deny it, Suqiang paused, his tone flat, huh. In the blink of an eye, no one could see how fast Suqiang moved. All that remained was his voice echoing, you're wrong. Take this. Ji Baekchang had no chance to fight back. His massive body was like a small stone, easily kicked away by Suqiang. The force of the kick left Ji Baekchang's face smashed to one side, blood pouring out. Hadawan stood frozen, watching him slam into the wall, sweat pouring down his face. He thought to himself, what did I just see? Did he just take down the boss with one blow? After that kick, Suqiang seemed completely unfazed, casually saying, I just realized that now. He moved closer to Hadawan. His height might have been modest, but the energy he gave off was incredibly overwhelming. Should I or shouldn't I? He said, his voice tight with pressure. Borame Hadawan. As soon as Suqiang mentioned his name, Hadawan could sense something bad was coming. He thought to himself, wait, has the situation just gotten way worse? Out of nowhere, another guy appeared from a distance, calling out, stop messing around. This isn't funny. Hadawan was taken aback. Han Yunsong? He asked him, Yunsong, what are you doing here? But before he could finish, Suqiang cut in. Oh, you didn't know? He pointed coldly at Yunsong and said, this guy told me to come here, even gave me the address. Hadawan was left stunned by his words. The address? He thought. No way. Back to the morning, Han Yunsong stared intently at the piece of paper in his hand, listening to Hadawan plead, it's really not that much, just these 6 things. You have to come here with me. He didn't respond, continuing to silently study the map in his hand. He only heard Hadawan continue, well, if something happens, we might have to fight. At this, Han Yunsong replied. No. Hadawan hadn't expected him to refuse and quickly asked again. What? Aren't we on the same side? He didn't seem to care at all and casually answered. I'm busy that day. Back in the present, Hadawan couldn't help but wonder to himself, did he memorize the address back then and come here? Han Yunsong realized that Dawan was confused and said. Let's put that aside for now. What did you bring me here to talk about? Suqiang then replied. That's right. Anyway, Borame, you'll forget everything about what my people did that day, right? With that, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he glanced at Hadawan and added. If not, you'd be dead by now. After finishing his words, he coldly walked away, leaving only one warning, don't touch my people again next time.
Ha Dawan wasn't hurt, but still felt scared. That was so terrifying.
Han Yunsong's face showed a little thoughtfulness as he let Sukiang pass by him. Seeing him turn and leave with Sukiang, Ha Dawan quickly spoke up, "Be careful, Yunsong."
Even now, Ha Dawan still felt like it wasn't real.
His eyes widened as he stared at Ji Baekchang, who was still lying unconscious on the ground.
He muttered, "Is it really all over?"
Outside the workshop, Ha Dawan's voice echoed with a complaint, "This guy is so heavy."
Hearing him groan, Jihan said, "I'm fine, just let me go."
Ha Dawan, feeling like he had been granted mercy, let him move on his own.
Jihan suddenly asked, "By the way, what's up with Yunsong?"
Ha Dawan, looking confused, replied, "He's not exactly just an ally."
Hearing this, Jihan's face grew tense, deep in thought.
He then said, "There's no way he approached you without a reason.
He must have some kind of motive.
Taking advantage of the fact that you're a representative of Borame." He was about to say more when Ha Dawan quickly interrupted, "You don't have to worry about that anymore, right?
Like I promised, you're the representative of Borame now." Sohan Kong.
He didn't expect Ha Dawan to say that. His face looked a little awkward. Sohan Kong became lost in thought, replaying everything that happened tonight from when Ha Dawan had protected him when the thug tried to stab him, to when Ha Dawan saved him again from being crushed by Ji Baekchang, and even Ha Dawan's face full of determination to protect him.
Sohan Kong replied, "You idiot, we're in a bullying council. Do you think being a representative is that easy?" Ha Dawan was confused. "Oh, what else would it be?" Sohan Kong coldly replied, "We're just here to take down the Bangchen guys." Ha Dawan's face dropped in despair as he muttered, "No way."
He thought to himself, "I was planning on getting out of this mess." Sohan Kong, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned around and said, "Next time, I'll take the representative position. Just try not to die somewhere, okay?"
"Heh, I'm off."
Ha Dawan was startled by the sudden shift in his attitude. He shouted, "What kind of tone is that?" At this moment, the system also reported, "The Royal Palace dungeon has been cleared." Seeing the notification, Ha Dawan suddenly remembered, right, the dungeon. The system continued, calculating attack contribution to the dungeon. Ha Dawan thought to himself, it said something about a huge reward, right? But then, the system flashed a red message, boss attack contribution, 0%. Reward will be reduced. Ha Dawan wasn't surprised. Well, in the dungeon, the boss is the most important part, after all. The system then displayed, reward granted. Ha Dawan thought, of course, the reward will be reduced. Immediately, he received the reward from the system, dungeon reward, 12 bronze keys.
Ha Dawan was surprised, this many?
Without hesitation, he forgot all the pain in his body and jumped up excitedly, what should I upgrade this time? The next morning, Ha Dawan, dressed in a neatly pressed suit, sighed, "The weather's so nice today." He murmured, "Finally, it's spring."
Ha ha. But where he was standing was the Xianlim Memorial with Ha Dawan.
If it weren't for today, everything would have been so much better.
Inside, there was a small altar with a picture of the family, full of happiness.
He gently said, "I'm here, Dad." Looking at the photo, it choked him up, and he fell silent, lost in thought. His gaze was fixed on it as if he were trying to reach through the image and remember the past. On that fateful day, the sky had turned completely dark. At the hospital, countless doctors, forensic experts, and even his mother were gathered around a hospital bed. One of the doctors said, "It looks like it was an accident caused by a brake failure." The police officer told his mother, who was crying and holding her face, he swerved to avoid a pedestrian crossing the road. He crashed into a utility pole. Looking at his mother's trembling hand clutching the blood-soaked blanket, the doctor reluctantly said, "There's nothing more we can do. We suggest everyone prepare for the worst." Little Ha Dawan was also there, his tears flowing freely, unable to speak. At that moment, recalling the painful memory, Ha Dawan's expression darkened. Suddenly, he was startled, singing a soft, random tune. His eyes landed on the bright red rose pinned to the photo, and he wondered aloud, what's with this flower?
Did someone visit him before?
A voice responded, answering his question, he was a good man. The voice continued, he sacrificed his own life to save someone else's.
That moment when he died in the accident. Ha Dawan couldn't let the person finish speaking. He stammered, You. Why did you?
The young man didn't stop, he continued, but what if I told you that it wasn't an accident, but a crime that was planned in advance?
The words shocked Ha Dawan, leaving him in disbelief.
The man stepped closer to him and added, and what if the person responsible was someone close to you? What would you do? Ha Dawan stood frozen, staring at Han Yunsong without saying a word.
In the solemn atmosphere of the memorial hall, Han Yunsong spoke coldly, what if it wasn't an accident, but a premeditated crime? He moved even closer to Ha Dawan and asked, what would you do if the person who did it was living very close to you? Ha Dawan, unable to process this, asked in confusion, what are you suddenly talking about?
Then, hurriedly, he asked, wait, forget about that for now, how did you even get here?
How do you know my father? Seeing his reaction, Han Yunsong grew a little thoughtful.
In that moment, he was reminded of a memory from the past, back when he was just a kid who loved drinking soda. Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind, saying, hey, kid. Han Yunsong curiously turned around and heard the man say, drinking that stuff at your age won't help you grow taller. After speaking, the man held out a box of strawberry milk and handed it to him.
Here, this is for you. Han Yunsong didn't take it right away. Instead, he asked, who are you? You look kind of suspicious. The man didn't get angry. He simply replied, me? I'm just here to see if any kids are sneaking around smoking. Looks like the little troublemakers must have heard me coming and ran off. Han Yunsong, still curious, asked, why do you do that?
The man sat down on the swing next to him and said, because I'm a thug hunter. As he spoke, he raised his hand in a gesture like he was cutting off someone's head.
Han Yunsong didn't get fooled by the man's teasing.
Instead, he responded practically, oh, so you're unemployed. The man quickly argued, no, I'm not. Back in the present, Han Yunsong's eyes were filled with nostalgia as he looked at the photo. In his formal suit, he spoke to Ha Dawan, now, that doesn't matter.
Your father. Ha Dawan quickly interrupted, hold on, I'm really confused right now.
Han Yunsong remained silent, his face expressionless as he listened to Dawan's question.
He said, that wasn't an accident, it was a crime that was planned from the start, wasn't it?
After a pause, he added, there's no reason for it, and on a day like today, there's no way you intentionally came here to mess with me. But clearly, the police said it was an accident at the time.
Han Yunsong didn't say much.
He simply handed over the evidence, which startled Ha Dawan. He moved closer to him and said, I'm talking about the evidence the police missed back then.
One night, Han Yunsong calmly sat on the sofa and asked the person across from him, what's going on that you felt the need to come here and say this? The man picked up his glass of wine and bluntly said, you said that guy, Ha Dawan, is the son of Ha Jino from the Sunshine Foundation?
Turns out, this person is Jong Sukiang, the representative from Bongchen.
Looking at Han Yunsong's unchanged expression, he added, you also have a close connection with him, don't you? Sukiang didn't mind Han Yunsong's reserved response.
He continued, Yunsong, I've always wondered why you hung out with that guy, but I didn't expect there to be such a story behind it. Then he slammed his wine glass down on the table and shouted, but whatever, I've got something really interesting now. After finishing his words, he handed the phone to Han Yunsong and said, at that perfect moment.
Han Yunsong watched the video on the phone, startled.
This is. Back in the present, Han Yunsong spoke to Ha Dawan. The day you came to Bongchen, the video Sukiang showed me recorded a crime scene from that same day, 3 years ago.
Han Yunsong's calm words left Ha Dawan confused and unable to think any further. Han Yunsong didn't explain much more, simply saying, believe it or not, it's up to you. It's best if you think about it yourself. With that, he turned and walked away. The entire building was now silent, with Ha Dawan standing there alone.
He was stunned, still unable to believe what Han Yun-song had just told him. Ha Dawan slowly turned his head and fixed his gaze on the family photo on the wall. In the photo, his father was smiling widely and gently rubbing his head.
Ha Dawan's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had just realized something.
Later, back at his apartment, Ha Dawan was drying his hair after a shower. He looked out the window, sighed, and watched the raindrops falling outside.
He murmured, "Is it spring rain?"
After saying that, it seemed like something came to his mind. He continued to watch the rain, but his thoughts drifted far away.
Han Yun-song recalled every word Han Yun-song had said. "There's evidence." I'm talking about evidence that the police didn't discover at the time.
On the day you went to Bangchan, the video Sukyang showed me captured the crime that happened that day, 3 years ago. Ha Dawan let the scarf in his hand fall and mumbled, "No way.
This can't be true."
His hands were trembling as he kept repeating, "It doesn't make sense." In a luxurious high-rise building, Han Yun-song was staring out the window at the raindrops, his expression deep in thought, his mind lost in the view outside. Suddenly, he noticed the notification sound from his phone. Han Yun-song picked up his phone and saw that the message was from Ha Dawan.
He focused on the text. "Do you know where a guy named Jong Sukyang is right now?"
The rain kept falling outside, and a black umbrella was blocking the drops.
Sukyang, dressed in black, stood there with a subordinate. He asked, "Has it stopped already?"
The subordinate answered, "It seems like it." After walking a bit, Sukyang suddenly said, "Huh, over there."
He spotted a drenched man standing in the middle of the street and guessed, "Dawan?" Sukyang asked Dawan, "So, we didn't just happen to run into each other, right? What are you doing here?" Ha Dawan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "You said you have proof, right?" At that, Sukyang put his hand in his pocket and said, Oh, are you talking about this?" He then pulled out a tiny USB drive and held it up in front of Ha Dawan. Ha Dawan coldly replied, "Give it to me."
Seeing his attitude, Sukyang paused for a moment. His expression was dangerous as he said, "I don't like this."
"If you think you can take it, go ahead." Ha Dawan, seemingly ready for this, responded, "I didn't need you to say it. I had already planned to do that." With that, he quickly lunged forward, trying to grab the USB. However, his body was swiftly knocked back by one of the henchmen standing beside Sukyang, who struck him with force. Ha Dawan was a bit surprised but quickly regained his balance. The henchman stepped forward, his heavy footsteps splashing water as he advanced, using his larger build to try and overpower Dawan. He said, "Senior, if you act on your own in someone else's territory like this, it's going to make things really awkward for us," he muttered. "Damn it."
With that, his hand shot towards the man. The system had previously notified Ha Dawan, dungeon cleared, 12 bronze keys earned.
That night, Ha Dawan sat down to study. He muttered to himself, should I go all in and boost the MP to the highest quality?
As soon as he spoke, a flash of light erupted.
The system announced, unlocked ability, MP increased by 100. MP increased from 400 to 16. With that massive boost in MP, Ha Dawan immediately launched the gap jab technique.
His other arm shot up high, activating the 1,000 punches move. The subordinate didn't expect him to unleash such a powerful attack and screamed, "This damn bastard!"
But that wasn't all.
Ha Dawan jumped up, grabbed his opponent's head, and slammed him backward. Seizing the opportunity, he activated the stun slam technique. Moments later, Ha Dawan stood tall, exhaling sharply. Suddenly, he sensed danger.
Jong Sukyang's dangerous voice rang out, "I clearly warned you back then not to mess with my juniors."
He jumped high, his legs powered by incredible strength, heading straight toward Ha Dawan.
"Because you made a mistake earlier, you're going to get hit."
As he said this, Sukyang showed no expression, charging directly at him. But what he didn't expect was that Ha Dawan disappeared in front of him. Instead, he reappeared in the air, using the falcon drop technique.
Ha Dawan's kick landed with tremendous force, smashing into Jang Soo-kyung. The shockwave from the attack even caused the ground to tremble. Jang Soo-kyung blocked the hit with one hand and said, "Looks like one hit won't be enough, huh?" The road is still covered with water from the rain. Ha Dawan was thinking to himself.
This situation was unlike any fight he'd been in before. He had already used up all of his mana activation keys, allowing him to use his skills freely. While thinking this, he stubbornly charged at Jang Soo-kyung. He believed, at this point, I can still win. So, even though he had been knocked down earlier, Ha Dawan used the same technique again.
Ha Dawan activated Falcon Drop, aiming straight for Jang Soo-kyung's head.
But Jang Soo-kyung simply leaned back, his face cold as he said, "Do you think using the same move twice will work?" With that, he raised his fist and added, "Your attack's trajectory is too predictable." Seeing this, Ha Dawan quickly switched to a different move, Gap Jab, forcing Jang Soo-kyung to stop attacking and switch to defense. Watching his opponent block his kick with just one hand, Ha Dawan was thrown off balance. The problem was clear, the gap in their skill levels was massive.
Realizing this, Ha Dawan quickly backed away. He thought to himself, I need to keep my distance until he understands my moves. At the same time, Jang Soo-kyung's hand shot out. Ha Dawan executed a shoulder roll, determined, I have to give it my all. He threw Jang Soo-kyung to the ground with all his strength, activating Stun Smash. But to his shock, Jang Soo-kyung didn't fall. He didn't even seem fazed, only smiling dangerously. "Incredible," he murmured. Panicked, Ha Dawan quickly jumped back, widening the gap once more. Sweat was pouring down his face. He could only hear the other person continuing to speak. Soo-kyung said, "When I fought you directly, I started to realize that some of your moves are a little unrealistic. It's like your eyes can see through Ha Dawan's secrets." He stuttered, What are you talking about all of a sudden?" The other person simply replied, "I've made up my mind. From now on, I'll only hit you twice." As he spoke, he quickly appeared right in front of Ha Dawan. Jang Soo-kyung's punch was aimed directly at him. "So, show me more of your abilities." Ha Dawan was taken by surprise. "This. I can't react." Indeed, Ha Dawan took Jang Soo-kyung's punch head-on. He calmly said, "First hit." Immediately, Ha Dawan's HP dropped from 15 out of 15 to 231 out of 15. Ha Dawan was coughing up blood. "What the hell is this?" His body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. Soo-kyung was surprised to see Dawan go down so easily. Compared to your attacks, it seems like you have no defense at all." Ha Dawan was on his knees, groaning in pain. He panted heavily, thinking to himself, I can't fight him. This guy is on a completely different level. No matter how many skills I use, I can't beat him, can I? His hand trembled as he heard the teasing voice, I thought you had something, but was I wrong? Ha Dawan angrily cursed under his breath, but so what? Now this is all I've got. With that thought in mind, he quickly grabbed his opponent's leg and activated the gap jab move. Jang Soo-kyung stood there, calm and confused, trying to figure out what was happening. What are you doing? Going to punch me? Or are you trying to use that to push me down? Ha Dawan still held onto his leg tightly. He said, the ground's pretty slippery today, before using all his strength to flip Jang Soo-kyung's leg up, causing him to fall backward. Ha Dawan succeeded. Jang Soo-kyung crashed hard onto the ground, but his expression showed no sign of panic. He calmly said to Ha Dawan, you should. But Ha Dawan was already quick to sit on top of him. He suddenly raised his hand into the air and shouted, shut up. With those words, he launched into his 1,000 punches technique. After a brief pause to catch his breath, he immediately followed up with a second, relentless barrage of punches. As he fought, sweat streamed down his face. Ha Dawan gritted his teeth and activated the 1,000 punches for the third time in a row. Under the cover of night, all the nearby stores had closed. Ha Dawan panted, staring at the scene in front of him, his mind racing. He whispered in confusion, "What is this?"
There, lying completely unharmed, was Sukiyoung.
He calmly asked, "Is it over?" Hadawan, panic-stricken, responded, "Did he dodge all of them?" One more time. As if understanding his thoughts, Sukiyoung spoke. "You don't know, which is why I'm telling you. Every one of your punches missed."
His words froze Hadawan's hand mid-air, no matter how much he screamed in frustration. Sukiyoung casually slipped his hand into his pocket and chuckled.
"Ha ha ha, what could I possibly expect from someone like you?"
Seeing Hadawan's bloodied face, he teased further.
"Looks like you've got nothing left to show me, huh? Just take it." Hadawan stared blankly at the USB drive Jung Sukiyoung was holding.
His gaze locked onto it as his bloodied hand stretched out, trembling. But then, without warning, Jung Sukiyoung acted, sending him flying with a swift motion. Hadawan's body was like a kite with its string cut, crashing hard into the distant wall.
Sukiyoung mocked him, "Did you really think I was being serious?" He looked down at Hadawan, lying motionless, and sighed, that was the second hit."
Sukiyoung casually sat in front of him, waving a USB stick in the air.
"If you want this, just come find me anytime." Even though Hadawan was barely conscious, Sukiyoung spoke with a challenging tone, "Next time, I'll beat you to death."
After he said that, a chilling aura of menace radiated from him, intense and dangerous. He looked at Hadawan, who was lying there, unconscious and covered in blood, and sighed in frustration. I was a little excited earlier, but now it's just pathetic." The rain began to fall again, dripping onto Hadawan's face. The cold water shocked him awake.
He looked around, but there was no one in sight. Hadawan panted heavily, thinking to himself, "Did I lose?"
He remembered the morning at the memorial hall, when Han Yunsong had said to him, "On the day you came to Bonchen, in the video Jung Sukiyoung showed me." He had looked confused as Yunsong continued. It recorded the crime that happened on that day, 3 years ago. Then he recalled Sukiyoung holding the USB stick, saying to him,
"Is this what you're talking about? If you want to get it, go ahead." The confident look on Jung Sukiyoung's face was still burned into his mind.
Hadawan gripped the wet hem of his shirt, his body shaking. He remembered the picture of his happy family and thought, "Dad, I'm sorry." In the rainy night, Hadawan sat on the edge of the street, broken. He raised his hand to feel the coldness of the water, thinking to himself, "I'm so scared.
I thought I could win if I fought back against him." He let the rain wash away the blood on his face and mumbled, "What should I do?" Raindrops rolled down his face.
For Hadawan, that day, that stormy spring night, the system had appeared, announcing a new mission.
Staring at the notification, Hadawan's eyes were full of focus.
He told himself, "The moment I realized my own weakness, the system sent me this information. The reward for completing the corresponding mission, plus 1000 MP, plus 10,000 HP, plus 200 attack power, plus 200 defense power, plus 200 speed, plus 200 mental strength." Hadawan thought, "Oh, I'm starting to get stronger than ever."
The system asked him, "Do you accept the mission?"
With a determined expression, he replied, "I accept." At Sunshine Foundation, a non-profit organization aimed at guiding young people in the right direction, Hadawan's father smiled brightly as they took a picture together. His father was the president of the organization. Looking at the comments from others, Hadawan could tell that whenever people saw his father, they always showered him with compliments. However, despite the praise, Hadawan's face twisted with frustration as he read them. He recalled that he himself never felt any joy. One early morning, half asleep, he asked his father, "Why are you going out so early?" His father, always busy arranging things on the desk, answered, "You're up already, son?" "I have a lot to do today, so I'll probably have to leave early." Hadawan, looking unhappy, replied, "The Sunshine Foundation students go to my school."
"Do you know that, Dad? Every break, they're always smoking." His father, upon hearing this, responded, "Is that so?"
"I've told that kid so many times already.
But telling them not to smoke isn't easy."
Ha Dawan, hearing this, replied, lately, there have been some people fighting all the time.
His dad patiently responded, is that so?
Suddenly, Ha Dawan said, I heard that the Sunshine Foundation is using scholarship money to buy motorcycles. His dad went silent, deep in thought, because he knew he still had many shortcomings. Seeing his dad like that, Ha Dawan shouted out loud. Dad? He shouted louder, you probably don't believe that things can change, which is why you're acting like this, right?
You plan to use that aid money to line your own pockets, don't you?
I'd rather believe that, he said. His dad gently interrupted him, speaking softly. He called out, Dawan, I'm leaving now. Thinking back to the kind expression on his dad's face at that moment, Ha Dawan felt a deep sense of regret. He had gotten angry with his kind-hearted dad just because he was helping those troublemakers.
He remembered his dad saying, this weekend, just you and me, we'll have a fun camping trip, so don't be jealous, okay? Those words from his dad surprised him, making him exclaim, huh?
For Ha Dawan, that day was the last time he ever spoke to his father. It turned out that his dad's car had been in an accident and crashed into a pole by the roadside. Ha Dawan suddenly woke up from the nightmare, his face filled with fear. He panted heavily, confirming that he was currently in his room.
He clenched the thermometer in his mouth, shivering as he muttered, any time is fine, huh? That arrogant trash. He trembled under the blankets and murmured, well, I admit he's strong. Huh, maybe it's because I got caught in the rain. I can't stop shaking.
Then he fell silent, lost in thought. Ha Dawan recalled the car accident his father had been in last year, connecting it to what Han Yunsong had told him, if he's close to you, what are you going to do? Ha Dawan then guessed it might have been a premeditated crime by someone.
He remembered the dangerous look in Jung Sukian's eyes and wondered, the USB with the evidence? Why would he be carrying it on him?
He questioned that appearance.
It won't be easy to just let it slide. Could it have something to do with him?
He thought about it, but quickly dismissed the idea. No, it was more like meeting this type of person for the first time in his life, not someone he's been close to, like they'd said.
He muttered to himself, I did say that if I win, I'll get the USB. The people involved should have hidden the evidence right from the start, though. Ha Dawan was confused, thinking to himself, why does my head hurt so much?
As he was caught in a loop, unsure of how to investigate this further, the system notification appeared, catching his attention. It showed a new task, train your body. You need to build strength for important missions ahead.
Ha Dawan silently cursed, what now, another task?
But when the system popped up again, it displayed the rewards for completing the mission. HP plus 10,000, MP plus 1,000, Strength plus 200, Defense plus 200, Agility plus 200, Stamina plus 200. Ha Dawan thought to himself, what I need right now is to get stronger, fast. Then, it hit him, wait, I need to find evidence of that. With that thought, he made up his mind to complete the task.
The system reported the first task, use the dragon pose to walk to school. The remaining distance is 49,869 meters. Of course, Ha Dawan followed through.
He struggled to move in the dragon pose, and the people around him stared at him like he was an alien. A girl nearby teased the person next to her, saying, hey, your boyfriend's over there. The girl didn't dare to acknowledge it and quickly said, oh, you're crazy.
Let's go, hurry up.
All of this was overheard by Ha Dawan.
He thought to himself, I'm so embarrassed, I could just die. Is this really happening? Is this what they call body training?
The girls around him not only avoided him like the plague but also took the chance to record a video.
Hurry up, ha 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 ha.
Ha Dawan thought, aren't these usually exercises like sit-ups, push-ups, or squats?
But then his face showed determination. So what? If it's for improving my health, I'll do whatever it takes.
With that, he quickened his pace.
His scary look was enough to scare the female students walking down the street.
They screamed, ah! The system sent another notification, Mission 2, sit on a transparent chair, 10,768 minutes remaining.
Ha Dawan tried it, but of course, he didn't succeed.
Mission 3, catch 100 pigeons with your bare hands. Ha Dawan rushed outside to the park, chasing after the pigeons, but he barely caught any.
Task 4, hanging under the slide. Time remaining, 78 hours.
Ha Dawan was also working on it, but all he got were constant setbacks. The system then reported Task 5, Ring Fit, complete the Hell level difficulty, progress 0.3%. Ha Dawan was gasping for air, his face pale, but he kept pushing himself.
He shouted, "Come on, let's do this with some energy. Push harder."
After detailing the task, the system was quite smart, listing all the tasks for him: physical training, dragon, transparent chair, pigeon, slide, ring fit.
Ha Dawan looked at it and felt confused. Stop.
After a week, Ha Dawan lay panting on the bench.
He mumbled, "Sorry, Dad."
Looking at the physical training progress, which was only at 2%, he thought to himself, no matter what, this seems a bit too much for me. The sun was setting, and the golden light of the evening bathed the street. Ha Dawan sat up, deep in thought. But if I think about it carefully.
He looked serious and speculated, the evidence from Jong Sukyeon could be fake too. How could such a new piece of evidence suddenly appear out of nowhere?
He told himself, maybe Han Yunsong just made a mistake.
That person is still more trustworthy. This mission doesn't have a time limit, so I guess there's no way I can fail.
While he was trying to justify things to himself, thinking, it wouldn't be so bad to stop here, Toughened suddenly appeared and asked, "What are you muttering to yourself while sitting alone?" Seeing Toughened casually hanging from the bar in the distance, Ha Dawan jumped in surprise.
"What's going on? How long have you been here? Is something wrong?" Toughened calmly replied, "I'm your neighbor. Is there a problem?"
Then he looked at him and teased, "Why does that crazy guy in your house keep hanging around the slide like that? I get that we should respect each other's hobbies, but still, huh?"
In response, Ha Dawan admitted, "That's actually part of my training." Ha Dawan then asked, "Oh, really? So why did you leave the gym and come to a kid's playground to train?"
Toughened paused for a moment when he heard that. Ha Dawan waited for an answer, and all he heard was, "Well, you probably know that back in high school, I went through a pretty intense period of obesity." Toughened remembered that hellish time and spoke softly, "I felt so self-conscious about my saggy body that I couldn't bring myself to go to a gym. So, at night, when no one was around, I'd come out here to train." He continued, "I did that almost every night for 2 years without missing a single session.
2 whole years. It was exhausting, honestly." Ha Dawan was stunned.
He hadn't expected Toughened to have a past like that.
Toughened went on, "The first year was a nightmare. I just wanted to beat myself up." Ha 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 ha. Ha Dawan thought to himself, so that's how he was. Meanwhile, Toughened didn't notice Ha Dawan's distracted expression.
He smiled and said, "Sometimes, I think back to those days and come out here to train a little."
Ha Dawan rolled his eyes.
Compared to him, when I was younger, every time I went to school and fought over my portion of rice, I'd run home crying, saying, "Mom, I want to learn martial arts." It turns out, Ha Dawan had also been really determined to get into sports at one point.
But that kind of determination never lasted for him.
He'd hang his training clothes on the wall, get lost in a video game, and then tell his mom, "I'm too tired.
I'm not going anymore." He knew himself well, he was always quick to quit.
Another time, after getting beaten up at school, he ran home again and told his mom, "Mom, I want to learn martial arts." But, of course, his martial arts uniform met the same fate as the last one.
Ha Dawan thought to himself, "It's always like this."
His younger self would always say, "It's too hard, I'm giving up." Because of that, Ha Dawan knew he had a habit of giving up on everything too easily. Suddenly, he heard Toughened compliment him.
"You're really amazing." Ha Dawan was confused. "Ha? What?" Toughened was doing pull-ups and said, "You said you were training for something, right? What's that supposed to mean?" Ha Dawan looked at the system board around him, lost in thought. He bit his lip, thinking, yeah. Even a jerk like him is trying that hard. Ha Dawan thought of his father's gentle face. I'm sorry, Dad, for being so weak. He slammed his hand hard onto the slide. Haha, determination. This time, he had to push himself to the very last minute. Immediately, Dawan felt a huge surge of motivation. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the slide. When Ha Dawan suddenly screamed, Sohen, who was standing nearby, scolded him, "You're so loud." Time passed quickly. 2 months later, on a street corner, Jang Sukyeon was casually sitting at his desk when he suddenly looked up at the door. Jang Sukyeon said, "I hadn't heard anything, so I thought you had given up. You came to find me on your own, huh?" It turned out the person at the door was Ha Dawan. Jang Sukyeon, still calm, held a USB stick in his hand and said, "I knew you'd want this. Do you remember what I told you?" His expression darkened. "Next time, you'll take a beating until you can't get up." I wasn't joking. Ha Dawan wasn't scared at all. In fact, he turned around and locked the door, replying, "Pick where you want to fight, and choose quickly." With a look of surprise on Jang Sukyeon's face, Ha Dawan said, "Because this time, I'm different." He spoke with a serious expression, and his entire demeanor had changed. It was unbelievable how much bigger and stronger he looked. On the screen, the system displays the character information: name, Ha Dawan, level, 100, martial arts master class, partially sealed. Current stats. HP, 11,500/11,500, sealed, actual, 38,500/38,500. MP, 2600/2600, sealed, actual, 2400/2400. Attack, 231, sealed, actual, 769. Defense, 221, sealed, actual, 779. Agility, 231, sealed, actual, 700. Willpower, 201, sealed, actual, 799. 2 months ago, at a large park, Ha Dawan was panting and stammered, "Got it." He happily raised the pigeon in his hand. The system also announced, catching a pigeon with bare hands left, 97. He muttered to himself, "I'm really exhausted." Ha Dawan was losing his mind over the pigeon catching task. This damn bird, usually it's not scared of people. It's really hard to catch. He thought, I just want to give up right now. Still, he shouted, "Next one." Because Ha Dawan was determined this time, even if it killed him, he wouldn't give up. The system announced, "Warning, hanging on the slide." Time remaining, 6,398 minutes. The sun had almost set, but Ha Dawan still struggled to hold onto the slide. He sighed, thinking, even so, I can feel the task progressing faster and faster. The system reported, body enhancement, 9% complete. During class, Ha Dawan took the opportunity to train, sitting on the invisible chair. Time remaining, 7,402 minutes. He thought to himself, if I keep up this pace, I'll finish the task quickly. The system kept updating, body enhancement, 21%. Held difficulty of ring fit completed, 47% progress. Ha Dawan, seeing this, calculated, I might finish sooner than I expected. The system updated again, body enhancement, 58%. This continued on, and one afternoon, Ha Dawan was panting, finally exclaiming. He looked at the progress bar on the system and saw, body enhancement, 100%. Then he shouted, I did it! The system updated for the last time, body enhancement, invisible chair, clear. Dragon, clear. Pigeon, clear. Slide, clear. Ring fit, clear. Mission progress for body enhancement, complete. Additional reward for completion, increased abilities. Immediately, Ha Dawan looked at his hand, feeling the power within him shift. A series of notifications appeared before him. His defense increased from 21 to 221. His HP went up from 15 to 115. His MP rose from 16 to 2000.
His agility grew from 31 to 231. His attack power went from 31 to 231. His mental strength surged from 1 to 201.
Ha Dawan focused intently on his body. After a moment, he muttered, "Why is there no change? I can't feel anything at all."
He opened his character info, only to be stunned.
What? Did my stats really increase this much? Character info, name, Ha Dawan, level 100. The character has been sealed by the system. Both his current stats and his sealed stats were unbelievably high. Ha Dawan suddenly froze, realizing something. Wait a minute, on the day my father passed, I think he said something. With that thought, a look of determination appeared on his face. I need to check this for myself. I absolutely have to figure this out. Back in the present, Jang Sukiam calmly looked at Dawan and said, "I don't know where you've been or what you've been doing lately." He taunted with a condescending expression, "Do you really think, in just 2 months, you can defeat me?" Ha Dawan paused, deep in thought, not rushing to respond. Jang Sukiam lost his patience, stood up, and heard Ha Dawan reply, "If this is about my father's death, then of course I have to take the risk." Immediately, he jumped up from his position. "If you want to die like this, I'll send you to your father right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Sukiang appeared right in front of Ha Dawan and aimed a kick at him. However, his expression quickly changed when he heard Ha Dawan say, "Before we start, I have a question." With one arm, Ha Dawan successfully blocked the kick, coldly asking, "Where did you get the evidence?" Jang Sukiang stepped back, widening the distance between them, unable to believe it. "You blocked it?" He still looked calm on the outside. "Let's see." But inside, he was quickly analyzing, seems like it was a bit off. His expression changed again as he charged forward. "Why should I tell you?" Ha Dawan didn't dodge and allowed him to strike. Jang Sukiang's punch was firmly gripped by him, and Ha Dawan's voice turned cold. "Now you can't avoid answering my question. Anyway, I'll find out the answer from the evidence because you'll have to confess everything." As he spoke, Ha Dawan tightened his grip on Jang Sukiang's fist. Sukiang's gaze slowly shifted as he looked at Dawan. He began recalling that night when he had talked to Yunson. "Yunson, what do you think of this?" As he watched the video, Sukiang also asked, "Who filmed this? Is it real?" Yunson calmly replied, "Yes, it's real." It seemed Yunson had already figured it out. He sighed and said, "I should have shown you this sooner. This could be useful later." Hearing this, Han Yunson asked, "You're not planning to show this to Ha Dawan, are you?" Sukiang answered, "How could I have evidence like this? What does that guy's dad dying have to do with me?" Sukiang's tone was mocking as he added, "If you're so interested, let me know the identity of the killer." Han Yunsong reviewed the video in his hands and replied, "No, if we don't directly show him, it probably won't convince him." He handed the phone back to Sukiang and reminded him, "Once you say who the killer is, someone will come here to search for the video." Sukiang agreed, "Anyway, I don't think you should keep it. Even if someone comes looking for it, it's none of our business." His eyes glanced at the nearby USB and he said, "Either way, you'll never get your hands on it." This was Sukiang's thought as he was facing off with Ha Dawan. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying presence and thought to himself, "What's going on?" Looking at Ha Dawan's dark, intense expression, Sukiang couldn't believe that this was really the same person. He remembered that rainy spring night, when Ha Dawan had looked so easily defeated. Back then, he had been nothing more than a weakling, but in just 2 months, he'd gotten this strong. There was no way. Sukiang stubbornly kept attacking, but every move was blocked by Dawan. Seeing that he was only defending, Sukiang sneered, "Seems like all you've done this whole time is improve your ability to take hits. How long do you think you can keep that up?" With that, Sukiang put all his strength into a punch, aiming to take Ha Dawan down with this strike. But suddenly, Sukiang's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Ha Dawan to dodge so easily. What? Just now, it was almost
Looking at the data on his system, Ha-Dawan silently acknowledged how much his defense had really improved. Sukiyaon, irritated, lashed out with a kick, but Dawan avoided it effortlessly. Not willing to give up, Sukiyaon quickly raised his other leg for another kick, but Ha-Dawan was nowhere to be seen. Confused, Sukiyaon muttered, "Wait. Has he been avoiding me this whole time?" As Ha-Dawan increased the distance between them, he continued, "You're purposely not attacking." Ha-Dawan didn't respond. He just wanted to test his current abilities. He murmured to himself, "So quick, huh?" Jong Sukiyaon smirked. He remembered Yunsong's words from that day, "You absolutely can't let him take it." Those words made him pause as he was about to take another sip of his drink. He gently swirled the glass and said, "I know he's been moving around a lot lately, but no matter what, he's just a kid." He looked at Yunsong and asked, "So, do you think you can keep the secret from him?" His tone was cold as he replied directly, "You can't even face him." Jong Sukiyaon, confused, put the glass down on the table and said, "Of course." Before he could finish, Han Yunsong cut him off, saying, "Not yet." Noticing Han Yunsong's stubbornness, Jong Sukiyaon was confused. "What do you mean by that?" Han Yunsong stood up and casually responded, "Well, I don't know either. Can't say anything for sure. Let's just leave it at that. But he's a really special person." As he spoke, he headed toward the door, signaling that he wanted to end the conversation there. Back to the fight, Jong Sukiyaon put his hand in his pocket and said to Ha-Dawan, "Is this what you mean?" He remembered Ha-Dawan's weakness from 2 months ago and thought to himself, that feeling from that day wasn't wrong. I could tell because I hit him directly. His movements were a bit unreal. With that thought, he smirked at Dawan and taunted, "What are you saying? That's ridiculous." Looking at Ha-Dawan's cautious stance, he mocked him, thinking, "There's no way. Could it be the strength of his family? What is that?" As he sensed that Dawan was starting to get serious, Ha-Dawan thought, just like back then, it's really something. The atmosphere changed so suddenly. Jong Sukiyaon stepped toward him, saying, "Hey, if that's the case, you should thank your dead dad." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed, and he swung his fist at Ha-Dawan. But what he didn't expect was how fast Ha-Dawan was. In an instant, Ha-Dawan bent down and landed an uppercut on Jong Sukiyaon. He couldn't dodge in time, took the punch, and his face twisted in anger, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Before he could recover, Ha-Dawan raised his hand again and said, "You've had enough fun on your own." Then, he punched Jong Sukiyaon in the stomach, causing him to double over. Ha-Dawan's face looked dangerous as he said, "From now on, it won't be fun anymore." In the Banshan HR room, Ha-Dawan coldly spoke up, "You don't look so good." Looking at Jong Sukiyaon lying on the floor, he continued, "But from now on, it won't be fun anymore." The man just laughed loudly, "This is definitely beyond my expectations." Ha-Dawan listened, confused, as he said, "It's really been a long time since I've had a worthy opponent like you." Immediately, his demeanor changed, becoming more threatening and dangerous. In an abandoned factory, Ji Baekchang didn't seem to know what he was doing standing there. A chubby subordinate appeared and spoke up, "Ah, Mr. Baekchang." Hearing his voice, Ji Baekchang turned around and raised an eyebrow, prompting the subordinate to report, "The Banshan HR office's security system keeps sending notifications." He looked frustrated. "Ha?" Ji Baekchang asked the chubby man, "Isn't Jong Sukiyaon at the office right now?" The man replied meekly, "Yes, he is. At first, I thought it wasn't anything special, but the notifications won't stop, so what should I do?" Ji Baekchang immediately asked, "What do the notifications say?" The man scratched his cheek, checked his phone, and said, "They've been getting louder and more frequent since a few minutes ago." In the HR office, Jong Sukiyaon once again missed his kick and hit the wall, triggering the alarm system. He swung his leg again, but Ha-Dawan easily dodged it. Frustrated, Jong Sukiyaon couldn't believe that after just 2 months, things had come to this. As they fought, he praised, "You're really impressive." Then, his expression turned sinister. "But it seems like, over the past few months,
At that moment, Ha Dawan was forced back onto the couch.
Seizing the opportunity, Jong Suk-yeon clasped his hands together and jumped up, adding, "Your real combat skills still haven't improved, huh?"
However, Ha Dawan's long legs worked to his advantage. He raised one leg and kicked straight into Jong Suk-yeon's chin, stopping his attack in its tracks.
Immediately, Ha Dawan jumped over the opposite couch, creating some space between them. He exhaled, thinking, "That move almost got me in trouble."
Jong Suk-yeon's wild expression returned, and he smirked, "Not bad."
This time, Ha Dawan couldn't dodge in time and was knocked away. He crashed into the wall, quickly stabilizing himself, and grunted in pain. Wiping the blood from his face, he spat on the floor and said, "So, you're the kind of guy who talks this much?" Jong Suk-yeon casually replied, "Oh, it's because I finally found a worthy opponent, so I couldn't help but get excited." As he finished speaking, his face twisted into a terrifying, crazed expression. Looking at that despicable face, Ha Dawan responded, "Wow, this is the first time I've heard that from a guy, so I couldn't help but throw a punch." He landed a punch right on his face, causing Jong Suk-yeon to stagger sideways and fall to the ground.
But that was just an act.
Taking advantage of the moment, Jong Suk-yeon kicked Ha Dawan straight in the face. Ha Dawan gasped in surprise and cursed inwardly, "This damn bastard."
Jong Suk-yeon didn't give him a chance to recover. He quickly launched another attack. "Ha Dawan, what's going on? Don't tell me that was your full strength."
As he spoke, he moved swiftly and relentlessly attacked, putting Ha Dawan in a vulnerable position.
Ha Dawan thought to himself, "He's moving faster." As Ha Dawan leaned back, trying to dodge, Jong Suk-yeon grabbed him by the neck.
If this continued, Ha Dawan knew he was in serious trouble.
At that moment, the only thought running through Ha Dawan's mind was, seriously, has he been holding back this whole time? He could hear Jong Suk-yeon emphasize, "You're not getting away with the USB."
Jong Suk-yeon then kneed him hard, both hands gripping Ha Dawan's head, forcing him to take the full blow.
Ha Dawan thought, he still hasn't even gone all out?
Under Jong Suk-yeon's stunned gaze, Ha Dawan successfully blocked his knee strike. Coldly, he said, "Oh, no, that's not it," while thinking to himself, "Same here." Ha Dawan counterattacked, punching Jong Suk-yeon hard enough to knock him backward. "If you're trying to take me down with strength alone, then stop," Ha Dawan said. Ha Dawan knew he wouldn't be intimidated by a powerful opponent, and even when he was being hit without a moment's rest, he could still calmly think about his next move. Looking inside, he could see Jong Suk-yeon slowly losing his composure.
He thought, is this the kind of effect mental strength has?
With that thought in mind, he taunted his opponent, "Thanks to you, I wouldn't have known about this." Jong Suk-yeon barely saw Ha Dawan charging toward him before hearing him shout, "Hand it over now." After taking a series of punches from Ha Dawan, the moment had come. Ha Dawan had already mostly analyzed Jong Suk-yeon's abilities. It was time to finish this fight, wasn't it? But Jong Suk-yeon, true to his title as a representative, maintained a calm expression and said, "As expected, you're still hiding something."
Ha Dawan didn't stop his attacks, continuing relentlessly. "Keep fighting, and it'll just be a waste of time." For just a second, Jong Suk-yeon managed to dodge. He retorted, "A waste of time, huh?"
Before Ha Dawan could react, Jong Suk-yeon landed a brutal punch to his head, causing him to spit blood. With a smirk, he declared, "Now the fight really begins." However, this time Ha Dawan wasn't knocked back. He used his own head to block the punch, replying, "Nah, not really, just stopping here." He rolled up his sleeves, clearly putting all his strength into it, making Jong Suk-yeon hesitate. With his attack power increasing from 31 to 231, Ha Dawan delivered a powerful punch straight into Jong Suk-yeon's stomach, making him gasp in pain and groan, "Ah." But he didn't stop there. He activated another move, the critical hit. The punch sent Jong Suk-yeon's body flying backward, crashing into a table in the middle of the room, shattering it into pieces. Ha Dawan looked at his fist, impressed. "Whoa, I really hit the weak spot." He looked around at the dust-filled room and sighed. "I should have asked you where you got that thing from." Then, glancing at Jung Sukyeong, unconscious and lying in the rubble, Ha Dawan began to mock him.
But I guess you can't speak now, huh? He quickly grabbed the USB and said, but now it doesn't matter. I'm taking this with me anyway. With that, Ha Dawan left the chaos behind, successfully securing the evidence. He walked down the street under the night sky. Ji Baekchang asked the fat guy again, is Jung Sukyeong still not picking up the phone? The man quickly replied, yes, boss. Baekchang, annoyed, muttered, is something going on after all?
Leading a group of people, he grumbled, I've been worrying about this so much that in the end, we all ended up coming to the office.
Ugh, I hate that feeling of unease.
When they reached the office door, Ji Baekchang ordered, go upstairs and see what's going on.
You idiots. One of them quickly obeyed, yes, boss.
As he was about to open the door, he suddenly saw someone sitting inside, startling him.
Ah. He immediately rushed back to Ji Baekchang.
Boss,
there's someone here.
Baekchang saw the person clearly and, annoyed, asked, Han Yunsong, damn, what are you doing here?
Han Yunsong calmly replied, me?
I'm sitting here to make sure no one gets upstairs.
His calm demeanor left Baekchang speechless.
However, for the sake of his pride, he still said, you're getting bold on someone else's turf, huh?
I kept wondering why the security system kept going off. Turns out something happened upstairs? Han Yunsong heard him but didn't answer.
Looking at him sitting there so relaxed, he asked, I guess Jung Sukyeong isn't here, is he? Seeing Han Yunsong deep in thought, Ji Baekchang, feeling confident, said, I don't care. Anyway, you're all screwed for sure. I've already called in all of Bongchan's people, just in case anything happens. Behind him were dozens of tattooed young men, waiting for orders. Sensing his advantage, Ji Baekchang raised his voice, I'll ask you one last time, what are you here for?
Han Yunsong remained calm, I told you already.
I'm just sitting here to make sure no one goes upstairs. Ji Baekchang sighed, then laughed, look at this guy.
Doesn't even know how to read the situation.
He rubbed his hands together and said, all right, fine. You guys get in here, all of you. Even you, take them down, and we'll find out what this is all about. Knowing a fight was inevitable, Han Yunsong slowly stood up and threatened, go ahead, try me. He took a step toward Ji Baekchang, adding, I don't care what happens to me, but what about you guys? Han Yunsong stood face to face with Ji Baekchang, his expression dangerous. Because from now on, you and your guys will have to stop me. At the schoolyard, Ha Dawan spoke up, so that's how it is. He stood with Han Yunsong, quietly adding, I never expected you to know my dad. The other man lowered his head to look at him and asked, what's more important is, what are you going to do from now on?
Ha Dawan firmly replied, I'm definitely going back to find that USB with the evidence.
Even though Jung Sukyeong completely defeated me last time, this time, I've figured out how to win. He continued, it won't take long. Once I'm ready, I'll go straight to him, because I want to see that evidence with my own eyes.
In a luxurious skyscraper, Han Yunsong was on the phone, hearing Ha Dawan's voice, I'll be there today. The Bongchan Human Resources Office, tell me the address.
Just like that, in his post-shower state, Han Yunsong now knew when and where Ha Dawan would meet Jung Sukyeong. Back in the present moment, Han Yunsong slipped his hands into his pockets and said to Ji Baekchang, I came in here first today, so I gave you guys two choices to begin with. He arrogantly declared, so now, you all can either back off or charge at me right away.
Han Yunsong's voice, though not loud, was incredibly clear in the night.
Oh, of course, I'm talking about all of you.
Immediately, countless underlings of Ji Baekchang sensed the issue.
Ji Baekchang's face darkened as he listened to him continue, I really hate wasting time on pointless stuff. Hearing that, Ji Baekchang thought to himself, what's going on here? I know Han Yunsong isn't someone with a weak presence, but realistically, it's just him in front of me. He then thought, but so what? My side has 40 people, there's no way we should lose to just him. Seeing him lost in thought, the chubby guy behind him seemed a bit confused, and faintly called out, Boss. Unaware of Ji Baekchang's inner struggle,
he quietly bit his lip and muttered to himself, "But damn, why am I hesitating?" Looking at Han Yunsong's calm demeanor, he inwardly cursed, "What is this feeling of oppression?" Suddenly, Ha Dawan appeared from the HR office. He spotted the group from a distance and muttered, "Oh." Ha Dawan casually walked over and asked, "Yunsong, what are you doing here?" "Oh, isn't that the dungeon boss?" His expression grew more confused as he let out a sharp exclamation. Looking around at the crowd of people, he questioned, "What's going on here?" When he saw him, Ji Baekchang immediately shifted his focus and asked, "Ha Dawan, what the hell are you doing up there?" But Han Yunsong spoke up first, "I told you already." He stepped closer to Ji Baekchang and repeated, "I hate wasting time on nonsense like this." Hearing that, Ji Baekchang let out a cold breath, though his hand trembled uncontrollably. Finally, he ordered, "Everyone, get out of the way." Just like that, Ha Dawan followed Han Yunsong and they made their way out without any issues. From a distance, Ji Baekchang's angry voice echoed into the office, "Son of a bitch." He thought to himself, "Just wait, you assholes. First, I need to assess the situation, then I'll make you pay." Furiously, he threw open the door. But then, he froze at the scene before him. What is this? Seeing Jong Sukyang struggling to get up from the wreckage, still spitting blood, he stammered, "Jong Sukyang, are you here?" Looking around at the chaos, Ji Baekchang quickly asked, "But how did the whole office, and you, end up like this? What the hell did Ha Dawan do here?" Jong Sukyang didn't mention Ha Dawan at all. Instead, he calmly replied, "You guys are causing such a commotion." "Don't worry, it's nothing." In his mind, he couldn't help but wonder, Ha Dawan was clearly hiding something very important. Looking at the group of people, Ji Baekchang, Sukyang ordered, "You take them over there and tell them to clean up." Ji Baekchang, hearing this, could only follow the order, confused, "Ah, okay." At this moment, Jong Sukyang didn't realize how bloodthirsty his expression must have looked. He wiped his hand on his sleeve to clean off the blood, thinking, "Next time we meet, I will definitely bring your secret to light." Meanwhile, Dawan was sitting in the park talking to Han Yunsong. He asked, "Why are you here? Is it because of me?" Han Yunsong refused to answer directly and said, "You should watch the video first, then I'll explain everything." Dawan, hearing this, did as she suggested. "All right." He thought to himself, "Finally, I might be able to understand what really happened the day of the accident." His hand quickly activated the video. In the clip, Dawan saw his father's black car. He exclaimed, "Oh, that's my dad's car." He thought to himself, "The video is really short." Dawan muttered, "The person behind the car, his face looks familiar, but I can't figure out who it is." Looking at the man fiddling under the car, he thought, "But one thing's for sure. The suspicious man wearing a mask and a cap must have done something to my dad's car." He turned to Han Yunsong and said, "The cause of the accident is believed to be a brake failure." Could it be the man in this video? But just from this video, there's no way to know who he is. Suddenly, Ha Dawan remembered something Han Yunsong had told him, "But he's living in a place very close to you. What are you going to do about that?" Ha Dawan thought for a moment, then asked Han Yunsong, "Yunsong, the culprit is living somewhere really close to me, right? Yunsong, do you know who he is?" He only heard Yunsong's response, "Look closely at the shirt the person in the video is wearing." Ha Dawan muttered, "What's so special about the shirt?" But when he took a closer look, he froze in shock at the design on the back of the shirt. His eyes widened. Could it be? Then, his mind drifted back to a memory with his father. That day, his father had held up a shirt like that and proudly showed it to his son, Dawan. "What do you think of this shirt? It's the new uniform for Sunshine Foundation. It's nice, right?" At the time, Ha Dawan had replied casually, but seeing the look on his son's face, his father quickly asked, "Why?" Ha Dawan, with a disgusted expression, answered bluntly, "No way would those thugs ever wear a shirt like that, Dad. Why would you waste your time on something like this?"
Then, his father said something unexpected, a sense of belonging. He continued, most of the kids at Sunshine Foundation are ones who feel lost in this world. Their hearts have no place to belong. His father looked at him with deep affection and explained slowly, but through something as small as this shirt, they'll feel a sense of belonging. Ha Dawan listened carefully to his father's words. It seemed like something he had never considered before. Because of this, the children in the orphanage would rely on each other, influencing each other in positive ways and changing little by little. After finishing, his father put on his jacket and asked, "What do you think?" The design might seem ordinary, but it's still a really great jacket, don't you think? Back in reality, Ha Dawan muttered to himself, is the culprit from the Sunshine Foundation? Han Yunsong casually crossed his legs and replied, of course, just by wearing a uniform, I can't say for sure this person is from the Sunshine Foundation. His face looked a little grim. He added, but it definitely seems very likely. Ha Dawan clenched his fists, his veins standing out. He thought about everything that had happened. But in the end, what's changed? No matter what we do, they'll never change. Dad worked so hard, and this is the result? Noticing the sadness in his expression, Han Yunsong spoke up, but even if we find out who's behind this, calling the police might be useless. Under the dim light, his voice rang out clearly, the case was already closed a long time ago. With just this video, we can't clearly identify the culprit. Plus, the origin of the evidence is still unclear. Han Yunsong mentioned Zhang Suqiang. Zhang Suqiang said he got this video from an anonymous message. After saying that, he asked you, don't you have any guesses about the culprit? Ha Dawan sighed and lowered his head, no, not at all. He slowly added, after my father passed away, the Sunshine Foundation fell apart. Information about the people involved in the foundation back then is also. Suddenly, something came to his mind, and he let out a small ah. Dawan's face brightened as he turned to Han Yunsong and said, the building that was used for the Sunshine Foundation is still standing. I wonder if there are any documents left there. He quickly thanked him, thanks, Yunsong. Because of you, I was able to arrange everything so fast. Han Yunsong asked him, so, once you find the culprit, what are you going to do? Dawan thought to himself, Dad, please watch over me. I don't know how long this will take, but I'll definitely find the culprit. Then, he replied to Han Yunsong, of course, I'll crush him. He added to himself, and make him pay for his crimes. But it wasn't until the next morning that the sound of the teacher's voice filled the room. You all know the midterm is next week, right? The teacher's question left Ha Dawan confused. Ah, are you talking about the midterm? He asked. The teacher casually walked out of the door and said, this time, I'm only focusing on the harder questions, so you all better study hard. Immediately, the whole class shouted, teacher. At that moment, Ha Dawan could only think of one thing, I'm so screwed. He rubbed his head helplessly, thinking to himself, I've been too busy with missions to study at all. At this rate, my life is going to be crushed right in front of me. Suddenly, Jihan, who was sitting behind him, leaned forward and asked, Dawan, what's wrong? Ha Dawan jumped in surprise. He started, but then answered, actually, I haven't studied much this time. When Jihan heard that, he said, oh, I thought something serious was going on. I can help you. Ha Dawan looked at him in surprise and asked, help me? Jihan responded, if you don't mind, do you want to come over to my place to study after school? When the bell rang for the end of class, Ha Dawan and Jihan quickly headed home. As he walked, Ha Dawan thought to himself, until now, there's one thing I hadn't realized. Since the first time I met Jihan, even though we become classmates, shared the same cafeteria, and everything, unexpected things kept happening, making me so busy that I didn't even notice. Is this what friendship is? Thinking this, a smile appeared on his face. Ha Dawan turned to Jihan and asked, Jihan, where do you live? Suddenly, the system screen popped up, startling him. What? It announced, a mission has appeared, protect Jihan and ensure his safety throughout the exam period. Reward, hidden item.
Ha Dawan screamed internally, why does this mission pop up now? I have a feeling this is going to be a bad one. He focused on the mission details, thinking to himself, protect Jihan. That means he's going to be in danger, right? Elsewhere on campus, a male student smoking laughed and said, damn. Who said there are so many pretty girls in Gwanak district? The guy next to him, holding a phone, replied, who else but you? Ha ha ha. Immediately, the smoker grabbed a female student next to him and said, me? I only have Min Young. This made the girl snap angrily, get off of me. The guy with the phone teased, you switched so fast? Ha ha. Nearby, a hot female student asked the tattooed guy in front of her, what are you staring at, Gumman? He answered, I just saw a familiar face. Looking at Jihan, who was smiling in the distance, he added, I didn't expect to run into him here. An old friend I used to be really close with. The girl beside him was immediately drawn to look over. At the time of the midterm exams, the sky was clear and sunny. Ha Dawan was so stunned that he could hardly believe his eyes. This. I really can't believe it, he said, unable to hold back and speaking loudly, is this your house, you Jihan? Jihan calmly led him inside. Yeah, come on in. As Dawan walked in, he was overwhelmed by the smell of wealth in the house. Wow! While he was carefully observing everything, a gentle voice suddenly rang out. Jihan, you're back? Oh, the person with Jihan was. Dawan quickly introduced himself. Ah, hello, ma'am. I'm Jihan's friend, Ha Dawan. The woman laughed and replied, ha ha, I'm just the housekeeper here. She then walked into the kitchen. I'll bring some fruit for both of you. Make yourselves at home. Ha Dawan awkwardly lowered his head. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Then he turned to Jihan, still in awe. This is amazing. You even have a housekeeper? Jihan, feeling a bit helpless, just gave a forced smile as an answer. After a moment, he regained his composure and led Dawan upstairs. Let's head to the second floor. Ha Dawan kept looking around, still in disbelief. Wow, I think I've seen this kind of scene in a movie before. When they reached the room, Jihan happily introduced it. This is my room. Dawan, still in shock from the experience, changed the way he spoke. Really? So, Master Jihan? Jihan thought he was joking and laughed, saying, why are you suddenly talking like that? Ha ha. Ha Dawan was really excited because it was his first time visiting Yu Jihan's house. He set his bag down and thought to himself, this is amazing. Even though I'm just here to hang out, it feels like I'm getting a little closer to him. Jihan was clearing some things off the table by the window and said, let's study at this table. The more Ha Dawan looked around, the more he felt moved. I wonder when was the last time I visited a friend's house, he thought. Suddenly, the housekeeper came over and said, it's been a long time since Jihan brought a friend over to the house. She placed water and fruit on the table and added, you two don't mind me, just enjoy yourselves. If you need anything, just let me know. Both Ha Dawan and Yu Jihan responded, thank you, ma'am. We'll eat a lot. Ha Dawan then remembered a few things from before and silently thought, now that I think about it, I've never really seen Jihan hang out with other friends. The only time I can recall is when he was bullied by some thugs at the karaoke room. When Yu Jihan finally spoke up, saying, let's start studying, Ha Dawan snapped out of his thoughts and replied, yeah. He reassured himself, well, I don't really need to ask him about that. They studied together until the sky turned to dusk. Ha Dawan happily said, thanks a lot for today, Jihan. Let's keep studying together like this as we prepare for the exams. Ha Dawan waved goodbye. I'll see you at school tomorrow. Jihan saw him out the door. Be careful. Ha Dawan walked home. It had been such a great day, so he felt a little nostalgic. The day had flown by so fast. Jihan was at home, so nothing dangerous should happen, right? Suddenly, the system interface popped up. Mission: protect Jihan, ensure their safety during the exam period. Reward: hidden item. Ha Dawan stared at the system prompt, confused by the task to protect Jihan.
His face showed a mix of confusion as he stared at the screen. Oh, I was so lost in thought earlier that I didn't notice.
Ha Dawan focused on the reward. What's a hidden item? The only rewards I've gotten so far are keys. As he walked along the long road home, Ha Dawan felt a bit excited. If it says hidden, then this must be a really good reward, right? It's making my heart race again. It was the time for the midterms at 3, at Jihan's house. He happily walked into the room and asked, Dawan, have you finished?
Before he could finish his sentence, Jihan was shocked by the sight in front of him.
Dawan?
He saw two Dawans, who looked like they were about to collapse, lying on the floor.
The tired Dawan groaned, my brain. It's beyond its limit. If I keep going, it'll short-circuit.
Seeing that he was okay, Jihan breathed a sigh of relief and laughed, ha ha ha.
He suggested, let's take a break for a bit. Ha Dawan was led down a hallway.
He was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the room in front of him.
Jihan, is this? Jihan didn't quite understand what he meant.
This is just a regular gaming room. Looking at the modern room, fully equipped with everything any guy would dream of, Ha Dawan thought to himself, this is insane, I'm so jealous.
He quickly turned to Jihan and said, this is exactly the room of my dreams. I've even added it to my wish list. Jihan broke into a sweat under his intense gaze. Is that so? I'm not really into gaming, so. Ha Dawan asked, oh, so why do you have a game room then? Jihan, not understanding the underlying meaning, answered honestly, it was a birthday gift from my parents last year. I only used the second floor, so there are still a lot of empty rooms. Ha Dawan couldn't hold back his laughter and twitched the corner of his mouth, saying, a birthday gift? Ha! Seeing Ha Dawan's expression, Jihan looked puzzled and asked, what's wrong?
Ha Dawan forced himself to hold back his emotions and replied, oh, nothing.
Just. Reality seems a bit.
He couldn't stop himself from thinking, she's on a completely different level.
Suddenly, Ha Dawan noticed something. He pointed to a room with a white door and asked Jihan, hey, Jihan, what about that room at the end? Jihan followed his gaze and calmly replied, That's just a storage room, don't worry about it. Ha Dawan didn't pay it much attention and got excited as he entered the game room. Oh, so that's it. Damn, you even have VR? That's awesome. Neither of them gave the white room another thought.
Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the midterms for D2 were approaching. The exams were just around the corner.
Ha Dawan walked home with Jihan, feeling a little guilty. He said, I guess I've probably wasted a lot of your time these past few days, huh? Jihan kindly replied, no, it's fine. Thanks to you, I got to review some lessons too.
Ha Dawan thought to himself, even though the task had come up, nothing had actually happened yet.
Maybe he was just overthinking it. So, he let it go.
He continued chatting with Jihan, and with sincerity, Jihan said, it's actually been fun studying with you, Dawan.
Ha Dawan was puzzled and replied, studying can be fun? He then asked, but, Jihan, don't you go to extra classes?
Jihan honestly answered, no, I don't go anymore, but I used to take a lot of extra classes.
Just the tutoring centers alone, I've been to about 20. Ha Dawan was shocked. 20? Is that what life's like for the elite? Jihan wasn't bothered by his surprise and casually said, well, I didn't just study knowledge.
I learned all sorts of things.
Ha Dawan, curious, asked, all sorts of things?
Suddenly, someone appeared in front of them and spoke up, long time no see, Jihan.
I guess this is the first time we've seen each other since high school, right? Jihan blinked, a little confused, You're Lee Gumman. Why are you here?
The person, with tattooed arms, was leaning on a big motorcycle, staring at the two of them. Lee Gummin calmly explained, his tone almost teasing, a few days ago, I was near here, and by chance, you happened to pass by. Lee Gummin, Jihan's old middle school friend, laughed loudly and continued. I was tied up with another appointment at that time, so I couldn't say hello. But I kept thinking about it, so I came back to find you. I'm really happy to see you again. Ha ha ha. I thought you had run off. Moved to a new place? Turns out you're still in Guanik, huh? Ha Dawan sneaked a glance at Jihan, ignoring Lee Gummin, and asked with a smile. Is this your friend? Ha ha. Ha Dawan noticed something was off with Jihan. He was trembling. He then turned to Lee Gummin and asked, Hey, who are you? But Jihan stepped in, blocking the way, Don't confront him. Then, Jihan directly said to Lee Gummin, I'm not happy to see you at all. So please, don't come looking for me again. He quickly pulled Ha Dawan along. Let's go. Dawan, still confused, was called and ran after him, saying, Lee Gummin glanced at the two of them walking away, his expression thoughtful, as if he was considering something. After walking for a while, Ha Dawan finally asked, Jihan, who was that guy back there? He didn't seem like your friend. Jihan stayed silent for a moment, then spoke up, but instead of answering Dawan's question, he said, Sorry, Dawan, but I don't think I'll be able to study with you today. Ha Dawan, confused, replied, it's okay. I can study on my own now. Jihan, feeling guilty, walked ahead. I'm going ahead. Sorry about this. Not wanting to make him feel awkward, Ha Dawan waved and said, take care. Watching Jihan walk away, Ha Dawan still had no idea what was going on. He worried and thought, why is he acting like this all of a sudden? Who was that guy, really? Then, suddenly remembering the system's mission, he had a bad feeling. Could this be related to the mission? At the same time, Jihan was silently walking home alone. He was remembering a moment from high school. A yogurt lid had been opened, and someone had asked, Don't rich people lick yogurt lids, Jihan? Jihan, who was studying at the time, was caught off guard when called and responded absent-mindedly. Oh, that? I think not. The other person, hearing this, smirked knowingly and said, Is that so? Well, then try licking it. He held out the yogurt lid, which already had mold growing on it. Gummin, the instigator, smiled ominously and threatened. What are you waiting for? I told you to lick it. Unable to stand the pressure, Jihan actually did it. Afterward, he started vomiting on the floor. The other students nearby didn't offer any help, instead, they laughed and mocked him. Ha ha ha, the dog actually licked it. Ha, wow, he's crazy, that lid was all moldy. Ha ha ha. As the memory ended, Jihan continued walking, silent. The weight of that pain seemed to wrap around his small frame. Ha Dawan watched him quietly, thinking to himself, Even though this is just a mission, I can't force myself to do something I don't want to. Jihan noticed again. Ha Dawan thought to himself, Even so, I guess it'll be fine if I follow and check on him until he gets home, right? A little while later, Jihan arrived home and greeted the housekeeper. The housekeeper saw him come back alone and asked, You're home already? Oh, where's your friend? Jihan thought she was asking about Dawan, so he answered, Dawan? Well, today we each decided to study at our own places. The housekeeper seemed surprised. Oh, no, not Dawan. What was his name again? Anyway, he stopped by earlier and said he wanted to see you before leaving. Did you two go in opposite directions? The others are waiting upstairs. Jihan's eyes widened as he realized something was wrong. The others? He quickly ran upstairs, his mind recalling the housekeeper's words, What's going on? It's not like it's unusual for my friends to stop by here once in a while. Jihan quickly opened the door to the game room, thinking about the words, Those classmates of yours from middle school. Sure enough, the group of people was gathered inside the game room. When they saw him open the door, they turned to look.
A girl spoke up teasingly, Jihan, you moved and even built a room like this. You must be living the good life now, huh? One person asked carelessly, damn, can you give me your Nintendo Switch? Another person laughed and said, I bet you already stuffed it into your bag. Jihan's face turned pale as he looked at them and said, why are you guys like this? Before he could finish, they interrupted him, hey, damn, why are you so late? A girl, lying on Jihan's bed, complained angrily, it was so hard for us to get your address and come here. We were all confused when you weren't home. We waited forever, and that's why Gumman had to go get you. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Jihan's face turned even paler as he slowly turned his head. The figure of the person approached and said, Jihan, what was that? You just left without saying anything? It's been so long since we all got together to hang out.
Lee Gumman appeared, grabbed Jihan's hair, and yanked it back, his words full of threat. He smiled and suggested, let's have some fun today. Haha, I'll help you remember the good old days. Meanwhile, outside the door, Ha Dawan had arrived. He stood in front of the house, comforting himself. No matter how he thought about it, he felt he shouldn't leave now. Ha Dawan raised his hand and rang the doorbell. His eyes were cold, and he had a bad feeling. The doorbell rang several times. The maid inside asked who it was. Ha Dawan quickly responded, hello, I'm Ha Dawan. The maid was surprised and asked, oh, Dawan? I heard you weren't coming today. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, I wasn't planning on it. Ha ha. The maid looked uncomfortable and said, but what now? Jihan is probably not home. Ha Dawan froze for a moment, then quickly asked, she's not home? The maid answered straightforwardly, Jihan just went out to hang out with her middle school friends. Her words made Ha Dawan even more suspicious. Middle school friends? The maid, feeling a bit guilty, told him, I don't really know where he went. If it's urgent, maybe you should try calling him. Ha Dawan tried to push down his worry and responded, yes, I understand. I'll come by again next time. As Ha Dawan stepped out of Jihan's house, he walked and thought to himself. Jihan had said he would be home early today. Could it be that he had plans with other friends? He told himself that it might actually be a good thing. But just as Ha Dawan was starting to relax, the system suddenly popped up. A notification appeared, bodyguard mission, you have abandoned the protected subject. Mission difficulty has increased. Ha Dawan was startled. What? The difficulty of the mission increased? This has never happened before. The system continued to update, rescue mission. Save Jihan. Reward, hidden mystery item. Ha Dawan frowned. He noticed that the nature of the mission had changed from protecting to rescuing. A bad thought suddenly crossed his mind. He quickly turned around. Maybe Jihan wasn't hanging out with friends after all, but had been forced to go with them. Over there, at a beer table, it seemed like the player was pretty bad and missed the shot. Frustrated, the person yelled, no. It turned out the group bullying Jihan was at the bar. After seeing the girl with black hair play poorly, the blonde guy teased, whoa, nice miss. She snapped back angrily, so annoying. Gumman, Jihan's classmate from middle school, watched them play but didn't say anything. His expression looked like he was about to do something. He glanced over at the person sitting nearby, then smiled and said, it's been a while since we've been back to the secret base, huh? We used to hang out here all the time back in middle school. And look, all the people who bullied Jihan are here, surrounding him. There's even one guy laughing loudly while hugging a girl. How is it that Jihan hasn't changed at all since back then? The girl, casually playing on her phone, sneered, all those bookworms are the same. 3 big guys appeared around Jihan. The fat one spoke up, asking, but who the hell are you? One of them patted Jihan's head and introduced, this guy's always looked so well behaved since he was born. Gumman leisurely leaned back in his chair, bringing up an old memory.
Hey, Jihan, there are a lot of people here you're meeting for the first time, right? The last time you came here was 2 years ago. Jihan's body started shaking uncontrollably at the sound of his voice. The people around him got even more excited, seeing him tremble like that. Don't be so tense, they teased. Jihan recalled the time when he was in this same spot, and back then, these people had been complaining too. Ugh, this is boring, Jihan.
It's because you don't drink that the atmosphere is so dull, they grumbled. They looked at him with disdain and kept on saying,
Why'd you even bring him here? Your friends are pouring drinks, and you won't even take a sip? Damn, is this all your friendship is worth?
Their complaining kept ringing in his ears.
Gumman joined in with a mocking tone. Yeah, it's been kind of dull. Since we're at it, why don't you try this? Jihan, feeling uneasy, asked, Try what?
Gumman smiled, but there was a coldness in his eyes as he replied, A friendship test.
From now on, I'm going to slap you across the face.
Jihan was shocked, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he stared at him.
Gumman calmly stood up and explained the test. Out of everyone here, just one person. If that person takes a slap for you, then you pass the test.
He walked up and grabbed Jihan's collar, his voice calm and comforting, Don't be afraid.
Jihan, scared, pleaded, Wait. Gumman kept his hand raised, right in front of Jihan's terrified eyes. Wasn't there anyone who would help him?
The sound of each slap echoed through the room.
As he struck, Lee Gumman mocked him, Let's see if anyone's willing to take a slap for you. This is your fault, you've been avoiding us.
His friends, even though they were witnessing all of this, just ignored it and went on with their own business.
Lee Gumman smiled sarcastically, If you're stupid, you have to deal with it. You should have treated your friends better, don't you think? They looked down at Jihan, lying on the floor, and mocked him. A girl with black hair spoke up, Isn't this too much? What if he reports this? What will we do?
Even though she said that, her face didn't show any fear.
Lee Gumman calmly responded, Jihan, weren't you having fun with us? I'm sure you wouldn't think of reporting this, would you? If people find out how you're usually treated, your mom will know.
I'm just worried she'll be shocked if she finds out about this.
Jihan, battered and bruised on the floor, couldn't fight back, trapped by their threats.
Back to the present, Gumman was still sitting in his chair, calm, with a tone that pretended to sound sad.
After that day, you suddenly disappeared, and it really surprised me, you know? If I had known you moved to the neighborhood next door, I would have invited you to hang out with us. Ha. Jihan couldn't hold back anymore and finally spoke up, Why did you do that? Suddenly, someone next to them interrupted, Hey, Gumman? Looks like we're out of alcohol.
Lee Gumman immediately shifted his attention, ignoring Jihan's question and responding, oh. He generously pulled out a card, took it, and went to buy alcohol and cigarettes for everyone. The fat guy happily took it, Well, as expected, you're rich. The others around them also chimed in, Go, and come back soon. After giving his orders, Lee Gumman slowly stood up.
Now, he was ready to deal with Jihan.
Anyway, Jihan, it's been a long time since a friend poured you a drink.
What's wrong? Aren't you going to drink?
Jihan stared at the glass in front of him, the fear from the past rushing back. At that moment, Lee Gumman had walked over to him, reaching out to curse.
Damn, are you trying to piss me off again?
The sky outside was gradually growing darker.
Dawan anxiously ran around, searching for his best friend. Is he here? He wondered.
He went to the karaoke bar, then to the arcade, his heart racing with worry.
Where is he? Where could he be?
Dawan even searched down narrow alleys, but it was all in vain. He kept calling, but all he heard was the sound of the phone ringing with no one picking up. Suddenly, his phone beeped. Someone had answered on the other end.
Dawan quickly asked, Hello, Jihan? Where are you right now?
On the other end, the voice seemed to recognize him and said, Oh, I recognize this voice.
You're the one who was with Jihan today, right? Ha Dawan immediately thought of Gumman, and a feeling of doubt crept into his mind. If it's about this morning, he asked quickly, are you the guy who was standing in front of the school earlier today? Where's Jihan now? Ha Dawan asked seriously. Gumman, with his usual arrogant attitude, replied, what's the matter? If I tell you, are you planning to come here? Gumman smirked, his gaze dropping to the ground as he continued, I guess it doesn't matter. If you're not coming. Your friend might be in danger too, Gumman said, his voice cold. Jihan's been beaten so badly, he doesn't even look like himself anymore. He's lying motionless on the ground. Gumman ordered, I'm sending you the address now, get here quickly. His group of friends immediately understood what he was planning. The girl with black hair, focused on her phone, muttered, Gumman's at it again. Sure enough, Gumman's expression changed. A coldness spread across his face, and a terrifying smile, almost demonic, appeared as he declared, the friendship test begins now. Ha Dawan only heard the beeping sound before the call ended. Gumman had hung up. Holding his phone, he wondered, I'm really curious. Is this guy really Jihan's friend? Suddenly, Jihan, who had seemed unconscious, grabbed Ha Dawan's hand and begged, don't hurt him, Dawan. The bullies around them started to laugh, excitedly mocking, oh, damn, this guy's strong. Such cowardly feelings between these guys. Ha ha. Lee Gumman slammed Jihan's head back onto the ground, his voice seething with anger. You want to know why I'm doing this? Your fake moral attitude annoys me. Jihan cried out in pain. He widened his eyes when he heard him say, shut up and just watch. What do you think will happen to your friend because of you? The sky had already darkened. The group sent to buy supplies was walking and talking at the same time. Those rich guys really are something, Of course, I trust my life with Gumman. The guy with orange hair asked, but who was that guy just now? The guy with blonde hair answered casually. I asked, and they said he used to be Gumman's best friend, but it seems like they're not that close anymore. The orange-haired guy was curious. Were they really best friends? What could have happened between them to end up like this? The blonde-haired guy frowned. You think I know? That's not important right now. That nerd clearly has money. I'm planning to steal his wallet later. The orange-haired guy laughed. Oh, I was thinking the same thing. Neither of them realized someone was following them from behind. Meanwhile, Lee Gumman's group had been waiting too long for the alcohol and cigarettes and were getting bored, so they started chatting. Hey, do you think those two went all the way to the distillery to buy the alcohol? The guy with the crew cut replied, probably lost their way. The girl with black hair sighed. I really want some alcohol right now. Seeing the door open, the guy with the shaved head excitedly said, just as we were talking, they showed up. Hey, come on, tell the truth. What have you guys been doing this whole time? Who would have thought the welcome they'd get would be the battered body of our friend tossed inside? They screamed loudly, what the hell? Heavy footsteps approached. The newcomer was carrying another person and calmly walked in. Lee Gumman was a bit surprised when he saw who it was. Whoa, you're a bit different from what I imagined. Ha Dawan stood silently in front of them, then apologized, Jihan, sorry I'm late. Jihan, in shock, couldn't believe it and called out, Ha Dawan? Ha Dawan tossed the orange-haired guy forward, then looked seriously at the bullies and said, I don't know what's going on here, but first, how about I beat every single one of you into the ground, huh? Ha Dawan took a ready stance, his cold gaze sweeping over the group. Thinking back to middle school, the classroom was always nearly empty, Gumman said as he walked over to Jihan. Jihan, I'm going to the hospital today. Jihan, hearing that, suggested, can I go with you? He happily agreed, of course. At that time, Jihan thought that he and the other guy could become best friends. They were walking together down the street. Gumman spoke up, this is amazing, right? Jihan asked, what do you mean? At the hospital in Korea, the large hospital building loomed ahead.
They walked to VIP room 3, and a voice called out, "The high school uniform really suits our Jihan."
Jihan's mom, lying in the hospital bed, asked, "How's it going? Have you made any friends yet?"
Jihan shyly replied, "Mom, today's just the first day of school."
His mom teased, "What about a girlfriend?"
Jihan immediately panicked and shouted, "Mom."
She laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding." Jihan's mom was very beautiful.
She gently said, "I just hope my son can find a close friend.
You look weak like me because you take after me. Please find a strong friend who can protect you for me." Jihan, feeling helpless, replied, "I'm not weak anymore, Mom." Jihan stayed there until sunset.
When he walked out the door, someone came up to him and started a conversation.
It was the uniform of the class president. Gumman approached and asked, "New uniform? Could it be that you're also a freshman?" That was the first time Jihan met Gumman.
The two of them started walking together.
Gumman, feeling cheerful, chatted with him.
"We're in the same class, our moms are both in the same hospital wing.
What a coincidence, right?
Plus, both our families are pretty well off."
Jihan didn't really seem too interested and replied, "Is that so?"
Gumman teased him, "I told you, it's true, kid."
Jihan smiled and said, "Stop it, ha." Gumman smiled back and said, "My mom's the same way, and your mom too. It'd be great if they could both get discharged soon, don't you think?"
Jihan thought to himself that maybe it was because they understood each other so well, sharing the same experience, that their friendship felt deeper than any other. He believed that their friendship would last forever.
Then, one day, the two of them were at the hospital together, and Gumman asked, "Doctor, what happened just now?"
"I only heard the doctor announce moments ago that Gumman's mother had just been transferred to the special emergency room."
As soon as the news broke, Lee Gumman's face instantly darkened.
Jihan looked at him, worried. He could tell that from that very moment, we were slowly losing our sense of empathy. Then the doctor said, "Anyway, it's unlikely your mother will survive this." It was at that exact moment that their relationship began to break down, little by little. Back to the present, Ha-Dawan stood in front of the bullies and said, "I don't know exactly what's going on here, but first, I'll just beat all of you."
Gumman's two henchmen stopped what they were doing and stood up. The one with black hair frowned and cursed, "Damn, who the hell is this?" The guy with the buzz cut sneered and said, "Humph, didn't you hear? We're about to get beaten."
Gumman laughed, his arrogant posture making him look even more confident as he said, "Whoa, Jihan, your friend came to save you."
Isn't this friendship so touching, it almost brings a tear to my eye? Ha ha. Jihan, still worried, quickly yelled, "Run, run now, Dawan."
I only saw the guy with the shaved head rushing at me.
He swung his fist and smugly shouted, "It's too late, you idiot. You piece of shit."
Before he could even finish his insult, I threw a punch right at his face.
Using my gap jab skill, I landed a clean hit.
With just one strike, he went down. I stared at him coldly. Compared to the usual opponents I fight, there were more of these guys, and I glanced over at the others, who were still in shock.
What just happened? Did he get knocked out with a single punch?
I thought to myself, I don't even know how strong these guys are, so I'm just hitting randomly.
Seems like I'm wasting mana for no reason. I glanced at my fist, feeling a bit regretful. But I quickly shook off the thought and focused again. My eyes turned cold as I looked at them.
I wanted to end this quickly, minimizing the number of moves I had to make. Without giving them a chance to react, I rushed toward one of them. The guy, furious, swung his fist and cursed, "Son of a bitch." I calmly used my gap jab skill, landing a punch right on his face. No matter what, as long as I hit his chin, it was enough. Watching the fat guy fall to the ground, blood pouring out, Ha-Dawan coldly glanced away and said, "Good, next." Suddenly, someone tried to sneak up behind him, swinging a bottle of liquor with the intent to strike. The guy swung hard, aiming for Ha-Dawan's head. Ha Dawan quickly spun around and used his skills, shattering both the bottle and the guy's face.
The man collapsed, finally joining his fallen comrades on the ground.
Ha Dawan casually remarked, "Hey, I thought something serious was going on."
Jihan stood there, stunned, mouth hanging open. Dawan.
The black-haired girl, looking slightly worried, asked, "What the hell is that?
How could he take them down inside a room like this?" An angry fat guy got up and yelled, "Damn!
He aimed for my chin on purpose." The man stomped over, his tone dripping with disdain as he said, "Looks like you've got some skills." The fat guy charged at him, full of arrogance, declaring, "I want to try fighting you, you dog."
Ha Dawan calmly activated his gap jab skill, landing a punch straight to the guy's face.
"You wouldn't have needed to open your mouth for that," he said. To his surprise, the fat guy didn't seem hurt and responded, "Damn, those punches are fast."
Ha Dawan furrowed his brow.
The fat guy used his body to block the punch and, with a smug look, said, "Anyway, it won't affect me." He quickly grabbed Ha Dawan by the collar and threw him away, causing Ha Dawan to crash into the table and chairs. The fat guy said casually, "I don't hold back, you know." Ha Dawan quickly regained his balance and slid toward the pool table. The fat guy patted his head and said, "Oh, it's been a while since I used any strength, so I'm a little dizzy."
"Gumman, can you order some delivery for me?" Lee Gumman happily agreed, "Ha ha ha, just order whatever you want." "It's fine, I accept."
Excited, the fat guy walked over to Ha Dawan. He snorted, "First, I'll beat the hell out of this dog, then I'll think about it." But unexpectedly, Ha Dawan quickly grabbed the fat guy's collar and lifted him up.
The fat guy, interested, cursed, "Damn it, ha 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 ha, are you trying to copy me? You think you can throw me around?"
At this point, Ha Dawan focused mana into his hand. Using his gap jab skill, level 5, he landed a rapid combo on the fat guy, hitting him square in the face. The fat guy's face was smashed so badly that his teeth and lips mixed together, and even his parents wouldn't recognize him. The others saw this and immediately stood up, on alert. Ha Dawan rubbed his wrist and coldly said, "I'll give you all a serving of pork, you bastards." Lee Gumman silently stared at him, and a voice suddenly broke the silence.
"Huh, that's why we shouldn't have ordered that extra dish. We should have acted sooner, right?" Kwon Sangwon, with fighting skills on par with Lee Gumman's, was ranked second.
The other one, Jang Minwo, also had fighting skills close to Gumman's, ranking third.
He joined in, mocking, "Damn, this kid is really getting on my nerves." Kwon Sangwon looked at Dawan with interest and said,
"Now the real game begins." Ha Dawan furrowed his brow, his expression serious as he faced them. In no time, both of them were badly beaten by him. The two girls in the group screamed,
"Oh my god, don't come over here, you crazy guy." Gumman coldly watched him.
He raised an eyebrow when he saw Ha Dawan pass by him. He grabbed Jihan's hand, helped him up, and asked,
"Jihan, are you okay? Can you stand?" Jihan, still dazed, replied, "Yeah, I'm fine."
Then, Ha Dawan turned to question Gumman.
"And you're the one who caused all this trouble for Jihan?" Gumman calmly asked the person standing behind him. "Jihan, you're pretty good, huh? Having a friend like this must be worth a lot. How much did you pay to get him to join you? Come on, tell me." Jihan couldn't believe he would say something like that. "What?"
Gumman's face twisted into an expression of contempt as he looked at him. "Recently, I've had a friend just as worthless as you."
Ha Dawan jumped in surprise when he noticed there was another person in the room. The guy was sitting on the bed and groaned, "It's so noisy."
Taking advantage of the moment, the guy lunged forward and threw a punch at Ha Dawan through the blanket.
"Wait a minute, take this. Break your face, damn it, you dog." Ha Dawan quickly recovered and used his gap jab skill to throw a punch. His fist landed on the guy's arm. The guy remained calm, seemingly unaffected by the punch. "Countering while you're being attacked? Not bad. You even blocked my punch?"
Ha Dawan stayed on guard, silently thinking to himself, just taking one hit from him would probably leave me feeling completely stunned. The guy with the braided hair was Kim Kong-jae, a sophomore in high school and Gummon's top fighter undefeated. He stretched and yawned.
Ha, I'm still half asleep. I haven't even gone all out yet.
After sizing him up, Ha Dawan thought to himself, he's on a completely different level compared to the guys from earlier.
If that's the case, do I really have to beat you into the hospital before you'll learn? Was the last thing Ha Dawan blurted out.
Kim Kong-jae heard it too and paid attention to him. Oh, he muttered. Ha Dawan then channeled mana into his hand, thinking to himself, if I use a stronger skill against this guy, will anything bad happen? Kim Kong-jae stepped up to him, threatening, still not kneeling and apologizing. You're gonna die, kid. The sky was bathed in red at Jihan's house.
The maid, carrying some items, went up to the second floor.
Ah! This steamer has great features, but it's too big for my liking. I'll just store it in the storage room for now. The maid walked toward the room with the mysterious white door.
She peeked into Jihan's room, thinking to herself, the lights are off, so Jihan must be planning to eat and then come back. He's in the middle of exams, after all.
She smiled happily. Anyway, I'm glad Jihan's been hanging out with his friends more often lately. She was genuinely pleased.
I wonder what they're up to right now.
The maid continued on her way to the storage room.
Meanwhile, Jihan anxiously watched the battle in front of him, the sounds of insults echoing loudly. What's going on? Are you all sleep deprived or something?
Kim Kong-jae threw a punch at Ha Dawan's face while shouting, I just closed my eyes for a second, and why the hell is everyone else knocked out but you?
He asked him, did you take them all down?
Ha Dawan managed to block every one of his attacks, but because of that, his hands were bruised and swollen.
He stayed silent, thinking to himself.
He had caused a lot of damage. Each hit wasn't just a regular strike. It was all raw power coming from the other guy's muscles. He wasn't fighting strategically, he was just exchanging punches, and that was only making things harder for Ha Dawan. Ha Dawan carefully watched Kim Kong-jae, who was yawning and looking tired, thinking about how easily he could stop his gap jab attack. Ha Dawan made up his mind there was no more time to waste.
It was time to use a stronger move.
Kim Kong-jae looked down on his opponent, letting his guard down as he yawned and rubbed his eyes.
Ha, there are some people you just can't beat with normal techniques.
As Ha Dawan raised his hand to strike, Kim Kong-jae effortlessly grabbed his wrist.
What, something like a finishing move?
He said, intrigued, looking at Ha Dawan.
Well, what if I make sure you can't land a hit?
Suddenly, Ha Dawan spun around 180 degrees, leaving everyone stunned. He used his falcon drop skill to strike Kim Kong-jae. The hit had a lot of force behind it, making Kim Kong-jae stagger back. His shirt sleeve started tearing, and a painful bruise appeared on his shoulder. His shirt was completely shredded.
Ha Dawan cursed under his breath, shit.
He silently thought to himself, I aimed for his head, but the angle threw off my strike.
Two girls, hugging each other in fear, whispered, what's going on? Did he just get beaten too?
Kim Kong-jae, furious, shouted, damn, shut up. I'm still half asleep, that's why. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed toward Ha Dawan, eager to take back what he just lost. Without warning, Ha Dawan reached out, coldly saying, then let me help you wake up a bit. With that, he used his stun smash skill, slamming Kim Kong-jae's head into the wall.
Looking down at Kim Kong-jae, now on the ground, Ha Dawan calmly asked, hey, you got a problem with that? Jihan, who had been watching everything unfold, couldn't help but marvel, wow, that's impressive. You're amazing.
Lee Gummon frowned, his face filled with anger. His hand clenched into a fist, and through gritted teeth, he hissed, what the hell are you doing, you bastard? Then, Gummon glanced to the side, his attention fixed on the arrows sticking out of the wall. A chilling thought began to form in his mind. On the other side, Kim Kong-jae, in pain, leaned against the wall and held his head, groaning, I thought I was going to crack my skull.
Suddenly, Ha Dawan spoke up, you think there's no problem here? Kim Kong-jae looked up, confused. What? By then, Ha Dawan had already moved in closer, ready to throw a punch. If he hit him now, Kim Kong-jae would wish he had stayed down. He thought to himself, let's end it here. Just as Ha Dawan was about to strike, a voice called out, "Hey!" He turned toward the voice, only to see that Jihan had been restrained, an arrow aimed directly at his throat. The voice continued, "If you don't want me to put a hole in his neck and take his life, you better stop resisting." Gumman smiled and presented his terms, taking control of the situation. Ha Dawan anxiously shouted, "Jihan?" Lee Gumman remained calm, replying, "Hey, Kim Kong-jae, you think I paid you to act like this? Get your act together, you bastard." His cold expression showed no mercy as he addressed Kim Kong-jae. Ha Dawan, frantic with worry, yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" He didn't notice the fist flying toward him. Kim Kong-jae seized the opportunity and punched him square in the face. Grinning with excitement, Kim Kong-jae taunted, "Can't you tell? We're trying to teach you a lesson." He continued to land punch after punch. Meanwhile, Ha Dawan, concerned for Jihan, couldn't bring himself to fight back. Kim Kong-jae, full of confidence, mocked him, "Go ahead, try to act like before, you bastard. The moment you fight back, you won't care what happens to your friend." Kim Kong-jae then punched him hard in the stomach. Ha Dawan gasped in pain. Jihan, terrified, screamed, "Dawan?" He quickly turned to Lee Gumman, pleading, "Lee Gumman, please." But before he could finish, Gumman interrupted him. "You better stop thinking about that nonsense," Lee Gumman said with excitement, his voice dripping with threat. "Ha ha ha, you know the deal. I still have all the videos and photos of you getting bullied. Don't forget that. If your mom saw this, I wonder what she'd do. She's already so weak, and if she gets shocked and faints, it could turn into something serious. Ah, why don't you take care of yourself first, ha ha ha." Jihan glanced over at the fight. Lee Gumman gave an order, "That's enough, stop playing around. End it. I'm getting tired." Kim Kong-jae quickly used both hands to choke Ha Dawan. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked down at Dawan, not saying a word, but clearly wanting to finish it right there. Ha Dawan struggled to breathe, gasping. He remembered past battles and thought, "I've been through this before, so I know what's coming. It won't be long before I lose consciousness. But if I attack now, Jihan will be in danger." Ha Dawan anxiously thought about his friend who was being controlled. He decided that he needed to deal with the guy in front of him first. He kept an eye on Lee Gumman, who was still holding the arrow. Ha Dawan grew more cautious. Gumman now had a weapon in hand, and if he activated his weapon mastery skill, even from a distance. Suddenly, Kim Kong-jae grabbed him and lifted him up, shouting, "Son of a bitch, this guy's still tough as nails, huh?" Ha Dawan struggled to breathe, feeling his consciousness slipping away. Jihan shouted in panic, "No, no, don't." His mind flashed back to middle school. In that classroom from years ago, Jihan walked over to Lee Gumman. Jihan asked, "Gumman, why didn't you bring your bag? Let's go together." Gumman coldly replied, "Aren't you supposed to be going to the hospital today?" Jihan awkwardly answered, "Yeah, that's right." Gumman fell silent. After a moment, he spoke again, "Good for you, huh?" As Jihan stood there, confused, Lee Gumman lifted his head, his face full of disgust as he looked at him. Gumman said, "Because your mom is still alive." Ha Dawan thought to himself that after Gumman's mom passed away, he completely changed. Watching Gumman walk out the door, Jihan realized how quickly they had drifted apart. Gumman started hanging out with the wrong crowd, and Jihan tried to stop him. He stood in front of him and pleaded, "Why are you acting like this? Gumman, you're not like this." Gumman coldly cursed, "Damn." Then, Lee Gumman grabbed his collar and lifted him up. "So now you're feeling sorry for me?" Jihan could tell things were getting worse by the second. From that moment on, he was always bullied by Lee Gumman. Because of their past friendship, Jihan never fought back, and in the end, he ran away.
Back in the present, Lee Gummin looked over at Kim Kong-jae, who was choking Ha Dawan. With a smug grin, he said, "Once I'm done with that guy, it's your turn."
Jihan, you think you're just going to run away again like last time? In response to Gummin's mocking tone, Jihan quietly replied, "I know." He stayed calm enough to open up about his feelings.
"Back then, I was so scared. Even though I knew you were going down the wrong path, I ran away. If I hadn't given up on you, maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this." Jihan spoke openly to Gummin, while, in the background, the bullies were helping each other. Some girls were pulling the beaten-up guys aside, anxiously calling out, "Hey, wake up."
"Oh my god." Gummin furrowed his brows. "You're really good at talking, huh? You're almost making me feel emotional." Jihan didn't care about his comment and continued, "So now I'm not running away anymore," he said, tightening his grip on Gummin's wrist.
At the same time, in Jihan's house, a noise echoed from the storage room. The housekeeper, covering her nose, complained, "Whoa, it's so dusty here. I have to clean this place at least once every day." Suddenly, she bumped into a few boxes beside her. Oh no, something placed on top of the box fell down. She quickly caught it. "Ha! I don't know who put this on top of the box," she muttered. It was the first award Jihan had received at the academy, and seeing it brought back memories. When she looked closely, she was taken aback. "This is the trophy from the Promising Talent Award at the West Coast Academy's Inter-School Martial Arts Competition." What was even more shocking was that when the housekeeper set the trophy down, she noticed a pile of other trophies around it, each for different martial arts events. She thought to herself, since the madam was in the hospital, Jihan always worked hard at training so her mom wouldn't have to worry about her. She had once thought Jihan was extreme for attending so many different training centers. Jihan had always been a good kid, but as the housekeeper looked down, she wondered, if Jihan keeps going like this, what kind of person will she become? From her viewpoint, a box full of medals and awards came into view. Back at Ha Dawan's place, no one knew what had happened, but both girls were standing there, mouths wide open. Kim Kong-jae was equally shocked and looked over in that direction. He saw Jihan calmly throwing Lee Gummin over his shoulder. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, Jihan quickly had Lee Gummin under control. Even Ha Dawan couldn't believe it and turned to look at him. "Jihan, what's going on?" Jihan held an arrow to Lee Gummin's throat. He spoke calmly, "Sorry, I'm fine now." Kim Kong-jae, feeling on edge, muttered, "That guy too." Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. "What?" he asked, hearing Jihan's voice. "It's over now." "Dawan?" Ha Dawan raised his hand into a fist. He was ready to use his explosive attack. Let's go back to the past of the villain, Lee Gummin, in middle school. The classmates around Jihan were asking, "Is Gummin coming back to school today? I wonder if his mom's funeral went smoothly." Jihan had been ignored by Lee Gummin, so he could only reply, "I haven't been able to get in touch with him." No one else pressed the issue. Then, one of his classmates suddenly spoke up, "Hey Jihan, are you still doing boxing these days?" Jihan was surprised but answered, "Yeah, but how do you know?" The classmate grinned and said, "I saw you at the gym yesterday." "Ha ha." Another friend exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, you used to practice jujitsu, right? You're way stronger than you look." Jihan awkwardly replied, "It's just a hobby." Ha ha. The cheerful conversation filled the room. At that moment, someone was standing behind the classroom door, overhearing everything. Lee Gummin stood there, emotionless, listening to Jihan chat with the others. "I've been thinking about learning martial arts too, but I'm kind of scared," Jihan said. A strange feeling welled up inside Lee Gummin. It was as if the other person had things that Lee Gummin didn't have. At that moment, Lee Gummin watched Jihan happily talking with his friends and thought to himself, "While I'm so exhausted, you're sitting there laughing and having fun with everyone." Lee Gummin's face turned cold. That was the moment, and from then on, after school. Even when Jihan came up to him and asked, "Gummin, why aren't you carrying your backpack?" Let's go together. Lee Gummin remained distant and cold.
Isn't today the day you're going to the hospital?
He replied.
Jihan answered, yeah, it is. But Lee Gummin stayed silent, thinking to himself.
Sometimes, those feelings could turn into hatred for others, without even realizing it.
Lee Gummin spoke up, lucky, right?
Seeing Jihan's confused expression, he explained the reason behind his jealousy, because your mom is still alive, and that's the seat of all my resentment.
Now, he looked around in shock. What? He saw his men lying on the ground, all fallen. Lee Gummin yelled at them, what's going on? Why aren't you getting up? Why are you still lying there?
When no one answered, he noticed that the only two people still conscious were two weak girls, trembling and hiding in the distance. With his eyes burning with fury, Lee Gummin cursed, shit.
Even Kim Kong-jae is down.
Unable to accept this defeat, his voice grew louder as he commanded, get up, you bastards. Standing there, he shouted, I paid you guys a fortune.
How is it that none of you can handle a single one of them? You're all more useless than ants. Glancing at Ha Dawan, who was watching him like he was a joke, Lee Gummin realized he was losing. In a panic, he turned and ran.
Jihan watched him flee, and then he heard a desperate scream behind him, hey!
What are you doing?
It turns out that Lee Gummin had gotten so desperate that he grabbed the hair of the other two girls. At least you guys should have gone there and thrown a few punches.
I told you, this is a fight, you bitches. The two girls screamed in pain, let go, you crazy bastard.
Lee Gummin gritted his teeth, his face twisted with rage and frustration, and cursed, son of a bitch. Just then, Ha Dawan walked up behind him and said, you don't know how to fight, do you?
You trash. What's it, huh? I bet you're not even good at fighting. Lee Gummin angrily shoved the two girls aside, yelling, ah, damn it. The two girls cried out in pain, ah. He stood defensively, eyeing Ha Dawan, stepping back, and made an offer, how much? Whatever that bastard Yu Jihan paid you, I can pay you too.
Ha Dawan looked at him coldly, his gaze full of disdain, as if Lee Gummin were a clown dancing around. Why would I take money from that guy, you crazy bastard?
You're talking nonsense. Don't even open your mouth and say stuff like that. Lee Gummin's blood boiled.
He was seething with anger and cursed, you bastard. He turned to find another target, spotting Jihan standing off in the distance.
Gummin threatened him. Jihan, you think you can hit me? I have your pictures and videos. If I show your mom everything from that place, you think she'd be okay with it? Even if it's just like that day, it wouldn't matter, right? At that, Jihan flinched, feeling a wave of tension. The phrase that day started to bring back memories. That was the day his relationship with Gummin had changed completely.
After school that day, Jihan approached Lee Gummin to stop him, trying to reason with him.
Why have you been acting like this lately? You're not like this, Gummin. Gummin lost his patience and cursed. Damn it, hey!
Fuming, he grabbed Jihan by the collar.
You think I'm hurting you now? That day became the one Jihan regretted most in his entire life. Jihan looked at him in panic, trying to argue back. There's no way it's like this. Calm down and listen to me, Gummin. Jihan tried to make him understand. The people you've been hanging out with lately, they're only with you for your money. What kind of friends are they? I understand that you're exhausted because of your mom's situation, so from now on.
But Lee Gummin didn't let him finish and cut him off.
What do you understand?
Lee Gummin glared at him with disdain and snapped, you've never been through anything like this, so how could you possibly understand what I'm going through?
Jihan was awkward. Well.
Lee Gummin didn't let him speak and continued, you don't know anything, yet you just blurt out whatever comes to your mind.
No, there's a way for you to understand. Suddenly, Lee Gummin's expression darkened.
He had said something related to Jihan's mom, and it made Jihan panic, unable to believe it, and enraged.
Jihan thought to himself, hearing those words, that he shouldn't have lost his composure. In the end, Jihan ended up beating the other guy so badly that he couldn't move. At the principal's office, Lee Gummon's father confronted the school. You think just saying sorry will fix the fact that you've beaten my precious son's face to this point? Why didn't his parents come? What's going on?
The principal wiped sweat from his brow and quickly tried to reassure him.
Sorry, Gummon's dad. Well, Jihan's dad is on a business trip.
His mom is in the hospital right now, so it's difficult for her to come. Suddenly, the door to the office opened, and a person entered, breathing heavily. The more fragile the patient, the more important it is to keep their emotions stable. For a mother like her, hearing that her child got into a fight must have been a huge shock.
It was Jihan's mother, appearing in the principal's office. I'm really sorry I'm late. Jihan was horrified, calling out anxiously. Mom.
The principal stood up, concerned, and asked,
Is your mom okay, Jihan? Jihan's mother coughed lightly and replied, Of course I'm fine.
I wouldn't have come all the way here if I wasn't.
Gasping, she added, I'm Jihan's mom.
Jihan, still worried, asked,
How could you leave the hospital?
Weakly, she spoke. Jihan, my child has made a huge mistake.
Cough, I'm sorry.
Just after speaking, Jihan's mother collapsed in front of him, causing him to panic even more. The people in the room were also worried.
Gummon's dad, looking confused, said, What? What's going on? Why all of a sudden? The principal, panicked, asked, Jihan, your mom. Then Jihan, terrified, cried out, Mom. Even though he found out the truth pretty late, that day, Jihan's mom was reported to be in a very critical condition. That's when Gummon saw his opportunity. He took advantage of it. After that, Jihan went through a long period of bullying.
A voice rang out in the classroom.
What's this? You won't lick it? The bullies excitedly watched as Jihan knelt on the ground. This guy really is licking it.
Shit, this crazy guy will eat anything, even moldy stuff.
One of them held up a camera and said, I definitely have to film this.
Who knows, maybe it'll come in handy later.
Gummon and his followers began isolating Jihan in their own way. Lee Gummon bent down, grinning, and mocked him. So, how does it feel, Jihan? I heard you quit all your martial arts classes, huh? He grabbed Jihan's head and taunted him. Seeing your mom faint like that, you're scared, aren't you?
Don't worry, we can bond over this from now on.
The other members of Lee Gummon's group joined in with their mocking.
But if Jihan's mom ever found out how badly her son was being bullied and treated like trash, she would probably be in shock. I don't even know if she could wake up after hearing that.
It's sickening,
Lee Gummon added fuel to the fire. Before, it said you guys approached me because of money.
What kind of friends are you, huh?
Jihan quietly thought to himself, I was afraid of hurting her again, so all I could do was endure.
I couldn't do anything else. Jihan felt tense as Lee Gummon continued, so tell me, out of all the people standing here, is there anyone who's actually your friend?
All of his classmates' eyes turned toward Jihan, their gazes sharp enough to feel like they were going to tear him apart.
From that moment on, Jihan was completely alone. Back in the present, Lee Gummon went back to his old tricks, holding up his phone with a smug expression. Why aren't you answering? Are you scared? Should I just send this to your mom? Are you going to kneel now? Before Lee Gummon could react, Dawan appeared out of nowhere, snatched the phone from him, and said, Is this how you've been controlling Jihan? Dawan carefully scrolled through the phone. Since I can't go through each one to delete them, I'll just delete everything. Do you use iCloud? Lee Gummon kept laughing confidently. You idiot. Even if you delete it, I've got another phone hidden somewhere. And of course, all the videos and photos are saved there. Dawan's voice rang out, but remember this. I don't know what happened before, but now I'm the one standing by Jihan's side.
Jihan froze, stunned by what he heard. Ha Dawan grabbed Lee Gummin by the collar and warned him, "If you pull any more of this stupid crap, I'll tear you apart."
Even though I want to do it right now. Lee Gummin's face was cold as ice.
He then threw him down in front of Jihan.
"So, how are you going to deal with them today?" "It's all up to Jihan.
Because he's the one who's going to deal with all the mess you've caused."
Jihan looked at Lee Gummin, who was sitting on the ground, groaning in pain. He cursed angrily, "Shit. Yeah, I'm done for."
Jihan thought to himself that ever since his relationship with Gummin started falling apart, he had been on his own. But looking back, he realized Gummin had been alone too, just like him.
Lee Gummin calmly stood up. "All I need to do is delete all the photos and videos I have, right?
And from now on, I'll never show up in front of Jihan again."
Jihan's eyes widened.
He thought to himself that, after all, he had left his old friend alone and run away. He wasn't even sure if he did the right thing.
So everything Gummin had been doing to him up until now.
Suddenly, Lee Gummin pulled out a broken glass bottle from somewhere, still speaking. "Just forgive me, even just this once." He quickly flipped the script, holding the bottle and aiming to stab Ha Dawan in the face. "Damn it, that bastard dares to threaten me." Before he could finish speaking, a foot kicked him right in the face.
Jihan thought to himself, "I'll use this to deal with you."
Ha Dawan was shocked, and the stance he had been ready to take to defend himself froze.
He looked at Jihan, who calmly kicked Lee Gummin away. Dawan walked over to check on him. "Hey, Dawan, are you hurt anywhere?" Ha Dawan snapped out of it and finally responded. I'm fine." He then asked, "But Jihan, I'm a little curious about what happened earlier." Jihan answered calmly. "Ha? Curious about what?" Ha Dawan asked. "How are you so good at fighting?"
Looking back at Lee Gummin, who was now down, he thought to himself, "I guess the mission's over now." On the way home, I listened as Jihan shared everything he had been through. Jihan explained, "I guess going through stuff like that made me more withdrawn. Even in high school, I still got bullied." Jihan added, "I've been hit like that before, back at a karaoke room." Ha Dawan was stunned. Oh. He could only listen as Jihan shared his feelings. "In that situation, I really wanted to run away. I didn't know if I'd hurt the person I was going to face, so I ended up doing nothing." "Do you think I'm pathetic?" Hearing him say that, Ha Dawan wasn't sure how to comfort him. While Jihan was apologizing, saying, "I dragged you into this because of me today," Ha Dawan suddenly spoke up. "Jihan, you were really trustworthy just now." He pretended to be scared and said, especially at the end, when he threw the bottle at me, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to stop it and would have been seriously hurt. That bottle was sharp." Jihan silently stared at him. He remembered what his mother had once said. "I hope you'll have a friend who can be a strong support for you. You're like me, so you're a bit fragile. I hope you'll have someone strong by your side to protect you, just like I would." At that time, Jihan had helplessly said, "I don't look weak anymore, Mom." His mom had thought for a moment, then replied, "Well, in that case, Jihan, you should be the strong friend for someone else. Do you understand that, my son? If you have a friend you can rely on like that, then no matter how tough or painful things get, you'll have the courage not to run away." Jihan didn't fully understand his mom's words, but he stayed quiet and listened. He joked, "That's kind of creepy, Mom." His mom laughed and said, Those are the words of someone who's lived half their life." Now, back to the present, Ha Dawan nervously asked, "But it said it's going to get revenge. What if it sends videos and pictures to your mom? What should we do then?" "Even though I warned it, you can never be sure about these things." Jihan didn't know what to do either. All he could say was, "Let me think about what we should do." He didn't know how long it would take, but he decided to tell his mom little by little. In the past, he had always run away from problems, but now, he couldn't keep living like that.
Jihan made a firm decision in his heart. Thinking back to that moment, Dawen had stood by his side. He smiled and said, "Dawen, it's because you were with me that I had the courage to do that." "Thank you." Dawen stayed silent for a moment. After a while, he hugged Jihan and said, "Ugh, this is so disgusting." Jihan, feeling embarrassed, asked, "What?" The system notification popped up, "Rescue mission complete." Dawen let out a sigh of relief as he sat on the playground. Let's see what the reward is. The system screen displayed, "Mission complete. You have received a hidden item." Dawen, curious, asked, "What's a hidden item?" A dark energy radiated out. Dawen stood there, confused. What's this?" "It doesn't look lucky at all," he said, cautiously eyeing the object in his hand, which was still glowing with a deep black light. A notification popped up in front of Dawen, "Quest completed. You have received a hidden item." He opened his palm, and a dark aura appeared on it. Dawen sighed, "What is this? It doesn't look lucky at all." After a while, the object began to take on a more defined shape. Dawen's eyes went wide. "This." He looked down at the small item resting in his palm and asked himself, "Is this a lock?" Dawen sat on the slide, muttering to himself, "First I get a key, and now a lock. At this rate, I might end up with an automatic lock too. This is really weird." To avoid further confusion, he decided to check the details of the lock first. He decided to take a look at the item's information. A system notification appeared with the lock's details, "Dark lock. Hidden item." He read the name and wondered, "Dark lock. So what's its purpose?" After reading the description of the lock's function, Dawen couldn't believe his eyes and muttered, "What?" He looked at the function list one more time, stunned, and exclaimed, "What, this can actually go back to the present?" Dawen wondered to himself, "If it's true, doesn't that mean it's a hack?" He was sweating all over, mumbling to himself, "But isn't this kind of dangerous?" The setting sun cast its golden rays over the campus of Dawen's school. He was completely drained of energy, slumped over his desk, and weakly said, "Finally, it's over. Midterm exams are done." Dawen lazily tilted his head back and talked to Jihan. He gratefully said, "Jihan, a lot of the stuff you showed me in the exam helped me a lot. Thanks to you, I made it through." Jihan chuckled and humbly responded, "Not at all, it's all because you worked hard. By the way, didn't you get any sleep?" He sighed. "You're way too hardworking," Dawen remarked. "Ugh, I'm dying. I'm never cramming like this again," he silently promised himself. "From now on, I'll make sure to study regularly." Dawen suddenly sat up and asked Jihan, "Are you going to the hospital today?" Jihan nodded and admitted, "Yeah. I've been so busy with school that I haven't been able to visit my mom at the hospital. After that, I'm going on a school trip." Jihan shared his plans, "I'll probably be at the hospital with my mom all week." Then he asked Dawen, "What about you, Dawen? What are you planning to do this week?" Dawen, hearing that, fell silent for a moment. After thinking for a bit, he finally responded, "I have a place I need to go to." Later that afternoon, Han Yunsong and Dawen sat together on a bench. Yunsong casually asked, "You don't have any guesses about the culprit?" Dawen lowered his gaze to the ground, lost in thought, and replied, "Not at all." Feeling a sense of helplessness, Dawen continued, "Right after my dad passed, that center disappeared completely. There's no information left about the people who were there at the time." Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. He looked up, realization crossing his face, and said, "Wait, I think I have an idea. The building where that center used to be might still be there. Maybe there's some old paperwork left behind." Determined, Dawen decided to take matters into his own hands. As he pulled out his phone to search for directions, he muttered to himself, "It's been a long time since I'd been in this area, so I'm not quite sure anymore." At a junction, Dawen recognized the place and glanced at the map. Oh, right. I think if I turn right there, it's the way. When he reached the turn, he looked ahead at the street and thought to himself, the Sunshine Foundation dissolved 3 years ago, but the building's still there. That must be where the center used to have its rest stop. Ha Dawen continued down the road, still searching, unsure if there were any remaining clues. He silently made up his mind to keep looking for a lead, no matter what. I'll spend the whole week going over this place, he thought. As he walked, he spotted something a bit confusing and wondered to himself, huh? Looking at the building in front of him, he couldn't help but say, that's strange. He walked closer to the building, then firmly said, this is definitely the place, but I still have some doubts. Suddenly, Ha Dawen froze, his face turning pale as he asked, has the building been destroyed? An old man, leaning on a cane, walked out and immediately corrected him, destroyed? No, it's just being reused. Ha Dawen's face showed confusion when he saw the old man. Noticing his blank expression, the old man gave a stern explanation, it's been renovated. They're fixing up the old building. The old man slowly approached and explained again, then asked, this building's been so old that no one has wanted to rent it for the past 3 years. Do you understand the landlord's struggle? Ha Dawen finally recognized who he was, the landlord. He pointed toward the building under renovation and politely asked the old man, excuse me, was there once a Sunshine Foundation Center here? The old man asked him in a confused tone, oh, how did you know about that? He continued with more questions, are you from that center? Ha Dawen quickly denied it. He explained to the old man, no, I'm the son of Hajino, who used to represent that center. The old man didn't respond right away, just muttering, Still a little confused, he asked, so, why are you here? Ha Dawen quickly stated the reason for his visit, well, I thought there might still be some items left related to the center. The old man asked, leftover items, why? He quickly dismissed Ha Dawen's thought, saying, no, when the center closed down. To reassure him, he added, the place was cleaned so thoroughly that not even a speck of dust was left. Ha Dawen, surprised, asked, so, there's nothing left here at all? The old man suddenly seemed to remember something, turned around, and walked away, telling Ha Dawen to wait a moment, oh, wait here for a bit. Ha Dawen was a little puzzled by the old man's actions. As the sky got darker, the old man returned and handed him a box, saying, here, take this. Ha Dawen took it with both hands, still a bit confused about what it was. He looked at the object in his hand and asked the old man, what is this? The old man spoke up, clearly, there's nothing left at that place, and no one has ever moved in there. He continued, sharing his own discovery, but before the building was renovated, while I was checking the inside, I found this neatly placed on the floor. The old man added an important detail, that spot used to be where your father had his office. He spoke sincerely to Ha Dawen. At first, I thought about throwing it away, but something about it just didn't sit right with me. That's why I kept it until now. It didn't seem right to just toss it out, so I decided to hold on to it. Ha Dawen stood there, confused. The old man went on to explain, second, the fact that this thing just appeared there. That's not normal. He still felt uneasy about the situation. Ha Dawen opened the box to see what was inside. The old man described the contents of the box, it's a broken glass, kept inside the box. It didn't seem like it was just a coincidence. Looking at the shattered glass in the box, Ha Dawen felt a bit confused. He questioned himself, wondering, broken glass. Did someone deliberately leave it there? The old man looked at him and said, I don't know how to handle this. He shared his thoughts, if you take it, I'd feel a lot better. Ha Dawen caught on to the important point, his father had never worn glasses. He thought to himself, whose glasses are these, then? He decided to take them home to examine them, quietly thinking, maybe this has nothing to do with the Sunshine Foundation after all. The old man spoke seriously, this is all that's left from that place. Ha Dawen politely spoke as he was about to leave, thank you, sir. I'll take my leave now. He felt like he might have found an important clue and thought, I'll take this with me first, just in case.
Before Ha Dawan could leave, the old man, looking somewhat confused, asked him, "But hey, why are you suddenly here looking for something today?" Ha Dawan heard his question and wondered, "I don't necessarily need to tell him the truth, not until everything is clear." He quickly came up with a response, "I just miss my dad." Ha Dawan made up his mind to keep his secret from everyone. The old man turned away, but not before criticizing him. "Good grief, what kind of man is so weak? If it's all done, then hurry up and leave." Ha Dawan bowed deeply, replying, "Yes, sir. Please take care." As the old man walked away, he felt a heavy weight in his heart. He wiped his tears and sighed, "That kid really moves me." In the evening at a restaurant, someone spoke up. "Yes." The young man with greenish-yellow hair and a sly grin addressed the person across from him. "May I ask why you're here, sir?" He was a member of Iljan Gangwank, part of CO1, Chai Jinho, a consultant at a secret detective agency. A young man covered in tattoos, he mentioned the names of himself and his close friends, Jihan and Ha Dawan. He angrily cursed at both of them, "Those two trash." It turned out to be Lee Gumman. Upon hearing this, Chai Jinho didn't respond but remained professional and spoke up. "Yes, but you visited a few days ago, and I'd like to confirm your request, asking for the third-year seniors to maintain discipline." Lee Gumman crossed his arms, listening to Chai Jinho, his face full of arrogance. Chai Jinho continued typing on his computer, preparing to mention that if the customer had additional requests, there would be extra fees. A stack of cash was thrown onto the table. Lee Gumman thought he was being looked down upon, and in anger, he cursed loudly. "Damn it, you think I don't have money?" Chai Jinho gave a dangerous order. "Just do exactly as I ask, and that's all." Chai Jinho remained calm and unfazed in response to the threat. There were two young men covered in tattoos, with strong builds, sitting nearby drinking water. One of them put his glass down on the table. Chai Jinho scratched his head and sighed heavily. He shared his opinion, "I think if you have money, everything can be sorted out quickly. Just control your temper, young master." Chai Jinho quickly regained his cheerful attitude, his eyes lighting up at the mention of money. He smiled and said, "Oh, you seem like a truly wonderful person. In that case, we'll gladly fulfill your request right away." Chai Jinho asked Lee Gumman to repeat the names. "Please say the names and the school of the targets again." He quickly responded, "Jihan and Ha Dawan, Shernan High School." Chai Jinho typed on the keyboard again, "Jihan, huh?" He squinted, grinning as he asked Lee Gumman, "Did you just say Ha Dawan?" Lee Gumman, a bit confused, asked, "Yes, what's the matter?" Chai Jinho continued to search for information on the two but dismissed it, "No problem." He looked at the information on Dawan but didn't say anything. To be sure, Chai Jinho confirmed again, "There's absolutely no problem." The information displayed, Ha Dawan, 18 years old, Shernan High School. Special note, rumors say he was part of a huge victory, defeating a representative from Bonchen. Just looking at the photo, you can tell he's no ordinary person. Lee Gumman continued to provide information about the two individuals. "As I said, those guys are really good at fighting. If we send anyone ordinary, they probably won't have a bone left in their bodies." Chai Jinho let out a cold laugh, acknowledging the advice with a thank you. "Yes, thank you for your advice." He spoke confidently, but there was no need to worry. Chai Jinho continued firmly, "Because we have experts who are perfectly suited for situations like this." On the bridge at night, Chai Jinho promoted the abilities of the subordinates he had sent out. Their skills are unquestionable. These guys just recently got out of the orphanage. Two young men were twisting someone's arm behind their back. Chai Jinho confidently declared, full of energy. A group of people lay sprawled out on the ground, and one young man was twisting someone's arm. One young man, looking a bit crazy, shouted to his teammate, "Hey, what about the head?" He was a member of CO1, Ohyasiab, a second-year high school student, the crazy little brother. His victim screamed in pain. The other man, standing off to the side, reported to the command center, "It's all cleaned up." Another young man, looking like the one from earlier, teased, "Hey, little bro, you've got to show some respect to your seniors." He was a member of CO1, Otasiab, a second-year high school student, the crazy older brother.
Ohayasiab threw someone into the river, responding, "What's there to respect about twins?" Otasiab wasn't far behind, holding someone upside down by their legs and threatening, "If I let go, you'll drop right there." Lee Gummin still seemed a bit doubtful.
Chai Jinho spoke up confidently, "So, there's nothing to worry about." He grinned in a sneaky way and added, "Just trust us and leave it to us, sir." The following week, many cars were parked in the schoolyard, and students gathered around, ready for their field trip. Ha Dawan thought to himself, the second-year field trip has finally arrived. He stood by the vehicle and shouted, "Second-year students, bus number 3. Second-year students, bus number 3. Ha Dawan reminisced and sighed, time really flies. He looked around at everyone and thought, everyone's so excited. Around him, people were chatting excitedly. Ha Dawan couldn't help but think to himself, I've never been this excited about a school field trip. Still, he muttered, ugh, I honestly didn't look forward to this at all. Feeling a bit down, he mumbled, I should have just stayed home and played games, when suddenly, Juaron walked up to greet him.
Dawan?
Ha Dawan was confused, not sure who was calling him, and turned around.
Ha! A bit surprised, he called out her name loudly, Aaron. She enthusiastically waved at him. Juaron walked up to him and asked, You're really looking forward to this picnic, aren't you?
Ha Dawan, flustered because of the beautiful woman with him, eagerly replied.
Of course. This might be the most fun picnic of my life. Jihan also approached to greet him. Dawan, is that you?
Ha Dawan got even more excited when he saw his best friend.
Ah, Jihan. You're here too? Just in time.
He exclaimed.
How lucky is that?
Ha Dawan thought to himself.
But with Jihan and Juaron here, this picnic might actually be pretty great. Ha Dawan happily looked at his two friends. Inside the car, someone was already sitting. Otasiab was on the phone with Chai Jinho. He asked, Did everyone remember the client's requests? Chai Jinho continued.
Anyway, we're just going out to work, so don't stress too much. He just asked that we go on as usual and do whatever we normally do.
Chai Jinho added. Turn them into total messes. The Wacko little brother lay lazily on the bench. His older brother looked out the window at the two people. Otasiab called out to his younger brother, Hey, little bro. Ohayasiab replied, Yeah, big bro.
Ha Dawan excitedly muttered to himself, a picnic, something to look forward to. The other two shared the same thought.
The bus arrived at their destination and stopped neatly on the side of the road. A girl who looked like a bookworm turned around and spoke to the group, Well, we're here. Please get off the bus in order. Aaron's best friend, still half asleep, drooled as she barely opened her eyes and muttered, Huh? What? Still in a sleepy haze, she wondered, What's going on? Where are we? Aaron, already prepared to get off the bus, scolded her friend, How can you still be sleeping at a time like this? She added, This is the spot we're going to for the year-end picnic.
As soon as she stepped off the bus, Aaron stretched and mumbled, We're in Gyeongju.
Her friend, following behind, yawned continuously. Their first stop was a building with classic, old-fashioned architecture.
Ha Dawan thought to himself, this year-end picnic really is.
He looked around at everyone eagerly molding clay and wondered, Are we making pottery?
The first activity of the picnic was a pottery-making experience.
Ha Dawan, not in the mood for this, turned to Jihan and said, We're not elementary school kids, you know. Jihan, however, was excited and replied, But you can take it home as a souvenir. Isn't that great?
Ha Dawan thought to himself, muttering, a keepsake.
He looked at the mug he had just shaped, wondering, if I think of it that way, it's not so bad, right? Every time I see it, I'll remember the school's picnic. I actually made something pretty nice. Had ha.
Suddenly, someone coldly slammed his mug onto the ground. Ha Dawan was caught off guard, freezing in place. The man looked at his creation with disgust and said, "I can't put this garbage into the sacred kiln fire." The man was a ceramic artist, Master Choi Taechin. Ha Dawan, annoyed, yelled, "Hey, that's my pottery." A young female guide quickly stepped forward, scolding Choi Taechin, "Master Choi, I told you not to come to the students' experience area." Still a little confused, she asked, "Why did you come here?" Ha Dawan, feeling disappointed, muttered, "It's my keepsake." Choi Taechin, explaining his reason for being there, said he was looking for an heir. But then, something caught his attention. Choi Taechin walked over to Jihan and asked, "Did you make this?" Jihan, slightly scared, stammered, just like Ha Dawan, "Why yes, I made it." The old man sighed, "Oh my god, that." Taechin continued, "Isn't that the national treasure number 91, the pottery figure of a rider on a horse?" He couldn't help but praise Jihan's work, impressed by how perfectly it had been recreated. He was quite skeptical, though, given the boy's background. "Who exactly are you?" he asked. Jihan nervously explained. "Well, when I was younger, I took a pottery class, and Ha Dawan is just holding my deformed cup." Taechin excitedly suggested, Oh, you've become my heir." Jihan laughed in response, "Well, not exactly, ha." Dawan stood frozen, confused. What does this mean? The next activity of the first day of the trip, lunch, was still at the pottery studio. The yard was filled with ceramic jars drying in the sun. One of the boys, feeling defeated, sighed. "I'm so hungry. What are we having for lunch?" His friend casually replied, "Of course, we're having a picnic-style meal." Another one chimed in, "Spicy pork stir-fry." Even the teacher seemed unsure where they were going and asked the students, "Where are we heading?" One student complained, "I'm starving, teacher." Another asked, "Aren't we supposed to be going to eat now?" Someone else added, "Yeah, isn't it lunchtime?" The teacher said to them, "We're having lunch here." One of the students, somewhat in disbelief, asked again, "What?" Another student, also confused, asked, "But this is a pottery place." Inside, Choi Taechin was pushing a pizza into the oven. Sweat was dripping from his face as he explained, "Pottery gets fired in the kiln at high temperatures. Pizza tastes twice as good when it's baked in a ceramic oven." The teacher walked over to the oven and marveled, "Wow, you're making pizza in a pottery kiln. That's amazing." Choi Taechin put his hands on his hips and asked the teacher, "How's the taste?" "I kneaded the cheese into the dough and left it in the jar." Ha Dawan, while taking a bite of pizza, was still annoyed about what had happened earlier and thought to himself, "No, I can't put my pottery in there." He also had some doubts and wondered, is it really okay to put pizza in that? Jihan took a bite and praised, "Wow, this is really good." Choi Taechin noticed Jihan's comment and approached him with a suggestion, "If you become my heir, I'll teach you the pizza recipe I learned in Italy." Jihan broke out in a cold sweat and awkwardly laughed, "Ha." The next day, on the first day of the field trip, they visited a museum. The museum everyone visited was the National Museum. Ha Dawan walked into the museum and let out a big, tired yawn. He sighed and said to Jihan, "Visiting the museum after lunch is like taking a sleeping pill." Jihan agreed with him. "Yeah, it's a bit boring." Ha Dawan quickly shook off his tiredness and said, "Anyway, the rest of today's schedule is." The other girls spotted Aaron and started talking. "Hey, isn't that Juaron from 7th grade?" The girl next to her nodded in agreement. "Wow, Juaron's pretty popular here too." Ha Dawan heard them and started looking around, searching for Juaron's face. He quietly thought to himself, "Aaron." The girl hesitated for a moment and asked herself, "But isn't this a bit too flashy?" Juaron had added a sparkly crown to her head, which made her beauty stand out even more. She walked over to tease her best friend and greeted her. "So, what do you think? Isn't it perfect?"
Her friend, looking embarrassed, responded. Ugh, so embarrassing. Please, just stop talking to me. She crossed her arms and criticized. Even if it's a souvenir, who actually lives like this? Juaron, a little defensive, replied. It's beautiful. Aaron grabbed the crown and chased after her to give it to her to try on. Try it on too, it's made of plastic, so it's really light. She ran away, shouting, You're so annoying. Ha Dawan saw this and didn't know what to say. He thought to himself, the crown of Chanmachong really completes her beauty. Ha Dawan was about to make a guess, could it be Juaron? After the tour, everyone gathered together. The teacher spoke up and asked, Did you all enjoy the museum tour? Everyone answered in unison, Yes, sir. The teacher, clearly annoyed, commented, You guys answered like a bunch of robots. Well, anyway, you've all worked hard today. He continued, From now until dinner, you have free time. Feel free to move around and enjoy this outing. Everyone cheered, Yeah. The teacher then warned them, If I catch any of you doing anything strange, I'll send you straight back to Seoul. If anything happens, call me immediately. Everyone responded in unison, Yes, sir. Ha Dawan and Jihan decided to split off from the group. Ha Dawan suggested to his best friend, Let's take a walk around. Jihan agreed, Sure, let's go. The first day of the trip, free time. The streets were bustling with people. Oh Hyasiab asked Otasiab, Big brother, is it okay to keep doing this? The two of them had been watching Ha Dawan for a while. Ha Dawan was holding a long ice cream, sticking out his tongue to lick it, and then said, Now, I just want to fight that Ha Dawan right now. Otasiab waited for the employee to finish making his ice cream and replied, Little brother, it's not time to act yet. Wait a little longer. He was annoyed at having to keep giving his younger brother advice, Little brother, out of all your problems, do you know that your lack of patience is the biggest one? The employee finished the ice cream and spoke up, Here's your order, sir. Tasiab, still trying to teach his younger brother a lesson, added, You can't mess things up no matter what. But then, that long ice cream fell onto his shirt. The employee was a little startled and apologized, Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll clean it up right away. Hyasiab leaned in to look, adding fuel to the fire, Oh, this is your favorite shirt, huh? Looks like you're in trouble now. You must want to get hit. Tasiab's face darkened, and he didn't say anything. Hyasiab, walking behind him, laughed and teased, Are you okay, big brother? Could it be? Wacko big brother was still wiping the stain off his shirt? Tasiab, frustrated, thought to himself, What is this patience nonsense? And then he went ahead and gave that poor employee a beating. Ha Dawan bought a coin-shaped snack to try. He took a bite and exclaimed, Wow, this is better than I thought. He quietly thought to himself, This is great. Jihan looked at him, still hungry, and teased, Yeah, you just had pizza, but you can still eat more? Ha Dawan realized a few things on this trip. He thought to himself, So this is what a school field trip is really like. He widened his eyes, remembering the past. Before, Ha Dawan thought, I had to sit next to the teacher, all alone by myself. During the entire trip, he sat in a corner, scrolling through his phone, feeling upset at night. The others made him move to a different room, and a whole group of kids bullied him. At night, they smeared toothpaste on his face and drew on it. Ha Dawan was weak and could only endure it. He thought, that was the most painful field trip of my life, and it made me pretend to be asleep. He stayed positive, despite the sadness those days were all in the past now. Ha Dawan's tears kept flowing for some reason. He looked up, wiped his eyes, and sighed, Why am I crying all of a sudden? Ha Dawan thought, Shit. Jihan suggested, Hey Dawan, let's go to this place for a bit. Ha Dawan followed him, confused, and asked, Where are we going? Jihan vaguely explained, Everyone says if you're in Gyeongju, you have to visit that place at least once. When they arrived at the racetrack, Ha Dawan was amazed and exclaimed, A four-wheel motorcycle? He looked at Jihan with some doubt and asked, "So, you can drive a four-wheel motorcycle without a license?" Jihan nodded and answered, "Yeah, it's fine." Suddenly, he heard someone screaming in fear. Ha Dawan's eyes widened as he looked in the direction of the sound, wondering, is that the farm owner chasing after two girls? The farm owner yelled, "No, no, stop. You can't drive like that. Hey, you student." Dawan probably realized it was Erin and her best friend. Over there, the owner, sweating profusely, asked them, "Have you two ever ridden a bike before?" He chased after them, urgently suggesting, "No, it's too dangerous. First, get down here, and I'll give you your money back." The friend sitting behind Erin, completely drenched in sweat and terrified, urged her daring friend, "Come on, what's the big deal? Let's just skip it. I still want to live." The owner clearly didn't expect to meet someone so reckless. Erin, without any fear, responded, "It's easy. I just want to try it once." Ha Dawan watched them, wondering, could that be Erin? He stepped up and asked the person he secretly liked, "Erin, are you okay?" Erin looked at him and responded, "Huh? Dawan?"
The boss seemed a bit confused, looking at them with a blank expression.
He asked him, "Do you two know each other?" Ha Dawan replied, "Yes. Yes, we do." The boss asked again, "Did you come here to drive too?" Ha Dawan politely answered, "Yes, that's right." The boss thought for a moment, mumbling to himself, if they both share a ride, the refund wouldn't be too little. "So, in that case," he continued, perfect timing. His friend couldn't take it anymore and got out of the car. The boss suggested to them, "How about one man and one woman share a car?" Ha Dawan was confused and thought to himself, "What is this guy talking about?" The boss then turned to Jihan and asked, "Student, have you driven before?" Jihan nodded, "Yes, I learned at a driving center before." Ha Dawan thought for a moment, "So we switch groups and drive together? Could it be?" He blushed, thinking about it.
Erin leaned forward and said with a smile, "That's lucky, Dawan.
If it's you, it'll be fine."
She stretched her hand out and suggested to Ha Dawan, "Let's drive together." He silently thanked the boss 1,000 times, "Thank you so much."
Ha Dawan drove Erin around on all kinds of roads. Even though he was driving fast, sweat was dripping down his face. Ha Dawan thought to himself, "It's too hot." Erin leaned in and hugged him from behind. Ha Dawan couldn't help but think, "This is too close." Erin's impressive chest pressed against Ha Dawan's back. No wonder sweat was pouring down. He thought, "My heart."
Erin felt like it wasn't enough and urged him, "Hurry up.
Go faster."
Ha Dawan's face turned bright red as he pushed himself to go faster to please the beautiful woman.
He thought, "My heart feels like it's going to explode."
Erin noticed his driving skills and complimented him, "Wow, Dawan, you're really good at driving this thing." Ha Dawan barely heard her and wondered to himself, "Driving?
Oh, am I really that hot right now?" Erin didn't understand what he meant and asked, "Huh?" Ha Dawan thought to himself, "I don't even know what I'm saying."
Erin, still cheerful, thanked him, "Thanks so much, Dawan.
Because of you, I'm getting to enjoy this amazing atmosphere."
Ha Dawan bit his lip, his face still flushed.
He thought to himself, "Isn't this getting a little too close?" People on the street saw Ha Quan carrying Erin and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh." One person stared at the two of them and wondered, "Who is that girl? What is she doing?"
A guy who looked a bit rough saw Erin's face and sighed, "Wow, she's gorgeous.
I've never seen a face like hers before."
Another person made a guess, "She must be a student from another school, probably on a field trip. Look at her, she definitely looks like the rebellious type." The group of young men kept chatting about Ha Dawan and Erin.
"Whoa, I'm so jealous of that guy." Another one joked, "Should I steal his girlfriend?" Ha ha.
But it was the guy with the blonde hair who was struck by love at first sight.
Erin found an excuse to start a conversation with Dawan, cheerfully saying, "The last time we met was at the internet CAF, right? It feels like we always run into each other by chance. It's pretty amazing. Hadawan was a little surprised and asked, really?
But inside, he was thinking about something else. That's right.
But last time, I even hit Aaron on the head.
He remembered the awful moment when he raised his hammer and struck it down on her head.
Hadawan silently thought to himself, I've definitely failed at building a proper relationship.
Two people walked past a bakery, and the sound of a loudspeaker echoed, specialty of Gyeongju.
Gyeongju bread, the perfect souvenir from Gyeongju.
Hadawan, still wanting to build a relationship with her, thought to himself, but what if we're on the same bus for this trip? As their vehicle got closer to the bakery, the announcement continued, Gyeongju bread, come here.
Hadawan quietly thought, if I say something emotional right now, this might be my chance to improve our relationship. He spoke softly, you know? You're like a baby stroller.
He turned to look at Aaron, his eyes sparkling, and added, because you're burning me up. In his head, he thought, such a poetic line. But he feared his flirtation would make her run off. Aaron, feeling nauseous for some reason, went pale.
Hadawan silently wondered, did I mess up?
Quickly, Hadawan tried to save the situation. He awkwardly apologized, sorry, Juaron, I can't believe I just said something so disgusting. Juaron explained her reaction, no, it's just that I hate loud music.
Wow, Hadawan finally understood.
We'll get past it quickly. The two of them had returned to the racetrack.
Hadawan asked, how are you feeling now, Juaron? Juaron responded, yeah, I'm fine now. Hadawan sat on the bench and asked her, do you think you'll be okay with the event tomorrow night? The loud music is no joke.
Juaron had already thought it through, well, in that case, I'll just sneak out by myself.
Hadawan, a little curious, asked, what are you planning to do while waiting?
Juaron paused for a moment, thinking, then said, well, we could take a walk around here. She looked a bit disappointed as she continued, it's a shame I have to leave early tomorrow morning.
I thought we could watch the stars there.
Hadawan responded, oh, I could ask the friend who came with me last time too. Juaron replied, maybe he's already caught up in some other plans.
Just then, Jihan's voice echoed, are you guys back already? The two of them turned at the same time.
Jihan was carrying the short-haired girl.
Hadawan was a little surprised and stammered, Jihan, you.
Hadawan, still in shock, exclaimed, what the heck are you doing? Jihan, slowly walking toward them while carrying the short-haired girl, awkwardly explained, there was an accident on the way.
Ha.
The short-haired girl blushed and stared at Jihan without blinking.
She remembered the moment when the two of them were walking on water, and she had asked Jihan, I told you, right, Jihan? This car works better than it looks. Jihan explained, I used to study at a sports academy for a short time.
The short-haired girl, slightly confused, asked, really?
I didn't know that.
Suddenly, water splashed into her eyes.
She gasped, oh. Water in my eyes. Jihan reminded her, hey, if you let go, it's really dangerous.
As they passed over a rough patch of ground, the car tilted a bit. The short-haired girl fell off the vehicle and plunged into the water. She thought she would be hurt, but luckily, she was saved just in time.
Jihan quickly apologized, I'm sorry, are you okay? Are you feeling better?
He blamed himself, saying, I'm really sorry, I should have paid more attention.
I'm just glad I got to you in time.
The short-haired girl, supported by him, had her face as red as a tomato.
Jihan asked her, does it hurt?
Their car had flipped over 90 degrees. When they got back to the hotel, Jihan continued, and that's what happened. The first day of our trip to the accommodation. Jihan went on, after that, he said he was exhausted, so I carried him.
Hadawan looked surprised. Oh. Hadawan then understood.
So, that's why you were holding the princess. He chuckled, evaluating his best friend.
Jihan, you're bolder than I thought. I might have just pulled someone up. You Jihan, looking like a clueless fawn, asked, really?
Ha Dawan teased, you've picked up quite the move, sir.
Jihan awkwardly tried to explain. Ha, it wasn't like that. Ha ha.
The two of them entered the room.
Jihan sighed.
Well, instead of going to an island or overseas, we found a great place to stay.
Jihan agreed with his thought. Exactly. He stepped in, inspecting the room. The double room was beautiful and comfortable. Ha Dawan, exhausted, flopped onto the bed. He groaned, ha? Probably because we walked around all day. I think I could fall asleep right now. Jihan chuckled and asked him, did you have fun today? Ha Dawan, with a satisfied expression, asked again, so, tomorrow will be the same, right? It'll be another fun trip, right?
On the second day of the trip, while exploring the historical site, the tour guide introduced everyone to the tombs of the kings who once ruled the region around Gyeongju. The next activity was a visit to the National Temple. The photographer gathered everyone together for a group photo and said, hey, get ready for the picture.
Ha Dawan and Jihan both smiled brightly, clearly enjoying the moment. The day continued with a visit to the Hanok village.
Erin and her short-haired friend were also there.
Erin asked her best friend, how's it going?
The short-haired girl quickly snapped several photos of her friend and complimented her, you look amazing.
Erin felt something and said, oh. Seeing her friend's reaction, the short-haired girl curiously asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Erin replied, no, it's just. I feel like. Erin continued, it's like someone is staring at me.
Her short-haired friend, always optimistic, responded, maybe a guy or two are just checking you out. Still, she couldn't shake a strange feeling that she couldn't quite put into words. And just as Erin thought, two people were indeed watching her.
On the second day of the trip, they visited a museum.
This time, it was the National History Museum.
After the tour, Ha Dawan sighed and said, I'm so bored. Jihan chuckled and responded, I get it. Hyasiab and Taesiab were sitting in the car.
Taesiab turned to his younger brother and said, hang in there, little bro, it won't be much longer.
Just be patient. Hyasiab, getting a bit impatient, asked, are you still willing to wait, big bro? How much longer do we have to wait?
Wacko big brother tapped his phone and answered, tonight, we act.
Wacko little brother nodded in agreement, got it. That evening at the auditorium, the MC shouted, students, let's hear you scream.
All the students immediately cheered loudly. The MC then offered a small prize, we'll give 5 boxes of choco pie to the 4 classes that shout the loudest. He then pointed the microphone at the crowd. On the second day of the trip, the entertainment activities continued.
The MC spoke again. Next, the girls in hot outfits will come out.
He introduced them, this is the stage for the girls from the dance club.
He pointed to some chairs and asked, do you see the chairs on the stage?
Who will be the lucky guy to sit in one of them and enjoy the dance right in front of him? The group of eager young people below raised their hands enthusiastically, shouting, pick me, pick me. The MC sighed with a look of regret and said, oh, that's the seat reserved for their boyfriends. The crowd instantly deflated, their faces falling, tears in their eyes.
They cursed under their breath. Damn, just kill me already. The MC called out, alright, can the boyfriends please come up to the stage?
Ha Dawan chuckled and spoke up, glancing at them. He swore that he was single, but now he was hopping around in front of his boyfriend.
Didn't he find that kind of pathetic? He laughed. Ugh, this is so boring.
He folded his arms, looking forward to the drama unfolding.
When he turned around, he noticed Jihan's seat was empty. Ha Dawan was puzzled and muttered to himself, huh? He questioned silently, where did he go? Moments later, Jihan appeared on stage.
A short-haired girl, looking guilty, apologized to him.
I'm sorry, please help me this time.
Her eyes avoided his as she explained, I'm the only one here without a boyfriend.
Her bio says she's the best friend of Juaron, Choi Minhai. The dance club. Jihan gave a hesitant smile and replied, I can just sit, that's fine. I didn't know this was.
Dawan winced in pain and cried out, oh my god.
He thought to himself. Jihan and that girl are off having fun together, huh?
I wish I could have a youthful memory like that on this outing.
MC speaks up, the music is starting. Dawan realizes something. It seems like he's remembering that yesterday afternoon, he had talked to Juaron, can you handle the music event tomorrow night? The speakers can be pretty intense.
She had replied, in that case, I'll sneak out on my own. Then he asked her, what are you planning to do while you wait?
Juaron thought for a moment and then answered, well, we could take a walk around Cheonmachon. Dawan wondered to himself, it seems like Juaron is heading to Cheonmachon alone now.
After that, he snuck out to find her.
Dawan mumbled, I think she's probably somewhere around here.
He walked on and remarked, the atmosphere feels a little strange with all these tunes around. Dawan looked around, trying to spot Juaron's figure, and mumbled to himself, it's not safe for Aaron to be out here alone.
I should call her.
Suddenly, he stepped on a blue cord, and a system notification popped up, announcing the dungeon event.
You've entered the king's tomb.
Dawan was startled, sweating profusely, and muttered, what, that scared me.
He wondered to himself, is this the dungeon event?
Dawan muttered to himself with a bit of fear, in a sparsely populated area, there's only a tomb like this.
The mission system, the king's mausoleum. It's about eliminating enemies. Dawan, confused, wondered, where are the enemies?
Suddenly, someone charged out, and he looked suspiciously in that direction. Wacko Big Brother rushed at him and attacked.
He was crazily trying to land another hit. You know how to leave your house?
You didn't even need to be lured out, he sneered.
Dawan quickly reacted and blocked the strike. He couldn't help but mutter, oh. Out of nowhere, Wacko Little Brother appeared from behind and immediately attacked. Oh, Hyasiab mocked, you bastard, do you ever learn about the land? He laughed and added, because this is a perfect place to return to Mother Earth, ha ha ha.
Dawan, now angry, gritted his teeth and asked, who the hell are you two to be hitting me like this?
One of them responded arrogantly, you don't need to know.
Hyasiab said confidently, I'll break your arm in no time. Hyasiab, with a twisted grin, added, if you want, I'll only take one egg.
Dawan looked around.
The two crazy brothers seemed a little confused by his reaction.
Dawan muttered, thank God. Hyasiab, looking confused, asked, you feel lucky? Dawan thought to himself, suddenly, a dungeon appears near the graves, and I'm wondering if the zombies will leave it alone.
Without any fear, he added, in the end, there are only two of us. But he didn't realize that Hyasiab had already appeared behind him. Dawan saw him and threw a punch. He used his gap jab technique, knocking the crazy little brother far away. Dawan, still puzzled, thought to himself, before the dungeon appeared, adding extra events seemed like a bonus reward, but what I'm really curious about is something else.
It doesn't even matter who these thugs are now. Hyasiab couldn't believe his eyes and said, no way.
Dawan silently made up his mind, I need to claim my reward quickly.
He said confidently to Hyasiab, there's one more, right?
Dawan thought, I still need to meet Juaron. The brothers, Hyasiab and Hyasiab, were known as the Mad Brothers. When they worked together, they'd break their target's arm, counting out loud from 1 to 3.
1. That was the nickname given to them by people who had witnessed their brutal acts. Hyasiab continued, 2.
Their victim screamed in pain as his arm was twisted behind him. His face twisted in agony, his eyes wide in horror. These two brothers had taken on violent crime missions for a private detective agency, showing no emotion. When they reached 3, it was the end for their victim.
3. They don't care who the target is.
A new mother, just after giving birth, had her arm broken by them and died while holding her baby. The baby cried, as if it somehow sensed its mother's passing, because they are people who feel no remorse. During one mission, the terrified voices of a mother and child echoed, "Dad, husband." A tattooed man, furious, shouted, "Those bastards." He angrily demanded justice, yelling, "What the hell are you doing barging into someone else's house? Who the hell sent you here?" No matter how strong the enemy was, it didn't matter. The big guy rushed at the two brothers, furious beyond belief, shouting, "I'll kill you, you two bastards." As both brothers moved together in action, the two of them handled the situation. The brothers climbed the stairs. Hayasiab sighed, "Ah, that basement smell." Hayasiab asked his brother, "Where's the next target?" They wouldn't lose. Hayasiab was knocked down to the ground, and a system message appeared in front of Hadawan. "The tomb of the king, destroy the enemy." He thought to himself, it doesn't matter if it's the tomb of the king or whatever, it's just a dungeon with a fancy name. Hayasiab froze for a moment when he called his younger brother. Hadawan downplayed his opponent, saying, "It's not that big of a deal." Hayasiab, with a serious expression and a glare full of intent, asked again, "Younger brother?" Hadawan mumbled to himself, "Now that I think about it, you two really do look alike." He then made a guess, "Are you guys twins?" Hayasiab didn't say anything. Maybe his words hit too close to home. He gathered himself and charged toward the Wacko big brother, coldly saying, "I don't know why you two are doing this." Hadawan swung his fist, landing a punch on the Wacko big brother's face. "But right now, I need to meet someone," Hayasiab said confidently, speaking to Hayasiab, "you should go lay down next to your brother." The Wacko big brother trembled but still managed to block the punch, complimenting, "That lazy punch of yours isn't bad." Hadawan, uninterested, responded, "Is that so?" He was about to attack Hayasiab again, saying, "I've got something even better." The move he used was called 1,000 punches. However, the Wacko little brother appeared from behind and attacked him. He had been pretending all along. Hayasiab taunted, "Is your vision messed up or something?" He kept attacking, saying, "Where do we look alike?" Hadawan went from being the aggressor to the defender, using his hands to block Hayasiab's blows. Hayasiab shouted, "I'm way better looking than my brother, you dog." Hayasiab was planning to attack him again inside. "Honestly, I'm speechless." Ha ha. Hadawan, a bit confused, wondered to himself, has he already recovered? Hadawan decided to counterattack. Hayasiab was quick and agile, so he could easily dodge. Hadawan thought, "Alright, let's try again." Hayasiab had suddenly attacked from the side, kicking Hadawan to the ground. He scolded Hayasiab, saying, "Bro, stop talking nonsense. Focus, don't get cocky or you'll end up getting punched again." Hayasiab protested, "What? I was working with you on the strategy earlier." He looked hurt and asked, "Didn't you see that I actually succeeded in landing a surprise attack?" Hayasiab sighed, "But that kick really hurt. I thought I was done for." Ha ha. Hadawan pushed himself up, still cautious, eyeing the two brothers. Hayasiab kneeled down, teasing Hadawan, "But I'm fine." "What's that dog gonna do now? Must be in a lot of pain, huh?" Hayasiab, a little angry, yelled at his younger brother, "You're so loud." He ordered him, "Get up there, now." Hayasiab complied, saying yes. The crazy little brother charged toward Hadawan confidently, saying, "This time I'll attack head-on." Hadawan only needed one move to land a punch straight to Hayasiab's face. It was a gap jab, followed by a quick 3-hit combo. Then, out of nowhere, Hayasiab hit him on the back of the head. He said, "Was that part of your strategy too?" Hadawan gritted his teeth in pain and thought, again from behind. This crazy little brother's stepping in to land another blow. Hayasiab sized up Hadawan's strength and muttered, "This guy's not some weakling. Now pay up for messing up my handsome face." Damn it. Hadawan had no choice but to take the hits. He sighed inwardly, thinking, "This is different. This fight is so much different from the brawls I've had with groups of people before."
He remembered previous fights where he easily handled even a crowd.
They were just a bunch of uncoordinated, chaotic fighters, nothing special.
But these two brothers? They were on another level.
They worked together seamlessly. One would attack from the front while the other came at him from behind, leaving Hadawan no chance to react. He realized they were used to fighting as a pair.
Hadawan kicked out, ready to strike.
He thought, this is my chance to hit the guy in front of me. But before he could land the blow, Hayasiab attacked him from behind.
Hayasiab laughed mockingly and said, "Let's see how you handle this." Ha ha.
The other brother, who wasn't even in Hadawan's line of sight, took advantage of the situation and attacked from behind.
It was dirty, but effective.
Hadawan stepped back, quietly thinking to himself, even though this is just a simple group, their speed is insane. It wasn't long before sweat soaked his whole body.
He sighed, "I can't even attack properly." Hayasiab laughed mockingly at Otasiab, saying, "Hey, big bro, you only survived because of me earlier, you know." The Wacko big brother shot back, "What are you talking about? It wasn't that serious."
Otasiab, looking frustrated, spoke up, "Hadawan, you're more disappointing than we thought." Hearing them, Hadawan sneered coldly. He thought to himself, but these guys are no different compared to that monster, Jong Sukiang. His face darkened with killing intent as he turned to glare at the two of them, condemning, "From ganging up on me to attacking from behind, you've already played dirty, and now you're complaining about disappointment?"
Hadawan quietly concluded, each of them has only average abilities.
He thought to himself, in the end, this match. Hadawan was about to charge at the two brothers again. He scolded them, "Aren't you ashamed?" He understood the rules of the game well. The side that lands a stronger attack first would win. "Hey, those guys are charging at us too," Hayasiab said to his older brother.
Yeah, you're right, bro."
Tasiab responded coldly, "That's just the excuse of a loser."
Hadawan decided to go after Hayasiab first.
"I'll start with this little punk, the one who's been getting on my nerves."
The Wacko little brother looked surprised. Oh. Hadawan secretly planned to attack the enemy in front of him.
He used a gap jab, but the other opponent, someone who wasn't even on his radar, caught his attention.
Hayasiab was surprised when Dawan didn't attack him but instead turned his back to strike.
The real target of Hadawan was Tasiab, and he planned to attack from behind. He threw a powerful punch, sending Tasiab crashing to the ground.
Tasiab, completely unfazed, asked, "You think we wouldn't have predicted you'd do that?" Tasiab kicked at him. Hadawan quickly jumped up high.
Tasiab then ordered Hayasiab, "Little brother, finish this." Hadawan thought to himself, but in the end, this fight.
Hadawan prepared to attack Tasiab from above.
He thought, whichever side lands a stronger attack first will win.
Hayasiab grabbed the hood of his head from behind and said, well. Hadawan was hit with a punch to the face.
The Wacko little brother spoke up, "This shirt has places to grab."
Hadawan tried to use his heel to block the force.
Tasiab spoke, "This is good enough, we need to start moving toward the next target." The Wacko little brother added, "Now we just need to break both his arms." They each grabbed one of his arms and twisted it backward.
Hayasiab confidently said, "I told you earlier, you dog, you're going to experience some really intense pain." Ha ha.
Then the Wacko little brother started counting, 1, 2. When he got to 3, Hadawan, smiling confidently, said, 3.
Tasiab couldn't understand what his younger brother was doing.
Hadawan, angry and biting his lip, growled, "No matter what dirty tricks you pull," he said, grabbing the collar of both their shirts. He tightened his grip. "I'll hit back harder," he snapped, his eyes filled with rage.
"It'll still be me, you damn dogs."
The two brothers, without any warning, charged at each other. They collided hard and both were sent sprawling backward. Hadawan checked his arm, no injury, but he was furious.
He shouted at the two brothers, "Who gave you the right to break my arm?"
He roared, sweat dripping from his face, then muttered, "Look at that.
It almost broke for real. You two are insane, being twin lunatics. On the ground, writhing in pain, one of the brothers screamed, big brother. Ha Dawan, a bit confused by what he said, replied, Huh? You're the older brother? Are you out of your mind?
He was about to say more when he suddenly saw a light shining from above.
This time, I'll come from above. The headlights of a motorcycle shone down. Ha Dawan looked up from the hill, his mind racing. From the grave, he thought. He was puzzled and muttered, a motorcycle? Ha Dawan furrowed his brows, questioning himself. Where did that come from? Could it have been there already? Someone else cried out in pain, how are you still so strong in that position? Toughened lay face down on the ground, clutching his head, and sighed, if I took that hit, my head would have been smashed like a watermelon. Damn, I'd probably be bleeding like crazy, too. Ha Dawan confidently asked him, Oh, you're getting up again? He spoke up, declaring, This time, I'm definitely going to crush you.
Suddenly, a sound came from beside him.
Sit up, he scolded the person. I told you to come earlier. Why are you just getting here now?
As the two brothers fought together, Toughened turned to the person next to him.
Haha, do you know how long I've been waiting? They won't lose. He remembered when Toughened had asked Toughened, Big brother, can't we just beat him up?
He licked his ice cream and said, I want to take down that guy named Ha Dawan right now.
Ha ha ha. Toughened responded to his younger brother, It's not the right time yet. Just wait a little longer.
While they both lay bored in the car, Toughened encouraged his brother, Little brother, it won't be long now.
Hang in there and wait.
Toughened, lazily stretched out on the bench, asked his older brother, Big brother, I'm holding back even without you saying anything.
How much longer do we have to wait? Wacko big brother kept tapping on his phone without saying anything.
Someone with a devilish avatar was texting him.
He sent a message, I should arrive before nightfall. Toughened reassured his younger brother, Tonight, we'll get things done. And everyone is calling us.
A voice rang out, On your way here, those thugs will trick you. Another young man, looking like the brother, stepped forward. He said, I have no choice but to teach them a lesson, so I'm running a little late. You wouldn't believe how much those two have struggled just to get this far, Wacko brother. Someone grabbed Ha Dawan's wrist and said, From now on. Dawan thought to himself, and them. The other person, grinning maliciously, was Unwilling, the eldest Wacko brother. He said, Let's switch to battle mode, shall we? The three of them were known as the Wacko brothers. Inside the venue, loud music blared. Choi Minhai lay on the floor, propping her hips up, looking very sexy. Then she quickly jumped up, falling backward as if trying to land on Jihan. His face was a mix of embarrassment and fear. The young men in the crowd blushed and yelled out loudly. The girls posed seductively in front of their boyfriends. Jihan wondered, is it because he's dancing? He looked at the girl in front of him, sweat dripping down her face. Jihan silently thought, it's so hot. Then, when Choi Minhai hugged him from behind, Jihan sighed, so close. As her full chest brushed against his firm back, he thought, my heart feels like it's going to explode. Both of them turned red. Jihan was so nervous he started sweating bullets, while Choi Minhai avoided eye contact, not daring to look at him. Back at Ha Dawan's place, Unwilling was talking to his two younger brothers. On the way here, I had a run-in with a few thugs. Almost ended up in a fight, he said, grinning and showing his fangs. Had no choice but to teach them a lesson, so I ended up a bit late. Didn't expect you two to be in such a mess. His tone was mocking as he teased his younger brothers. He grabbed Ha Dawan's hand and said, so, from now on. Ha Dawan was a little taken aback by the guy's appearance. He wondered, am I seeing this right? Unwilling suggested to his brothers, how about we switch to team-up mode? Ha Dawan thought to himself, this guy's the same too. Hyasiab teased his older brother affectionately, no matter how you look at it, you're just being lazy and showing up late. Guangsib shot back, little brother, driving all the way from Seoul to here is exhausting.
I need to rest for a bit, too. Ha Dawan thought to himself, he's the same way.
Taesiab, holding his bleeding wound, spoke up, if you're the older brother, then act like it.
Is that the only reason you're late?
Guangsib, looking innocent, asked, are you looking down on me like a middle schooler?
That's sad, really sad.
Ha Dawan saw the three of them, so alike, as if they were all cut from the same mold, just like that guy, too.
Hyasiab sat up and scolded, hey, that's a bit harsh, bro.
Taesiab struggled to take a step and reply to his younger brother, I didn't mean it like that.
Ha Dawan was still puzzled, wondering why they all looked so similar. Curiously, Ha Dawan asked Guangsib, are you guys going to keep multiplying? Guangsib looked confused and asked, what?
He was still trying to explain, we're triplets, when Ha Dawan punched him in the face. He thought to himself, alright, never mind, that's not important. I'm just used to fighting with two people at once.
Guangsib clutched his face, screaming in pain.
Hyasiab, worried, called out to him, big brother. Ha Dawan thought to himself, now there were three of them.
Guangsib seemed unaffected, sticking out his tongue to lick the blood from the side of his mouth and sighed, well, if I hadn't dodged that, I'd probably lose all my front teeth. He sized up Ha Dawan and said, you're the type to lose your temper easily, huh?
Guangsib prepared to charge and attack him.
He said, with that attitude, you won't last long.
He then ordered the other two, let's get started, guys.
When Guangsib attacked, Ha Dawan was already quick enough to duck and avoid the strike. Ha Dawan had expected this and thought, attacking from behind, huh? Then, Ha Dawan took off running. Guangsib couldn't believe his eyes, thinking, what? Hyasiab offered his guess, he's running away. Hyasiab praised him, that kid's got good instincts.
Guangsib came up with a plan and suggested to Hyasiab, little brother, you go around to the left of the tomb, I'll go the opposite way.
The Wacko little brother immediately agreed and quickly responded, got it.
Wacko big brother, chasing after Dawan, muttered to himself, I don't know if you only have one person with you or what, but.
He confidently added, you won't escape from the three of us. Ha Dawan suddenly appeared from the side and asked, what did you just say? Talking to yourself? He quickly attacked Taesiab and asked, do you feel lonely when you're away from your brothers for a while? Wacko big brother thought to himself, he's not running away. Ha Dawan kept attacking him. Taesiab wondered, is this his plan to divide us? He thought, it's useless. Hyasiab appeared from behind, ready to attack Dawan.
However, Ha Dawan sensed his presence and kicked his leg back, using the gap jab skill.
Hyasiab was hit, causing him to spit out more blood, his face dazed.
Ha Dawan coldly said to him, I'm used to being attacked from behind.
Guangsib looked surprised and asked, really? He stood on the hill, asking Dawan, what about an attack from above?
Guangsib kicked sideways, and Ha Dawan was sent flying. He barely managed to lower his center of gravity to stay balanced, swearing angrily, shit.
He wondered, did he pass through the tomb? Hyasiab held his face and asked his two older brothers, I bit my tongue. With all this blood, I'm not going to die, am I? Taesiab scolded his younger brother, quit making a fuss, I'm just as hurt as you are.
Guangsib, his leg slightly shaking, spoke up, nice job, facing off against both of us.
You got ambushed for such a short time and still managed to fight back?
In his mind, Guangsib thought, so it's true, defeating Zhong Sukiang.
Looks like that wasn't just a rumor.
Taesiab reminded his older brother, I forgot to tell you be careful, don't let this kid catch you. The eldest brother, with his hands in his pockets, walked away, responding coldly, I know, I saw you two crash into each other.
Hyasiab stubbornly argued, what? I was just watching.
Guangsib, in a cold tone, warned, you two better not die like this. He and his younger brothers charged forward together. Guangsib, sounding grateful, said, thanks for showing me how to handle this guy.
Let's just fight the way we always do. Hadawan couldn't believe his eyes and thought, what? This newcomer isn't much stronger than the last two. Oh, Hyasiab attacked him from behind. He cursed, damn. Hadawan thought to himself that the other two were also badly injured. He used one hand to grab their arms. The two brothers trembled as he squeezed. Hadawan, still a little confused, murmured, but why are they getting faster and faster? Oh, Hyasiab is attacking you head-on, Hadawan muttered, and getting a little stronger with every move. He was overwhelmed, having been constantly attacked by those three brothers, his head spinning. Hadawan wondered, what kind of trick are they using? It was as if Guangsib could read his thoughts. He spoke up to explain, I know you're probably thinking about this, so I'll tell you it's not that we're stronger. He laughed loudly and continued, it's because you're getting weaker. On the hill, 3 white wolves appeared. They were the ice wolves. Together, they cornered a fierce tiger. A story has been passed down through the ages about this, a story that goes like this: the 3 ice wolves surrounded a tiger. They kept attacking and then pulling back, taking turns, over and over again and again. Little by little, the tiger was covered in wounds. In the end, the tiger was exhausted and became the wolves' prey. Hadawan was like that tiger. He had been relentlessly attacked by the 3 brothers and had finally reached his limit. He was drained, with no strength left. Oh, Guangsib said with confidence, this is just how it is. He went on, to defend against a group attack, you have to use up way more energy than we do. He continued explaining, individually, none of us is anything special compared to you, but when we work together, we can take down even a tiger. This is how we fight as a team. He sarcastically spoke up, you're going to lose because you're all alone. Hadawan was drenched in sweat. He struggled to speak, that line is ridiculous. I can't believe a villain would say something like that. Oh, Hyasiab didn't believe what he had just heard and angrily asked, damn, why are we the villains? Oh, Hyasiab then tried to reason with his older brother, hey, we should move on to the next target before it's too late. Oh, Guangsib responded, yeah, you're right. I'll wrap this up quickly so you can get some rest. Hadawan forced himself to stand up and shouted at Oh Guangsib, hey, you. He then asked him, you really think I'm all alone? Oh Guangsib looked confused and muttered, huh? He glanced around and added, isn't it just you here? That's when Jihan appeared to save Hadawan. He used a leg sweep technique, and Guangsib was easily knocked off balance and fell, face first onto the ground. It was a JoJo technique. Oh Guangsib slammed his face into the dirt. Oh Hyasiab was momentarily stunned and said, what? That happened so suddenly? Jihan asked with some worry about Hadawan's situation, how's it going? I think I hit them too hard. Is everything okay, Dawan? Those guys are thugs, right? He reached out and helped his best friend up, sighing, I'm so glad I met you, Jihan. Oh Hyasiab looked at Jihan with a familiar expression and asked his brother, bro, is that the jerk? Oh Hyasiab confirmed, yeah, that's our next target. He continued, I'm not sure how to deal with him, though. What should we do? As the 3 brothers were about to rush at Hadawan, he quickly made a run for it. Let's get started, guys! He shouted. Oh Guangsib couldn't believe his eyes, thinking, what the heck? Oh Hyasiab sighed, he's running away, and the youngest is just laughing and mocking me. He's got good instincts. Hadawan quickly dialed Jihan. He anxiously muttered to himself, oh man, hurry up, hurry up. He thought to himself, I have a bad feeling about this. If I try to take them on alone, I'm definitely going to end up in the hospital for a while. He sent his location to Jihan, along with a message, I'm about to die. He silently called out to his best friend, please hurry, Jihan. Hadawan, feeling a bit guilty, said, sorry for dragging you into this. Jihan didn't take it personally and, a little confused, asked him, it's fine, but why are you fighting here? Even Dawan wasn't sure himself. He tried to change the subject, saying, I'll explain the details later, I'm not even sure myself. Jihan glanced at the group and asked Dowan, so, you're only dealing with these guys? Dowan admitted, yeah.
Without saying anything else, the two of them rushed in together. Dowan said, they're all thugs, so don't feel bad.
Just give them a good beating. Jihan, completely unfazed, responded, oh, got it.
Taecyeob started giving instructions to his younger brother, saying, little bro, take care of Jihan.
Taecyeob complained, that punk had the nerve to attack from behind. He quickly charged forward, shouting, take this, you coward. But Jihan swiftly dodged the attack.
Jihan said, sorry, then added, this might hurt a little. With just one punch, he sent Taecyeob flying, using a move called 1-inch fist, a technique meant to incapacitate with a single strike. Taecyeob was punched so hard that his face was completely deformed.
Jihan sighed, was that a bit too much? It looks like he's really hurt. Meanwhile, Taecyeob was fighting Dowan. He coldly asked him, are you okay fighting alone? Taecyeob, with an indifferent look on his face, responded, your form isn't that great either. Are you really in any position to worry about me? Dowan quickly clarified, no, not you.
He then said, your buddies have already been taken care of, so now it's just you left.
Dowan prepared to use his special skill.
He attacked relentlessly, your older brother, just him. He used his 1,000 punches move.
The continuous blows hit Taecyeob, who took them all until a final strike under his chin.
The pain was so intense that he cried out in agony.
Taecyeob's face was left badly disfigured from the attack. Dowan looked concerned and thought to himself, was that too much?
After the fight, he sighed, that felt good. Guangxi slowly sat up, rubbing his head and muttering, ah.
Suddenly, someone spoke. Dowan coldly ordered Guangxi, hey, you. Answer my question first. He asked, what did you just say about some kind of goal?
Dowan was determined to get to the bottom of it, who sent you guys here? Guangxi stood there, still looking completely clueless. Someone stepped forward, pointing at the motorcycle parked on the hill, and said, over there, our guys have run into this jerk.
A fat guy, waddling over, nodded in agreement, yeah, that bike matches the 2 pictures they sent me. That crazy idiot left it right there.
The skinny guy beside him muttered, clearly annoyed, to stir up trouble in someone else's turf and park the bike like that.
He must be trying to get our attention.
Then, someone else threw out a theory, he probably has more guys lying in wait around here. A young guy with blonde hair, seeing no problem at all, spoke up, who cares?
Honestly, it's been so boring lately without any fights.
A group of young guys all started walking, and someone greeted them warmly. The gang of thugs, led by the blonde guy, was all smiles.
He laughed and said, our foreign guest, I see. The system announced, monster approaching. First high school.
On the ground, Taecyeob and Taecyeob were lying on the dirt. Guangxi stood frozen, staring at his 2 younger brothers, his mouth trembling as he called out their names one by one.
He said, you guys, when did this happen? At that moment, a voice spoke up, I'm so tired, I feel like I'm about to die. Now, all you need to do is answer the question and it'll be over.
I heard that you guys came all the way here to hurt us first me, then Jihan.
Is that true?
Dowan said, looking at Guangxi, analyzing him.
You guys don't know anything, so there's no reason for you to be doing this, Dowan said as he stepped closer to Guangxi, asking him seriously, who sent you here?
Inside a restaurant in the city, voices of conversation echoed back and forth, but don't worry, customers, just trust us and leave it to us. 2 men were sitting at a table discussing things.
The man sitting across from the other suddenly asked, wait, what if the people we sent get caught? What if they confess that I was the one who ordered them? What should we do then?
Jinho, his face emotionless, answered without hesitation, those people are specialists in large-scale operations.
I don't think a situation like that will happen. If something like that happens, they absolutely won't say a word, he said.
He disagreed, it's easy to say, but when you've been hit enough, your mouth just opens on its own.
Jinho seemed to lose his patience. He stood up, leaned on the table, and tilted toward him. Jinho said, "Those people already knew. In other words, if you break the organization's trust and commit a crime, you'll really end up dead." Kwon Sungwon looked tense, sweat streaming down his face.
Jinho continued, "Our boss is really someone to be afraid of."
After saying that, he let out a loud laugh.
But inside, Jinho thought, actually, when this information gets out, we'll be the ones who are in more trouble.
Back with Ha Dawan, Gwangsib answered the earlier questions from Ha Dawan. "I don't know what you're talking about."
He said that, but deep down, he thought, I'm not going to tell this guy the truth.
Gwangsib went on, "We just got involved because it seemed fun."
Behind Gwangsib, a knife was hidden, and his hand was already gripping the handle, ready to act, as he had no intention of backing down from the assignment. Gwangsib was calculating. He knew that with just 2 quick knife strikes to the legs, he could take this guy out. Meanwhile, he kept trying to lure Ha Dawan closer, saying, "I told you, if you're going to make excuses, at least show some real sincerity." Looking at the 2 young men in front of him, Gwangsib thought about the situation. The problem was the guy who had suddenly appeared. He had to attack at a moment when the man couldn't fight back, and handle both of them at the same time. At that moment, Dawan suddenly lost his balance. He couldn't stand properly and felt like he was about to fall. Jihan quickly reached out to steady him, his voice full of concern as he asked, "Are you okay? Are you badly hurt?" Dawan responded casually, "Oh, no. I'm fine. It's not that bad." Dawan took a moment to check his body. He thought to himself, "What's going on? My HP is still up." His HP bar showed 6,420 out of 11,500. Dawan thought, "I shouldn't be this wobbly. But why do I feel so drained?" He was out of breath, sweat pouring down his face and neck. He wondered if there was a specific stamina concept like in video games. Dawan braced himself with his hands, trying to think through what had just happened. He realized that in a game, running wouldn't usually drain a character's energy. And facing off against 3 guys on his own shouldn't have been too much of a stretch. Dawan kept talking, but Jihan didn't understand anything. He turned to Dawan and said, "Are you okay? Why are you saying all these weird things all of a sudden?" Jihan's words startled Dawan. The 2 of them hadn't noticed that Gwangsib was already planning to take action against them. He saw this moment as the perfect opportunity. Gwangsib pulled out a knife, ready to end things right then and there. But just as Gwangsib was about to strike, a voice called out, "Is that the guy?" "I think so." From the sound of the voice and the description of a green rider jacket, Gwangsib realized he couldn't go through with his plan. In fact, the person being talked about seemed to be him. The voices grew louder as a group of people approached, and they began talking to each other. But why are they doing this to each other? Is it internal conflict? Dawan looked at the approaching group, still confused, but feeling a bit anxious. What's going on with them now? Jihan was just as confused. But then, Dawan had a thought. Could it be that the Silla High School monster squad was coming in? As the large group of people got closer, Dawan thought to himself, are all those guys monsters from this tomb? I thought the 3 brothers were the last ones. Jihan immediately sensed something was off about the atmosphere. Dawan felt that with so many people around, they couldn't afford to be careless and needed to be extra cautious. One of the members of the monster army boldly said, "I heard there was a conflict between the newcomers and that guy in the green shirt, so I came here to check it out. But this whole situation seems kind of unclear. Aren't you all on the same side? Why are you fighting each other?" Jihan quickly replied, "Why would I be on the same side as someone like him?" The monster army representative sighed and said, "That's not the issue. The real problem is that you're invading someone else's territory." Jihan, feeling a bit anxious, responded, "No, we were just here for a field trip. It really has nothing to do with that." The monster army didn't waste time beating around the bush and said directly, the whole thing about territory or newcomers is just an excuse. The real reason is that this place has been so peaceful for so long, it's getting boring. I'm so tired of this peace. He stepped on the head of one of Guangxib's fallen teammates, mocking, "You've already fallen before the fight even started?" With that, the monster army members split up to taunt the two people who were unable to fight, lying helplessly on the ground. They looked at Guangxib and teased, "You're just like that guy in the green shirt, huh? Probably made in the same factory." They all laughed loudly. Guangxib couldn't stand seeing his younger brothers being treated like this. He charged forward and shouted, "Take your hands off him, you bastard." The guy was lucky enough to react quickly and dodge the attack. Guangxib pointed a knife at the soldiers, trying to stay calm as he threatened, "If you come any closer, I'll stab you. You don't want to end up disabled." But before Guangxib could finish, someone from the soldiers appeared behind him. The guy grabbed both of Guangxib's arms, catching him by surprise. By the time Guangxib tried to react, he couldn't move. The leader of the soldiers walked up to him and said, "Looks like you and your brothers are pretty close, huh? I thought brothers weren't supposed to be that close." Guangxib shot back, "What's it to you?" But before he could say anything more, the leader slapped him across the face. As he did, he sneered, "Yeah, it's got nothing to do with me. No matter what happens, I don't care. We're just here to have some fun with you guys until the end of the night." With every word the leader spoke, Guangxib got slapped again. His own men had started messing with Guangxib's younger brothers, teasing them. Jihan watched the scene unfold, feeling sorry for them. He said, "This seems pretty serious." Dawan patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's his own fault. Don't worry about it. Besides, right now, maybe we should focus more on our own situation." The rest of the group surrounded Dawan and Jihan. Dawan wasn't too surprised because he knew that once they entered the tomb, fighting with them was inevitable. The fat guy in the group grinned smugly and said to Dawan and Jihan, "Why worry about that useless stuff? Either way, you two can't escape." One of his buddies, standing next to him, suddenly remembered something. He said, "Now that I look closely, that guy in the black hoodie, wasn't he the one who rode in the car with that girl yesterday?" The fat guy replied, "Yeah, I think it's him. How about we use his phone to call her out? We can all go out, drink, and party all night." His buddy laughed along, and the whole group burst into creepy, twisted laughter. Dawan assessed the situation and thought to himself, "Right now, I can't fight them normally. Even with Jihan here, there's no guarantee we can take them all down." Meanwhile, on the other side, the group had grown tired of messing with Guangxib. He was lying defeated at the feet of the monster squad. The man wearing glasses, hands in his pockets, glanced at Dawan and said, "They don't seem like they want to fight." The leader of the monster squad, lighting a cigarette, replied, "When you think about it, we have more people than they do. If we win like this, it won't be any fun." Dawan had been calculating from the start. The leader of the group shouted over to him and Jihan, making an offer. "Hey, you two, fight each other. Whoever wins, I'll let them go." Jihan was stunned when he heard the condition. He couldn't possibly do this, but before he could process it, Dawan attacked him. In his mind, he realized there was no other choice. This was the only way left. The monster army watched this turn of events and laughed among themselves, saying, "Those two really have no loyalty. They turned on each other so quickly." Jihan raised his arms to block Dawan's attacks. But then something clicked in his mind. He thought, "Wait, he's not actually hitting me. Why is Dawan pushing me away instead?" In that moment, Dawan took the opportunity to say a few words to Jihan. "I'm sorry for acting on my own." Jihan still couldn't understand what was happening. Dawan continued, "Run as far as you can from here." Then, Dawan shoved Jihan away with force. Meanwhile, the man in glasses, observing the situation, turned to the leader beside him and said, "Is he pretending to fight to break through the encirclement?" The leader was also surprised. Jihan, now pushed far away, was filled with concern for Dawen.
He shouted back to him. What are you talking about? How can I leave you behind? But Dawen replied. It's fine. From now on, I can fight alone. Dawen reached into his pocket, searching for something.
As he did, he said, I have no idea what this is going to lead to now. In his hand, he held the reward from his previous mission. As he looked at it, Dawen thought to himself, I can only use this, I guess. The system notification appeared, mission reward, hidden item received. After reading it, Dawen was a little confused. He looked at the item in his hand and wondered, isn't this just a lock? He remembered when he first got this item. He had just come back from school and was sitting in the park, holding the lock in his hand, thinking, why would I get a lock after receiving a key? First, he decided to check the item's details. The system displayed the information, black lock, hidden item, seals the character's free will, system will automatically activate combat mode, lasts for 10 minutes.
Dawen was puzzled. Automatic combat mode? Is that even possible in real life? If it's real, that's basically a scam. Looking at the item in his hand, Dawen felt a little tense and uneasy. He said, isn't this kind of dangerous? What if there's someone nearby who's not an enemy? What would happen then? I have a bad feeling about this.
I'll only use it if I'm really in a life-threatening situation.
Back to reality, Dawen took out the lock.
The group of monster army members looked at the lock, puzzled.
Is that a lock? Why is he suddenly pulling it out?
The fat guy jokingly responded, he probably just cleaned out a locker or something.
Hey, that brown-haired guy isn't running back here fast enough. Should I go beat him up and drag him back?
Just as the fat guy started to head toward Jihan, Dawen stopped him.
Dawen grabbed his arm and said, where are you going? Didn't you say you wanted to play all night? Let's start the hellish party now. Dawen snapped the lock shut, letting everything fall into place.
As the lock activated, dark purple and black lights mixed and spread throughout the space.
Dawen's body began to change, and his pupils turned purple.
A strong wind picked up around him, pulling everything in its path, and Dawen collapsed. The fat guy was confused about what Dawen was doing.
He watched him with interest and asked, what are you doing now? Getting goosebumps or something?
Still dealing with the effects of his second-year middle school illness, everything around Dawen began to blur. A loud scream echoed, and the leader of the group watched Dawen intently but still couldn't figure out what was happening. All that could be heard in the space now was the fat guy's desperate screams, while the whole monster army stood frozen, clueless and bewildered, unsure of what was going on.
Dawen's hand tightened around his opponent's shoulder, not letting go. The system then notified, black lock activated. Automatic combat begins.
The fat man was forced to kneel, collapsing to the ground. Dawen now exuded an aura of mystery and power.
Automatic combat is a skill where the player doesn't directly control the character. Instead, the system recognizes the monster and automatically engages in battle.
It's a convenient skill for players who don't have much time to play, but it usually reduces the character's abilities compared to direct control.
However, when used with a highly advanced AI system, automatic combat can lead to a massacre.
The group of monster soldiers stood frozen, completely confused about what had just happened. They exchanged puzzled looks.
What just happened? What was that?
The arrogant fat man who was standing tall just moments ago now lay motionless on the ground. The others started to feel a sense of fear, but one of them still shouted.
That bastard dared to touch my friend. In the next instant, Dawen struck.
With one hand, he punched upward into the man's chest, sending blood splattering everywhere.
But Dawen wasn't done. He pressed the attack. One of the monster soldiers couldn't help but exclaim. Damn, how could he be so fast?
Before he could finish his sentence, Dawen was already on him.
He was immediately struck, his face beaten by Dawen until it was unrecognizable.
At that moment, Dowan radiated a deadly, iron-like aura. Dowan turned his head to look behind him.
The people in the army watched him closely and whispered to each other, "That bastard looks different from earlier, doesn't he?" His eyes. It felt like there was no soul behind them. One of them tried to stay calm and responded, "What nonsense are you talking about?"
After saying that, the three of them charged toward Dowan. Dowan stood still, and the three of them spread out, attacking him from different angles.
Dowan hardly moved.
He just stood there and casually waved his hand.
In an instant, the three of them were knocked down, one by one. Within just a few seconds, Dowan suddenly felt something was off.
One of the three grabbed his ankle and yanked it, catching him off guard and making him lose his balance.
The guy smirked and said to Dowan, "Didn't see that coming, huh?"
Seizing the opportunity, he yelled to his teammates, "Get him!
Hit him hard, break him apart."
But before he could feel too pleased with himself, Dowan's foot slammed his head into the ground.
Jihan stood outside, watching Dowan.
He was completely stunned by how Dowan kept surprising him. Jihan thought about the words Dowan had said when he pushed him away earlier.
Jihan quietly thought to himself, "What Dowan said earlier. I'm not sure what he meant by that. But for now, if leaving this place would help him, then that's what I'll do," Jihan thought as he quickly turned around and ran off.
Meanwhile, the leader of the group and his two companions watched closely. The man wearing glasses spoke up, "That guy's not someone to underestimate." The blonde-haired guy knew that, but he didn't take Dowan too seriously, so he casually replied, "Still, do you think we can't get past these guys?"
The fat man frowned, clearly showing his impatience. The lock still hadn't fully done its job, and Dowan remained unconscious.
The monster squad, on the other hand, was now visibly shaken.
They no longer had the confidence to attack him like before and whispered among themselves, "A monster? Damn, what's wrong with his face?"
Some of them, scared, started to fall back, but the fat man at the rear shouted at them, "Anyone who falls back now is dead. Shut up and charge, you idiots." At this command, the squad moved forward, still scared but trying to reassure themselves, "I can do this.
Yeah, we outnumber them."
Dowan took a step back, then quickly lunged forward, breezing past the squad. In just one swift motion, he attacked them one by one as he went through. The people behind him used all their strength to throw punches at Dowan. Of course, they couldn't stop him, and one by one, he took them down.
There were cries begging Dowan not to move forward, but like his companions, they couldn't escape either. Suddenly, Dowan was stopped in his tracks.
The fat man had grabbed him from behind.
While holding him tight, he angrily yelled at his teammates, "Hold him tighter. How can you guys be so useless? Can't even do this much?"
After shouting, he squeezed Dowan even harder and said to him, "You've already tried to hold on to your meal, but I'm going to keep holding you until your ribs crack."
The man with glasses, seeing that Dowan was being pinned, spoke with more confidence.
"Those who act like they're so tough can't do anything when a pig like that gets a hold of them.
There's no way he's getting out of this."
But before he could finish speaking, what happened next left him in shock.
He cursed under his breath, "Damn it."
The fat man was still holding Dowan tightly, but Dowan wasn't just standing still. He grabbed the man's thigh and squeezed it with all his strength, causing the fat man to cry out in pain. Finally, the fat man couldn't stand the pain any longer and had to release Dowan. Once Dowan was free, he immediately gathered momentum, leapt high into the air, and then spun around, kicking the fat man's face with full force. The fat man had no chance to fight back and collapsed to the ground in pain.
After taking care of the fat man, Dowan landed smoothly.
He sat in the middle of a pile of people he had just knocked down, all sprawled out on the ground. At that moment, the man with glasses seemed ready to join the fight. He stood behind Dowan, hands in his pockets, casually speaking to him. Using glasses while fighting comes with risks. He took one hand out of his pocket, adjusted his glasses, and continued. "That's because if I get hit in the face, the chances of a serious injury are really high. So, most people would choose to take off their glasses, even if it means losing some of their vision. But I'll never take them off.
Do you know why? Because from the start, there's no way I'm going to get hit. I'll say it again, anyone standing in front of me.
Before the man with glasses could finish his sentence, a punch landed straight in his face.
Dawan only needed one blow to take him down.
Then, Dawan moved toward the leader. The leader of the monster squad was clearly surprised. In such a short amount of time, Dawan had defeated so many people.
He couldn't help but exclaim. What, this? Can he really take on more than 20 people in such a short time?
Even the last 2 people were the main forces of the group.
So why? Why aren't you tired at all?
After the leader said this, he charged at Dawan. With a direct strike to his face, he asked, "Who the hell are you?"
But before his hand could even touch Dawan, Dawan grabbed it.
His other hand was already on the leader's neck. The leader couldn't do anything, only making choking noises as Dawan squeezed. Suddenly, Dawan felt something shift. His eyes widened, and on the ground, he saw the reflections of himself and the leader. After a moment, the scene of a room appeared.
Dawan's eyes went wide again, and he asked, "What's happening? Where is this?" Dawan sat on the bed, looking around in confusion.
He was baffled. He had clearly just used the black lock, so why was he in this shabby room? It seemed like someone lived here. Everything about this place felt too dangerous.
Dawan reacted quickly, deciding the first thing he should do was leave.
Just then, the computer screen on the desk lit up.
Dawan was shocked. Why did the computer turn on by itself?
Dawan saw something on the computer screen. A line of text appeared. "Manager, it's been a while, hasn't it?" The manager walked into the room. "Manager, it's been a while, my friend. This place is where your mind can drift away from your body."
Dawan felt the tone was familiar, almost like he was thinking of someone.
On the screen, an apocalyptic warrior level 200 appeared. The apocalyptic warrior asked, "Have you saved your friend yet?" In front of the apocalyptic warrior stood a pure black chocopi. The apocalyptic warrior spoke to the pure black chocopi, saying, "You're not bad either.
I'll allow you to accompany me."
Hearing this, the pure black chocopi immediately knelt down. A system message appeared on the screen. It was from the manager. "Don't panic, my friend.
This is a gift for your kindness." Dawan remembered something from the past and finally realized whose voice was on the computer screen.
Dawan exclaimed, "Apocalyptic warrior, so it's you." Juaron stood, gazing off into the distance, as if lost in thought.
Juaron said, "I bet everyone's busy watching the performance, right? I really wanted to see Manhwa dance too. What a shame."
She walked casually, her tone full of regret. Her steps turned in a different direction, and she sighed again, "But still, it's nice to be able to just look at the sky like this."
Manhwa looked up at the starry night sky.
She stared for a moment, then realized she had wandered too far and decided to turn back.
But suddenly, a phone rang.
Behind her stood a mysterious man. The sound was coming from him, and the phone just wouldn't stop ringing.
Juaron couldn't understand what was going on.
The man picked up the phone, casually saying, "I forgot to mute it."
Juaron's face showed clear concern as she asked, "Who are you?"
Turning to Dawan, he heard the voice coming from the computer.
He said, this familiar way of speaking. "Are you the one who brought about the end?"
Just as Dawan finished speaking, he moved to press send on the keyboard, but it didn't seem to work. Suddenly, a sound came from the screen, and a notification popped up, "Speak freely."
This surprised Dawan. He exclaimed, "Can we actually talk now? You never used to pretend to listen to me." The screen displayed a response, "I'm not something that can always follow you. And now, I have one question." Dawan replied, "What do you want to ask?" "But after that, it's my turn." The computer screen responded, "Dawan, how has the power I gave you changed your life?" When Dawan heard the question, he had to pause and think, "What should I do?" Of course, it's. Dawan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly exploded.
He lost control and shouted, "I changed so much, it's terrible. Because of that damn mission, I've been stuck in this endless fight all day, with monsters crawling out of the dungeon non-stop.
Damn it.
At this rate, my body won't last.
All I know is playing games. How did things end up like this?"
But even so, it felt kind of refreshing. Dawan sat down in the chair, remembering the stories from earlier, and said, "Every day is the same.
I'm always targeted by bullies, doing everything they tell me and getting beaten up. When did I start standing up to them? It felt like it was just meant to happen. And now, I can actually protect someone."
More than that, if I didn't have this power, I probably would have died in front of the computer that day.
So, I'm really grateful to you.
After saying this, Dawan felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his face and looked away. The computer screen stayed silent, not responding. After a while, a notification appeared.
This time, it was the other person's turn to ask. Dawan read the text, his eyes widened in shock.
Outside, the dark night sky enveloped everything. On the ground, the members of the monster army lay scattered, each one badly injured.
Someone looked at the scene in confusion and asked, "What is this? What's going on? What is this?" The gaze moved from one monster soldier to the next, and it landed on Guangsib.
He had been beaten badly, but he hadn't died. Now, awake, he surveyed his surroundings in confusion. Looking at the scene in front of him, he muttered to himself, "What am I even seeing right now?" In front of Guangsib, Dawan was facing off against the leader of the monster army. The leader stared into Dawan's eyes and shouted, "Wait a minute, there are two shadows on the ground." Moments later, the leader clutched his arm in pain, cursing non-stop, while Dawan's face remained completely emotionless. The leader, still in disbelief, charged at Dawan again. But, like before he could do anything, Dawan's foot slammed into his face, sending him flying across the ground.
Guangsib watched, feeling that Dawan was completely different from before. He wondered to himself, what's with all these monsters? Didn't he use all his strength when he fought me? I need to get the others out of here now.
Guangsib struggled to get up, but his whole body was in pain. He gritted his teeth and muttered, feeling the power of those bastards who had stomped on him again and again.
Meanwhile, Dawan's leader was struggling against Dawan's strength.
After a long fight, he collapsed on the ground, slowly scooting backward in fear. The leader pulled out his phone and said to Dawan, "Wait a second, if you think this is all there is, you're wrong. Eventually, you'll have to face the regional commander.
It's inevitable."
The leader raised the phone and made a call, nervously waiting for the other person to pick up.
After a moment, someone finally answered. The leader sighed with relief and said, "Hey, Quack Paljan, where are you?
All our guys have been defeated by some guy from another area.
You need to come here."
But before he could say anything else, the other person hung up without a word. The leader's fear grew, sweat pouring down his face. Furious, he yelled, "Hello? Paljan, you bastard."
Dawan didn't let him go on any longer.
Without hesitation, he kicked the leader, knocking him out. Guangsib frowned and thought to himself, did that guy just say Paljan?
Could it be the Paljan I know? I remember it because the name is so unique, right? But it's not just the name. He remembered 2 years ago, at the juvenile detention center.
The cheers were loud.
"Ah, that's amazing, that's amazing."
In the classroom, third-year Wacko big brother, Guangsib, asked, "What's going on?" The third-year Wacko little brother shared the story. "One of the new guys who just came in today is about to get beaten to death, I think."
"Let me explain."
The guy's face wasn't great, so he tried to do something to one of the girls. But after everything fell apart, he got caught.
Guangsib didn't understand and asked again, "Fell apart? How is that something to be impressed by?"
The 9th grade Wacko little brother answered, "It wasn't just any girl the guy tried to mess with. It was the little sister of the leader from the next room over." That's when Guangsib realized the guy must be something else. The ninth grade Wacko little brother continued, the leader in that room has completely lost it. I heard as soon as he stepped into the living area, he killed the guy.
The group of prisoners lined up in the hallway. Oh, Guangxib casually said to the ninth grade Wacko little brother next to him, the guys in the weight room are no joke. If that guy's a middle schooler, he's definitely dead. The ninth grade Wacko little brother laughed and replied, yeah, the coffin lid's probably already closed.
At that moment, the officer leading the group saw something and his face changed.
He exclaimed, what is that?
The next day, the officer picked up the radio and called for support. The younger brother leaned forward, looking like he could make out something, his face lighting up with excitement as he updated everyone on the situation.
Oh, looks like there's trouble.
It's that poor middle school kid.
Outside, the officer urgently shouted. Hey, you.
Meanwhile, Guangxib had the chance to observe more closely from inside.
On the outside, the officer was struggling to open the door but couldn't.
Inside the holding cell, the prisoners were scattered across the floor, all covered in blood.
The room only had one person standing.
He stood in front of a chubby prisoner and asked,
oh, so you're Jihan's boss, huh?
The chubby prisoner could only moan faintly, unable to form words.
The man continued. How strange, meeting you here like this. He sat down, facing the chubby prisoner, and sighed. But you know, we can't keep being so close, can we? Actually, Jihan likes you too. What a shame, really. If the cops had been just a little later, I think I could have done it.
The man went on, speaking to himself.
When's your brother, or your sister, coming to visit?
Next time, I'll be confident enough to finish the job. At this point, his face twisted into a crazed expression. On Juaron's side, she was facing a strange man.
He was on the phone. Juaron nervously looked at the person in front of her and said, I'm not mistaken, right? It's you, isn't it? The whole day today. She remembered what happened in the morning.
She had been out shopping with Choi Minhai and had felt something was off.
Choi Minhai noticed Juaron staring off into the distance and sensed something was wrong, so she asked, what's up? You've been acting weird. Is something going on? Juaron didn't know how to explain it.
She hesitated before saying, no, it's just.
It feels like someone's been staring at me.
Choi Minhai tried to explain, Aaron, maybe just one or two guys have been looking at you. But behind the wall, there really was someone watching. Back to the present moment, Juaron realized the man in front of her was the one who had been following her all day. His name was Paljan. She could still hear the voice of the leader of the monster squad coming from his phone.
Paljan looked at Juaron and awkwardly explained, following you? That's not it. From the moment I first met you, I just couldn't forget you.
His naturally black hair and pale skin. From his eyelashes to his toes, everything about her was exactly his type.
Paljan looked Juaron up and down, then expressed his feelings.
His whole face twisted with madness as he said, no matter what, I think I like you. As he spoke, Paljan took a step closer to Juaron.
Terrified, she stepped back and warned him not to come any closer, threatening to scream if he did. Paljan wasn't afraid. Instead, he responded, scream?
Even if you scream here, no one will hear you. Then Paljan started using words that were meant to sound polite but were anything but look at you, dressed like that, coming here all alone.
Aren't you hoping for something too? Juaron was trembling in fear, repeatedly telling Paljan to stay away.
But Paljan kept going, if you hadn't shown up, I was planning to visit your dorm at night. Shaking, Juaron grabbed her phone, dialed a number, and said, I'm calling the police. But before she could do anything, Paljan aggressively knocked the phone away. He complained to Juaron, saying that he had been accused the last time as soon as things started. I had to go through that ridiculous military-style camp, and they forced me to transfer all the way here. As Paljan took a step forward, Juaron stepped back, but she tripped over a stone behind her. She lost her balance and fell. Paljan sat down, leaned in close to her, and said, Don't be afraid.
I know what to do. Juaron was terrified.
She couldn't speak, only could think to herself. Her body wouldn't move, and no sound came out. She desperately tried to force herself to say the words she didn't want, but Paljan didn't care.
He only teased her more. You're not resisting at all, huh? You actually want to enjoy this, don't you? Just as Paljan was about to act, someone appeared. He looked up and asked, "Who are you?" Juaron couldn't hold back her emotions.
Tears started to well up in her eyes, and she barely managed to say, "Dawan."
Dawan, when did you get here? Paljan glared at Dawan, clearly irritated, and said, "Are you being stopped again before you even get started?" Dawan, still in automatic combat mode, was now upgraded, automatically fighting and starting to battle the boss.
Aaron looked up, hesitated, and said, "Dawan." Her eyes were sparkling, tears streaming down her cheeks.
Paljan coldly addressed Dawan, repeating, "Are you being stopped again before you even get started?" Without hesitation, Dawan kicked Paljan, sending him flying.
Paljan stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and said, "You're really rude." While they were still talking, before Paljan could finish his sentence, Dawan charged at him.
A series of punches landed on Paljan's face. Juaron stood there, her face showing clear shock. Dawan didn't hold back. Paljan's face was already unrecognizable. Dawan continued to attack him.
The system screen flashed with a new message. This time, it was Dawan's turn to respond.
The first question appeared. Who are you? Are you a god?
The computer screen responded, I am the system manager. Dawan wanted more information, so he said, no, don't talk about that.
Say something more specific.
A beep sounded, and a new message appeared on the screen.
What's the next question?
Dawan felt a little disappointed that he didn't get a more specific answer, but he didn't care too much.
He moved on to the second question, why did you give me this power?
The computer screen quickly replied, as I just mentioned, the beautiful memories of the two of you are appearing.
The system continued, it's not just because you were good to me. You have been good to me. Dawan was surprised.
This meant there was still another reason, but the system manager didn't explain everything.
Instead, it said, it's not yet time for me to tell you. Instead, I will reveal something to you.
This place is a virtual space that recreates an actual room from the real world, where everything began. After hearing this, Dawan was stunned.
He repeated, this room is where everything began. Began with what?
Suddenly, the room shook, and the chair moved.
Dawan looked up and asked, what's happening? Why is this suddenly happening?
The system manager sent another message, time here passes at a different speed compared to reality.
It's time for us to say goodbye.
The whole room was shaking, and Dawan felt like there were still so many things he wanted to ask. He said, I still have so many questions. The system manager responded, once you gain this power, you'll be someone who can protect others. Dawan desperately tried to hold on, but the system manager continued, I hope you'll be able to protect someone this time. Back in the real world, Dawan had regained his senses, his eyes full of life again. The system then announced that the match had ended.
Dawan wondered, was it over that quickly?
Seeing Dawan's lack of response, Paljan reacted by kicking him and shouting, you scared the life out of me.
Paljan stood up.
Despite being hit multiple times, he didn't seem afraid. He kept his indifferent expression and said, Dawan, you look dangerous, kid. Dawan, now fully alert, still didn't understand what was happening.
He looked at Paljan in front of him and silently wondered, what just happened? What's going on with this ugly guy? At that moment, Juaron spoke up, Dawan, are you okay? Dawan looked at Aaron, even more confused. He replied blankly, oh, Aaron? Then he thought, why is Aaron here?
The setting had changed, and there weren't any of those other thugs around.
Dawan was completely lost, wondering, what's happening? Did something happen while I was in auto battle mode?
Suddenly, Dawan felt something change in his body. He flinched, clutching his chest tightly.
What was happening to him?
It felt like his heart was about to explode.
A warning appeared on the system: you've pushed your body to its limit in auto battle mode. Please be aware of any backlash that may follow. Dawan was puzzled. Backlash?
His body was rapidly changing.
He was breathing heavily. Paljan immediately rushed in, launching a powerful blow to Dawan's stomach. Dawan's vision blurred.
In a daze, he saw Paljan attacking, his mouth running non-stop. You were so tough earlier.
What happened to you all of a sudden? Thanks then. Paljan aggressively attacked Dawan. Dawan could sense the danger because his body was in the worst shape. He fought back and shouted, "Shut your mouth." Dawan realized he needed to end this quickly and get out of there.
His nerves were all tense, and he screamed in pain. It felt like his muscles were being torn apart.
Paljan stared at Dawan, confused, and asked, "Can you shut up for once? You're being way too loud."
While speaking, Paljan kicked Dawan, who was lying under his feet, pushing him down hard.
Dawan couldn't move, pinned beneath Paljan's foot. Paljan then pressed down harder and questioned Dawan, "What's your relationship with him? Friends? Lovers? Or?" Juaron couldn't just watch anymore and rushed to stop Paljan.
But before she could do anything, Paljan grabbed her. He agreed to stop.
Juaron questioned him, knowing he couldn't hit her anymore.
Paljan looked down at Dawan, lying on the ground, and spoke with crude words, "It's much more exciting to do this in front of someone." Dawan remained motionless on the ground, his eyes filled with anger. As his hand gripped the dirt, Dawan kept thinking about what he was doing. He remembered the conversation he had earlier with the system manager. After that talk, Dawan realized he had become someone who could protect others. But now, lying there unable to move, Dawan didn't know what exactly he was supposed to protect. He wondered, what is it that I'm supposed to protect? It felt just like before, back in his school days when he was bullied and couldn't do anything. He screamed, demanding his body to move. Dawan used every ounce of strength he had, trying to make his body respond. Meanwhile, Paljan kept getting closer to Aaron. He continued speaking in a crude tone, "We should finish what we started, shouldn't we?" Aaron, terrified, shrank back, repeatedly pleading, "No, don't come near me. Please, don't." A loud scream echoed. Dawan stood in front of Aaron, blocking her from Paljan. He turned to her and said softly, "It's okay, Aaron. It's okay." Dawan thought back to the past and blamed himself, feeling like he hadn't been able to do anything. He kept reminding himself, though, that this time, he had to protect him. Despite his body feeling weak and in pain, Dawan reassured him, saying, "Nothing is going to happen." Dawan was determined this time, he was going to succeed. Paljan didn't even look at Dawan. He sneered and said, "You're standing in front of her? A clueless guy like you isn't going to do anything." Of course, Dawan knew better than anyone how bad his condition was. After just standing for a moment, his body couldn't take it anymore, he started shaking, and breathing became harder. He thought to himself, "I have to leave. Standing is already hard enough, let alone fighting in this state." A moment later, Paljan's eyes widened in shock. He laughed and said to Dawan, "You should have grabbed my neck and hit me from the start. But I guess it makes sense you wouldn't be able to do that if I fought back. But you know one thing, but you don't know the other, huh? You think I'm just going to let you grab me? Right now, only I can use both my hands." With that, Paljan showed no mercy and punched Dawan in the face. Dawan felt frustrated but refused to admit it. Even though it was just a little, it felt like his arm was about to fall off. Right now, he couldn't even throw a punch. With his current state, would he be able to use his skills? Paljan kept attacking, clearly enjoying himself. He taunted, "You can barely stand, yet you still try to act tough." Dawan thought it through. If he used his skill, there was a good chance his body wouldn't handle it, just like before. Paljan, still mocking him, said, "Or maybe you want to join in, that's why you're acting like this?"
Dawan made up his mind. What did any of that matter right now?
He activated his attack skill, and with one hand, grabbed Paljan's collar, catching him by surprise.
Paljan sneered, "What's this? You clench your fist just to do this? If you can stop me, then I'll stop." Dawan thought, isn't one hand good enough?
Paljan landed another direct punch to Dawan's face, mocking him further.
You don't even have a hand to stop me. But Dawan wasn't done.
He used a new skill, targeting a weak spot, launching a series of attacks.
He hit Paljan, and though it landed, the blow wasn't enough to take him down. Paljan immediately retaliated.
Suddenly, Paljan realized something: his fist had struck Dawan.
Dawan's punch was also charged with skill and thrown.
Dawan pushed himself a bit more, his skill's power growing stronger.
Dawan landed a decisive blow on Paljan. Dawan was really pushing himself.
He silently thought to himself that every time he raised his fist, it felt like his muscles were tearing apart.
But just a little bit more.
Paljan was continuously attacked over a short period of time. He wanted Dawan to stop, but Dawan didn't back down. He unleashed all his strength, shouting, and the power for his skill was replenished. Dawan delivered a powerful blow, fully unleashing his strength. Paljan collapsed to the ground, and the system announced, "The boss monster Paljan has been defeated."
For Dawan, the system reported, "You have cleared the king's tomb dungeon."
Dawan was breathing heavily, his mouth stained red with blood. He couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground.
Aaron! Aaron!
Aaron, worried, rushed over, calling Dawan's name.
Dawan's body was trembling, sweat dripping off him onto the floor.
He wondered if he had pushed his body too far.
But Aaron was fine. She was incredibly lucky.
After confirming that Aaron was safe, Dawan passed out. Aaron quickly sat down beside him, her concern clear as she kept calling his name.
Dawan's vision started to blur.
The next day, Dawan suddenly woke up, seeming to be scared of something. He gasped for air and looked around. Seeing his familiar surroundings, he asked himself,
"Is this the dorm?"
He reached out and looked at his hand, wrapped in bandages, and sighed in relief.
"Thank goodness, I'm not dead. Yesterday, I really thought I was going to die. But then, something felt off. The hand under the blanket was moving."
Dawan stared at it, confused, and wondered.
"What am I holding?"
He lifted his hand in front of him. It was another hand.
Dawan was bewildered, his throat only able to produce a few faint sounds.
In his leg, there was someone else.
What does this mean? What happened last night?
At this moment, the person lying next to him was Aaron. Dawan looked at Aaron beside him, immediately sitting up, panic-stricken, not understanding what was going on. His face turned bright red.
He stammered, "What is this? The automatic battle ended a long time ago." Aaron, likely startled awake by Dawan's voice, sat up. "Still half asleep?" she asked him. "You're awake?" Dawan became even more flustered. After some hesitation, he finally managed to ask, "Aaron, why are you here? Did something happen?" Aaron turned the question back on him. "Oh, Dawan, don't you remember anything?" This only made Dawan more confused. He thought to himself, "What is going on here?" He let out a long sigh.
Aaron, on the other hand, remained calm and explained everything to Dawan. "Well, it's not surprising that you can't remember.
Something happened last night, didn't it?" Aaron recalled the moment when Dawan had fainted.
After Dawan passed out, Jihan suddenly ran up from somewhere.
Jihan took a quick look at Dawan and came to a conclusion. He must be overwhelmed, exhausted. Luckily, it's not too serious. Aaron felt they should take Dawan to the hospital first. Jihan then said, "Dawan just got into a fight with some thugs.
If we take him to the hospital like this, and they find out he was involved in the fight, it could be a real problem. Plus, he left the school tour without permission." They both realized that taking Dawan to the hospital right away would be risky, so they decided to take him back to their place and give him first aid.
Dawan was taken to a room, and Jihan was giving him first aid. Aaron, a bit surprised, asked, "You know how to do this?" Jihan replied, "Yeah, I learned it at my tutoring center." Back to the present, Aaron was still explaining to Dawan, "I wasn't sure when you'd wake up, so I've been here with you since this morning. But I must have fallen asleep too," she added. Dawan let out a relieved sigh and said, "Oh, that's what happened. I'm glad."
Aaron continued, "I already explained everything to the teacher, so you don't have to worry."
Dawan politely thanked her.
Aaron studied him for a moment before saying, "Wait, but Dawan, the wounds on your body are almost completely gone now."
Dawan took the bandages off his face and looked over his body. He was a bit confused and thought, "How is this possible? Last night, it hurt so badly, I thought I might die."
He moved his arms and legs a bit and, feeling fine, happily said, "Looks like I don't need to go to the hospital after all."
Aaron felt relieved by that.
Dawan noticed that his condition seemed even better than usual and wondered how this could have happened.
Sitting on the bed, he continued moving his arms and legs to check. Then something clicked in his mind.
His eyes widened as he suddenly remembered something from early this morning.
In the room, Dawan's voice echoed as he spoke to himself, "Did I make it back to where I'm staying?"
His hands were covered in wounds, making it hard to move them even a little, but he still struggled. His whole body was battered, and his breathing was labored.
Dawan felt extremely thirsty, so thirsty that he couldn't even speak. Suddenly, a light appeared in the air.
Dawan stared at the light, puzzled.
"What's that? What kind of light is that? Could it be the glowing light people see when they're about to die? A door to heaven? What is it?" The light vanished, leaving a bundle of keys floating in mid-air. The system then announced the rewards for clearing the dungeon, a golden key and a silver key. Dawan stared at the bundle of keys, thinking, "Keys? What's this? They look so beautiful. Is it time to use them now?" He reached out to grab the keys, feeling like they were calling to him. Then, it clicked. He remembered.
Yes, he had used the key while half asleep. The system announced, restoring passive skill, mana recovery speed greatly increased while sleeping.
Dawan guessed that this passive skill must have helped him recover.
He smiled as he looked at the system interface, thinking, "Finally, I have a recovery skill.
Even though it only works while I'm asleep, this is incredibly useful." Then, he wondered, what kind of skill did the golden key have? Aaron was utterly amazed and exclaimed, "Incredible. Does sleeping a lot make you recover that quickly?" It was already 4 p.m. Dawan couldn't believe how long he had been asleep. He asked Aaron, "So where are Jihan and the others now?" "Today's schedule only has one activity," she replied. "So right now, everyone is. They're out having fun at Kunjoland now." At Kunjoland, Jihan is sitting on a row of benches by the roadside.
Minhai walks up to him, a little shy, and says, "I just bought this," before handing Jihan a cotton candy.
Jihan accepts it, making sure to thank Minhai.
Minhai explains, "Well, you helped me yesterday." Their conversation feels a little awkward, and they sit in silence for a moment. Finally, Jihan and Minhai end up walking around together, looking at the animals. They're still a bit shy with each other. Back at home, Dawan is pretty sure Minhai and Jihan are out together. He also figures Minhai probably wants to repay Jihan for helping her at the dance performance yesterday.
Dawan silently grumbles about Jihan, that Jihan, leaving his friend here and going off to have fun alone? "Just wait, I'll make sure to." Aaron cuts off Dawan's thoughts, saying, "How about we go eat something?" Dawan immediately drops his complaints about Jihan.
Instead, he thinks to himself, "I'll definitely make it up to him."
At a small restaurant, Dawan and Aaron walk in. Aaron, a little disappointed, says, "It's a shame.
At times like this, we should be eating octopus salad to recharge. But there's no place around here that sells it."
Dawan, not too picky, replies, "It's okay. This dish is perfect for recharging anyway.
In his mind, Dawan thinks spending time alone with Eren during this school trip is one of the rewards for getting through that dungeon.
The staff brings out the food, and the donkatsu arrives.
The meal looks delicious and beautifully arranged on the table. After the food was brought out, the staff added, "The side dish with sauteed cucumbers will be out shortly." Dawan suddenly felt guilty and said to Eren, "Oh, it's my fault, so you couldn't go to Kunjal after all."
He thought she probably wanted to go have fun too. Eren responded, "It's okay, I couldn't go to the amusement park anyway." Dawan, curious, asked, "Why couldn't you go?"
Eren didn't hide anything and told him, "I've mentioned this before, I really hate loud music.
It's kind of embarrassing."
She continued, "When I was little, I got lost at an amusement park with my family. I was running around in the crowd, screaming and looking for my parents for a long time, but no adults seemed to notice me crying.
The loud music blaring from the speakers made it even harder for me to find them. I was so scared.
Maybe that's why, every time I hear loud music now, I feel afraid."
Eren went on, "So, it's fine.
After that, whenever my family went on trips, we usually went to the mountains or the beach. I preferred stargazing there instead of playing in an amusement park." She paused for a moment and added, "After high school, I couldn't go because I was too busy."
Dawan understood immediately.
He remembered Eren had once mentioned wanting to go to an observatory, probably to see the stars, which is why she had gone alone that night.
Even though Eren didn't like amusement parks, she still felt a bit disappointed that she couldn't see the fireworks there.
After chatting for a while, the conversation wrapped up. Eren noticed Dawan had been listening intently and casually said, "Donkatsu's all melted now, let's eat before it gets worse." A day had passed, and as night fell, Dawan and Eren found themselves stopping at a spot. They went up to the hotel rooftop and stared at the stars. Dawan looked up at the sky and, feeling a bit regretful, said, "We should have come here earlier."
Eren agreed, adding, "You're right. We even went all the way to the observatory yesterday. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have passed out like that." She felt guilty.
Seeing her deep in thought, Dawan quickly tried to ease her mind. No, that's not it. Besides, I had just finished a fight nearby at that time." Eren teased, "You came here to travel, and you're out there fighting."
"That's pretty pathetic, huh?" Dawan awkwardly scratched his head.
But instead of mocking him, Eren comforted him, saying, "They started it first.
You were just defending yourself."
Suddenly, Eren's mood lifted, and she complimented him.
"But you know, Dawan, you're actually pretty cool." Dawan was caught off guard by the compliment.
Eren explained, "Usually, the guys who fight at school are always tense and doing stupid stuff.
But you're not like that. I think that's pretty awesome." Dawan felt both happy and shy.
He scratched his face and said, "It's not that great."
But Eren wasn't done yet.
She continued, "Especially yesterday." But the voice seemed a little quiet, so Dawan didn't hear it.
He asked Eren again, "Huh? What did you say?" But Eren didn't respond and just denied it, saying, "Nothing."
Then she smiled brightly and thanked Dawan. Dawan stood there, completely stunned.
He said, "It's starting now." Eren asked, "Starting what?" Dawan replied, "Look behind you." Eren didn't understand what Dawan meant, but she turned around as he asked. She was surprised to see Jianjuland right in front of her.
She hadn't expected to be able to see it so clearly from here.
Then Dawan asked, "You didn't notice the window in the hotel room, did you?"
Suddenly, the sky lit up with fireworks from Jianjuland.
Dawan stood behind Eren and whispered, "So of course, we can watch the fireworks."
Eren was delighted and couldn't take her eyes off the sky. She exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful." The two of them enjoyed watching the fireworks lighting up the sky together. On the Jianjuland Ferris wheel, a voice could be heard. Photographer Kim Kijin raised his camera, aimed, and took a shot while saying, "Watching fireworks with someone else's son on the Ferris wheel like this. I guess I'll carry the burden of being a traitor for the rest of my life. The other person responded, you're the one who asked me to go on the Ferris wheel with you.
That was Han Yun-song, the leader of Selim. He asked Kim Ki-jin, so, what's the update? Have you finished editing the documents? Kim Ki-jin replied, yeah, it's done. I like coming up here to take pictures of the fireworks.
At that moment, as Kim Ki-jin was about to continue reporting to his superior, his phone began vibrating.
Han Yun-song said, why are you bringing that up now? A few days ago, those thugs interrupted everything.
Han Yun-song picked up the phone, and the message on the screen was from Iljin Gang.
It read, limit the number of viewers. Announce the Iljin Gang's event.
Han Yun-song read the message and then said, this time, Ha Dawan is going to put together an interesting picture for the event, right? I've heard they've grown a lot recently.
Ha Dawan is a pacifist. If no one starts trouble, they definitely won't lay a hand on anyone.
But this time, at the event, things will be different because they'll meet that person.
In Gwanak district.
A voice rang out, so, the three of you wackos failed? Chai Jinho laughed and replied, yes, they still need to go to the hospital. An mysterious man turned to Chai Jinho and ordered, tell them to recover quickly and get back here.
I'll take on another mission. Chai Jinho acknowledged the order. The man fiddled with the dumbbell in his hand and said, Ha Dawan, this is what the value of being a representative is, right? I'm going to smash your head in. This man was Kong Ngang, the representative of CO1, on the last day of the field trip.
On the TV, the Daily News was reporting, this afternoon, a shocking incident occurred at an illegal breeding facility near Seoul where a bear escaped its enclosure. Sitting in the car, Ha Dawan happily said to Jihan, who was sitting next to him, this really has been the trip of a lifetime. Ha Dawan heard the news and thought to himself, I bet the bear wanted a vacation too. Jihan, also in a cheerful mood, replied, yeah, even though there was a bit of danger, the trip ended peacefully.
Ha Dawan remembered the trip Jihan and Minhai had taken together and asked, Jihan, how did you and Minhai get so close? Did you learn all that at the center? Jihan was suddenly caught off guard when Ha Dawan asked him like that.
He didn't know how to respond, so he hesitantly denied it, saying, no, I don't know either. Ha Dawan knew that this trip, which was meant to be an experience, was only able to end peacefully because of that black lock. Although he didn't remember much about it, he hoped that black lock would never end up back in his hands again. But things didn't go the way Ha Dawan had hoped. Holding the black lock, he sighed and said, I had a feeling this would happen.
Why is it still in my jacket pocket? Why didn't it disappear like the other items? A warning from the system appeared, cannot use. It can only be used after unlocking. Ha Dawan examined the lock and said, so the fact that there's a keyhole means I have to have the key to unlock it? So I still need the key, huh?
He thought to himself, even though the automatic combat skill is important, using it would allow him to talk to the manager again.
That way, he would have more information. The bus stopped, and the teacher reminded the students, we've arrived. Don't wander off, and make sure you head straight home. All the students nodded in unison and replied, yes, sir. The school bus pulled into the stadium parking lot, and each student got off the bus and headed home. Ha Dawan stepped off the bus, stretched, and sighed. Turns out, traveling by bus for a long time is this tiring. I need to get home, shower, and just go to sleep.
Suddenly, a voice spoke from beside him.
Looks like you had a lot of fun, huh? It's Sian.
She stood next to him, arms crossed, looking serious.
Ha Dawan jumped, looked at her, and hesitantly said, Sian? Sian responded coolly, it's been a while. At that moment, Jihan walked over and waved to Ha Dawan. She's your friend, right? I'm heading home now. Ha Dawan waved back and reminded him, take care on your way back. Once Jihan left, Ha Dawan quickly turned to Sian and said, but why do you always show up out of nowhere without contacting me first? You've got my number now. Sian replied shortly, I thought this way would be faster. Without another word, Sian turned and started walking away. Ha Dawan called after her from behind, "What's going on this time?" Xian responded, "I'll explain later. There's something I need to ask you too."
Seeing Xian act so mysteriously, Ha Dawan couldn't help but feel a bit worried. At a fast food restaurant, Ha Dawan's voice rang out. "What's up?"
Toughened Kong, you're here too?
Toughened Kong, dressed casually, was holding a hamburger and enjoying it.
He replied to Ha Dawan. "Why, you don't like it?" Ha Dawan responded bluntly.
"Actually, just the fact that you're even here already bothers me."
Toughened Kong didn't back down, firing back. "Well, how about we settle this with a fight? Might as well clear up this tension." Xian stepped in to stop them. "Last time we met, it was the same thing. Why haven't you guys fought yet? Why all the grumbling?"
Ha Dawan suddenly remembered something and said,
"Ah, come to think of it, why isn't that mustache guy from last time here?" Xian replied. "See, he had something to do, so he couldn't make it.
Also, I'll tell you the real reason I called you here today."
Ha Dawan was curious about what that could be.
Xian's face remained expressionless as she said,
"The tournament is about to be held again." Ha Dawan searched through his memories of the event and then remembered, saying, "Is it that event? The one that got interrupted by the explosion?" Xian responded, "That's right." Ha Dawan asked, "When is it?" Xian answered briefly, "Tomorrow." Ha Dawan froze. He said, "Isn't that a bit soon?" Xian continued, "There's something else I need to tell you." Ha Dawan quickly asked, impatiently, "What is it? Don't make me nervous like this."
Xian replied seriously, "It's very rare for the representative to attend the event in person. Usually, they send an assistant to relay the situation in real time."
Ha Dawan, confused, asked, "Really? But Yunsong was there last time." Xian honestly answered, "I'm not sure, there could be some reason for that.
I'm just saying, in most cases, that's how it goes."
Ha Dawan sighed in relief and said, "Well, that's a relief. I thought I'd have to go too."
But Xian then added, "However, in the guidelines for this event, there's a line that says, the Borame representative must attend."
These words left Ha Dawan in stunned silence.
He didn't understand why he was required to be there. Xian, unsure of the details, had come to Ha Dawan to ask him about it.
Xian stared at Ha Dawan and asked, "Is there anything that happened, something you caused, that might explain why you were summoned to join the tournament this time?" Ha Dawan fell into thought after being asked this. A moment later, he replied, "Does fighting with Jianji Iljan count as a big issue?" When Xian heard the name, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "Jianji?" Ha Dawan then told her the story, explaining that a small incident had happened while he was traveling. Toughened Kong, having finished his meal, overheard part of Ha Dawan's story and asked with interest, "You fought at a tourist spot too? It's been a while since I last saw you, and our representative has already turned into a monster, huh?" Ha Dawan immediately denied it, saying, "It was self-defense, alright?" After hearing the whole story, Xian analyzed, "Jianji is an area that's completely unrelated to us. So, it's not really an issue."
Toughened Kong suddenly grew serious and interrupted, "Wait, this happened about 2 or 3 months ago.
I was with Dawan when we charged into the Borame district construction site." Xian, now visibly angry, snapped at Toughened Kong, "What? Why are you just bringing this up now?" Toughened Kong tried to explain, "If I told you, you'd just get angry, like you're doing right now." But Xian grew even more upset.
She snapped at Toughened Kong, "I've told you before, the Borame area is getting weaker, so we need to stay as quiet and low-key as possible." Toughened Kong tried to calm her down, explaining, "You don't need to worry about that. It's all been taken care of. In fact, the representative from their side even tried to pick a fight with my vice representative. Luckily, it wasn't me, it was that jerk Ji Bekchang." Hearing that, Xian felt a bit relieved, but she still warned, "But what if it turns into something bigger? Right now, our Borame area is really weak." Ha Dawan, who had been listening this whole time, finally spoke up,
hey, is it really a problem if I knocked out their representative? Actually, I just beat the representative from Borame.
Sian and Suhen Kong were a little surprised, but they both chose to ignore it.
Sohen Kong laughed and said, "You're hilarious.
Back in the day, you were scared to even face Jong Sukiang, and now you're acting all tough."
Ha Dawan, hearing this honest remark, felt a bit uneasy, even though he knew it was true.
But right after that, Ha Dawan didn't explain anything, and Suhen Kong started to feel like it might be true.
He stood up quickly, unable to hold back, and shouted, "Is that really true? That guy?" This made everyone in the CAF look over at their table.
Ha Dawan lowered his head, hesitantly replying, "I have personal reasons for that." When Suhen Kong heard this confession, he got excited and praised Ha Dawan. Thinking back, his body did look a bit different.
Could it be the result of that sliding training? Ha Dawan suddenly yelled, "What the heck did you touch? You freak!"
Sian, meanwhile, was deep in thought.
Sohen Kong was just teasing Ha Dawan. After a moment of thinking, Sian spoke up. "It probably isn't about that. What I meant when I said everyone should be careful is that I don't want other areas to turn into enemies.
Considering the concerns of the association, there's a rule that allows managers to have conflicts with each other."
Ha Dawan remembered that he had said something similar to him before. Sian continued.
"But if it wasn't one of the members of the association, and it was someone from outside stirring things up, then that's a different story. To sum it up, after the conversation, it seems the issue isn't on our side, in Borame."
After listening for a while, Sohen Kong still didn't have an answer to their problem, so he impatiently asked, "What? So, whose problem is it, then?" Sian didn't answer directly.
Instead, she said, this time, besides Borame, another representative was also called in. At first, I thought their reason was different from ours, but maybe, while we weren't paying attention, they got involved in something related to their side. At the CO1 area, in the outdoor baseball practice field, there were loud noises. Someone's hand was tightly restrained, and it seemed like they were trying to break free.
The person being restrained was Lee Gumman, a classmate of Jihan from middle school. Lee Gumman was screaming and cursing, "Those damn bastards! You guys couldn't even handle those two, so why are you doing this to me? Sick freaks!"
He yelled in the middle of a crowd, but it seemed like no one was paying attention to him. A baseball flew toward Lee Gumman, and it seemed like it was going to hit him right in the face. But Kong In Gang, standing nearby, managed to hit the ball, sending it flying in the opposite direction. Lee Gumman let out a relieved breath and turned to Kong In Gang, shouting,
"Damn it, do you think that's going to scare me? I'm Lee Gumman." Kong In Gang casually held out a pack of gum in front of Lee Gumman, asking if he wanted a piece.
Suspicious, Lee Gumman didn't take it and demanded that Kong In Gang untie him.
Kong In Gang chewed his gum and replied,
"They say baseball players chew gum not only to reduce stress but also to use it as a kind of protection for their teeth." Lee Gumman glared at Kong In Gang and angrily asked,
"What's wrong with my teeth? What do you want? Hurry up and return the money you're holding for me and get out of here." Kong In Gang slammed the baseball bat down forcefully, then got straight to the point, asking Lee Gumman, "Before we do that, I've got one last question. Is there really no one else who knows about the job you gave us?"
Lee Gumman erupted, shouting as he tried to defend himself, "I didn't say anything, damn it.
Who doesn't know this is illegal? What would I gain by talking about this?"
After hearing this, Kong In Gang walked away, still wondering who leaked the information.
He left Lee Gumman yelling, demanding to be set free. After taking a few steps, Kong In Gang turned around, holding some money, and asked Lee Gumman, "Oh, right, you want your money back, don't you? I'll leave plenty for you here. I didn't take a single cent from you." Kong In Gang slid the money into the slot of the baseball pitching machine.
Before leaving, he warned Lee Gumman, "But be careful with your teeth." The baseball pitching machine started up, and Lee Gumman's voice rang out, cursing Kong In Gang, "Son of a bitch." Outside the ballpark, Jinho spoke respectfully, "We're still looking into it.
I'll find out who leaked the information soon." Kang In-gang, facing away from Jinho, responded coldly, so what? Forget about it. Do you know what hurts me the most? Being called in just because some rookie representative I've never seen before showed up? Kang In-gang turned to Jinho and asked, did the Borome representative also attend the meeting? Jinho replied, yes, that's right. Kang In-gang's voice turned ice cold, good. Tomorrow, I'll take my anger out on that person. Back inside the ballpark, baseballs were scattered all over the ground. Lee Gumman had passed out, his body disfigured after being hit by the balls, blood splattered everywhere. On the way back, Ha Dawan suddenly asked, where the hell did that jerk Sehen Kong disappear to? Sian replied, I don't know. He kept mumbling something about a slide, then just walked off. Ha Dawan couldn't bring himself to say anything nice about Sehen Kong, so he just criticized him instead, a slide? Honestly, he's just not normal. Sian told Ha Dawan, you really don't have to walk me home. But Ha Dawan felt the road was too dangerous and couldn't let Sian walk alone. Sian glanced at him and said, you seem more trustworthy now, huh? Ha Dawan, flattered by the compliment, smiled excitedly and replied, really? If anyone jumps out at us, I'll take care of it. You don't need to worry. Suddenly, Ha Dawan heard something. He looked ahead at the alley and said, I just heard something in the alley. There's something there. Ha Dawan's eyes widened in surprise. He recalled hearing a news report on the ride back to school earlier that day. This afternoon, there was an unexpected incident at an illegal animal farm near Seoul, where a bear had escaped. Right now, the authorities are conducting a large-scale search, and the public is extremely worried. This is Seoul's news center. What you're seeing is an illegal bear farm. Rusted iron bars are broken, and the bear cages are empty. The thick cloth covering the top has been torn apart. On the screen, there's footage of the cage from which the bear escaped. If this continues, if that dangerous bear heads toward the city, it won't just be the cloth that gets torn apart. In front of Ha Dawan and Sian is a massive bear. Ha Dawan is struggling with his thoughts. What? Is this real? How did it get here? A bear. Should I run? A bear, is that really a bear? Is it really a bear? Seriously? It's a bear. Why is it here? No way. Can I escape? How much faster is a bear than a person? Am I dreaming? A bear? Should I run? Is this real? Or is this some kind of hidden camera prank? Should I run or not? Is this a dream? Facing the giant bear, Ha Dawan finally accepts that it's real. Oh no. It's too late to run now. No, I've heard of people defeating bears before. Wait, I smell blood. Oh no, it's a bear. It looks terrifying. If I turn my back, it will definitely attack. It's too late. I'm done for. If I pretend to be dead, I might survive, but my limbs will be torn apart. It's a bear. I'm definitely done for. The whole road was quiet, and after a moment of deep thought, Ha Dawan finally spoke up. He said, Sian, listen carefully. Run quietly and then call the police. Sian didn't understand Ha Dawan's meaning and asked, what do you mean? Ha Dawan explained, if both of us run away, we might end up getting killed. So hurry, go now. Meanwhile, Ha Dawan was getting ready to face the bear. The bear, famous for its warm, innocent image, with its cute eyes and round ears, was actually one of the fiercest predators in the entire ecosystem. If you were to encounter a bear on the road, what would you do? Pretend to be dead? Well, if you do, you'll just end up becoming a meal for the bear. If it gets startled, the bear's front paw might swipe at you, and your head could be knocked off. Running away, do you really think you could escape from a bear that can run at speeds of up to 60 km/h? When you're facing danger right in front of you, like a bear, the choice that could slightly improve your chances of survival is to fight. There's really no other option.
Ha Dawan was ready, mentally preparing himself to face this dangerous creature. He reminded himself to stay focused, not to think about anything else. Right now, all he needed to think about was surviving this. But suddenly, the bear in front of him spoke up, "Hold on a second.
Why are you already planning to fight me?" Ha Dawan was completely caught off guard. It was like Xian, who he thought had run off, had come back. She stood there with her usual indifferent expression, staring at the bear and saying, "This situation is just too absurd." Ha Dawan was even more confused now.
Xian explained, "The bear costume looks so real, for a moment, I froze too." Her words completely stunned Ha Dawan.
He couldn't believe it, this was just a costume? Ha Dawan kept trying to say, "It's not like it still looks like a bear, right? Isn't it the bear that learned to speak human language?" The bear immediately denied it, saying, "That's not true." Ha Dawan asked the bear, "What are you wearing that for here?"
At that moment, a group of people approached from behind Ha Dawan. From a distance, they had already been talking among themselves, saying, "Ah, there they are."
It seemed like they didn't have good intentions. The leader of the group, holding a bag, looked at the bear with a hostile expression and said, "That bear got stuck over there? Didn't you realize you dropped this bag while running away?"
The bear, seeing these people, quickly moved behind Ha Dawan and asked for his help. Ha Dawan, still not fully understanding what had happened earlier, was now confused by the new situation.
He asked, "What's going on all of a sudden?"
The bear replied, "I was just telling those students not to smoke. Then, out of nowhere, they seemed like they wanted to chase me down." The leader of the group, clearly not happy with this explanation, cursed, "Who the hell just showed up and made me drop my whole pack of cigarettes?"
"And then what? A piece of advice?"
He turned to Ha Dawan and warned, "First, if you're not involved, you should get out of here. That bear over there, give me 300,000 won, and we'll call it even for the cigarettes." The bear was reasonable and replied to the group, "No, but I admit I made a mistake, so I'll give you 5,000 won."
The group didn't agree to this. They made their point. "How much do you even make handing out flyers these days?"
"I'll show you some mercy. Today, I'll cut it down from 300,000 won to the amount you earn from your part-time job." The leader of the group grabbed the bear's bag with one hand and flicked a lighter with the other. He was clearly trying to mess with the bear. Ha Dawan didn't waste time with words. He quickly charged toward the group, demanding they return the bear's belongings. Before Ha Dawan could grab the bag, the leader tossed it up in the air. The contents spilled out, and they all laughed loudly. The leader smirked at Ha Dawan, saying, "When I gave it to you, you should have just taken it, you sicko." He raised his hand, ready to attack Ha Dawan. Ha Dawan stood his ground, thinking to himself, "Should I give it a try?" He remembered the time he was injured in his room and the rewards, the gold and silver keys. In a flash, Ha Dawan caught the bag mid-air. He was thrilled by the new feeling his body was experiencing. A second later, the group lay sprawled on the ground. Ha Dawan sensed, this new action skill, it's going to be a powerful weapon in future fights. Holding the bag, Ha Dawan scratched his head awkwardly and said, "But, the flyers are all gone." Xian had been watching Ha Dawan the whole time, clearly amazed. She couldn't believe how much his skills had improved. The bear, also watching, had to comment, "Did you really take down all 4 of them in one moment? You're really amazing," he said. Ha Dawan smiled and replied, "I'll pick up the flyers for you." After gathering the flyers, Ha Dawan gave the bear a word of advice: "Be careful on your way home. Lately, the Iljan gang has been pretty intimidating, so don't go giving out advice like that to anyone anymore." The bear agreed, nodding in understanding. It lowered its head, listening closely, and thanked both Ha Dawan and Xian. Before leaving, the bear wished them good luck. Ha Dawan watched the bear walk away and sighed helplessly, saying, "If that's how it looks, won't handing out flyers just make everyone run away? They might even end up getting shot." Xian, who had been quiet until now, spoke up, "Seeing it with my own eyes, I feel a lot better." Ha Dawan misunderstood and thought Xian was talking about the bear.
he asked. Huh? You mean the bear? Jihan looked at Dawen and answered, no, I'm talking about you. I can really tell now that you've gotten stronger. I'm not as worried about tomorrow's competition anymore. It looks like this time, you're going alone, so just be careful. Dawen suddenly remembered the conference the next day. He quickly ran over to Jihan and asked, is there really no way I can avoid going? Jihan coldly responded with a short, no. Dawen could only give a helpless smile. In a narrow alley, on the ground lay a bag that had the flyers Dawen had picked up earlier for that bear costume. A voice echoed. We haven't seen each other for just a little while, but he's really changed. He looks completely different from when he was younger. I was right to come see him in person. The bear costume was discarded and left on the ground. The voice continued. See you next time, Dawen. The next day, at some building, on the day of the regular Iljan gang conference, Dawen slumped his head against a locker, feeling helpless, and sighed. Has time really passed so quickly? Dawen opened the door and stepped inside, trying to calm himself. It'll be fine, right? Nothing's going to happen, he thought. But here I am again. No matter how many times I look at this place, I still can't get used to it. Dawen walked in, and all eyes turned toward him. They glanced at him, then started whispering, hey, is that Dawen? Yeah, that's him. He caused a huge scene at the last assembly. Dawen walked in, looking for an empty seat, pulled a chair out, and sat down. He thought to himself, I just need to take any available seat, right? On the table, the sound of a hammer hitting echoed along with voices. Respected seniors, please remain silent. It seems everyone is here, so we'll begin the regular meeting of the Iljan gang. Dawen looked at the man speaking at the podium, and his mind drifted back to the last meeting that had been interrupted. He thought, last time, the first issue they brought up was whether or not they should punish me. The meeting representative spoke. First, here's the first issue. Dawen wondered to himself, I wonder what issue they'll raise this time. The representative continued. The CO1 district has been manipulated by outsiders and attacked the representative of the Borame district. Dawen was taken aback when he heard this. The eyes of the conference representative narrowed as he looked down and asked, can you explain this suspicion, CO1 district representative, Kang Ingang? Below, Kang Ingang was sitting comfortably right next to Dawen. Looking at Kang Ingang, Dawen quickly figured out that he was the one summoned to the conference today, the representative from CO1 district. The conference representative questioned Kang Ingang, you must be well aware that this is an act of betrayal. I demand an explanation for what your three subordinates from CO1 district did at the tomb. At that moment, Dawen remembered the three men and thought, are those three members of Iljan? That must be why they targeted me and Jihan back then. Someone must have been encouraging them from behind. Kang Ingang, fully aware that his people were responsible, still denied it, saying, why should I explain that baseless rumor? Which district brought this up? Borame? The conference representative replied, the source of this issue isn't a district matter. This came directly from the headquarters. Here is the translation of the text. This is new information. After everyone below heard it, they started talking excitedly. Questions were raised, and someone asked, hey, what's the general department? The other person replied, I'm not too sure, but I heard it's the top position running the Iljan group in Gwanik district. Kang Ingang wasn't intimidated. He played with a toy in his hands and asked the event representative in return, do you have proof? Dawen immediately knew Kang Ingang didn't have good intentions. He pushed his chair back, stood up, and said, stop beating around the bush. Just say it clearly. Did you take money to make me and my friends look like fools? Dawen sternly questioned Kang Ingang. In the secret room, a voice was heard. Yunsong, did you get the report? The other person answered, yes, I did. In the secret room, Yunsong sat in a chair, looking at the phone in his hand. He said, the first issue is just as expected. The atmosphere feels pretty tense. I also predicted that Kong In Gang would react like this.
Kim Kijin, who was standing and stretching his arms, added, "We know that guy's personality too well."
That's right. I tried to look into Kong In Gang's past this time. The tattoo isn't just for showing off. Han Yunsong asked, "A tattoo?"
Kim Kijin explained further, "It's on the side of his face."
That teardrop tattoo means he's killed someone before.
Outside the conference hall, Ha Dawan and Kong In Gang were facing off, both of them tense. Kong In Gang took a piece of gum, popped it in his mouth, and said, "So far, for the prosperity of this place, how much money have I brought to the Iljan group? And now, calling me here just because of this? Not only do I have to deal with this nonsense, but I have to explain these baseless rumors? Now even this rookie representative dares to disrespect me. Hey, you, let the victim speak for himself." Kong In Gang immediately attacked Ha Dawan out of nowhere, saying, "Do you have any proof that I took money to do that?" Ha Dawan could feel how fast Kong In Gang was, and if he didn't block the attack, things would get worse.
But Kong In Gang didn't stop, he kept attacking Ha Dawan in the stomach.
Everyone around them was worried about how badly things could go.
Kong In Gang kept yelling at people, one after another. "Why are you all causing such a scene over something with no evidence? That guy who just got beat up, he was out of here in 2 hits. But now, because he's the new representative, you're all making a fuss like this?"
As far as I know, that guy used to be an outsider who got involved with Iljan Gang and ended up in a similar situation.
So, just because he's the representative now, does that mean he's untouchable? Well, by that logic, I guess the opposite applies, right? Whether or not I was encouraged by someone outside, as long as that guy's not in the group, what's the problem? Kong In Gang then turned to speak to the representative of today's meeting, wearing glasses. "Tell the headquarters not to waste each other's time with these petty matters anymore. Now, here, we'll be blocked by a representative position," the voice emphasized. Kong In Gang was ready to take down Ha Dawan. He was getting in Ha Dawan's face. "What are you doing? How long are you planning to just block like that? Are you too scared to fight back?"
Ha Dawan furrowed his brows, blocking Kong In Gang's attack with one hand. In his mind, he thought, the situation is clear enough.
It makes sense.
There's no way they could just ignore such a big event like this competition.
Kong In Gang pushed Ha Dawan's hand away and mocked him. "You don't need to beg me." Ha Dawan replied firmly to Kong In Gang.
"I won't stop until you admit that you accepted someone else's offer."
"I'll do everything I can to beat you."
Ha Dawan noticed that it was time for the mission prompt to appear. It was to defeat Kong In Gang in battle. The system displayed the mission notification, "Mission, follow the path of peace.
From now on, all offensive actions against the opponent are forbidden. Endure for 3 minutes, and the reward will be a defense boost." Kong In Gang, not backing down, continued attacking Ha Dawan relentlessly, taunting him. "Let's see what you're really made of.
Let's see how good the representative of Borame district really is."
Each punch kept landing on Ha Dawan's face, and he didn't resist.
The bricks from the wall kept falling in pieces.
Kong In Gang, clearly pleased, said, "See? I told you. You're so scared you can't do anything."
Kong In Gang's fist hit the wall as he spoke.
Ha Dawan, watching this, thought, "What kind of crazy situation is this?
From what I can tell, the task here must be to fight, which is why I stepped up like this.
But now they're saying I can't? This system is insane. If this goes on, I'll look like a joke."
Ha Dawan tried to find a way out, but a foot was placed on the chair to block his escape.
Kong In Gang jumped into the air and said, "You really think you can get away?" One punch from Kong In Gang sent Ha Dawan sliding across the floor.
He slammed his hand down on the ground, trying to push himself up.
He assessed the situation. On top of that, this guy's strength is no joke. He might even be stronger than that other person. Kong In Gang kept talking, "The representative of Borame, huh? You must be feeling pretty proud after beating Zhang Sukiang. I can tell by that arrogant attitude of yours. The people down below started whispering excitedly. They were saying to each other, "Ha Dawan beat Jung Sukiang? I heard about that." Of course, I thought it was just some silly rumor. Kang Yin-gang coldly replied, "That guy is definitely a monster. His physical abilities were extraordinary from the moment he was born, but they don't match his small frame at all.
That's all, he has just his natural talent. He's a fool for never thinking about honing his strength. He never learned any martial arts or played any sports, he just relied on what he was born with. That's why someone like you was able to beat him." Each of Kang Yin-gang's words hit Ha Dawan like a direct attack.
Kang Yin-gang continued, letting Ha Dawan know that most of the people stronger than Jung Sukiang were part of the Iljan gang. So, he better not get any wrong ideas.
"There's no room for you to get in here." One more kick landed in Ha Dawan's stomach. Ha Dawan stayed silent for a while, then finally spoke up, "It's fine.
In the end, I'll be stronger than all of them."
The system notification appeared, showing that the amount of defensive power gained from the reward matched the damage taken.
Ha Dawan silently celebrated. "Great, this should be enough damage, right? Wait, but maybe I should take a bit more of a beating, show off a little longer, and get one final blow in?" Ha Dawan, having listened to Kang Yin-gang speak all this time, responded, "Is that all the strength you've sharpened? Go ahead, hit me properly." Kang Yin-gang, with a bored interest, replied, "Is that so? Well then, you're going to die." The time Ha Dawan had left to endure the blows was running out, only 2 seconds remaining.
In an instant, Kang Yin-gang rushed forward. His fist was almost right in front of Ha Dawan's face.
Ha Dawan sensed the danger.
Just as he was about to strike back, a voice came from the podium, "Seniors, please return to your seats.
The time limit for Ha Dawan's endurance has just ended."
The representative of today's event spoke up, "I will not allow any more disturbances at this gathering."
Kang Yin-gang, clearly irritated, retorted, "What are you talking about? We're allowed to have some scuffles between members. And why are you speaking like that? Glasses guy, want me to take you out first?" The representative coldly responded, "This is not my order, it's an instruction from headquarters, just sent over."
As he spoke, he pointed toward the camera placed in the corner. He continued, "Headquarters is constantly monitoring this place.
Please understand that anything I say from this position is on behalf of headquarters."
The representative from CO1 District, Iljan Gang, from Gwanak District, Senior Kang Yin-gang.
Kang Yin-gang, with a blank expression, shoved his hands into his pockets, turned away, and added, "So, calling me here was just to wrap things up? If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now."
Even though he was leaving, he couldn't resist taking one last jab at Ha Dawan. "You may not have any real power, but your luck's not bad. We'll meet again, and when we do, we'll finish what we started." The elevator was heading down, and the system displayed a notification, "Peacekeeper mission completed.
Defensive strength increased from 221 to 251. Ha Dawan looked at the system board inside in relief. He thought to himself, "Is it over?
That person underestimated me and didn't use their full strength.
I can't even imagine what would have happened if I'd taken that last blow." Ha Dawan didn't stay long. He was eager to leave.
But then, the event representative spoke up.
"Borame District, please stay. There's another issue we need to discuss." Ha Dawan tensed up. The representative moved on to the next topic. He said, "Borame just got a new representative, so you haven't collected any fees yet. But now, Borame needs to contribute to the Iljan Association's meeting. I'll give you 2 weeks to prepare a new profit model."
Ha Dawan immediately understood he needed to bring money to the Iljan Association.
The representative asked him, "Do you understand?" Ha Dawan hesitated but nodded.
The representative wrapped up the fee discussion and quickly moved on to the next issue. The third topic was about promoting interaction among members of the association at the CO1 District Detective Office.
Kang Yin-gang was strolling down the hallway, talking on the phone as he walked.
He said, "Of course, it's just because of a new representative.
How could they get rid of me, the funding source for the Iljan organization? Alright, I got it.
Just to be safe, I'll go take care of that guy from Borame.
Leaving him alone won't do any good. Something seemed off. Kang Ingang's expression shifted.
He hung up the phone, his eyes narrowing as he noticed blood on the door handle. He stepped inside, and the floor was covered in blood. Inside the room, people were lying on the ground, and everyone on the table, chairs, they were all injured.
Kang Ingang gasped in shock. What happened here? What's going on?
He walked further in, and one person, barely able to sit up, managed to ask weakly, "Who did this?"
The person tried to speak but couldn't.
He just pointed toward the door, making an effort to say, "Over there."
Kang Ingang furrowed his brow. The regular Iljan gang meeting had ended. Ha Dawan peeked around nervously, wondering to himself, do you think that guy Kang Ingang or whatever his name is will be waiting for me out here? This feels weird.
Leaning against the wall, Ha Dawan wrapped his arms around himself, sighing in frustration. Was I being too careless when I went out to take the hit earlier?
My whole body hurts.
He thought for a moment and continued, so far, the systems never let me stop fighting once. I could tell that guy was a total jerk.
But what's the real reason behind all this? There's no way the mission would be like this for no reason. Could someone be fighting in my place or something? Kang Ingang followed the direction the other person had pointed. He stood still, looking ahead. In front of him was a person facing away, and Kang Ingang asked, "Is this the person who turned the office into a complete mess?" Kang Ingang realized the person in front of him was Han Yunsong. He asked, "Han Yunsong, is that you?" Han Yunsong started by questioning Kang Ingang, "Do you really think they're going to call you to the conference without any proof?"
At the headquarters, it's not just Ha Dawan up until now. The CO1 district has been influenced by outside forces to attack other members. Most people at the headquarters are aware of the situation and have evidence to back it up. At today's conference, they gave you the chance to confess, but you chose to let that opportunity slip away. Instead, you even resorted to violence against Ha Dawan. Because of this, the headquarters has decided to remove you from your position as a representative and confiscate all the cases from the CO1 district's detective office. Kang Ingang narrowed his eyes, calculating. You have evidence? Really? He remained calm and denied everything, saying, I don't know what evidence you're talking about. But the fact that you came all the way here shows that the headquarters has already made up its mind. However, I've been the one who built this office from the ground up. No one touches it without my permission. Han Yunsong didn't explain much to Kang Ingang. He simply said, I'm just following orders from the headquarters. Kang Ingang had already taken off his jacket and, with an unfriendly tone, asked, What if I refuse to obey? Han Yunsong rolled up his sleeves and replied, as instructed, If you resist, I'll have no choice but to handle you. Do you have any idea what it's like to have a younger brother who's less than a year younger than you, yet better than you in every way? A younger brother who's smart, good-looking, and also great at sports? Kang Inji hit the baseball, and his friends gathered around him, praising him. Is there any sport you don't know how to play? You look completely different from your brother today. These words surprised Kang Inji. He looked over at his brother and asked, Aren't you going to play anymore? Kang Ingang's face clearly showed his displeasure as he stared at his younger brother. After a moment, he responded flatly, I don't really like playing baseball. Hearing this, Kang Inji stopped playing and happily returned to sit beside his brother. Kang Ingang continued, On top of that, my younger brother is incredibly well behaved. I have a brother like that, and I just want to be recognized too. That's why I've worked harder than anyone else. But no matter what, my younger brother is always ahead of me. I'm constantly living in his shadow. Time passed at a park, and Ha Dawan recounted the situation at the conference. After hearing this, Sian sighed in relief and said, At least the issue wasn't in the Borame area. Anyway, you did great by not resisting him this time. Suhan Kong, who was working with some models in the park, jumped in and said, What's so good about it?
Even if I smashed that Kong gang guy's face, I still wouldn't feel satisfied. If I were in that position, I'd. Ha Dawan, confused by what Suhan Kong was doing, asked, "What's going on? What have you been up to all this time?" Suhan Kong, still clinging to the slide, replied, "I used to think slides were the weirdest toys, but honestly, they're pretty effective." Sian, feeling helpless, couldn't respond. Ha Dawan teased him, "Looks like you're changing little by little. You think this is your way of making Iljin look good?" Sian cut into the conversation, saying, "Anyway, the important thing we need to focus on right now is making sure we secure the profit model for the Borome area." Ha Dawan confirmed, "Right." Still unsure about the model, Ha Dawan asked, "When you say profit model, are you talking about the Bonchen area's manpower office or the CO1 area's detective office?" Sian responded, "Exactly.
Most areas have their own unique profit model."
Ha Dawan analyzed, "So when you say most, does that mean not all areas have one?" Sian answered, "There are some special cases. Do you remember that I once warned you about Han Yunsong?"
Ha Dawan recalled Sian saying, "The representative from the Silam area, Han Yunsong, is the most dangerous person in the Guanak district."
Ha Dawan replied, "Yeah, I remember.
But he's not really that dangerous."
"Sure, he's strong, but..." Sian interrupted, "What I was talking about back then was what's happening in the Silam area."
The more they talked, the more curious Ha Dawan became about this area. Finally, Sohan Khan gave up on clinging to the slide and collapsed on the floor, breathing heavily. Sian continued with the story about Silam. He oversees all the members of the Iljin gang in the Guanak district and takes care of any traitors. They returned to the CO1 detective office. On the rooftop, Kang Yin Gang, annoyed, said, "Ever since the conference, everyone's been treating me like a traitor. I started noticing something strange." "Are you guys reporting to headquarters about the Silam area?" "It's not just Ha Dawan, it feels like you've all been getting involved in other things too. It seems like you've had me in your sights for a long time, huh?" Kang Yin Gang asked so many questions, but Han Yunsong coldly replied, "I have no reason to answer you."
Kang Yingang wasn't too surprised by Han Yunsong's attitude.
On the contrary, he actually complimented him, as expected, well trained.
The loyal dog of the headquarters. As he spoke, Kang Yingang lunged at Han Yunsong to attack. Han Yunsong responded, "Isn't it the same for both of us? We're both in the fight." Kang Yingang threw a punch, attacking while saying, "I'm not like everyone else. I would never go against the orders of the headquarters like you." Han Yunsong dodged Kang Yingang's attack. He countered, landing a hit on Kang Yingang. Kang Yingang then said, "To avoid any inconvenience when making money, I need the name of the Iljin gang as a stepping stone." Yunsong asked back, "If it's just a stepping stone, then why are you taking money to attack people from your own gang?" Kang Yingang blocked Han Yunsong's punch and replied, "The answer is in your question, idiot. Here is the translation of the text into clear and natural American English. That's exactly why you're doing this for money. In the end, the group is all about money, isn't it?"
Kang Yingang grabbed Han Yunsong with one hand, pulling him towards him, then kneeled him in the stomach.
"Just handling a few guys who are no use to Iljin gang could make me even more money. So why would I turn that down? Up until now, I've worked like a dog to earn money for you people. If you're not going to appreciate that, fine. But then you start talking about breaking the law or whatever and drag us around like children. And now, you're abandoning me this way. What do you think I'm supposed to feel?" Kang Yingang vented all his frustrations, each word hitting Han Yunsong harder than the last. After letting Kang Yingang speak his mind, Han Yunsong finally responded, "What a shame." Han Yunsong lifted his elbow, landing a sharp blow that drew blood from Kang Yingang. However, it didn't seem to faze him at all. He threw a punch and asked, "A shame? That's the line I should be saying." Kang Yingang's punch didn't even reach Han Yunsong's face before it was blocked. Han Yunsong responded with a strike to his face. "I don't know what that feels like for you," Han Yunsong said. "I'm just following the rules and orders from the organization."
The blow from Han Yunson knocked Kang In-gang off balance, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Looking down at him, Han Yunson warned, "You're not my match. Maybe it's time to stop and accept the decision from headquarters." Kang In-gang disagreed. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "No. I will never let anyone take anything from me." With that, he got back on his feet and threw a punch at Han Yunson. Han Yunson caught his fist, then used his legs to lock Kang In-gang's neck in a tight hold. Kang In-gang struggled to break free. Han Yunson didn't want to drag it out any longer, so he said, "This is enough." Outside the office, Chai Jinho addressed the group. "Everyone understands the situation now, right? Before the Silam area takes it all, we need to gather all the documents and data from the office." Just as they were about to act, a voice suddenly spoke up. "Wow, this is interesting. Looks like there's some important stuff here that we're not supposed to see." When did Kim Kijin get into the office? He went straight to the point and asked. As far as I know, Jinho is the one handling the current tasks at the detective office. If the CO1 area is hiding something, we should be able to openly discuss it. Chai Jinho calmly responded, "It seems like you might be misunderstanding something. We're only protecting our clients' personal information." Kim Kijin clapped his hands and praised Chai Jinho's work ethic. Wanting to understand the situation better, Chai Jinho asked, "But did you come here alone?" Kim Kijin cheerfully replied, "Yeah, the Silam area is seriously understaffed. We don't have any talented people left who could be used as fighters." Chai Jinho shared, "That's concerning. Looks like we're losing one more person today." Kim Kijin felt quite excited upon hearing that. He glanced at the people behind Chai Jinho and said, "I hope this confidence of yours isn't just because you're counting your numbers." Kim Kijin took out his phone and jokingly asked, "Before we start, should we take a few pictures? Although, right now, all I have is this camera." Chai Jinho looked at him, smiling dangerously, and replied, "Would you like a free consultation about funerals first? The consultation fee is on the house." On the rooftop of the detective office, Kang In-gang had been knocked unconscious by Han Yunson. He was taken to the highest point of the building. Han Yunson looked at Kang In-gang and said, "You should consider yourself lucky that it ends here." Han Yunson was about to push Kang In-gang down, but suddenly, Kang In-gang regained consciousness. He tripped Han Yunson with his foot and retorted, "Who's ending it now?" Han Yunson was caught off guard and didn't react in time, causing him to fall. His hand managed to grab the edge of the wall. Kang In-gang grinned and said, "To bring you down, Han Yunson, I'd do anything." In many ways, this was the most reliable method. Han Yunson was hanging outside the building. Kang In-gang was still savoring the moment and said to Han Yunson, "At this point, don't go saying I played dirty." Han Yunson looked up and asked, "Are you thinking of killing me?" Kang In-gang answered honestly, "There's nothing that can't be done. As long as the money's right, I have plenty of men who would go to prison for me. If I kill you, Han Yunson, the headquarters will regret letting me go." Kang In-gang's hand was playing with Han Yunson. He continued, "No, above all, you won. So, I guess I'll have to admit you're better than me, huh? Funny, it's making me think back to the old days." Kang In-gang remembered something from his childhood. He heard Kang In-ji's voice, "Help me, brother. I'm about to fall." His hand, desperately trying to hold on, was shaking. Tears were streaming down Kang In-ji's face as she begged, "Please, don't joke around. This isn't funny at all." Kang In-gang sat in the hallway, smirking, ignoring his sister's screams in fear. He recalled the moment and added, "Right, I killed her like this back then." At the table, the neighbors surrounded Kang In-ji, praising her. "Oh, In-ji, did you really get perfect scores in every subject? You're amazing. What's your secret, In-ji's mom?" The mother cheerfully replied, "It's because In-ji studies hard, that's why he's doing so well." Kang In-gang felt increasingly frustrated, thinking, "I'm always the one who gets left out. I lose both affection and attention, the praise, and the recognition." People still kept comparing the two siblings. Inji noticed that his brother seemed upset. His words felt like a knife to Kong Ingang's heart.
He felt like even his place in the family had been taken away. Inji rushed over to his brother, asking with concern, "What are you going to do, big brother?" Kong Ingang, lost in his thoughts, wondered why it always felt like he was the one being overlooked.
Inji continued speaking softly in his ear, "I want you to come play with me."
But Ingang didn't feel the same.
He wondered why things that should have been his were always taken from him. He thought about how their mother would always ask Inji what he liked, but never once had she asked him the same.
When Inji didn't get a response, he patiently asked again, but Ingang snapped, "You're so loud."
Inside, Ingang felt that none of this was fair. One day, Inji asked Ingang, "Big brother, both mom and dad are coming home late today.
Should we order some takeout to eat?" Inji walked into the room but couldn't find his brother anywhere. Ingang was deep in thought, planning something.
He wanted his younger brother to experience something for himself. Inji noticed the birdcage lying on the ground, and the bird had flown away without him realizing. He sat down, picked up the cage, and saw that the door had been left open at some point. Suddenly, Inji heard a chirping sound. He recognized it as the bird's call. He quickly ran to the balcony, searching for it. The chirping continued. He peeked around a corner and spotted the bird. "Happily," he said, "found you. How did you get up there?" "Good thing you're okay." Inji wanted to bring the bird back to its cage, so he placed one foot on the railing and started climbing. He climbed higher and higher. Meanwhile, Ingang calmly sat in his room reading a book when he suddenly heard a loud shout. He glanced up and, with a bit of curiosity, walked outside. He found the living room empty, so he headed toward the balcony and asked, "What was that noise?" At this moment, Ingang's pupils widened, as if he saw something. Outside on the balcony, Inji was struggling to hold on, trying not to fall. He was desperately shouting for help. His hands trembled, and his mouth kept crying out for assistance. Ingang, panicked, reached out and asked, "Why are you out there?" Just as his hand was about to touch his brother's, it suddenly froze. In that instant, a dark thought crossed Ingang's mind. He wondered, if he left Inji to fall, would the things he had lost to his brother ever return to him? Inji continued to cling on with all his strength, hoping for help from his brother. Kong Ingang spoke up, "Why should I help you?" Ingang's face twisted into something terrifying. He thought to himself, this might be enough. Tears streamed down Inji's face as he desperately said, "Don't joke around, this isn't funny." The sky, bathed in the soft hues of sunset, set a calm backdrop, but all that could be heard was Ingang's voice. Ingang felt a twisted sense of resolve, thinking, from now on, nothing will be taken from me again. On the grassy ground, a blood-soaked arm lay still. Back at Seowin's detective office, a voice rang out, "That's right, you killed him the same way back then, didn't you?" Han Yunsong, who was hanging outside, spoke up, his face darkening. Han Yunsong recalled the darkroom. Kim Kijin was moving around and said, "That's right. I've looked into Kong Ingang's past a little. Seems like that tattoo of his isn't just for show." Han Yunsong asked, "A tattoo?" Kim Kijin clarified, "The one near the corner of his eye. The teardrop tattoo, it means something. I've killed someone." Han Yunsong was taken aback and asked, "Kong Ingang killed someone?" Kim Kijin wasn't sure, so he said, "I'm not sure, but I heard when he was a kid, that crazy guy he killed his own little brother." Back to the present, Kong Ingang said, "He was a troublesome little brother, always taking everything from his older brother, right? So, I just let him fall." Han Yunsong noticed a gap, his hand gripping tightly, using all his strength to climb up. Kong Ingang was still lost in his story, continuing, "It was the same back then, just like it is now." Kong Ingang hadn't finished speaking when Han Yunsong suddenly sprang into action. Kong Ingang didn't have time to react and could only stand there and watch. In no time, Han Yunsong was behind him. Kong Ingang turned to face him and coldly said, "You're about to die, and you're still playing games? I was planning to end this without causing much damage to either of us, but if you keep this up, I'll have no choice but to beat you to death. Kang In-gang focused all his energy, and Han Yunsong didn't hesitate to respond, you should have done that from the start. The two of them charged at each other, neither willing to back down.
Kang In-gang said greedily, everything is mine. I won't give you anything.
I've grown stronger to protect what belongs to me.
Kang In-gang poured all his strength into fighting Han Yunsong. To protect it, I've risked everything, worked hard to make money. No one, not even you, is taking what's mine.
Kang In-gang unleashed a powerful strike, fast and forceful, but it didn't land.
Han Yunsong blocked it effortlessly.
His expression remained unreadable, and he coldly responded, that's impossible, before landing a blow to Kang In-gang's ribs.
Kang In-gang had to admit that Han Yunsong was incredibly strong.
With one powerful kick from below, Han Yunsong sent Kang In-gang crashing to the ground, spitting blood. Han Yunsong made it clear to Kang In-gang, as a representative, you don't have any flaws, but you can't protect what's yours.
That's exactly why I'm here.
Each devastating blow kept coming down on Kang In-gang, but he still managed to shout back, stop acting like this.
I'll kill you. I just need to kill you, that's all.
Han Yunsong declared, Kang In-gang, the representative of CO1, has been officially dismissed by headquarters. With a swift motion, Han Yunsong drove his elbow down, and Kang In-gang was immediately slammed to the ground. Han Yunsong continued, from this moment on, you are stripped of your position as representative.
The office in CO1 will be returned to headquarters.
Han Yunsong seemed like he wanted to say more, but in the end, he didn't. He turned and walked away, leaving a final remark, it's useless to say anything now, before leaving Kang In-gang lying helplessly on the ground.
Han Yunsong answered the phone and reported, I've handled CO1 according to the orders.
The voice on the other end responded, you've worked hard. Han Yunsong continued, I'll hand over all the office documents I collected.
The voice asked, how do you feel about this? Han Yunsong, confused, replied, why are you asking me that all of a sudden?
The voice continued, are you dissatisfied with what you've done? Other representatives make more money, but you're not like them. It started raining heavily outside, and the voice on the other end kept talking, you probably don't care about that.
You must have joined Iljan and been following headquarters orders because of your younger sibling, right?
Upon hearing this, Han Yunsong's expression darkened.
Finally, he said, I'm just following orders from headquarters. The voice replied, well, that's a relief. Actually, I have another task for you. Your next target is. The rain continued to pour down heavily. Footsteps hurriedly rushed through the rain, accompanied by frustrated mutterings, what the hell? Why did it suddenly start raining like this? I'm soaked. Ha Dawan held his jacket over his head and grumbled in discomfort. Ha Dawan was caught off guard.
In front of him, something was there.
Under the pouring rain, an umbrella shielded him from the heavy downpour.
A voice echoed in his mind from the other end of the line.
Actually, there's one more thing I need you to handle. Your next target is.
His hand gripped the umbrella tightly.
Ha Dawan, confused, said, this is in front of my house. Are you waiting for me, Yunsong? Standing in front of Ha Dawan was Han Yunsong.
The voice from the phone continued, Han Yunsong's target is Ha Dawan. After completing his mission, Yunsong received a call with instructions for his next target.
He coldly replied, I understand.
The call ended, and the rain continued to pour. He stared at his phone, deep in thought.
Suddenly, his phone rang. Ring ring.
He looked at the caller ID. When he answered, the person on the other end smiled and asked,
Are you doing okay, Yunsong?
Yunsong responded coolly, everything's fine on my end, everything's going as planned.
How about you? On the other end? Kijin smiled and replied, nothing to worry about. I've handled it just fine.
He was sitting on the body of a defeated man, glancing at the thugs lying in the rain, and casually said, everything's taken care of. He continued, but there's still something that's not right.
Yunsong, on the other end of the line, asked, "What is it?"
Kijin replied, "That bastard Jinho, the deputy leader of this area, he managed to escape."
"What should we do about that?" Kijin turned around and looked around.
The rain was starting to ease up, and there wasn't a soul in sight.
Yunsong lowered his head, slowly giving instructions, "Send a few people to their office. The files and documents are still there. They'll go over and destroy everything."
On the other end, Kijin responded cheerfully, "Got it."
He asked again, "Now that it's done, why are you still over there?" Yunsong didn't show any particular expression. He answered flatly, "I've got some things to take care of." He thought to himself that now he had to go meet Ha Dawan. That's why he was waiting for Ha Dawan in front of his house. Ha Dawan invited him inside, and he sat down, waiting while Dawan went to take a shower. He stepped out of the bathroom, towel drying his hair, laughing joyfully as he felt completely refreshed from the shower. He noticed the cup of tea in Yunsong's hand and innocently asked, "Is the tea okay for you?" Yunsong paused for a moment, then leisurely took a sip before replying, "It's fine." Ha Dawan, excited, immediately explained, "This is tea my mom usually serves to special guests. She doesn't use it often. If she finds out I gave it to you, she'll be really mad." He slowly sat down next to Yunsong and looked at him curiously. "But that's all right. You don't come over here that often. By the way, what brings you here at this hour?" He seemed a bit uneasy and asked, "Is something urgent going on?" Yunsong set down his empty teacup and answered evenly, "I got an order from headquarters." Ha Dawan, surprised, exclaimed, "From headquarters?" Yunsong replied calmly, "The Borame area isn't performing well right now." He glanced at Ha Dawan and coldly announced, "So, the headquarters wants to hand over that area to you to manage." Ha Dawan froze, his eyes wide in surprise as he exclaimed, "Huh? That office in that area? Isn't someone still managing it? Isn't he still running things there?" Yunsong slowly turned to look at him and replied, "That was the case before, but there's a new decision from above. From now on, you'll take over and manage that office." He continued, he kept insisting that managing that area is actually going pretty well. Borame is a region with a lot of transactions and high potential. Ha Dawan just stared, speechless, as he processed the information. He nervously held his head and mumbled, "Wait a second. This is all so sudden, my mind is a little overwhelmed right now. Let me calm down first." Yunsong remained indifferent, replying, "It's nothing really." He slowly explained, "That area has always been profitable, just not as much as expected. You just need to pay a little more attention, and the profits will rise. It'll help you and the people in that area live better. It's a give and take situation, so you'll need to pay a portion of your income to the headquarters, as an operational fee." He continued, "That amount is small compared to the support you get from the main office. It's a pretty fair deal for you." Ha Dawan thoughtfully rubbed his chin and nodded, Suddenly, Yunsong added, "But." Ha Dawan's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at him. Yunsong went on, "While the trust office is a legitimate business, all the members there are teenagers, so there will be plenty of issues when they're trying to make money. Only a few things are legal, the rest, as you already know, is illegal." Ha Dawan sat there, stunned, quietly listening. Yunsong showed concern and reassured him, saying, "If there's anything, I've already told you. The decision is still up to you. Right now, you haven't been in charge of any office like this. This is both a challenge and an opportunity for you." After hearing everything, Ha Dawan carefully lowered his head and responded, "Thank you for relaying the message from headquarters to me. I don't have any experience with this, even though I know it's a rare opportunity. But..." He didn't hesitate and answered directly, "I have to decline." He shook his head in shock. Even if the money could be much better, it's not right to do things that are illegal. It could be dangerous for the members of Borame and for me too. Yunsong just listened quietly. Right as he was about to speak, asking, "Is that what you mean?" his phone rang continuously. Roaring, roaring, roaring. Yunsong glanced down at his phone, took it out, and answered coldly, "It's me."
The voice on the other end sounded serious, something was wrong. Jihan, still standing in the rain, looked up at the flickering lights ahead of him and spoke to Yunsong. "I just ran over to the trust office."
"The office?" Yunsong hesitated. The entire courtyard in front of Jihan suddenly lit up. He looked up at the high office building, where a fire was raging, lighting up the entire yard. The flames were so intense that even the rain couldn't put them out. He informed Yunsong, "The office is on fire." Yunsong grumbled in frustration, "It's probably that bastard's doing." Jihan just stared at the burning office, muttering, "It's very likely. They're doing this to destroy everything. Files, documents, they don't want the headquarters to find anything. The fire's burning even in the rain." Yunsong seemed frustrated, but he didn't show any expression. He muttered, "Those bastards. Even if they're doing this, there's no way they can destroy everything." Ha Dawan listened in confusion to his words. Jihan furrowed his brow, watching the flames, and continued, "Speaking of which, that bastard, branch manager Jinho, he might know something, but he's already run off. What a disgrace." Jihan yelled in anger, unaware that someone was watching him from a distance. The mysterious figure standing afar, watching the blazing room, sighed, "We were too careless, didn't pay attention to the movements from headquarters. I've already destroyed the documents in my office. The headquarters doesn't seem to have figured anything out yet." He muttered to himself, "But." Jinho was carrying Ingang on his shoulder, quietly talking to him even though he was unconscious. He never expected that his partner would be taken down so easily. Jinho fell into silence as he left with Ingang, both of them moving quietly. He remembered the moment when Jihan came to their location. With just one punch, Jihan effortlessly knocked out every opponent, mumbling, "Haven't worked out in a while. I feel like I'm not as quick as I used to be." One by one, he took them all down, even getting excited and saying, "Thanks, guys. You really got me worked up." The atmosphere turned chaotic, filled only with painful screams. "Ah, that damn bastard!" someone exclaimed. "How could we have so many people and still lose?" But Jinho, who had already expected this outcome, coldly said, "All of you are just useless punching bags." He snapped, "Get out here so I can deal with you." Right at that moment, his phone rang. Ring. The henchman looked back, confused, while Jinho glanced at the phone screen. There was only one message on it: "Ingang has been taken down by Han Yunsong." Jinho was so stunned that he didn't know how to react. He just stood there, staring at his phone, while helpless shouts echoed from behind him. "Ah!" Then a painful scream pierced the air. "Ah!" Just thinking about that moment made Jinho seethe with rage. He muttered angrily to himself, "That bastard Han Yunsong. No wonder he's the trusted underling of the headquarters. He really is something else." He helped Ingang through the pouring rain, grumbling under his breath, "They're clever, sure, but not for long. Han Yunsong, Ha Dawan, and the headquarters. All of them." Jinho's eyes hardened as he coldly declared, "They will all be destroyed." The next day, the sun was up. Ha Dawan tilted his head back and chugged a can of soda, sweat pouring down, soaking his shirt. He thought to himself, "Drinking just one, and I'm even thirstier." He wiped his chin with his hand, looking at the can and sighed, Just a little and I've already gone through a few cans. This energy drink really works." He looked up. He was standing in front of Borame High School, thinking, "This is the first time I've been to another school." He nervously sighed. Earlier that morning, while still half asleep, he'd gotten a phone call. "Is this Cian?" the voice on the other end asked. "Yeah." Ha Dawan mumbled, still groggy. "You remember there's a meeting with the members today, right?" Still half asleep, Ha Dawan just mumbled, "MHM?" He put the phone on speaker and let the person continue talking. "See, that guy, I can't reach him. I haven't seen him at school in a while either." Ha Dawan just muttered, "MHM. Jihan. The other person went on, after school, come to our school, okay? Dawan, still barely awake, answered like a robot, MHM. Ha? He asked, confused, still with a little drool on his lips. Jihan continued, see, he goes to the same school as me. We've always gone to your place before, but this time, you should come to ours. That was the last thing Jihan said to Dawan. So, he really had to come after all. He lowered his head, feeling down, and let out a long sigh. Ha! He thought to himself, well, I've come all this way. He looked up at the road and muttered, I hope nothing goes wrong. To be safe, I'll just wait by the gate. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the feeling he couldn't hold back hit him. Dawan jolted, clutching his stomach and groaning, I drank too much water, this is bad, I need to go badly. He bent forward, pressing his hands between his legs, panicking, biting his lip, sweating, and thinking to himself, this is it, this is going to be a problem. He rushed into the school, shouting, I need to get to the bathroom, nothing is more urgent than using the bathroom right now, it should be fine here. Dawan dashed down the hallway, shouting loudly, ah. He ran straight to the restroom, ready to open the door while muttering, fast and urgent. But when the door opened slightly, Dawan froze, looked up at the sign, and exclaimed in shock, wrong one, this is the women's restroom, that was close. He quickly turned around and ran to the restroom across the hall, muttering, I need to find a men's restroom, fast. Dawan rushed to open the door of the restroom on the opposite side and yelled, this is just instinct for any living creature. He muttered as the door swung wide open, but to his utter shock, inside the restroom were only girls, and they were changing into their gym clothes. The group of students turned to look at him calmly, still puzzled, and asked, instinct? Of a living being? What's that? Dawan froze, his face turning pale, sweat dripping down as he exclaimed. Ha! Instantly, Dawan turned and rushed off, panicking as he shouted, sorry, I made a mistake. He was flustered, thinking to himself, what in the world? He turned back to glance at the sign, mumbling, this is the men's restroom, right? Dawan's face was bright red, sweat pouring down his face, but to his surprise, the sign on the restroom door still said women's restroom. Even though he had clearly run to a different stall, he exclaimed in panic, what, did I mess up again? He suddenly realized, sweating even more, muttering to himself, Could it be? At that moment, the group of female students from earlier came out, having finished changing, casually chatting as they walked out, saying, I could have beaten him today. That's when Dawan remembered something, Borame High School, which used to be an all-girls school. Dawan stood there in shock as the group of female students approached, and they looked at him in surprise, commenting, oh, there's a guy over there. This year, the number of students wasn't enough to form separate classes for boys and girls, so the school was turned into a co-ed high school. Because of this, Dawan found himself surrounded only by female students. Another group of girls had just come out of the bathroom, and Dawan had almost walked into them by mistake. Since it was the first year of the change, there were still very few male students compared to the girls. Dawan quickly became a curious subject of gossip among the female students. Hey, who is he? Why's he standing in front of the girls' bathroom? Dawan was so panicked that sweat was pouring down his face, and he was pale. He was too scared to make a move, just staring at them. Because there were so few boys, the bathrooms had been rearranged to accommodate the small number of male students. However, Dawan didn't know that, and he didn't realize he was standing in an area with only female bathrooms. Both stalls were for girls. One of the female students walked up to him and directly asked, who are you? Why are you in the girls' bathroom? Dawan jumped in shock and quickly tried to explain, oh, it's not like that. The girl continued to accuse him, you're such a creep. Dawan's face turned bright red, and he was so panicked that sweat kept pouring down. He weakly tried to explain himself, oh, no, it's not. Just then, the female student suddenly approached Dawan, calmly as if nothing was happening, wrapped her arm around his and continued speaking, but... She gave a sly smile, switched to a cute tone, looked at Dawan, and said, I actually really like that. Dawan was completely panicked, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was sweating profusely. He quickly ran to find the men's restroom to handle his distress, shouting, "Oh my god, I almost wet myself." After feeling a bit more relieved, Ha Dawan sighed in relief and stepped back outside, muttering, "That was way too close." While washing his hands, he mumbled, "Lucky I got away from those girls. If I'd been any slower, they might have called the cops on me." Ha Dawan opened the door, stepped out, and shook his head in disbelief. He hadn't expected to see Sihi here. To his utter surprise, the same female student was still waiting for him outside. It was Jinseo Hyun. When she saw him come out, she approached without hesitation and asked directly, "Were you looking for Shin Sihi? Is that it?" Ha Dawan looked at her in surprise and said, well, you're still here? Haven't left yet?" She didn't answer his question. Instead, she smiled and said, "That Sihi looks like an old man. The floral shirt, the glasses, and the beard." Ha Dawan thought to himself, the floral shirt, glasses, and beard, this must be Sihi. He then said, "Yep, that's him." He recalled the phone call from earlier that morning. "Today's the Borame meeting, remember? Have you noticed anything strange about him lately? I can't reach him. It's been a while since he's been to school. After school, you should come to my school. He and I go to the same one." Thinking back on that conversation, Ha Dawan quickly asked the girl, "Has he not been coming to school lately? Is that right?" She raised an eyebrow, curious, "Are you looking for him for something?" Ha Dawan replied honestly, "Yeah, I have something personal to take care of." He thought to himself, how are we supposed to have the meeting without him? Around them, other female students kept glancing over as they passed by, since Ha Dawan was one of the few unfamiliar faces at school. She smiled and said, "You're in luck. I know where he is." Ha Dawan was taken aback. "Huh?" She smiled again, bent down to look at him, and said mysteriously, "Yep, I know where Shin Sihi is." Ha Dawan agreed to follow her out of school. She said she would lead him to Sihi. But as they walked, he started to feel more and more confused. What the heck is going on? Jinseo clung to him as if they were a couple on a date, making every guy on the street turn their heads. Ha Dawan's face turned bright red, and he walked like a robot. Panicking, he thought to himself, "This feels like we're a couple." After walking for a short distance, Ha Dawan quickly pulled away and shouted, "Sorry, thank you for taking me to Shin Sihi's place, but it's only our first time meeting, and it's a bit awkward to be like this." Jinseo looked at him in surprise. Ha Dawan quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Let's keep a 30-centimeter distance, okay?" Jinseo covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Ha, you weirdo. I didn't expect you to be so good with girls." She slowly clasped her hands behind her back and walked toward him. "Nothing comes for free, you know that, right? I just brought you to Sihi's place, but in exchange, I have a condition." Ha Dawan blinked, confused. A condition? Her condition was that he had to take her out today and do whatever she wanted. Ha Dawan reluctantly agreed. Jinseo took him to a photo booth. First, she pulled him into the booth, and the machine beeped, "Attention. 3, 2, 1, click." They were both wearing animal ear headbands. While Jinseo posed naturally, Ha Dawan just stood there, stiff and serious, like he was in military school. Sweat was pouring down his face. Jinseo looked at the photos they had just taken and, dissatisfied, exclaimed, "What is this? We're taking love photos, and you look like you're taking an ID photo." Ha Dawan quickly took off the headband, flustered, and apologized, "Sorry, I just got nervous. I didn't expect to be taking photos like this." But Jinseo wasn't ready to give up. She insisted, "We need to take another one. Smile, okay?" Ha Dawan panicked and asked, "Again?" The camera beeped again, 3, 2, 1. Unexpectedly, Jinseo stepped in front of Ha Dawan, pulled both of his arms around her waist, and with a mischievous smile, said, "This is how you do it." Ha Dawan froze, eyes wide open. He jumped back, his face turning bright red, sweat streaming down. He screamed, "What? What are you doing?" But Jinseo just laughed casually and said, "I'm having fun." She then grabbed Ha Dawan's tie and gently asked, "Is this not okay?" The camera beeped once more. 3, 2, 1.
Just as the camera snapped, Jinseo yanked Ha Dawan's tie toward her, causing him to lose his balance and fall forward. She immediately cupped his face with both hands, smiling as she quietly asked, "So, how do you like this pose?"
Ha Dawan didn't have time to react before the camera printed out their photo. While Jinseo eagerly looked at the picture and commented, "You've never taken a photo before, have you?"
"Just look at your face, it's hilarious." Ha Dawan was in a panic, clutching his chest as his heart raced. His face turned bright red, drenched in sweat, and he mumbled, "Oh my god, what just happened?
I feel like I'm in an oven." After studying the photos, Jinseo cheered, "Not bad." Next is. Hearing this, Ha Dawan spun around in alarm and asked, "Wait, there's more?"
Jinseo led Ha Dawan to another game, a spinning ride at the amusement park.
Ha Dawan sat there in a daze, like a robot, muttering, "What the heck?" He widened his eyes, thinking, "This is a ride where you just sit in a circle?" Before he could finish speaking, the ride started. It was just him and Jinseo, the only two students on it, making the ride attendant tease them, saying, "You kids aren't focusing on studying, huh? Is this your idea of a date? But I gotta say, your girlfriend's pretty cute." Hearing this, Ha Dawan freaked out and yelled, "What are you talking about? We're just friends."
Meanwhile, Jinseo was having the time of her life, laughing like a mom who had just come back from the market.
The game master teased him, saying, "Friends, huh?
I can tell you're pretty popular with the ladies already."
Jinseo gripped the ride tightly, laughing loudly, "Haha." The game master continued, "You must be quite the big shot at school, huh? I bet there's a bunch of girls falling for you." "No need to say it, I can already tell."
Suddenly, Jinseo lost her grip and jumped up out of her seat with a startled cry. Due to the momentum of the ride, she fell directly into Ha Dawan's arms, leaving him shocked.
He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Huh?"
Seizing the opportunity, Jinseo stayed comfortably in Ha Dawan's lap. She even looked up at him, blushing, and absent-mindedly murmured, "You're so cute."
Ha Dawan was completely flustered, sweating as he thought to himself, "What the heck? Was that on purpose or by accident?"
The game master noticed the two of them sitting together in an awkward embrace and teased, Hey, you two lovebirds. You're making me hot just watching." Ha Dawan had no choice but to hold on to Jinseo to keep her in place, stammering, You. Panicking, he thought, "If this keeps up, I'm not going to survive this ride." He jolted in fear, shouting, "This isn't good."
When the ride finally ended, Jinseo was still thrilled. She turned to Ha Dawan and asked, "That was fun, right?"
He was awkwardly trying to hide a sensitive spot, bending down.
Jinseo couldn't help but ask, "Why do you keep bending down like that?" Ha Dawan didn't know how to explain and nervously responded, "It's nothing. My legs got a little numb from sitting too long."
Jinseo easily accepted the answer and cheerfully continued, "Let's go over there and play some more."
Ha Dawan was sweating heavily, and he gasped, "Is there more?"
She led him into a bookstore. Even though Ha Dawan was reading, he was extremely anxious inside. He pleaded, "Come on, please, I can barely keep up with you anymore."
But Jinseo didn't seem to care. She just lay down and kept reading her book. Ha Dawan asked, "Don't you have anyone else to hang out with? No close friends?"
He thought to himself, "This feels like we're on a date or something, doesn't it?" Jinseo didn't lift her head from the book and casually replied, "I like it this way.
When I met you, I just felt like hanging out with you."
Ha Dawan looked at her, confused, and thought, "And it's with a girl I just met, too."
Suddenly, Jinseo put her book down, crawled right in front of Ha Dawan, and asked, "Still can't figure it out?" Ha Dawan jumped in surprise as Jinseo moved closer. He thought to himself, "What now? How am I supposed to figure this out?"
Seeing the situation getting tense, Ha Dawan quickly ran off, shouting, "Oh my gosh, this is too much, wait for me.
I'm going to grab the next volume." He was completely panicked, thinking, this is so hard. What does she mean by coming closer to me like that?
Jinseo watched him and smiled quietly, mumbling, coward. She sat there waiting for him, telling herself, he's so immature. At that moment, Ha Dawan's phone buzzed, showing a missed call. The person on the other end kept calling, but all he could hear was the phone ringing with no one picking up.
Ring, ring, ring. Sian tried calling again, but still no answer. After a while, the automated voicemail kicked in. The number you're trying to reach is currently busy. Now, Ha Dawan had to take Jinseo to play billiards. She hit the cue ball hard, sending it rolling across the table. Looking up at Ha Dawan, she proudly flipped her hair and asked, "Do you think I'm good at this?" Ha Dawan gave a half-hearted response, "Yeah, you're really good." He was getting impatient, no longer focused on the game. He frowned and told her, "This is the last stop. You need to take me to meet Shin Si-hee." Jinseo calmly replied, Okay. Her response made Ha Dawan uneasy. She's really something, he thought.
Jinseo stood across from him, leaning toward the billiard table with a playful smile, hinting, "My next shot is going in the corner pocket." Ha Dawan looked at her, thinking to himself, she seems easygoing and fun to hang out with, but we've been spending the whole day together, and I still don't even know her name.
He hadn't recognized her yet.
She tilted her hip and said to him, "Pay attention."
Ha Dawan remained lost in his thoughts. Well, it's just today. No need to overthink it.
Jinseo cheerfully said, "Someone clear the table, please." She didn't notice that someone was standing right behind her. A thug at the table next to hers was staring at Jinseo, grinning lewdly, and commenting, "Oh, she's a real gem, perfect posture." He was eyeing Jinseo's backside and said with a smirk, "These school kids sure have grown up lately." He and his gang at the table were now all focused on Jinseo. He teasingly asked her, "How about going out with me, little lady?" His followers burst out laughing and said, "Boss, she's underage." "Ha, you better watch out." The thug joined in the teasing and laughed loudly, crudely. "Stop worrying, I'm not scared." Ha ha ha. Ha Dawan silently watched them, but he didn't feel comfortable. Suddenly, Jinseo called his name. "Hey, Ha Dawan." He glanced at her, confused. It suddenly hit him that he hadn't even introduced himself to her. He froze, his eyes wide in surprise, thinking to himself, "Ha? How does she know my name?" Jinseo smiled gently, happily saying to him, "This situation's tough, you have to protect me." Ha Dawan, confused, asked, "Huh? Protecting you?" But Jinseo didn't answer. She picked up the cue stick and, without hesitation, slammed it straight into the stomach of the creepy thug behind her. He yelped in surprise, clutching his stomach and stumbling back. "Shit," he muttered. His underlings immediately called out, "Boss!" Jinseo turned to look at him, covering her mouth with a proud smile and throwing a sarcastic remark, "Sorry, man. You were standing too close. Guess you made a perfect target for my cue stick." He groaned, "You, bitch." He struggled to get up, swinging his hand at her, shouting, "You little slut." There was a loud slap, but it turned out Ha Dawan had grabbed his wrist. While Jinseo kept her eyes shut, waiting, Ha Dawan tightened his grip, making the thug's hand tremble. Ha Dawan asked Jinseo, "Do we know each other?" When she didn't respond, he added, "Not sure how this is going to play out, but we'll talk later." Jinseo slowly opened her eyes. Ha Dawan twisted the thug's arm behind him, causing him to collapse to the ground, screaming in pain, "Ah, my arm." Ha Dawan stood in front of Jinseo, protecting her. Staring directly at the gang of thugs in front of him, Ha Dawan said to her, "We need to get out of here first, then we can talk." The thug with his arm twisted screamed loudly, "Ah, ah, ah." Jinseo stood there, stunned, looking at Ha Dawan. The group of thugs started to get restless. One of them, holding a pool cue, stepped closer to Ha Dawan and threatened, "Hey, high school kid, are you out of your mind? Are you okay, boss?" Ha Dawan just yelled back, "Don't come any closer, or this guy's arm might end up broken."
He glanced down at the thug at his feet and snapped, "You started this, so all I need to do is apologize, right?" The thug on the ground just groaned in pain, still gritting his teeth and cursing, "What the hell are you talking about? There's no way I'm going to lose to some high school kid like you." Before he could finish, Ha Dawan kicked him hard, sending him flying backward. He crashed to the ground in front of Ha Dawan and Jinseo. Ha Dawan wiped sweat from his brow and added, "If you'd apologized, I was going to let it go." But before he could say any more, a mission screen suddenly popped up in front of him. He muttered, "A mission shows up now? Mission, battle with criminals, defeat the gangsters. Reward, random item."
In the end, Ha Dawan had no choice but to step in.
He quietly whispered to Jinseo, "You should move to the corner first." She seemed a little confused and replied, "Huh? Okay." A big, bulky thug charged at Ha Dawan, shouting, "You little bastard, you dare hit the boss?" Ha Dawan slowly turned and responded, "I told you, but you guys." Without hesitation, he landed a punch straight into the thug's stomach, yelling, "Apologies aren't going to help." But then, he suddenly stopped. The thug grinned and said, "What now?" He sneered at Ha Dawan, boasting, "This body of mine is the result of eating 7 meals a day. Honestly, your punch isn't even strong enough to dent my belly." The thug raised his hands, ready to fight back, smugly adding, "At this point, begging won't do any good." Ha Dawan quickly lifted his gaze, not bothering to move. Energy and power crackled down his fist. He used his signature finishing blow, punching the thug so hard he was sent flying backward. The thug shakily lifted his head, coughing, and muttered in fear, "This is." Ha Dawan casually replied, "It's actually pretty simple. I only eat 3 meals a day," he mocked. The thug had collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ha Dawan thought to himself, "That was lucky." Suddenly, Jinseo, who was hiding behind another pool table in the distance, screamed loudly, "Hey, hey!" Ha Dawan turned around, startled, and shouted, "What?" Seeing her pointing at him, she yelled, "Behind you, Ha Dawan." He didn't notice that another thug was standing behind him, raising a pool cue and getting ready to strike him from behind with a sneak attack. Ha Dawan quickly bent down, causing the thug to miss. He shouted, "Oh!" He immediately used his gap jab skill, swinging his leg backward to kick the thug, but the thug managed to raise the cue to block it. Ha Dawan shouted, "That scared me." This thug seemed tougher. He leaned back slightly, resisting the force of Ha Dawan's kick. Looking at the cue that had snapped in two, the thug grumbled, "These kids nowadays don't respect their elders at all." Another thug grabbed a beer bottle, smashed it to turn it into a sharp weapon, and hissed, "Damn it. That's why, from way back, with punks like these, it's important to start with education from a young age." He looked at Ha Dawan, his sword threatening, while 2 thugs, one holding a bat and the other a beer bottle, stormed toward him, clearly furious. They both charged at the same time, wielding sharp weapons, shouting angrily, "This is gonna hurt, kid." Ha Dawan, caught in the middle, gasped, "Oh." He panicked, thinking, "This isn't a situation where I can dodge both of them at once. But I can block their sharp weapons with my hands first." Slowly, he took a step back and noticed a pool cue lying on the floor nearby. Without hesitation, he kicked it up and grabbed it. In an instant, he swung the cue, shattering the beer bottle the thugs were holding just as they rushed at him. One of the thugs stared at the glass shards now scattered on the floor, his hands still empty and sweating. Ha Dawan said, "Huh, guess I'll do the same." The thug looked up at him, then casually said, "Guess I'll have to teach you some manners." Ha Dawan looked at the pool cue in his hand, surrounded by a glow of energy as he activated his weapon mastery skill. One of the thugs charged at him, swinging a punch and snarling, "You little punk! You still drinking milk?" Ha Dawan gripped the cue tightly and said calmly, "All right." He only needed to land one strike, a blow that hit every weak point of the thug. The guy fell backward, blood pouring from his mouth. He sighed with relief, then glanced to the side and muttered, "Oh." The other thug had somehow gone back to the group's stash and was messing with something. Hadawan asked, "What are you doing over there?" The thug slowly dug through the bag, annoyed, and replied, "I thought since you're just a student, scaring you would be enough. But in the end, you forced me to pull this out." He pulled out a small axe from his bag. Hadawan flinched. The thug gripped the axe tightly and charged at Hadawan, snarling, "I'm from the axe group. I'll show you what the adult world is really like, kid." But before he could strike, he froze in place, his body hit by 5 vicious blows all at once. His flesh seemed to sink as if it were punctured by 6 round holes. The billiard balls dropped to the ground with a thud, and the thug collapsed, unconscious, right then and there. The cue balls rolled around him. It turns out Hadawan had used his weapon mastery skill, throwing 6 beer bottles from the table at him. He was confused and muttered, "That must have hurt, huh?" Jinseo watched, not blinking once, and gasped, "Wow." Hadawan immediately ran over, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her away. Jinseo, surprised, asked, "What are you doing?" He urgently pulled her along, his face pale, sweating heavily, and yelled, "Run, hurry." Jinseo didn't resist and just followed. She kept her eyes on Hadawan, her cheeks turning pink. By now, it was dusk, and the entire shopping district was bathed in golden light. The two of them ran for a while before they dared to walk. Hadawan turned to Jinseo with concern and asked, "Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" She smiled and replied, "Thanks to you, I'm still in one piece." At that moment, Hadawan remembered his earlier question. He had been confused when Jinseo suddenly knew his name, even though he hadn't introduced himself yet. He nervously looked at her and asked, "Sorry, but I don't remember who you are." Jinseo seemed a little disappointed but wasn't too surprised. She pouted and said, "Wow, you're something else." Hadawan was confused and thought to himself, "Did I really meet her before? Now that I think about it, she does seem kind of familiar." Jinseo looked disappointed, but didn't blame him. She just sighed and said, "I feel hurt." Hadawan awkwardly apologized, "Sorry." He panicked and thought, "I have to remember who she is." He lowered his head, concentrating so hard that he started sweating, rubbing his chin and mumbling, "Why can't I remember? She's a really pretty girl, and she's cute too. I have to figure out who she is." While he wasn't paying attention, Jinseo suddenly walked up to him, gently placed her hand on his neck, and whispered, "If we meet again and you still don't remember me." Hadawan froze in shock. She pushed him against the wall next to them, pressed her body close to his, and whispered in his ear, "Then I'll just punch you." Hadawan jumped, his face turning bright red. He was so flustered that he stammered, "Wait, don't do anything like that all of a sudden." Jinseo smiled brightly, happily turned around, and as she walked away, she looked back and sang, "Sorry." Hadawan felt even more confused, thinking, was that really necessary? I still can't figure out who she is. Jinseo took a few steps, then suddenly turned around to look at Hadawan, giving him a mysterious smile. "Ah, all the places we've been to today? They're all spots where Shinsehi, the one you've been looking for, works part-time." Hadawan suddenly remembered his main goal and widened his eyes in surprise. "Oh, Sehi has so many part-time jobs?" Jinseo cheerfully replied, "Yeah, luckily I finally found him." She waved goodbye to Hadawan and casually said, "See you next time." Feeling helpless, Hadawan called after her, "Wait, you're just going like that? Did you find anything?" Before he could finish his sentence, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, Prince, take this sample of skincare products before you go." Hadawan turned around in shock. Recognizing the voice, he blinked and stared at the person who had called him, confusedly exclaiming, "Oh." He then shouted, "Shinsehi?" Behind him stood the person he had been searching for, wearing a pink maid outfit, holding a basket of skincare products. Despite wearing dark sunglasses and sporting a cool beard, Sehi was just as surprised. "Hadawan, the guy you've been looking for, Shinsehi from 10th grade, Borame Club member, has finally appeared." He suddenly asked, "What are you doing here?" Ha Dawan was just as confused. He walked up to him and asked, "That's a question I should be asking you, don't you think? You look awful. What's going on?" Sihi didn't seem embarrassed at all.
In fact, he happily pointed to the cosmetics shop right next to them and said, "As you can see, I'm working part-time."
"It's pretty normal, ha." Ha Dawan was left speechless, thinking to himself, is the owner of that shop okay with this? How could they let him dress like that? Ha Dawan awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Anyway, I've been looking for you." Sihi blinked, surprised, "Looking for me?"
Ha Dawan explained, "I've decided to gather all the Borame members for a meeting."
Sihi smiled and adjusted his glasses.
He cheerfully said, "Ha, in that case, please wait for me a bit.
I'm about to finish my shift."
So, Ha Dawan patiently waited until Sihi finished work, and they walked back together.
He asked with concern, "I heard you haven't been going to school lately because you're working part-time, is that right?" Sihi smiled sheepishly and replied, "Yeah, that's true. I should have contacted you, but I've been so busy lately I haven't even had time to check my phone." Ha Dawan raised an eyebrow. "There must be a reason you're doing this, right?" Sihi hesitated for a moment. "Well, about that."
He finally decided to tell the truth.
"Well, it's not that I was trying to hide anything."
He began to explain, "I live alone with my grandmother. She runs a small snack shop in our neighborhood."
Ha Dawan looked at him, listening quietly. Sihi lowered his head, his voice softening. "But a few months ago."
Suddenly, Ha Dawan felt confused by his hesitation. Sihi frowned slightly, frustration in his voice as he continued, "A group of thugs showed up. They called themselves the World Gang."
Ha Dawan was shocked and said, "The World Gang? You look like a thug yourself." He thought to himself, "Where have I heard that before?" Then it clicked.
He remembered the thug at the pool hall earlier. That guy had said, "I'm with the World Gang." It all made sense now. Sihi kept his head down, walking as he continued to explain quietly. They suddenly showed up and said, "If you don't pay the monthly protection fee, your grandmother won't be able to run her business here anymore."
Ha Dawan exclaimed, shocked, "What?"
Sihi continued in a calm, steady voice, "And over time, the amount they demanded kept getting bigger. If I don't take on more jobs, I don't know how I'll make ends meet." Hearing this, Ha Dawan felt a pang of sympathy and said, "Why didn't you tell us, even just Sian or Sahan?"
Sihi sighed deeply. I thought I could handle it on my own."
Both of them had already returned to Mrs. Sihi's restaurant.
He stepped forward, smiling excitedly, and said to Ha Dawan, "Instead, why don't you try my grandma's rice cakes?"
As he pushed the door open, he looked at him and added, "The taste is really..." Suddenly, Sihi froze at the doorway, looking into the restaurant and exclaimed, "Oh."
Someone was lying on the floor inside his grandma's restaurant. Sihi stood there in shock, staring at the woman on the floor, and cried out, "Grandma!" He rushed to her, hurriedly helping her up, panic in his voice as he asked, "Are you okay?" His grandma slowly smiled and tried to reassure him, "Sihi, my little puppy." Terrified, Sihi asked, "What happened? Did those scumbags come here?" His grandma answered sadly, "Yes." Earlier, Sihi had angrily asked, "But today isn't the day for protection money. Why are they here?" Ha Dawan was still standing in the doorway, unsure of what to say in this situation. He was starting to realize how serious this was. He frowned in anger, thinking to himself, "Now I understand." The reason the mission hadn't been formed yet, the mission screen appeared in front of him. Mission: Crime War, defeat the Mafia gangs. Random item reward. The gang mentioned in the mission, he thought, staring at a line in the mission, defeat the Mafia gangs, which refers to the entire World Gang organization. Dawan recalled his confrontation with the thugs at the billiard hall and thought to himself, the guys at the billiard hall were obviously just low-level members of the organization. I don't know how strong the World Gang really is, but either way, I'm just a student. Can I really take on those Mafia thugs? Ha Dawan fell into deep thought. Concerns like these didn't matter anymore now that the mission had started. He walked up to Sihi, looking at him and his poor grandmother, and called out, Sihi? He made up his mind. Then I'll. He asked Sihi seriously, where are they? He felt a rush of determination inside. Let's go crush those bastards right now. The building owner angrily spoke to Sihi's grandmother, you know as well as I do, those mafia guys are a bunch of scum. The landlord, frustrated, said, seeing you being pushed around like this, I can't just stand by. I think you should move your shop to another location as soon as possible. After all, this is my building, so I can terminate the lease at any time. But Sihi's grandmother just smiled gently and replied, I'm fine, it's just that the kids were playing around and I tripped. The landlord sighed, stood up, and said to her, come on, let's go to the hospital together. Sihi quickly stepped forward and said, let me go instead, uncle, but you told me I had to stay at the shop, right? So that's why you should go. The landlord quickly helped her up and led her away, turning back to say, I'll take her to get checked out and come back. Don't worry too much. Sihi's grandmother smiled at him and reassured Sihi, I'll be back soon, don't worry. The landlord reminded her, keep an eye on the shop. Sihi's grandmother smiled gratefully and said to the landlord, thank you so much. Sihi watched them leave, calling after her, be careful, grandma. Once they were gone, Sihi sighed and said, I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest. Dawan turned back to look at him and replied, yeah, it's a good thing it wasn't a big deal. Sihi then looked back at Dawan and said, about what the boss just asked, I don't know where those World Gang guys are either. They just come to my shop for protection money, I have no idea where they hang out. He said, at first, it happened once a month, but now they come every week to collect the money. Dawan, feeling confused, asked, isn't it better, like the landlord said, to move the shop? Sihi sighed and replied, of course it would be better. But. He stared out the window, lost in thought. This shop has been in business since I was a kid. Even though it's old and worn down, with few customers, this plate of tteokbokki is filled with memories. There's no place more precious than this. Sihi pointed to the plate of tteokbokki sitting on the counter. He brought the plate over to Dawan. Here, try a bite, big bro. If you do, you'll understand what I mean. Dawan slowly took a bite, thinking to himself, yeah, the taste of memories is always something. But before he could even finish chewing, his face twisted in disgust and turned pale. He opened his mouth, puckered his lips, and shouted, shit. This tastes horrible. Sihi sighed, you're being a bit too honest, big bro. Dawan clutched his throat, gagging and roaring in agony, sweating profusely. Sihi, panicked, leaned in and asked, is it really that bad? Suddenly, a woman's voice called out, hey. Dawan jumped, startled, and when he recognized the voice, he blurted out, oh. Jihan had found Dawan after an entire afternoon of being stood up by him. She glared at him with cold eyes, her fist clenched tightly, and coldly asked, what are you doing here? Dawan looked at Jihan's intimidating face, shrank back, and shouted, see, Jihan. She glared at him and asked, I thought you were supposed to be at my school. Dawan jumped in surprise, panic flooding his mind. Oh, right, he thought. Sweat broke out as he remembered his plans to hang out with Jinseo, and in a rush, he thought, that girl dragged me all over the place, and I completely forgot about Jihan. Furious, Jihan grabbed Dawan by the hair and yelled, do you know how many times I've called you? She pulled his hair violently. She screamed, do you have any idea how long I've been standing outside the school waiting for you? Dawan winced in pain, crying out loudly, aha! Don't do this here. Sihi awkwardly watched them. Jihan, still fuming, scolded him, and yet, you're here eating tteokbokki. Dawan quickly shoved a piece of tteokbokki into Jihan's mouth, saying, try a bite. Jihan paused for a moment, chewed the rice cake, and said thoughtfully, Sihi nervously watched as Jihan swallowed the bite of tteokbokki. She immediately scorned, ugh, what is this terrible taste? Dawan nodded in agreement. Sihi pouted and said, you two are really too much. Finally, Jihan calmed down, listened carefully to Sihi's story, and said,
So that's why you've been out of touch these past few days and haven't shown up.
Sohan was also called in. He was surprised and exclaimed, "Was it those gangsters from World Gang?" He replied, "Yeah." Sohan sighed and said, "If you weren't going to school, why are you still wearing the uniform?" He honestly answered, "I'm not in school anymore. I quit to get a part-time job. That's why." Sohan had heard enough. He stood up angrily and said, "Where are those bastards? Let's teach them a lesson." He quickly stopped him, No, it's fine. I don't even know where they are." Dawan looked at Sohan in surprise and said, "Wow, it's the first time we're on the same page about something." However, he didn't want things to go that way. He smiled gently, trying to calm everyone down. "I'm used to it. You guys don't need to worry about it. Instead, the real reason we're all gathered here today is to discuss the Borame district business model." Sian quietly glanced at him. I heard Sihi laugh and say, "Well, then let's start the meeting, right?" Haha, she just thought for a moment without answering. The next day, after work, Sihi cheerfully walked into the restaurant and called out loudly, "I'm back, Grandma." Nothing special today. She was startled when she saw the 3 members of the team at her family's restaurant. Sohan was cleaning the floor and looked up, asking, "You just got back?" Sian was washing dishes and, without much enthusiasm, commented, "You're home early, huh?" Dawan, who was wiping down a table, looked up with a bright smile. "Sihi, is that you?" "Hey there." Sihi stood frozen, confused, and asked, "What are you all doing here?" Sohan casually answered, "Didn't I tell you? From now on, Sihi's fast food place will be our Borame neighborhood business model." Sihi was taken aback. "What?" Sohan continued, "It's way better than paying off the gangsters, right?" Sihi, still confused, responded, "Yes, but..." Sian jumped in, "And if the income here goes up, you won't need to work extra jobs elsewhere." Sihi stared blankly and said, "Sis Sian." Dawan excitedly shouted, "Great! So, you'll handle the cleaning, you'll do the prep, you'll cook, and I'll manage the staff." Sian angrily cut in, "Stop talking nonsense." Dawan awkwardly continued, "We'll all try our best." Sohan and Sian smiled, while Sihi shivered, "Thank you, everyone." The next day, the game screen showed a speed boost sign. Dawan shouted, "Hey, what's that? That should be a speed boost spot." The car in the game zoomed ahead, and Dawan screamed again, "No, not now." He sighed, "This is ridiculous. Have these people never played a game before?" Sohan clicked his tongue and grumbled, "One more round." Sian said coldly, "Boring." Sihi laughed loudly, "I'm having fun, though." Ha ha. The 4 of them huddled together to play the game. Sihi looked around the empty shop and sighed, "But seriously, how come there isn't a single customer?" Sohan slammed his hand on the table in frustration, grumbling, "What's the deal? Tteokbokki is supposed to be a symbol of Korea." Dawan speared a piece of rice cake on the table and said to him, "You still haven't tried this, have you?" Sohan replied, "I'm on a diet." But before he could finish, Dawan shoved the rice cake into his mouth. He screamed, "Holy shit, this is disgusting." Dawan pointed at the rice cake, seriously saying, "Right, the real problem is that awful food." Sihi sighed, "Why do you keep saying that? That's just your opinion." Sihi chewed her food, making a face and pouting as she grimaced. This is really awful, I can't even begin to complain enough." Sihi interrupted, "I know, okay? Can you stop now?" Dawan suddenly exclaimed, sounding mysterious, "Maybe I know someone who can help us with this." Sohan, getting impatient, said, "Stop being so vague and just say it already." The next day, Jihan showed up, awkwardly waving and greeting, "Hey, Dawan introduced him to the group, "This is Jihan, my friend." Sian coldly replied, "Long time no see." Sihi politely bowed and greeted, "Nice to meet you, sir." Sohan frowned and grumbled, "I thought you were bringing a chef or something." "So, is this the tteokbokki he made himself?" He poked a skewer into the plate of tteokbokki in front of him. He took a bite and mumbled, "I could make this at home too." But suddenly, Sohan's expression changed in the blink of an eye. He raised the plate of tteokbokki and exclaimed, "What is this? It's way better than I imagined." Ha Dawan gasped, "Oh." He turned to Jihan with a pleased smile and asked, "Jihan, could it be? Did you also?" Jihan humbly replied, "Yeah. I learned it at a cooking academy." Ha Dawan exclaimed, as expected. Sihee's grandmother walked in, accompanied by the building manager. The manager looked inside the restaurant and smiled, saying, "So, has Sihee's friends been crowding the place lately?" Sihee's grandmother slowly stepped in, laughing, "The kids are trying to save a restaurant that's been struggling." The manager followed her, chuckling, "They sure are a special bunch." They both walked into the restaurant. The sound of Dawan echoed. "Hey, Kang Sohan, you're on a diet, aren't you? Stop eating. You pig." Mrs. Sihee smiled gently. The restaurant owner also chuckled awkwardly at the kids. 4 days later, it was time to collect the protection money. That night, the thug showed up, shouting, "Hey, boss, how's it going? I'm here to get the money." One of the thugs casually stepped into the dimly lit shop, holding a cigarette, and looked around, muttering, "What's this? Where'd that old woman go?" Someone was sitting quietly, waiting for him. The thug noticed the only customer in the shop and sneered, "First time I've seen this place have a customer." He called out, "Hey, do you know where the old lady who runs this place went?" The customer didn't respond, only lowered their head in silence. The thug swaggered over, grinning widely, took a slow drag from his cigarette, and said, "You didn't hear me calling, huh? Guess you're too busy enjoying your meal, huh, customer?" The thug nonchalantly flicked his cigarette ash onto the plate of tteokbokki in front of the customer, arrogantly laughing, "Relax, huh? Getting some extra toppings with your service." The restaurant was still. Suddenly, the thug was sent flying through the air, crashing straight through the glass door. The 3 other thugs outside froze in shock, staring in disbelief at their comrade, who was now sprawled on the ground. Ha Dawan rushed in and shouted, "You crazy guy! What are we supposed to do now with the door busted like this? I just went to the bathroom and came back to this mess." Sohan is the mysterious guest. He slowly stepped out, irritated, and said, "This is my revenge on them." The thug leader outside looked at them in surprise. Ha Dawan glanced up at them and muttered, "Remember to follow the plan." Sohan smirked and replied, "Of course." Excited, he charged straight at the thugs, shouting, "It's fine to beat up a few dogs every now and then." The thug leader, still smoking, ordered gruffly, "Take care of him." The thugs yelled, "Yes, boss," and charged towards Sohan and Ha Dawan. Sohan single-handedly blocked 2 simultaneous attacks from 2 thugs. He handled their punches effortlessly. The thugs shook as they tried to fight back, hissing, "Kids shouldn't interfere in adult matters." Sohan arrogantly responded, "Hey, uncles." He grinned, glaring at them, and said, "Don't you know the kids are pretty scary these days?" He grabbed the wrists of the 2 thugs, twisting their arms and causing them to scream in pain. The thug leader continued smoking, quietly watching the scene. Ha Dawan chuckled and said, "Kang Sohan, that jerk is clueless about everything, except fighting." He turned to look at the other guy and muttered, "All right, then I'll show you too." Suddenly, the burning cigarette the guy was holding flew straight at his face. Ha Dawan swung his hand to block it, shouting, "What the hell," out of nowhere. Before he could even recover, the leader charged at him, throwing a series of punches. Ha Dawan had to scramble to defend himself. One of the blows landed on his cheek, and he winced, letting out a quiet "ah." He thought to himself, "That was fast. When did he get right in front of me?" The leader frowned at Dawan and grumbled, "You don't do anything yourself, just sit there bossing others around, huh? You're such a pain." This guy was the leader of the World Gang's action team. Ha Dawan felt confused. He doesn't feel like the typical gang boss. The leader swung his fist with a growl, "We're busy here."
Ha Dawen jumped back, panic setting in as he thought, I won't be able to dodge this. He immediately activated his skill, feeling his body surge with extra strength. He dodged easily, avoiding even a deadly punch.
Ha Dawen replied, looks like we're both busy, huh?
He triggered his speed boost skill and thought to himself, if I didn't have this skill. He continued, tonight, and charged forward. The leader's eyes widened as Dawen declared, I'm going to wipe out the world gang, no one will be left. Ha Dawen leapt into the air, soaring behind the man, and kicked out. The leader, startled, watched as Dawen activated his speed boost. One snowy night, someone left a large bag in front of a house and walked away. The old woman opened the door, stepped out, and saw the bag. She muttered, who could it be? She looked inside the bag and gasped, oh my god, there's a baby sleeping. A note inside the bag read, it's all my fault, I'm so sorry, please take care of it.
A letter from your daughter.
The baby had been abandoned outside the house, but the elderly couple decided to take it in. They had a small food stall. While the old woman sold food to customers, she would wish them, enjoy your meal, and I hope you'll come back again. The old man would feed the baby milk by the heater, gently cooing, our little Sihi must be hungry, huh? The old woman worriedly asked, poor little thing, do you think it'll catch a cold sleeping outside like that, dear? The old man replied, I'm worried too. He sighed and added, we can't keep taking the baby with us to sell food like this forever. When dawn broke, the couple took the baby outside. It was a warm, sunny day, and the three of them looked up together. The old man gently embraced the old woman, smiling with happiness, and said, my dear, from now on, we have our own shop. We'll start fresh. An old couple and a child were standing in front of a small restaurant. This was the beginning of everything. A warm, cozy home for the three of them was now forming. At that moment, Ha Dawen and Sohan were fighting to protect that small restaurant, Sihi's family business. Ha Dawen activated his skill, gave a serious look to the thug, and said, we're kind of busy, you know. He continued, tonight. The thug glared at him. Ha Dawen declared, right here, I'm going to wipe out the world gang. Ha Dawen jumped behind the thug, raised his leg, and the thug, surprised, turned to look. Ha Dawen activated his speed boost skill. With a swift kick, he slammed it into the thug's face. The thug screamed, ah! He took the full blow, and his face turned bruised. The thug bent over, turned his head to gasp for air, and said, a little kid like you thinks you can wipe out the world gang? Ha Dawen landed lightly on the ground. The thug swung a punch and growled, you're daydreaming too much. In the blink of an eye, Ha Dawen darted behind the thug and replied, no daydreaming here, old man. The thug was startled, sweat dripping from his forehead, frustrated and thinking, he moved behind me so fast. He quickly turned around, and Ha Dawen mocked, we will do it. Ha Dawen charged forward, looked straight into the thug's eyes, and frowned, saying, the other members of our group are already focused at the world gang's base. He thought to himself, this speed boost skill is really useful. The thug screamed, swinging his fist. Kid, do you think we're a bunch of pushovers? But no matter how many punches he threw, he couldn't land a hit on Ha Dawen. Ha Dawen leaned back and dodged each one. He thought, he can dodge, and he can also strike. Then he landed a punch to the thug's face, followed by another one to his ribs. He was impressed. This was a high-level, versatile technique. He tilted his head and dodged the thug's counterattack, delivering his own punch. Just as he swung his fist, a notification popped up. Speed boost skill has expired. Mana required, 300. Speed will increase rapidly for 30 seconds. Can be interrupted during activation. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Cannot be used with other skills. Ha Dawen thought, seems like it has its limitations. He looked at the cooldown timer, noting it couldn't be used with other skills. He mused, everything has its price. The thug, now battered and on the ground, wiped the blood from his nose and angrily shouted, you little bastard, you think you can disrespect the world gang? Ha Dawen calmly responded, uncle, think about it. You guys were the ones who started this. He scowled, raising his fist and muttered, "We're just doing what we have to do." The thug flinched as Ha Daoan charged at him. He activated 1,000 punches, landing continuous strikes on the thug. When he stopped, the thug had passed out, his face swollen. Ha Daoan panicked and exclaimed, "Oh my god, I might have gone a little too far. The guy's out cold now. I got too caught up in the moment." Sohan suddenly muttered, "Unbelievable." Ha Daoan glanced at him. He was holding another thug by the neck, the guy struggling but unable to break free. Sohan remained calm, as if nothing was happening. He mumbled, "Why is it that every time I meet this guy, he seems way stronger than before?" The thug, sweating and groaning, whimpered, "Ah." Ha Daoan grumbled, "Stop talking nonsense. It's a good thing if our teammates are getting stronger." Sohan let go, and the thug finally collapsed, unconscious. He grumbled under his breath, still irritated, even though the job was done. So, the thugs were all taken care of by the two of them. Sian arrived just then, offering praise, "You guys finished quickly." Ha Daoan replied, "Sian, you're here?" He asked her, "Where's Sihi?" She answered, "She's at the shop with Grandma." Sohan quickly added, "But you guys don't know. Sihi doesn't like violence. Her grandfather." Sian cut him off coldly, "Can we focus on the main issue?" Sohan quickly explained what happened with Sihi, then sighed, "Well, that's the gist of it." Ha Daoan stayed silent, wide-eyed in surprise. Because of this conversation, he finally understood the reason for Sihi's reaction the other day. That day at the CAF, Ha Daoan had said to him, "Sihi, we've only taken down a few low-level guys from the World Gang. Just beating them up and having more come after us won't solve anything." I told him that directly. I convinced Sihi, "You said yourself that even if you report it to the police, it wouldn't change much. In the end, we'll have to face the World Gang head-on. That's the only way to deal with this once and for all." Sihi just stayed silent and listened. Then he replied, "I understand what you're saying, but I still can't bring myself to fight. No, I'm scared. I don't want the three of you to get hurt because of me. Over the past few days, I've really appreciated all the help you've given to my grandma and me. I've also realized that this tiny shop won't really help the Boo organization much. So maybe you should just stop. I feel like I'm troubling everyone too much already. Let's just go back to how things were before." At that moment, the landlord suddenly stopped by, carrying a bag of hot food, and cheerfully said, "Wow, it's so lively in here. I just stopped by the bakery and picked up some fresh buns. Let's all eat together while they're still hot." Sohan, who had been cooking, turned around and said, "Hey, Mr. Landlord." Sihi's grandmother, who had been chopping vegetables with Sian, looked up and smiled at him. Sihi finished his conversation with Ha Daoan and walked over to the landlord, smiling and saying, "Thanks so much." Ha Daoan watched him, confused. After telling the story, Sihi couldn't help but sigh. That kid is just like that. There's really no point in him being here, so it's better he stays home with his grandma. It'll be less of a hassle. Ha Daoan agreed. Sohan quickly changed the subject. Let's head straight to the World Gang base. The intel we've gathered over the past few days has pinpointed their location. He glanced at the thugs lying unconscious on the ground. Then he handed Ha Daoan a business card. Ha Daoan looked at the name on it and said, "Moonlight." "That's the place." Sian asked coldly, "Are you two sure you'll be okay? You'll be going up against the entire World Gang." Sohan laughed confidently, then turned to Ha Daoan and asked, "Of course, right, bro?" Ha Daoan smiled proudly, answering with confidence, "Exactly." But just a few minutes later, his face went pale, beads of sweat dripped down his face, and he nervously exclaimed, "Why am I shaking so much?" He and Sohan had arrived at Moonlight, the World Gang's headquarters, and whispered to each other, "Is this their base?" Ha Daoan bent down, breathing heavily to calm himself, muttering, "It looks like a bar, doesn't it?" "I'm fine, but you should be careful."
Sohan looked at him, frowning. What are you babbling about now? Ha Dawan anxiously said, the opponent this time is that gang. Once we get in there, I don't know if we'll make it out. Sohan sneered and asked, are you scared? If you are, just go home. I can handle it alone. Ha Dawan panicked and said, handle it alone? Who would do that?
Sohan glanced at him, slightly furrowing his brow in frustration.
Well, if you see them, why are you still sitting around here? Why not just go in? Ha Dawan whispered, there's no rush, let's wait a bit.
He carefully explained, I know they're there, but we don't know how many there are.
Charging in without knowing could be like suicide.
The mission appeared on the screen, fight the world gang, battle against the criminal organization and win.
Reward, random item.
Ha Dawan said, it's better to be cautious, but from what I can guess, no matter how many there are, they're just regular guys.
Winning shouldn't be too hard.
He mumbled to himself while staring at the mission screen, and suddenly, his phone in his pocket rang.
Ring.
Ha Dawan jumped, pulled out his phone, and shouted, they're here.
He quickly asked, are those guys awake now, Sian?
She answered from the other end of the line, yeah, I'm hiding behind the wall and overhearing. I see him making a phone call.
You too, be careful. Ha Dawan glanced at the gangster's base and replied, I know. Sohan smiled confidently and said, it'll be fine.
The Moonlight Bar was quiet, with no customers. Inside the bar, a thug wiped his finger along the glass counter, leaving a trail of dust, then muttered irritably.
Look at this stain.
Lately, the cleaning has been pretty sloppy. He grumbled at the cleaner.
We only serve VIPs. Are they paying for this kind of service?
The cleaner, startled, quickly apologized.
I'm sorry, I'll have someone clean it right away.
The thug grumbled again. Just do it carefully.
He warned. There better not be a next time.
He then brought his phone up to his ear and asked, what was that you said earlier?
The cleaner bowed low, asking to leave.
On the other end of the line, a voice responded. Well, we were beaten by another group. The leader and his subordinates were tied up together after a brutal beating. The leader was sneaking a call to report back. His second-in-command's voice came through the speaker, angry.
What's going on? Weren't you supposed to be collecting protection money? Is someone trying to take over World Gang's territory?
The leader answered, his voice trembling with anger and humiliation.
Boss, it was just some high school kids.
The second-in-command hissed.
Are you serious? The World Gang captain got beaten by a high school kid? He glared and growled. Say that again, I didn't catch it.
The gang leader on the other end of the line hesitated, his voice trembling with fear. Yes, boss, it's my fault. I got careless and thought that.
I'm really sorry, please forgive me. We'll talk about how I got beaten later, but listen to me now.
The leader struggled to get the words out. The vice leader stayed quiet, waiting for him to continue. The gang leader hurriedly spoke again, those kids are planning to attack our headquarters.
According to what one of them said, it looks like they're bringing a lot of people with them. They might even have weapons.
I heard them say they're already on their way, so you should be extra careful. The vice leader slowly walked away, then replied, got it, hang up.
The line went dead.
The vice leader muttered to himself, thinking, a group of high school kids, huh?
That's a pain. Well, it doesn't hurt to stay cautious. He turned to ask his men, did you get everything ready for the VIP guests? They all answered in unison, yes, everything's set. Meanwhile, Sohan and Ha Dawan had almost reached the Moonlight Bar. They looked around, scanning the area. See anyone? Sohan asked. Nothing.
No one, Ha Dawan replied. Ha Dawan was moving quietly, being extra careful, but Sohan confidently stepped down the stairs and said, you're being too paranoid, bro.
They entered the Moonlight Bar without running into anyone. Sohan grumbled, I don't see anyone. Well, I guess I'll just smash everything in here. He walked slowly around the room, muttering to himself. This is weird, though. Where did the whole world gang go? Why is no one around? Just as Toughened finished speaking, a group of thugs appeared at the corner of the hallway, blocking his way. He gasped, "Oh wow! Found them." The thugs, seeing Toughened's confident stance, sneered and asked, "Is this where you little punks have been causing trouble?" One of them smirked arrogantly and said, "The boss is overthinking this." These guys? One hit and they're out cold. They turned to Jihan and taunted him, "You've got guts to come here and start something. But if you scream and yell, no one's gonna hear you." He grinned haughtily and added, "You're not getting out of here once you're in." The thugs were armed with all sorts of dangerous weapons, from axes to knives. The leader of the group smirked and said, "I warned you. No one's coming to save you here, kid." Toughened stared at them and said, "What the hell is this? Why is everyone carrying weapons? You guys trying to play dirty?" Hadawan leaned in and asked, "Do they have weapons?" Toughened turned to him with a grin, "Everything from hot to cold." "Damn." Dawan gave a small smile and said, "Well, guess that works out." He thought to himself, "Looks like I was right about what I told the leader earlier. Our whole crew is ready to storm your world gang base." It was all part of his plan. He silently thought, "I was just bluffing, but it seems like everything's going exactly how I expected." He recalled what he had said earlier, "You all better be careful, we're going to wipe out the world gang today." He thought he had warned them like that to make them stay alert. When the guys passed out, he told Jihan to tie them up in a way that still allowed them to use their phones. Jihan was so surprised she exclaimed, "Huh? You think that's why we waited for them to call their gang?" The whole point was to let them prepare their weapons. He looked with satisfaction at the group in front of him, all armed. Toughened suddenly glanced down at Hadawan's hand and asked, "Huh? Where'd you get that?" Hadawan casually replied, "It was near the exit." Toughened, looking confused, furrowed his brow and asked, "You plan to use that against them?" Hadawan didn't answer, but instead shouted at the thugs, "Hello, house owner?" He asked a question that left them completely puzzled. "Didn't you say no one would know what was going on?" "Well, I think it's time to use that skill now." Outside, on the guard platform, one of the swords was missing. Hadawan eagerly thought to himself, "With this skill, fighting is going to be a lot easier. Today, I'm definitely cleaning up the world gang." Hadawan raised the sword in his hand slowly, drawing it out and declaring, "Today, right here, world gang is officially wiped out. Weapon mastery skill activated. Silver strike sword unleashed." Hadawan wasn't scared or intimidated by the thugs, like they thought he would be. On the contrary, he calmly asked them, "Hey, did you really mean what you said earlier? No matter what happens here, nobody will know, right?" The thugs went completely silent, confused and stunned. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. One of them suddenly burst out laughing, which made the others look at each other and start laughing uncontrollably. They mocked him, saying, "Haha, what are you doing now? Is that it? Ha, I guess kids these days must be reading too many comics at the hot new museum." One thug, holding a knife, eagerly walked toward Hadawan with a smug grin and said, "Kid, that's not a toy. It feels heavy in your hands, right?" He was talking about the sword Hadawan had taken from them at the threshold. The thug laughed self-satisfied and said, "Just swinging it once would be enough to tire you out." Suddenly, Hadawan swung the sword with a swift, clean cut, slicing off a lock of his hair. The thug froze, staring at the strands of hair falling to the ground. Hadawan clicked his tongue and replied, "Well, it definitely can't be a toy." Hadawan smiled in response. The thug, drenched in sweat, stared at the freshly cut hair on the ground. Hadawan lifted the sword into a ready position and grinned, saying to him, "It can cut through anything really smoothly, you know? Weapon mastery skill activated." The thug, enraged, grabbed a knife and charged forward, shouting, "Ah, looks like when you were younger, you used to watch people handle swords, huh?" Ha Dawan didn't answer. He quickly moved forward.
The thug, still smug, was saying, "Real combat is going to be very different," when Ha Dawan struck him with a slash to the shoulder, aiming straight for his neck. He thought to himself, even so, I haven't really cut anyone yet. I should probably just use the back of the sword. He flipped the sword around, holding it by the spine, and struck the thug's neck with the flat side of the blade. The thug was hit and his head twisted awkwardly to the side. He collapsed in front of Ha Dawan, shocking everyone, including Suhan. The thug stared at Ha Dawan in terror, screaming, "You know how to use a sword? What level are you even at?" Ha Dawan casually rested his sword on his shoulder, answering half-jokingly, Actually, I'm the youngest son of a famous swordsmanship family." He thought to himself, even I think that sounds pretty cool. Then, calmly, he told Sohan, "From now on, you handle the unarmed ones for me." Sohan gasped, "What? Wait, what do you mean?" He called out in confusion, "Is there anyone here who isn't armed?" But Ha Dawan didn't respond. He just charged forward, sword in hand. The thugs tried to encourage each other, "Don't be scared just because of that. Let's go, who's afraid?" Then they all rushed toward Ha Dawan. He spun his sword with a swift motion, and with one clean strike, he knocked the knife out of the hand of the first thug who lunged at him. He clutched his hand where he had been struck and yelled loudly, "Ah! Ah!" The mission update appeared. For enemies without weapons, the weapon mastery effect will not be activated. Another person swung an axe, angrily shouting at Ha Dawan, "You're just fighting a level 3 kid. Why make it so difficult?" He aimed the axe at Ha Dawan, screaming, "Is this really so hard that you can't handle it?" But Ha Dawan dodged, and the axe head slammed to the ground. The man stared in shock at the broken axe in his hands and muttered in disbelief, "When did that happen?" Sohan. "Oh, now I get it." Suhan had, at some point, grabbed the thug with the knife by the neck, and earlier, he had grabbed the thug with the axe by the hair. He turned to Ha Dawan and asked, "So, you want me to take care of these guys?" The thug struggled in Sohan's firm grip. Ha Dawan glanced at him, smiling in satisfaction as he answered, "Yeah, thanks for your help." He thought to himself, instead of handling all of them on my own, I can save energy by splitting the work with him. It was all part of his calculation. The thugs, frustrated, muttered among themselves, "It would be better if we all rushed in together and dealt with them all at once." Ha Dawan overheard and thought, "No, that's wrong. In this narrow hallway, where your weapons could end up hitting your own people, you'll have to fight while also keeping an eye out for your surroundings." Ha Dawan stood quietly, waiting as the thugs rushed toward him. He stepped forward into his stance, his body surrounded by a powerful, electric-like energy. He thought to himself that, instead of being held back by someone close to him acting as an obstacle, it's actually far more beneficial to face this alone. He looked at them, his eyes lighting up. Without hesitation, he charged forward, landing simple yet effective attacks that disarmed every thug in the blink of an eye, even striking a man's iron bar with a clean cut. One of them swung a golf club at him from behind. The others groaned and struggled. The man with the golf club yelled, "You're stubborn, Ha, you bastard." But Ha Dawan had already dropped into a crouch in an instant. He glanced at them, his sword glowing with energy from his skill. The man with the golf club froze, sweating, and exclaimed, "Wait." Ha Dawan quickly sprang to his feet and slammed the hilt of his sword straight into the man's face. At the same time, two others swung their iron bars at Ha Dawan as the golf club guy fell. Ha Dawan effortlessly chopped through their bars with a single swing and charged forward, shouting, "Next." He thought to himself, "At this rate, I can handle the rest of them easily." Only one person was left with a weapon. Ha Dawan charged forward and swung straight at the weapon in his hand. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "Oh." He stared at the sword in his hand, now reduced to a broken stub, and said in shock, "Oh, wow." A message popped up, reminding him that with the weapon damaged, he could no longer activate the weapon mastery effect. The last guy was holding an iron baseball bat. He casually spoke up, "The side of the sword is more fragile than you think. It's easier to break than you might believe."
Ha Dawan hadn't considered this.
He had been attacking with the flat of the sword, which had made it more vulnerable than he realized. He lowered his head and looked at the broken pieces of the blade lying at his feet.
Meanwhile, the thug with the baseball bat rested it on his shoulder and scoffed, "You think I can break someone's bones that easily?"
The other thugs with weapons had closed in around Ha Dawan. The guy with the bat suddenly blinked, staring at Ha Dawan, and said, "Ha."
He then asked, "What the hell am I looking at?"
One of the thugs beside him, confused, chimed in, "Is he crazy or something?" They looked at the broken sword Ha Dawan had just dropped on the ground and exchanged uncertain glances, asking, "Is he holding a sword in thin air?"